In a world where strength reigns supreme, every endeavor is directed towards the ultimate goal. The traveler yearning for home must sweep away all obstacles in his path to return to his origins. Amidst blood and fire, cruelty and love, an unending battle persists. Only through relentless conquest and carving a bloody path can one find respite. Point 1. Awakening. When Zhao Yuan awoke, he found himself enveloped in a dense canopy of leaves, sunlight filtering through the gaps and casting dappled patterns upon his face. He moved his limbs, and upon confirming his well-being, rose from the ground strewn with fallen leaves and twigs. To his astonishment, he realized he was not clad in his usual t-shirt and jeans, nor in his home pajamas, but rather in a peculiar set of armor that seemed oddly familiar. Wasn't this the attire of a warrior from his gaming avatar? Zhao Yuan had always been a devoted player of the holographic MMORPG Demon and Deity. Out of boredom, he had created numerous accounts, lacking a true main character, and this warrior was one he had whimsically constructed. Raising his hand, he noted it retained its familiar pallor and slenderness. Perhaps this was merely a jest played by a gaming elite. However, after wandering the vicinity for 2 laps without uncovering any clues, it seemed as though he had been donned in cosplay armor and abandoned in a primeval forest. Gazing up at the sky, he painstakingly gauged the direction through the interstices of the leaves, ultimately choosing to walk directly opposite the sun. He silently prayed to escape the forest before nightfall. Yet, contrary to his hopes, the sky began to glow with an orange hue, and the light within the forest dwindled, with no sign of an exit, nor even a hint of humanity. Now weary and parched, Zhao Yuan felt an unexpected vigor coursing through him despite traversing the rugged terrain for half the day. He felt no fatigue. Even as the sun dipped lower, he quickened his pace. For someone like Zhao Yuan, who typically resided in a gaming pod, such endurance was unfathomable. Yet he had no time to ponder this peculiar strength, for the encroaching night heralded the arrival of predators in the forest. Before him stood a creature reminiscent of a tiger, albeit in a striking shade of purple. While Zhao Yuan acknowledged the advancements in genetic technology, he was bewildered by the presence of such a government-prohibited, genetically modified beast. The violet beast crouched low, emitting a threatening growl, its large, bell-like eyes fixated on Zhao Yuan's every movement. Though he had vanquished countless more fearsome creatures in the holographic realm, the reality was far more daunting. Even a feral dog could pose a significant threat to him in the real world. Yet, recalling a scientific article he had read, he remembered that wild beasts, unfamiliar with humans, often exhibited fear. Moreover, for felines, turning one's back could incite their predatory instincts. Resolute, Zhao Yuan adopted an offensive stance akin to his in-game persona, fists clenched and legs slightly bent. He cautiously approached the purple tiger, eyes locked on its movements. The creature appeared to shrink back in trepidation, and just as Zhao Yuan felt a surge of hope, the tiger lunged unexpectedly, its claws gleaming menacingly as it pounced. In that instant, Zhao Yuan felt a jolt of terror, his body stiffening as he realized retreat was futile. The impact knocked him to the ground, and he could distinctly smell the foul odor emanating from the beast's maw. He thought, this is the end. The purple tiger clamped its jaws onto his arm, but to his astonishment, the sound of teeth clashing against his armored forearm rang out, followed by a heart-wrenching roar from the tiger. Peering through the gap between his arms, Zhao Yuan witnessed the shocking sight of the tiger's teeth, most of which had shattered, blood oozing from its gums. Regaining his composure, an instinctual will to survive surged within him, prompting him to push the tiger away. Despite its grievous injury, the beast's ferocity intensified. It swung a massive paw at him, and instinctively, Zhao Yuan raised his hands to shield himself, bracing for impact, only to find that the tiger had lost the struggle. Surprised by his newfound strength, he seized the tiger's tail, effortlessly lifting the creature. If not for its considerable length, he could have hoisted it entirely. With a powerful motion, he hurled the purple tiger to the ground, which let out a defiant roar, but its strength paled in comparison to his own. Zhao Yuan, bewildered yet resolute, swiftly dispatched the creature, collapsing beside it, breathless. After a moment of recuperation, he examined his arm, where the tiger's teeth had once struck. The armor gleamed as if untouched, with nary a mark remaining, while a deep gash on his left arm began to dry. Astonished, he observed the wound healing before his eyes, scabs forming and then falling away, leaving no trace behind. Could this be the body I inhabit in the game? An unsettling thought crossed Zhao Yuan's mind. Had he somehow been transported into demon and deity? Yet, he saw no skill panels, and the beast he had slain was clearly not part of the game, despite its holographic nature. He was not so lost as to confuse game with reality. Enough of this for now, he muttered, shaking his head. Starving after his ordeal, he pondered the recently slain tiger. Though uncertain of any potential side effect from consuming a genetically altered creature, he knew he would soon perish from hunger if he did not eat. However, a new dilemma arose. As a 23rd-century recluse, despite having grilled in game, he remained utterly inept in the art of survival in the wild. 2. In the moment when Zhao Yuan was troubled about how to use the purple tiger as sustenance, he attempted to tear off a portion of the beast's flesh. Despite his considerable strength, he lacked any experience in such matters, and after much effort, he achieved little success. How he wished he had a knife at that moment. Just then, a vision of a grid appeared in his mind, containing the weapon known as Soul Reaver, equipped to his warrior character. This was a level 50 orange weapon. Before his transmigration, this warrior character was nearing level 60, but due to his engagement with multiple accounts, his gear had not kept pace. Following his instinct, he summoned Soul Reaver, a pitch-black longsword adorned with dark red runes that appeared as though stained with blood. Without pausing to ponder the sudden ability to conjure a sword from thin air, Zhao Yuan laboriously used Soul Reaver to butcher the purple tiger. Covered in thick, sticky blood, he was overwhelmed by the metallic scent, making him feel faint, but he still managed to drag a mangled tiger leg to a nearby area. He then began searching for branches, intending to attempt a primitive method of fire-making. As he returned, exhausted and clutching a bundle of twigs, Zhao Yuan inadvertently caught a glint from the carcass of the purple tiger. Cautiously, he approached and discovered a thumb-sized yellow crystal embedded in the creature's heart. Puzzled, he scratched his head, wondering if it could be a genetically modified stone, though it seemed illogical for such a formation to occur within a heart. He reached out and pried the bloodied yellow crystal from its resting place, holding it up to the waning sunlight, noting that it exuded a hint of green. This was not something typically found in the game, as God and demon love had been extensively explored by players, and materials could be harvested from monster corpses, making it odd that a crystal would be concealed within. Just as he contemplated pocketing the crystal, an unprecedented hunger surged within him, though he was already starving. The sight of the mysterious yellow crystal intensified his cravings. Despite knowing he should not consume a filthy, unknown shard, Zhao Yuan could no longer withstand his hunger. After hours of wandering through the forest, he resolved to taste the crystal, believing it would suffice to quell his appetite. To his surprise, as soon as the yellow crystal entered his mouth, it dissolved into a gust of energy flowing into his body. In an instant, he experienced an unparalleled fullness, followed by an overwhelming taste of rust in his mouth. He gagged a couple of times, only to find that he was no longer hungry, as if he had consumed divine sustenance. His body brimming with vitality, he felt a warm energy coursing through him, swirling in his lower abdomen. In disbelief, he pondered the nature of this place and how he had transformed. Yet, no one answered his questions, and the sun descended mercilessly, shrouding the entire forest in darkness. Despite possessing newfound powers, Zhao Yuan could not shake off his fear. The night forest felt like an abyss, with unseen creatures lurking around him, causing him to tremble. At that moment, he desperately wished to create a fire. He fumbled with the dry twigs he had gathered, trying to employ the friction method to ignite a blaze. Unfortunately, his inexperience combined with the absence of light rendered his efforts futile, and after a prolonged struggle, he despaired and sat down to reflect on the day's events. The inexplicable armor, the purple tiger, the sword that had appeared in his mind, and the delectable crystal, along with his peculiar resilience and newfound strength, overturned his understanding of reality, leaving him uncertain if he was still in his original world. Could it be that he had truly transmigrated? Zhao Yuan instinctively resisted this notion. In reality, he was a wealthy young man with both parents, comfortably playing games at home while money flowed into his account. Why would he want to endure hardship in a strange world? After all, there were characters in novels who specialized in stealing opportunities from protagonists. And aside from his mysterious advantages, he had no notable skills to offer. Thus, he felt dejected once more, yearning for the dawn when this world would shatter, revealing it to be merely a newly developed game for him to experience. But for now, he had no way out, forced to curl up in the darkness, anxiously listening to the sporadic sounds of the forest. Suddenly, he recalled the energy swirling within his lower abdomen. He attempted to channel this energy, discovering it was not easily controlled, though his thoughts did exert some influence. As the saying goes, a young calf is not afraid of tigers. Unaware of any taboos regarding the manipulation of this energy, he experimented without caution, ultimately yielding no results. Then, an idea struck him. If he could wield weapons and armor from the game, could he not also use other forms of power? Perhaps magic. Thus, he endeavored once more, focusing on the energy while envisioning flames. Zhao Yuan recognized the absurdity of attempting to cast spells, having been a staunch materialist for years. After several attempts, when nothing transpired, he was about to give up when he remembered that in the game, wizards needed to perform specific gestures to cast spells. As a high-level wizard in the game, he had mastered such techniques, and in an instant, he formed the gesture for a small fireball spell. Sure enough, the energy surged down his forearm, manifesting as a small, sun-like orange-yellow fireball before him. As his eyes adjusted to the darkness, the brightness nearly brought him to tears. Squinting, he directed the fireball onto the pile of twigs, instantly igniting a roaring blaze. Zhao Yuan quickly settled beside the fire, glancing around and feeling a sense of security with the illumination dispelling the oppressive darkness. At that moment, he no longer cared whether the brilliant fire would attract ferocious beasts or venomous insects. All he desired was a good night's sleep. Yet, having expended the energy from casting the spell, he felt hunger pangs once more. Perhaps he would need to hunt another tiger tomorrow, Zhao Yuan thought sleepily, as he succumbed to slumber in the warm glow of the fire. 3. Foraging as dawn broke, Zhao Yuan was awoken by the chirping of birds overhead. Struggling to lift his eyelids, his vision gradually sharpened, revealing the remnants of the extinguished fire before him. He froze momentarily, recalling that he was no longer at home but had arrived in an unfamiliar world. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he began to yearn for the soft-boiled eggs his mother would make. His mother, gracious and skilled in the kitchen, would ensure he maintained a regular schedule, waking him every morning at 6:30, regardless of his plans, to have breakfast. Afterward, she would insist he go for a half-hour walk, perhaps explaining why he had not devolved into a reclusive sloth. However, now there was no mother to rouse him, no sugary eggs. Only the rumbling of his stomach following his magical exertion. Shaking off his melancholic thoughts, Zhao Yuan rose from the ground and set out once more in the direction he had chosen the day before. He intended to hunt another prey, excavating a crystal core to satiate his hunger, for he was entirely ignorant of the art of cooking, and the energy within him had been completely depleted, rendering him unable to kindle a fire. Otherwise, the carcass of the purple tiger he had slain yesterday might have sufficed. Judging by the position of the morning sun, Zhao Yuan discerned the cardinal directions and continued his journey westward. As he advanced, he remained vigilant, observing his surroundings. The forest appeared vibrant with life, yet every creature therein was well versed in the secrets of survival, scurrying and hiding. Although Zhao Yuan possessed great strength, he lacked experience in traversing the wilderness, and thus could not capture those adept in their familiar environment. During this expedition, he encountered many wondrous beings, unlike any he had seen in the zoo, nor resembling the monsters from video games. Suddenly, a beastly roar erupted from his left, igniting a surge of excitement within him, and without hesitation, he dashed towards the sound. As he drew near, he slowed his pace, peering through the thick foliage, and beheld a creature resembling a giant rabbit. When crouched, it stood over 2 meters tall, its light blue fur barely concealing its well-developed muscles, devoid of the round and adorable visage of a diminutive bunny. Its small, 3-part mouth, when closed, appeared insignificant. Yet when agape, it stretched grotesquely to the edges of its cheeks, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Zhao Yuan was struck by the sheer enormity of its maw. Opposite the blue rabbit stood a small turtle, and it was indeed small in comparison, its body no larger than a grinding stone. Its shell was a translucent emerald green. Yet most astonishingly, the turtle's body was not black, but a pure, pristine white, adorned with mysterious silver runes that rendered it exquisitely delicate. The blue rabbit, with its powerful hind legs, sprang into the air with remarkable agility, descending heavily upon the turtle. Its paws shimmered with deep blue, flame-like radiance, and with a thunderous crash, the spot where the turtle once rested was reduced to a massive 10-meter crater. Surrounding trees toppled by the shockwave, leaving Zhao Yuan in a cloud of dust. He had expected the small turtle to be utterly obliterated, yet he observed the blue rabbit glaring with its blood-red, bulging eyes, its ears perked high, evidently still on alert. The air fell into a profound silence, as the other animals had long fled, leaving the enormous blue rabbit standing solitary in the pit. In the next moment, a dozen icicles, each no thicker than a pencil, suddenly surged toward the blue rabbit. It nimbly turned and leapt, but still found itself pierced by 5 of the icicles. Fortunately, its massive size and hardened muscles rendered it only superficially wounded. However, the icicles had betrayed the turtle's location, and the blue rabbit quickly reacted, opening its cavernous mouth and lunging toward the source. Moments later, the blue rabbit returned to the crater, clutching a turtle shell in its jaws. It discarded the turtle onto its back, then began to rapidly strike it with its forelimbs until the turtle was entirely buried in the earth. The blue rabbit then commenced a relentless series of leaps atop the mound. Its tremendous weight crashed down with resounding thuds. Remarkably, the turtle's defenses held strong, its pale green shell flickering with a faint silver light, indicative of magical protection. Yet this time, the blue rabbit was merely exhausting its physical stamina, while the turtle, with its vital areas exposed and immobilized in the soil, was compelled to rely on its magical prowess for defense. Gradually, the blue rabbit's leaps grew less frequent, and the silver glow surrounding the turtle dimmed perilously close to extinction as both creatures vied to outlast the other. Suddenly, the blue rabbit froze, transforming into a sparkling ice sculpture, motionless. Zhao Yuan, who had been observing this spectacle, was left agape, only to witness the turtle, now partially embedded in the earth, flash with silver light and teleport away. However, the silver runes upon it had dimmed considerably, clearly indicating the depletion of its magical energy. The turtle clumsily toppled the ice rabbit, then deftly extracted a crystal core the size of a ping-pong ball from within its frozen body, lifting its head to swallow it whole. This was intolerable to Zhao Yuan. With the swiftness of a released arrow, he dashed forth and snatched the crystal core from the turtle's grasp. Turning back, he saw the shock etched in the turtle's small black eyes. And though he felt a twinge of guilt, the purpose of his presence here surged to the forefront of his mind, and with resolve, he glared back defiantly, thinking, "How dare you glare at me? I might yet slay you too." Observing the silver runes upon the turtle's back appear slightly more luminous than before, Zhao Yuan felt a jolt of alarm, realizing he must not allow it to regain its strength. Otherwise, he too could become an ice sculpture. Without hesitation, he consumed the azure crystal core. As the core dissolved within him, an invigorating surge of power coursed through Zhao Yuan, dispelling his hunger entirely. And this newfound vitality surpassed what he had experienced previously. This revelation ignited a yearning for the crystal core nestled within the turtle's belly. Summoning a small fireball into his hand, he noted the turtle's immediate reaction, retracting its neck and enveloping itself in a shimmering silver shield. Zhao Yuan deftly maneuvered the fireball onto the turtle's shell, feeling his energy rapidly deplete, yet he could visibly see the turtle's protective barrier waning. Just as victory seemed imminent, the shield beneath the fireball contracted, protecting only the area directly below it. Frustration welled within Zhao Yuan how cunning this turtle was. He repositioned the fireball, only for the turtle's shield to shift accordingly. Left with no choice, he resolved to endure. Before long, the remaining shield was nearly transparent, prompting Zhao Yuan to devise a plan to extract the crystal core from the turtle's shell. Perhaps incinerating the turtle's flesh would allow him to retrieve the core? Yet, would the flames damage the core, leading to an explosion? These thoughts swirled in his mind until suddenly he cried out in pain. For the turtle had seized the opportunity to bite his arm. Zhao Yuan reflexively covered the wound, discovering it bled little and healed rapidly. As he pondered whether the turtle had cast some malicious spell upon him, an ancient voice resonated in his mind. "Human, I have forged a pact of friendship with you. Kindly spare my life." Now it was Zhao Yuan's turn to be astonished. Was this voice emanating from the turtle? He glanced down, locking eyes with it. "You are a turtle?" Zhao Yuan pondered internally. "I am the Silver Moon Xuanwu. You, young one, are woefully uninformed." The elderly voice replied languidly. "Isn't Xuanwu simply another name for a turtle?" Zhao Yuan retorted. "Considering you are purportedly a 6th-tier mage, how can you confuse Xuanwu with a mere turtle? A turtle is a beast, Xuanwu is a magical creature. Such common knowledge eludes you?" "The old turtle, no, the old Xuanwu," responded. "Then how is it that you can converse with me?" Zhao Yuan inquired. "Did I not just establish a pact of friendship with you? How forgetful you are, child." "Ah, my bite mark has vanished. I had intended to remind you to tend to it." Zhao Yuan silently rolled his eyes, thinking that by the time the old creature remembered, he would have bled out. "What are this 6th-tier mage and friendship pact you mentioned? Don't look at me. I know nothing. I am merely a wild human." Once a privileged youth, Zhao now lamented his fate as a wild man. The old Xuanwu fell silent for a moment, internally contemplating how there could exist a wild human capable of casting spells without incantations, merely through gestures. Did he think himself a magical beast? However, The thought of this suspected sixth-tier mage having just cast a small fireball to heat his own shield made him waver. A sixth-tier mage is one whose magical prowess has reached the sixth tier. My shield is completely immune to attacks from foes below my level, except for physical assaults. If you can heat my shield, it indicates you possess at least sixth-tier abilities. As for the friendly contract, it refers to an agreement between two parties that allows for a mutual understanding, the old Xuanwu explained. That's wonderful. I know nothing and have no skills. But with you by my side, I've gained a teacher, Zhao Yuan sweetly remarked. Indeed, human potential is limitless. Zhao Yuan was once notorious for his awkwardness in social situations, which is why he had never experienced romance throughout his life. You cheeky lad, speaking back to me. I am weary now and shall rest, the old Xuanwu replied, transforming into a silver flash that attached itself to Zhao Yuan's forearm. Upon inspection, Zhao Yuan noticed a silver rune had indeed appeared on his forearm. Over the next few days of their journey, Zhao Yuan gradually learned from the old Xuanwu that he was indeed in a different world. This realm is known to have 5 continents, separated by vast and perilous oceans, traversable only via long-distance magical teleportation arrays. The forest they were currently in is called the Misty Forest, situated in the southern part of the Cold Beast continent. To the south lies the ocean, while to the north are the plains and cities. Among the 5 continents, the Cold Beast continent is located to the north, also referred to as the Northern Continent, primarily inhabited by orc tribes, though there is also an elven forest, the land of the Elven Kingdom. Orcs are known for their valorous warriors, while mages are relatively scarce, as orcs often struggle with the complex spells and theoretical knowledge required for magic. Consequently, mages are few and far between among them. However, orcs possess a remarkable affinity with magical beasts, making it easier for them to form contracts with both magical beasts and divine beasts. Magical beasts often possess innate magical powers, such as the flames beneath the feet of the blue rabbit or the old Xuanwu's teleportation and ice spikes. Within these 5 continents, there exists a multitude of races and nations. The Cold Beast continent in the north is primarily made up of orcs, who are further divided into various tribes, with the Dragon Valley tribe being the royal lineage rumored to carry the blood of divine beasts, granting them formidable strength and charisma. To the south lies the Phoenix Song continent, predominantly ruled by the Winged people, with the most powerful nation being the Waterless Kingdom, where the rulers are descendants of the divine beast Phoenix. To the west is the Spirit River continent, which consists solely of the Ghost Kingdom, a land shrouded in legend, with few having ventured there, as it is said that the deceased become souls in that realm. The easternmost continent is the Eastern Huan continent, primarily inhabited by humans, governed by 5 nations of similar strength. The central continent, known as the Heart of the World, is not a complete landmass, but a sprawling archipelago inhabited by hundreds of merman tribes. Their overall strength may be modest, but they possess healing abilities and can communicate with marine creatures, thus rendering dangerous waters a safe haven for them. Among the various combat professions, mages and martial artists are the most common, each race having its unique vocations. Orcs have berserkers, merfolk have battle-song priests, winged individuals have sharpshooters, and humans have chi masters. However, these professions require significant talent, specialized mentors, and considerable financial resources, making them relatively rare. Most qualified individuals opt for the roles of mages and martial artists. The hierarchy of these professions ranges from 1 to 10 tiers, with tiers below 3 considered beginner, 4 to 6 as intermediate, and 7 and above as advanced. 8th-tier professions are collectively referred to as major professions, such as Grand Mage or Grand Martial Artist. 9th-tier individuals are designated as saints, bestowed with specific titles, such as the leader of the Dragon Valley tribe, known as the Golden Dragon Saint Warrior. 10th tier, known as gods, exist only in legend, said to possess the power to manipulate the cosmos and shatter the void. Aside from humans gaining strength through cultivation, there exists a fascinating species on the continent known as magical beasts, which also have their own tier classification from 1 to 10, with 10-tier beasts referred to as divine beasts, none of which have appeared on the continent for over 10,000 years. Most magical beasts can naturally level up over time, but their maximum level is limited by their inherent qualities and species. Only a select few magical beasts possess the potential to ascend to divine beast status, as they inherently carry the bloodline of divine beasts, with the Silver Moon Xuanwu being one such example. Zhao Yuan was indeed fortunate. In contrast to other magical beasts that might prefer death over forming contracts with humans, the Xuanwu tribe, known for their longevity and formidable defenses, is less likely to perish in battle. Thus, If faced with a life-threatening situation, they are not averse to signing contracts, as the fleeting human lifespan is merely a blink in their existence. After a century, they would regain their freedom. I see you are young yet possess considerable magical power and martial skills. Where did you learn? The old Xuanwu inquired, voicing his curiosity. Over the days of guiding Zhao Yuan in hunting, he had gradually noticed the boy's unusual traits. For instance, the youth's magical energy could only be replenished by consuming crystal cores, while he also possessed strength comparable to a fifth-tier martial artist. Coupled with formidable healing abilities, truly a remarkable individual. To be honest, I learned from the transcendent mage Inevia, practicing in a dimension he created until my mentor passed away, causing the dimension to collapse and ejecting me. Zhao Yuan fabricated a story, confident that claiming to be self-taught would be met with skepticism from the old Xuanwu. So he preferred to conjure a tale. The old Xuanwu believed him. Though he was unfamiliar with the terms transcendent mage or dimension, the implication of their significance resonated with him. As a relatively young Xuanwu under 2,000 years, he nonetheless understood the concept of there being greater beings beyond himself. And what do you plan to do now? The old Xuanwu asked. Zhao Yuan suddenly sensed a marked shift in the old one's demeanor towards him. He could even envision a smiling face of the ancient turtle in his mind. First, let us exit this forest. By the way, you must be quite familiar with this area, correct? Zhao Yuan suggested. The old Xuanwu paused for a moment before responding. I had thought you lingered here for the purpose of foraging. If you wish to leave, simply walk north. Zhao Yuan fell silent, realizing he had aimlessly wandered through the forest like a wildling for several days. However, those days had not been without significant gains. In his quest to sate his hunger, he had fought various magical beasts, honing his proficiency in both magic and martial skills, no longer the clumsy brute who merely relied on raw strength and small fireballs. Wiping the grease from his hair, Zhao Yuan set off at a brisk pace towards the north, slaying numerous mid-tier magical beasts along the way, and only one high-tier beast. A 7th-tier giant stone titan, which is immune to physical attacks and possesses high magical resistance, being remarkably agile and capable of hurling weapons. Most mages would not dare to approach such a creature, yet Zhao Yuan boldly withstood the titan's onslaught, employing a binding light ring and several advanced spells to ultimately vanquish it. Indeed, through relentless practice, Zhao Yuan confirmed his magical tier. He was now undeniably an 8th-tier Grand Mage. Upon receiving this news from the old Xuanwu, he laughed heartily. Envisioning himself reaching the pinnacle of life and securing a future filled with wealth and beauty. Yet deep within his heart, Zhao Yuan felt an inexplicable sorrow and heaviness. He was unaware of the profound impact his disappearance had on his parents and friends, nor did he know whether they were frantically searching for him across the world. All he understood was that he could not find a way back, leaving him utterly perplexed. To cope, he could only numb himself, seeking to survive and enjoy life in this realm. Zhao Yuan suddenly craved to smoke, but alas, this world lacked cigarettes, and he could scarcely even find meat to eat. Instead, he resorted to consuming magical crystals and wild fruits to stave off hunger. After wandering for nearly half a month, Zhao Yuan had transformed into a figure not unlike the wild men around him. His greasy, tangled hair resembled a bird's nest, and his once handsome face was now obscured by a wild beard. His physique had become gaunt, and the armor that once gleamed was now stained with blood and mud, save for his remarkably bright eyes. Upon spotting a path trampled by the feet of passers-by, Zhao Yuan's heart leaped with joy. He had finally emerged from the cursed forest. He could at last indulge in meat and drink, for heaven knew his mouth had grown weary of the blandness of magical crystals and wild fruits. As he gazed at the path ahead, Zhao Yuan quickened his pace. Indeed, the trees began to thin, and his surroundings gradually opened up. We must be nearing a town, Zhao Yuan exclaimed with excitement. I cannot say for certain. Since my previous contract holder perished, I have not ventured into the human realm, replied the ancient tortoise spirit. Lao Xuanwu. However, typically, trade towns are found at the edges of forests. Since becoming Zhao Yuan's contract holder, Lao Xuanwu had remained nestled within the runes on Zhao Yuan's body, benefiting from the constant flow of magical energy within him. This was why Lao Xuanwu exerted great effort in guiding Zhao Yuan on how to hunt magical beasts for their cores, as Zhao Yuan's power was derived from consuming these cores. Just as Zhao Yuan wished to inquire further about the customs of this land, he noticed a peculiar group approaching from the distance. They appeared odd, with one towering figure covered in a thick mane, alongside others trailing various tails behind them. It seemed these were the beastmen Lao Xuanwu had mentioned. Zhao Yuan joyfully approached, ready to speak, but was interrupted by a thunderous command from the giant. Halt. Who are you? The beastman's immense size and booming voice echoed like a wild beast's roar. Zhao Yuan felt momentarily bewildered but forced a smile, saying, "Greetings. I am a traveler who ventured into the misty forest and accidentally lost my way. It took me great effort to escape." The group of beastmen, seeing Zhao Yuan's tattered armor and the long sword he dragged behind him, believed his words to a large extent. "You appear to be human. Fortunately, you are a martial artist. Otherwise, surviving in the misty forest would have been a challenge," remarked a delicate female beastman, who bore little resemblance to the typical beastmen. With her round almond-shaped eyes, fair skin, and petite yet curvaceous figure, she appeared both adorable and alluring, instilling an instinctive desire to protect her. Feeling a bit bashful, Zhao Yuan scratched his head and asked, "Is there a town nearby? I seek a place to rest." "If you head 30 kilometers northwest, you will reach Qixi town," she replied. However, her gaze shifted, noting Zhao Yuan's lack of belongings aside from the bloodstained sword. "But since you have nothing to trade for food and lodging, why not join us on a task in the misty forest? We can share the commission with you." At that moment, Zhao Yuan only longed to find a place to eat meat and drink, then enjoy a refreshing bath and a comfortable bed. He had no desire to re-enter the forest. Moreover, Lao Xuanwu had gathered a bag of magical cores in his spatial realm, enough to sustain him. "I appreciate your offer, but I have been lost in the misty forest for several days now. I am exhausted and parched. I fear I cannot be of any assistance." "Thank you nonetheless." Zhao Yuan politely declined, his mind already drifting towards Qixi town, 30 kilometers away. The female beastman seemed incredulous that Zhao Yuan would refuse her offer, her round eyes wide with disappointment. Had he not been such a rare sight, she would not have bothered with a dirty and odorous individual. "I wish you a safe journey," she said, turning to leave, her companions following suit. As Zhao Yuan watched her retreating figure, he realized that the lack of beastly traits in her appearance was merely due to their subtlety. That rounded tail must be a rabbit's. No wonder her white hair and pink eyes resembled a cosplay character. She belonged to the rabbit tribe. "Elder, are rabbit tribe beastmen formidable? Why do they seem to follow her lead?" Zhao Yuan pondered silently. Rabbit tribe beastmen often serve as scouts. The female rabbit is not clad in leather armor. Rather, she wears a modified robe for mages, suggesting she is a rare beastman sorceress, Lao Xuanwu explained. "Oh, I see." Zhao Yuan recalled hearing that sorcerers were scarce among beastmen, and he had dismissed the possibility of encountering one. Little did he expect to find a rabbit sorceress so soon. As he reminisced about the fleeting glimpse of the rabbit tail, Zhao Yuan felt a sudden itch of curiosity. He had always had a fondness for soft fur. In his childhood, he had kept rabbits, chinchillas, cats, and dogs, relishing the sensation of their silky coats. Upon seeing that rabbit tail, he nearly succumbed to the impulse to tug at it. However, he wondered about the strength of that group. If they proved more powerful than he, it would be unwise to provoke them. Lost in thought, he continued his journey northwest. Time passed, and the sun set, casting a blanket of night adorned with twinkling stars. Dazzling yet enchanting, Zhao Yuan retrieved a magical core to quell his hunger and felt fatigue wash over him. He lowered his head, trudging onward. He found himself on a wide path, which, while broader than a trail, was merely a flattened dirt road. There were no sheltered spots nearby for rest. Despite his exhaustion, Zhao Yuan thought perhaps if he kept walking, he might soon arrive, allowing him to enjoy a good night's sleep on a soft bed. With this belief, he pressed on. Suddenly, he heard the clash of weapons and the sounds of battle, accompanied by screams and curses, though they were in a language he could not comprehend. His senses sharpened, and he quickened his pace. At that moment, a robust black steed charged through the fray towards him. In the darkness, he did not sidestep in time and was forced to push against the horse to halt its momentum. However, this abrupt stop sent the rider tumbling from the saddle. And in the dim light, Zhao Yuan discerned it was a female beastman clutching a child. A wave of alarm surged through Zhao Yuan, prompting him to leap forward instinctively, positioning himself beneath them as a cushion. Musi had thought her end was nigh. The steed, known for its speed, was a low-tier magical beast, and she had just given birth, rendering her particularly vulnerable. As she was thrown from the horse, her only instinct was to protect her child, praying for their survival. Yet, just as she was about to hit the ground, a man dashed forward, landing beneath her and catching her in his strong arms, preventing her from crashing against the hard armor. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she opened her mouth to express her thanks, only to be met with the unpleasant odor emanating from him. Rendering her speechless, Zhao Yuan could only stare at the female beastman, who was pressed against his chest, pinching her nose in disgust. while the child in her arms wailed uncontrollably from the stench, leaving him utterly speechless. In recent days, he had grown accustomed to the stench surrounding him, nearly forgetting the foul odor that clung to him. It was only when the sound of a baby's cries pierced through the air that Musi, struggling to rise from Zhao Yuan's side, staggered a few steps away, cradling the infant in her arms, and sheepishly expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you for saving me and my child. Have you encountered some trouble?" Zhao Yuan inquired, as the sounds of battle echoed nearby, the scent of blood wafting through the air. Musi's expression turned serious as she replied, "My husband and I were ambushed. Among those attackers are two fifth-tier warriors. My husband was overwhelmed and urged me to flee with our child." She continued, "This is not a safe place to linger. Allow me to escort you to a secure location." With a sharp whistle, the warhorse that Zhao Yuan had halted trotted over, lowering its massive frame to the ground for them to mount. The space on the horse's back was limited, and with two adults and a child squeezed together, it was bound to be cramped. Recalling how Musi and the infant had struggled against the stench, Zhao Yuan shook his head and said, "You go ahead. I must head to Qixi town." "That is not an option," Musi insisted urgently. "Those attackers are hired assassins. You just saved me, and they will undoubtedly sense my presence on you. If they have killed my husband, they will pursue you as well. Without a warhorse, you cannot evade them." Musi was frantic. A martial artist of the wolf tribe, she had achieved the rank of 4th tier by the age of 30, while her husband, a prodigy of the tribe, had reached 5th tier before 40. Unfortunately, their enemies had employed two 5th-tier warriors to eliminate them. Despite receiving news of their escape towards the outskirts of the city, they had still fallen into an ambush. The young man before her appeared quite youthful, perhaps not even fully matured. Yet, his ability to halt the charging warhorse suggested he was at least a 3rd-tier warrior. His immediate decision to save her indicated a commendable character. Moreover, with the keen sense of smell characteristic of the wolf tribe, she detected a strong scent of blood emanating from him. It was evident he had recently been in the misty forest. In that fleeting moment of contact, Musi had already composed a thorough analysis of Zhao Yuan. Despite the dire circumstances, she maintained the wolf tribe's calmness and rationality. She could not allow this innocent youth to perish because of her. Yet, Zhao Yuan remained resolute in his intentions. The idea of eating meat, drinking wine, bathing, and sleeping had become an obsession for him. Besides, how much trouble could two 5th-tier warriors truly pose? "I shall go and persuade them to cease fighting. Would you care to accompany me, Aunt?" Zhao Yuan asked, having had little interaction with women outside of his family. To him, any woman who had given birth deserved to be addressed with respect. Musi's lips twitched as she continued to advise him, "Young man, you must think carefully. Those are two 5th-tier warriors." She emphasized the words 5th tier, hoping to instill a sense of caution in the youth. Yet Zhao Yuan merely replied, "I understand," and pressed onward. Desperation surged within Musi, causing the fur on her tail to bristle. She recognized she should mount the warhorse and flee without looking back. Yet the young man's steady demeanor ignited a bizarre hope within her. Perhaps, because of him, her husband might survive. A flicker of hope blossomed within her heart as the child in her arms began to wave his tiny hands, seemingly reaching out for his father. Seeing the child brought tears to Musi's eyes. Steeling herself, she mounted the warhorse and raced back. Even if the youth possessed no strength, he could at least create a moment of chaos, allowing her to rescue her husband. This was how she reassured herself. As Zhao Yuan approached the two battling factions, they quickly became aware of his presence. It was inevitable. Most beastmen possessed a sense of smell superior to that of humans, especially with many wolf tribe members involved in the fray. Step by step, Zhao Yuan drew nearer, and the combatants began to take note of him. Although he did not exude the aura typical of a martial artist, the repugnant odor emanating from him was impossible to ignore. The leader of the mercenary assassins, also a wolf tribe member, frowned deeply at the overwhelming stench that assaulted his senses. He barked a command, and one of his subordinates broke away from the fray, charging towards Zhao Yuan, the source of the foul smell. Monroe, Musi's husband, breathed a sigh of relief. Facing one less adversary eased their burden, allowing them to endure a while longer, thus increasing the chances of survival for his wife and child. The wolf tribe was known for its rationality, particularly when it came to collective interests. At that moment, the mercenary assassin stood before Zhao Yuan, his tail resembling that of a tiger, reminding Zhao Yuan of the fierce purple tiger he had slain on his first day here. "Kid, you stink," the tiger tribe warrior, a 4th-tier martial artist, sneered condescendingly at Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan, unfazed, retorted, "What business is it of yours?" The tiger tribe warrior's expression hardened. He thought to himself, What an arrogant kid. Without further ado, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each as large as cooking pots, aimed directly at Zhao Yuan. After days of training, Zhao Yuan's reflexes had caught up with his strength. He tilted his head slightly to the right, dodging the tiger warrior's blow, then swiftly seized the warrior's forearm, pulling him closer while delivering a powerful punch to his chest. Though Zhao Yuan stood at 1.8 meters tall, he was still significantly shorter than the beast man. Otherwise, the impact would have been more pronounced. The tiger warrior was taken aback by Zhao Yuan's surprising strength. After all, the tiger tribe was known for its power, second only to the mammoth and dragon tribes. He quickly shifted his stance, using his waist to twist away from Zhao Yuan's strike, narrowly avoiding the blow. The force of the punch grazed his body, leaving him shaken. Despite the youth's apparent immaturity, his strength was formidable. Realizing that brute force alone would not subdue this human, the tiger warrior put aside his shame and activated his martial artist powers, enveloping his fists in a layer of solid, emerald green energy. Seeing this, Zhao Yuan refused to back down and summoned his own energy, which manifested as a rich blue aura enveloping his entire being. Through his recent studies, he had discovered that martial energy did not rely on crystal cores for sustenance. It replenished itself and provided excellent defense and offensive capabilities. Just as he prepared for an exhilarating battle, the tiger warrior's eyes widened, and he turned to flee, darting back to the group of mercenaries before Zhao Yuan could react. That was swift, Zhao Yuan thought. Just then, he heard an astonished voice behind him. It was Mu Si, who had arrived. Upon seeing the blue energy radiating from Zhao Yuan, Mu Si was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down her face. She knelt before him, disregarding the stench surrounding him, and implored, "Sir, please save my husband. I am willing to offer all our possessions in exchange for your help. Should you ever need anything in the future, my husband and I will gladly serve you." Despite being 30 years old, she remained a strikingly beautiful and mature mother. This was the first time Zhao Yuan had been addressed as Sir, and the first time someone had knelt before him in such desperation. The socialist education he had received since childhood left him momentarily stunned. Instinctively, he reached out to help Mu Si up. However, as he drew near, the infant in her arms began to wail uncontrollably. Embarrassed, Zhao Yuan stood awkwardly, stammering, You should get up. Let's discuss this properly." Recognizing Zhao Yuan's discomfort, Mu Si became even more convinced of his good nature. She did not press him, but gracefully rose from the ground, her beautiful eyes beseechingly fixed upon him. Zhao Yuan felt somewhat embarrassed under her gaze, yet he remained composed and inquired, "Which group do you belong to? Your husbandess?" MOC. Suppressing the overwhelming joy in her heart, pointed towards Zhao Yuan. "The ones fighting by the carriage, clad in silver and black armor, are my husband and our guards. The red-haired leader without uniform is a hired assassin from our enemies." Upon observing, Zhao Yuan recognized that the mercenaries were indeed the very ones who had attempted to kill him out of disgust just moments ago, and he found no need for further contemplation. He swiftly formed a complex gesture with his hands, transitioning through dozens of shapes in mere moments. To MOC, Zhao Yuan's hands appeared as mere shadows. Before she could discern the youth's intentions, she felt an abrupt drop in temperature. The sultry heat of early summer vanished, replaced by an invasive chill that pierced her skin. The mercenaries, caught unprepared by Zhao Yuan's assault, found themselves frozen into lifelike ice sculptures, despite their protective powers. Only the red-haired wolfman sensed a foreboding before Zhao Yuan's spell could manifest. His sixth sense had saved him countless times, compelling him to flee without hesitation, while his subordinates, still oblivious to the unfolding events, ceased to breathe. High-level magic. The guards, who had been embroiled in a fierce battle with the mercenaries, gaped in disbelief at the astonishing sight before them. Mages were a rarity on the Frost Beast continent, and high-ranking ones even more so. Unless one ventured with mercenaries to ruins or unknown lands, an orc might live a lifetime without encountering a mage. For the orcs of the Frost Beast continent, a fifth-tier mage was already an extraordinary presence. Moreover, this mage could instantaneously eliminate numerous orcs, including a fifth-tier one. Upon witnessing the red-haired wolfman flee, they did not pursue. After all, their sole fifth-tier orc was Minro. At that moment, Minro was joyfully embracing MOC, wrapping his arms tightly around his wife and the infant she held. Their family was finally reunited in safety. Zhao Yuan stood a short distance away, observing the trio in their embrace, feeling a pang of bittersweetness. He was happy for them, yet reminded of his own beloved parents. In his childhood, his parents had cherished holding him, with the entire family revolving around him. "Minro, Come meet our benefactor, MOC. Regaining her composure, took Minro's hand and approached Zhao Yuan. Thank you for your assistance, kind sir. Minro regarded Zhao Yuan with genuine gratitude in his eyes, undeterred by the unpleasant odor or the youthfulness of his visage, and bowed earnestly. It was but a trifling effort. I was merely passing through, Zhao Yuan replied with a casual demeanor, naturally more relaxed when addressing a man. Are you heading to Red Snake Town? MOC recalled Zhao Yuan's arrival from the Misty Forest, and this direction indeed led to Red Snake Town. Please, do not call me sir. Simply refer to me as Zhao Yuan, he replied, feeling slightly awkward at the title. I intend to rest in Red Snake Town. Having been lost in the Misty Forest for over half a month, the couple then realized that he had indeed been lost in the forest, explaining his disheveled appearance. Given the abundance of mid-tier magical beasts and the presence of high-tier ones in the Misty Forest, even familiar mercenaries would hesitate to enter without a mage by their side. This youth was not only a mid-tier martial artist, but also a mage. No wonder he had survived for so long while wandering. Zhao Yuan, if you do not mind, we would be delighted to host you. We have a residence in Red Snake Town. While not luxurious, it is quite comfortable, MOC quickly rephrased, having sensed Zhao Yuan's modest demeanor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan readily accepted. Finding a tavern that accepted crystal cores would be a challenge, and it was certainly more advantageous to have a free place to stay. Thus, the group tidied up, burning the bodies and packing away the remains before setting off. This time, Zhao Yuan no longer endured the hardship of trekking on foot, but rode upon a wheel horse. The wheel horse was grander than any horse Zhao Yuan had previously known, covered from forehead to tail in a thick layer of soft armor. They possessed remarkable speed, and in special circumstances, they could curl into a wheel shape, rolling along the ground with a speed exceeding 3 times that of a gallop. The unique saddle on its back would activate the embedded crystal core, allowing for a floating state, making it easier for passengers. When Zhao Yuan first beheld the wheel horse at full speed, he was taken aback, momentarily thinking he had imagined it. This breed of horse was highly sought after in the market, naturally commanding a hefty price. However, Zhao Yuan remained blissfully unaware of this, feeling quite imposing atop such a magnificent creature. As for the horse's incessant snorting, he chose not to ponder. With the wheel horse, the group swiftly arrived at Red Snake Town. Although referred to as a town, its geographical position contributed to its bustling trade, despite its small size. The buildings were exquisitely constructed, and the streets were orderly. They arrived in the dead of night, the city gates already closed. Yet Minro spoke in an unfamiliar tongue to the guards, who then surprisingly opened the gates to allow Zhao Yuan and his companions entry. The night in Red Snake Town was far from silent. Numerous street vendors set up stalls, the enticing aroma of hot food wafting into Zhao Yuan's nostrils, causing his mouth to water despite not initially feeling hungry. The couple, hearing the rumbling of Zhao Yuan's stomach, exchanged amused glances and instructed their servants to return home and prepare a meal. As they made their way from the city gates to Minro's residence, several townsfolk caught sight of Zhao Yuan and whispered, "Why has Lord Minro brought along such a foul-smelling individual? Good heavens, he looks filthy, even worse than the nobles." "Shh. Keep your voice down. Don't let Lord Minro hear you. After all, the Wolf clan has exceptional hearing, due to the necessity of walking at a moderate pace." The journey from the city gates to Minro's home took over half an hour. By the time they arrived, Zhao Yuan was utterly tormented by hunger. To his surprise, Minro's abode, though not extravagant, was quite comfortable, standing out amidst the more primitive structures surrounding it. The Rococo-style architecture was both ancient and grand, its exquisite decorations hinting at opulence yet remaining ambiguous in purpose. Zhao Yuan felt a surge of respect. He had indeed been taken in by a wealthy family, and it seemed good days were ahead. Upon entering, a gentle orc maid led Zhao Yuan to the bathroom. When he indicated he did not require assistance, the maids gracefully exited, leaving him alone to enjoy his bath. Zhao Yuan eagerly removed his armor and plunged into the sizable bathtub, reminiscent of an indoor swimming pool. The water was a soft milky white, enveloped in fragrant steam. As he submerged, a cloud of gray spread around him in the water, but fortunately, the tub was filled with continuously flowing fresh water. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to cleanse himself. After his bath, Zhao Yuan changed into the clean garments laid out beside the tub and followed the orc maid to the dining room. Upon entering, his gaze was immediately drawn to the lavish spread of delectable dishes before him, leaving no room for distraction. Fortunately, he displayed a modicum of decorum, exchanging hurried pleasantries with the Monroe couple before settling down to indulge in a hearty meal. although Zhao Yuan was oblivious to the ingredients of the dishes before him. The flavors were impeccable. The attentive hostess had taken into account Zhao Yuan's human palate, preparing an array of flavors, spicy, sweet, sour, light, and rich, ensuring his culinary experience was delightful. Half an hour later, Zhao Yuan finally managed to swallow the last morsel of meat, reclining in his seat and patting his full belly, utterly satisfied, letting out a burp. Musa couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. As a mother, Musa looked at Zhao Yuan with affection, pondering how wonderful it would be if her own child could grow up carefree, kind-hearted, and strong like him. Once Zhao Yuan was settled into the guest room for the night, Musa broached the earlier topic with her husband, Monroe. I recognize the immense effort you've put into building our substantial estate over the years. However, I have already promised Zhao Yuan that if he were to save you, I would be willing to bestow our entire fortune upon him. But without our current wealth, what will become of you and our child? Lambert is still watching us closely. And we have other enemies as well. Do you wish for us to live our lives in hiding? To have little Ike grow up on meager sustenance? Monroe responded with impatience, but if you had perished earlier, our fortune would be lost anyway. I and our child would not only have to live in hiding for the rest of our lives, but also face the loss of a husband and father. Musa could not understand why her husband failed to grasp this point. Moreover, Zhao Yuan was not the kind of heartless human. They could pledge their loyalty to him, assist in managing this portion of wealth, and serve as his steadfast financial support while continuing to live in abundance. How can you be certain he isn't as cunning as those other humans? What a coincidence that he appeared before us to save my life. Besides, a human who excels in both martial and magical arts is exceedingly rare. He is far from normal. Monroe, possessing the inherent distrust of his wolf kin, was wary of anyone outside his kind, especially humans, who were notoriously known across the 5 continents for their cunning and greed. Musa perceived her husband's mindset and sighed. Softening her tone, regardless, Monroe, he did save your life. You know he is a 5th-tier martial artist, on par with you, and as for his magical prowess, I cannot be certain, but it is undoubtedly 6th tier or higher. If we were to provoke him, do you believe we would survive unscathed? Upon hearing this, Monroe felt his resolve waver. While he was grateful to this human for saving his life, his deep-seated aversion and wariness toward humans prevented him from relinquishing all his possessions to him, let alone pledging his loyalty. However, his wife's words held merit. This human could indeed be a high-tier mage, and in the cold beast continent, where mages were scarce, most races and magical beasts had little in the way of magical defenses, and few professions studied skills to counter mages. The only feasible option of close-quarters assassination was rendered impractical due to this human's martial prowess. Thus, it was far more likely that this human could eliminate them than the other way around. If they truly angered Zhao Yuan, the repercussions could be dire. With a resigned sigh, Monroe reluctantly conceded, Musa, you are right. Tomorrow, when he awakens, we shall express our fealty to him. Let us hope he is indeed the benevolent human you claim him to be. Musa tenderly embraced her husband, understanding that his youthful experiences had left him with a deep-seated aversion to humans, and his compromise was for the sake of their family's future. Oblivious to all this, Zhao Yuan was unaware that he was on the cusp of transforming from Zhao the wild man into Zhao the young master. Exhausted, he slept soundly on the plush, thick bed without dreams that night. The following morning, Monroe and Musa were already awaiting Zhao Yuan's arrival in the dining hall. Zhao Yuan, in high spirits, approached for breakfast, but Mouse's words nearly caused him to spit out his mouthful of meat. Lord Zhao Yuan, from now on, you shall be our master. The wealth of Monroe and Musa belongs to you. We hope you will kindly allow us to assist in its management and provide us with a portion to raise our child. Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in disbelief. What are you saying? His reaction elicited another chuckle from Musa, though she maintained a serious demeanor, remembering the significance of the day. I previously promised you that if you were willing to save my husband, I would willingly offer up our family fortune. However, we have many enemies and a newborn to care for, so we wish to pledge our loyalty to you, hoping you can provide us protection and allow us to continue living comfortably. Mouse's message was clear, yet Zhao Yuan remained somewhat bewildered. Although he was indeed a good young man illuminated by the principles of 21st century socialism, he had never encountered anyone so generous. During his time working at his parents' company, he had witnessed plenty of office intrigue and the rivalries between his parents and their business adversaries, truly a battlefield devoid of gunpowder. His parents had taught him not to naively assume that everyone in the world was good. Yet, how could these wolf kin be so earnest? What had started as mere politeness had turned into genuine intention. After a moment of stunned silence, he quickly waved his hands. No, That's not necessary. I merely saved your husband on my way. I do not seek repayment. If you really wish to reward me, simply guide me and perhaps offer some monetary assistance. After all, this is your beast kin's continent, and I intend to return to the human realm soon. Now it was Monroe and Mouse's turn to be astonished. How could there be such a Navi human? Was he not a member of the human race, but rather a foolish creature hiding its tail? Who would refuse loyalty and wealth handed to them on a platter? However, with this revelation, Monroe's previous doubts and resentment dissipated. His wife's words rang true. This human was genuinely kind-hearted, unlike the other treacherous and insidious humans. Furthermore, given his formidable strength, pledging loyalty to him would not be a loss. Thus, Monroe spoke up. Lord Zhao Yuan, we sincerely wish to pledge our loyalty to you. You need not feel hesitant. From this day forward, both Musa and I shall fight for you, and our wealth will belong to you. If you ever venture elsewhere, we will gladly accompany you. Zhao Yuan was even more unwilling. He had thoughts of returning home, not bringing along a family of 3. Having grown up in a different environment, he found it hard to accept the notion of fealty. Let me put it this way. Mr. Monroe, I believe every individual is a free entity and should not be a vassal to another. If you truly wish to repay me, we can be partners built on mutual trust. I do not require anyone to pledge loyalty or regard me as a master. Zhao Yuan spoke with unwavering conviction, meeting Monroe's gaze with determination. Monroe and Musa exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat helpless. They had spent a restless night considering the implications of pledging loyalty to Zhao Yuan, never once contemplating the possibility that he would reject their loyalty. However, Musa, being more perceptive, recognized Zhao Yuan's candid nature. After a moment of contemplation, she proposed. If that is the case, I, Musa Adrik, hereby forge a permanent bond of goodwill with you, Zhao Yuan. From henceforth, we shall be steadfast partners, connected in spirit and never to betray one another. Seeing his wife's decisiveness, Monroe too regained his composure regarding his rejected loyalty. I, Monroe Korea, in my capacity as the second prince of the wolf kin, establish a permanent bond of goodwill with you, Zhao Yuan. From henceforth, we shall be steadfast partners, connected in spirit and never to betray one another. After their conversation, a gentle orange glow emanated from the couple, enveloping Zhao Yuan. He sensed a subtle invitation from the depths of his soul and accepted it. To his astonishment, his own soul emitted an orange light that intertwined with theirs, ultimately forming a rune that radiated a warm luster, which then returned to his body. Suddenly, he felt 2 new runes in his mind, accompanied by a similar one. As Zhao Yuan lightly touched one of these runes, he heard the slow, languid voice of the old Xuanwu. Kid, why have you awakened me? Zhao Yuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, realizing that the old Xuanwu had been sleeping all this time. Their previous contract had been so abrupt that he hadn't even had the chance to register the contract runes in his mind. So that was it, Zhao Yuan mused. He wouldn't have to wait passively for the old turtle to seek him out for conversation anymore. He could initiate the dialogue himself. Kid, you just called me an old turtle again. I am Silver Moon Xuanwu. Zhao Yuan was taken aback, realizing he had inadvertently transmitted his thoughts through mental sensing. He quickly apologized. My apologies, Elder. I have a poor memory. Please forgive me this once. The old Xuanwu was too uninterested to engage further, knowing that this kid had secretly referred to him as an old turtle in his heart many times before. Had it not been for the fact that he had been disturbed from his slumber, he wouldn't have bothered to address it. The old Xuanwu tucked his neck in and returned to his nap. Seeing that the old Xuanwu bore him no ill will, Zhao Yuan felt relieved. After all, he relied on the elder for guidance. Coming back to the present, he noticed Monroe and Muse gazing at him expectantly. He let out a hearty laugh to lighten the mood, saying, "This is splendid. From now on, we shall be good friends, helping each other with whatever comes our way." After a pause, he suddenly recalled something and asked Muse, "Why didn't I see Little Yak with you today?" Muse's expression stiffened slightly. She harbored her own intentions. While she could pledge her loyalty to Zhao Yuan, she still desired her son to be a free spirit. Therefore, today she had entrusted her son, whom she usually kept by her side, to a servant's care. However, the outcome was unexpectedly contrary to her expectations. She had underestimated Zhao Yuan's understanding. Monroe quickly grasped his wife's thoughts and responded, "Little Yak was startled yesterday and is feeling a bit unwell today, so we decided not to bring him out." Understanding this, Zhao Yuan did not dwell on it. To him, being well-fed and comfortably housed was already a great blessing. "Indeed, we are here to guide you. Today, I shall take you for a stroll around Red Snake Town. Muse, you should stay behind. You've just given birth and need to rest well," Monroe suggested. Muse nodded. acknowledging her husband's concern. After finishing breakfast, Monroe led Zhao Yuan out. Given their prowess, they did not require any guards, only bringing along 2 unarmed attendants, while the rest remained at the estate to protect Muse and Little Yak. By day, Red Snake Town appeared even more prosperous and orderly than Zhao Yuan's hasty glimpse at night. During the day, vendors were prohibited from setting up stalls in front of shops, resulting in wider streets. Zhao Yuan, you are a mage. Why have I never seen you carry a staff? Moreover, it seems you lack any spatial storage items, Monroe inquired. Zhao Yuan was momentarily taken aback, recalling that he had possessed a level 80 legendary staff in a game, but in this world, he could not summon it like he could with Soul Reaper, and he was unsure why. I indeed do not possess a staff, but staffless magic, while slightly less powerful, has its own merits. As for storage space, I've signed a friendly contract with Silver Moon Xuanwu, so I've been utilizing his innate spatial capabilities, Zhao Yuan disclosed, not holding back much from Monroe, who had also signed a friendly contract. I see, Monroe replied, not being well-versed in the mage profession, only aware that every mage he had encountered wielded a staff, often more than one. Additionally, staffs were consistently among the most sought-after items at auctions. Then let's procure a staff for you. After all, it can save some magical energy, Monroe suggested. Although mages were rare on the cold beast continent, the prices for mage equipment were notably high, given that their crafting required specialized inscription masters, who were essentially a type of mage themselves. Sounds good, Zhao Yuan agreed. He acknowledged the benefits of a staff, as it would also help conserve some crystal cores. Monroe led Zhao Yuan to a lavishly adorned shop at the town center, where the overall color scheme was a bright platinum, and the walls emanated subtle energy fluctuations, clearly set up with specific formations. This is one of my enterprises. I will provide you with a card. In the future, whenever you see a shop like this in the cold beast continent, you can use the card to shop for free, Monroe stated with a hint of pride. That's too generous of you, Zhao Yuan replied, feeling somewhat unworthy. However, under Monroe's insistence, he eventually acquiesced. At that moment, the store manager spotted Monroe and hurried over. Lord Monroe, how may I assist you? I wish to select a staff for my human friend, along with some magical equipment. Bring forth your finest items and contact the main City S store. Any premium pieces that were scheduled for the July auction should be redirected here, Monroe instructed coldly. Zhao Yuan, standing to the side, felt a shiver. Monroe resembled his father issuing commands in the office. Understood, Lord Monroe. I will attend to it immediately. The store manager bowed and swiftly directed the staff to fulfill the various tasks. He could discern that this young human, brought by Lord Monroe, was of great importance. Otherwise, there would be no need to fetch items from the main city or retrieve those already slated for auction. Before long, approximately 20 shimmering items were presented, each wrapped in fine velvet, radiating waves of magical energy. This staff seems quite good. Give it a try? Monroe said as he casually picked up a staff inscribed with the name Sophia. In truth, Monroe was a martial artist, completely ignorant of magic, unable to sense the magical energy fluctuations. He selected this staff solely because it bore the mark of Master Sophia, a renowned inscription master on the cold beast continent. Known for her magical prowess at no less than the 6th tier, she stood at the pinnacle of mages on the continent. Yet she was captivated by the crafting of magical implements, a puzzling choice for many. Zhao Yuan, however, noticed that the seemingly plain and somewhat delicate staff had the strongest magical aura among all the staves. He took it from Monroe, carefully examined it, and through magical perception, he was astonished to discover that beneath its smooth, unadorned surface lay a multitude of inscribed traces. Come, let us head to the magic suppression chamber to test the power of this staff, Monroe suggested. The magic suppression chamber, though named as such, was merely constructed with a special alchemical stone that effectively isolated magical and martial energies. However, it was utterly vulnerable to physical attacks, thus limiting its applicable scope. The magic suppression chamber was a narrow, elongated room. Zhao Yuan and Monroe stood at one end, while at the opposite end stood an irregular transparent stone block. Its luster is not the typical translucence of ordinary crystal, nor does it possess the luxurious texture of gemstones. Rather, it is a misty sheen that exudes an air of mystery. You may cast your magic upon that primordial crystal. It has the capacity to absorb all forms of magical energy and martial prowess, manifesting its potency through color, Monroe elucidated. Thus, Zhao Yuan channeled his magical energy into the staff, intending to unleash a single target 6th tier frost gale. However, as the energy made contact with the gem atop the staff, An influx of information flooded his mind. Water staff, attribute, water, ice, level, purple gear, level 50. What in the world? Zhao Yuan's mind raced in confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be another world? What was this game-like attribute all about? Perhaps his astonishment was too overwhelming, as he inadvertently vocalized his thoughts, rousing the old black turtle from his slumber. Kid, what's the matter with you? The old black turtle inquired. Elder, I just infused magic into the staff. And suddenly I knew all its information. Is this normal? Zhao Yuan asked cautiously. Of course, it's normal. If you didn't know the staff's details, what good would it be? The old black turtle replied impatiently, assuming it was trivial. But its attributes are so detailed, it's quite strange. Zhao Yuan struggled to explain the concept of game attributes, hoping to emphasize its significance. Is it something like attribute, fire, water, level, 3rd tier, 5th tier? Close, quite close. This time, it was Zhao Yuan's turn to be astonished. The old turtle's description resonated closely with his own experience. Who doesn't he experience this? Mages and their staffs resonate in such a manner. It indicates that this staff is well suited for you. No need to act like a frightened quail. It's a good thing, the old black turtle replied leisurely. Zhao Yuan finally calmed down, realizing he had overreacted. As for the purple gear, level 50. It was likely just a manifestation based on personal understanding, designed to be easily comprehensible for the user. Zhao Yuan, are you alright? Monroe, noticing Zhao Yuan had been lost in thought, called out repeatedly until Zhao Yuan blinked and snapped back to reality. I just realized that all the information about this staff suddenly appeared in my mind. I was a bit taken aback, he admitted, omitting the details of his earlier discussion with the old turtle. That's a good sign. It shows that this staff is in harmony with you, allowing you to perceive its attributes so easily. Monroe beamed. Hearing Monroe's reassurance eased Zhao Yuan's mind. It was merely common knowledge, not some game system implanted in his brain. Yet, it reminded him of his current predicament. He truly was in another world, not merely testing a new game or a prank. Zhao Yuan sighed quietly to himself. Resuming his previous intention, Zhao Yuan successfully cast a frost gale at the primordial crystal. The air before him quivered as Monroe felt a cool breeze brush against his cheek. Yet he had yet to see anything before the crystal erupted in a brilliant blue light. As the glow gradually dimmed, a small, blue, star-like cloud lingered within the crystal, swirling gently before dissipating, returning the crystal to its original transparent state. What spell did you just cast? Monroe asked, puzzled. Since the magic was absorbed by the primordial crystal, its effects were invisible, and given that Monroe had not witnessed the spell, he might have thought Zhao Yuan had done nothing had the crystal not glowed. It was Frost Gale. This spell is rather swift, making it difficult to observe, Zhao Yuan explained. In duels with speed-oriented classes, mages typically employ expulsion spells or aura spells, both of which are primarily defensive. However, for proactive offense, Frost Gale is the optimal choice, being both swift and possessing control effects. A target struck directly by Frost Gale would be frozen momentarily, while if it missed, it would explode, marking and slowing any target hit by the icy shards. Its only downside is its high mana consumption. However, with the staff's enhancement, the mana expenditure was still manageable. How astonishing! Monroe exclaimed, still shaken after hearing Zhao Yuan's explanation. He had never encountered such a spell and had not realized how formidable mages could be. In his mind, mages were still the frail type who would be incapacitated immediately upon close combat. Moreover, the wolf tribe's sensory abilities are renowned among beastkin. Even he could not perceive this spell. If it had come to blows, he would likely have been dispatched in an instant. What did the crystal's reaction signify? Zhao Yuan inquired, well aware that the blue light indicated a 6th-tier spell, given that he had excavated numerous blue crystal cores. However, the swirling little nebula that followed perplexed him. The initial glow of the primordial crystal denotes the spell's level. Blue signifies 6th tier. The subsequent swirling nebula indicates the spell's damage capability. The more rotations, the greater the spell's power, with a maximum of 13 rotations indicating a forbidden spell. And no one would frivolously use such spells on primordial crystals. Monroe, recalling Zhao Yuan's description of the spell's functions, added, however, the primordial crystal has a limitation. It cannot assess the spell's functionality. For instance, the freezing and slowing effects you mentioned will not be reflected on it. Zhao Yuan nodded, indicating his understanding. He then requested Monroe to hold the staff while he attempted to cast a spell barehanded. Once again, the primordial crystal illuminated with a pure blue glow, though not as dazzling as before, and the swirling nebula only completed half a rotation before vanishing. Zhao Yuan carefully sensed the difference. Casting spells with the staff allowed for a significant increase in speed and a substantial decrease in mana consumption, according to the primordial crystal's response. The spell's power had also escalated, confirming the staff's utility. In his previous gaming experiences, staffs primarily enhanced attack power and offered various special effects. For instance, his former level 80 legendary staff had a special effect that allowed it to charge a teleportation spell every 5 hours, stacking up to 5 times. This meant Zhao Yuan could teleport continuously 5 times a day without mana consumption or cooldown, a formidable attribute he had acquired at a considerable price. However, compared to the current level 50 purple gear staff in his possession, Zhao Yuan still felt the latter was more practical. After all, in this other world, the concept of spell cooldowns seemed non-existent. As long as he had sufficient magical energy, he could teleport or cast forbidden spells at will, which left Zhao Yuan feeling quite satisfied. "Monroe, this staff is already excellent. There's no need to trouble you to source others," Zhao Yuan said. "What trouble? Just send a message, and it will be delivered shortly." Monroe waved his hand, sensing Zhao Yuan's frugality. Since they had formed a friendly pact, he felt compelled to assist his friend in avoiding such poverty. Zhao Yuan, who had grown accustomed to frugality, scratched his head, clearly taken aback by the notion of such convenience. Moreover, it's quite normal for a mage to possess multiple sets of equipment. Even I, a martial artist, have 3 or 4 commonly used sets, Monroe remarked before turning to explore other equipment, leaving Zhao Yuan in a state of astonishment. During his gaming days, he typically had one set for PvP and another for dungeon crawling. Perhaps his previous ineptitude had limited his perspective. Upon Zhao Yuan's return to the modest parlor that had welcomed him, he discovered an array of new equipment laid upon the table, each piece emanating a potent aura of magic. The intricacies of their inscriptions were far more elaborate and exquisite than those previously displayed, clearly a significant enhancement. "Zhao Yuan, come and choose. These magical artifacts have originated from your eastern continent, each with a remarkable pedigree. For instance, this Wisdom Angel Staff is one of the 7 archangelic staves reserved for the Scarlet Archbishop of your human clergy, a perfect instrument for casting light-based spells. And here is the Royal 7-Star Ring, a treasured heirloom of a nation's royalty, with a storage capacity that is virtually limitless. Its boundaries remain unknown. These are contraband items, too precious to be sold outside the continent." Even Monroe, typically a paragon of calm among the Wolf clan, exhibited a hint of excitement and pride. His usually drooping black wolf tail now perked up in delight. Yet, prudence dictated that these items could not be used directly after selection, as Zhao Yuan would eventually return to the eastern continent. "I shall assist you in disguising their appearance, ensuring that as long as you do not lend them to others, their true identities will remain concealed," Monroe advised thoughtfully. "These items are far too valuable. You should sell them, Monroe. I have no need for such exquisite possessions." Zhao Yuan sincerely protested, having been raised under the adage that one should not accept gifts without merit. Any desire for wealth should be earned or requested from one's parents, never from friends. "Zhao Yuan, these items are not as costly as you presume. Their noble status is merely an auctioneer-esque gimmick. In reality, our region is bereft of mages capable of wielding such treasures. Moreover, human equipment is somewhat ill-suited for our Orcish kin. They are perfectly suited for you," Monroe earnestly insisted. Since treating Zhao Yuan as kin, his sole interest had been Zhao Yuan's well-being. Orcs, in this regard, were far more forthright than humans. Seeing Zhao Yuan still unwilling to accept, Monroe resorted to a clever tactic learned from shrewd human merchants. "Zhao Yuan, if you truly consider me a brother, do not decline. Is my life not worth these mere objects?" The weight of Monroe's words left Zhao Yuan momentarily speechless. Monroe then selected a few more robes and magical items, packaging them for alteration. After acquiring the equipment, Monroe guided Zhao Yuan around the town of Red Snake, providing insights into the customs and culture of this continent. Notably, the mercenary guilds were ubiquitous across the 4 continents, with the exception of the scarcely trodden Spirit River continent. One could find a mercenary guild in any major city, and even in bustling small towns like Red Snake. The guild's function was straightforward. One could hire others to perform tasks or be hired themselves, allowing individuals to assume dual identities as both employer and employee. Upon entering the guild's hall, numerous patrons greeted Monroe, a testament to his esteemed reputation in Red Snake. After completing some simple formalities, Zhao Yuan received a small badge crafted from Evernite stone, a material abundant yet unique, possessing many wondrous properties. Monroe also advised Zhao Yuan to undertake several significant tasks to elevate his mercenary rank and avoid unwanted attention from nefarious individuals. Display your mercenary badge prominently when venturing out, and you shall not be targeted for being a young human. Alternatively, you could simply inform them you are a friend of mine, he added with a hearty laugh, prompting Zhao Yuan to chuckle in response. Despite his seemingly aloof demeanor, Monroe is quite candid, Zhao Yuan remarked, nudging the old tortoise beside him. In comparison to humans, the Fox clan is quite forthright, the old tortoise retorted without hesitation, leaving Zhao Yuan momentarily speechless. Elder, which clan did you form your pact with? The human clan. Why do you ask? Ah, no particular reason. My apologies for the intrusion, Zhao Yuan mused, realizing the source of the old tortoise's animosity towards humans stemmed from past grievances. As afternoon turned to evening, Zhao Yuan and Monroe returned to the estate, accompanied by two servants laden with various goods, predominantly snacks and unfamiliar trinkets that Monroe had insisted on providing. For the first time, Zhao Yuan experienced the sensation of being pampered, leaving him at a loss for words. As night descended, a resplendent starry sky unfurled above, with unknown insects casting a gentle violet glow from the treetops, illuminating the courtyard in an ethereal light. Having indulged in a hearty afternoon feast, Zhao Yuan felt somewhat overstuffed. Fortunately, the early summer air was not oppressive, prompting him to stroll through the courtyard as others retired for the evening. The orcs maintained a strict schedule, rising with the sun and resting at dusk, a routine that bewildered Zhao Yuan, who was accustomed to late-night gaming marathons and rising only at noon. Yet today, the old tortoise had suggested he should pursue studies at the Magical Academy on the Eastern continent, asserting that as an 8th-tier archmage, he need not squander time. As Zhao Yuan ambled through the courtyard, contemplating life and preparing for sleep, he abruptly sensed an unusual fluctuation in the air. Although he had not formally studied magic, his status as an 8th-tier archmage allowed him to discern the artificial nature of the magical disturbance, indicating someone was present in the courtyard, casting or sustaining a spell. But was he not the only mage in Monroe's household? Sensing something amiss, he swiftly conjured a light spell, a fundamental incantation for revealing invisible entities. As expected, the spell illuminated the courtyard, revealing 4 shadowy figures marked by glowing symbols. Was this a burglary? In an instant, Zhao Yuan felt a surge of trepidation, but quickly recollected himself. After all, he was a 5th-tier martial artist and an 8th-tier mage. What was there to fear? He proclaimed with conviction, "Who are you?" The 4 individuals illuminated by the light spell were equally taken aback. During their preparations for this mission, they had been made aware of a 6th-tier mage within the Monroe family, who was purportedly adept in both martial and magical arts. Consequently, they had procured a high-tier invisibility scroll to stealthily assassinate Zhao Yuan, intending to strike once he had departed. However, Mu Si had yet to appear, leading them to suspect she was in the midst of a breakthrough. Mu Si, already at the peak of 4th-tier martial prowess before childbirth, had intended to ascend but had postponed her plans out of concern that labor might impede her progress. Following childbirth, she would endure a month of vulnerability, her combat abilities reduced to that of a 3rd tier. Given her temperament, it was likely she would seize the opportunity to advance during this period of weakness. Moreover, in this realm, a common understanding prevailed. Mages were notoriously frail and lacked the capacity to withstand assaults from assassins and close combat warriors. Thus, it was customary for every mage to be accompanied by warrior allies or servants to ensure their safety in close quarters. This was precisely why Monroe had previously remarked to Mu Si that Zhao Yuan was anything but ordinary. In a fleeting moment, the 4 had reached a consensus. Positioned relatively close to Zhao Yuan, and all possessing 5th-tier capabilities, they could easily eliminate him before the Monroe couple arrived, and subsequently deal with the pair in a 4-on-2 encounter. Sharing a glance, they darted in 4 different directions, aware that it was fundamental knowledge not to cluster when confronting a mage. Zhao Yuan sensed a prickling sensation on his skin. Half a month spent in the forest had attuned him to the presence of murderous intent. Aware of their ill intentions, he cast aside any reservations and raised his hand to summon a resistance aura. With a resounding thud, the 2 fastest assassins were repelled by the aura, while the remaining 2, having never encountered such magic, swiftly withdrew from its vicinity. The 2 who had been deflected quickly regained their composure and prepared to retaliate, but were met with a chilling wind that swept past them. Despite their alarm bells ringing in their minds, they were caught unawares. In an instant, they were enveloped in a fine layer of frost as the frost gale struck home. Before they could extricate themselves, Zhao Yuan unleashed a sixth-tier etheric binding vine spell. The two remaining assassins, still capable of movement, emitted a green glow of martial energy, effortlessly dodging the encroaching vines. However, the two immobilized assassins were far less fortunate. They were ensnared by the binding vines, their limbs succumbing to numbness. Alarmingly, they could perceive their martial energy and vitality being siphoned away, coursing through the vines into the body of the human mage. With two etheric binding vines successfully deployed, Zhao Yuan felt a sense of assurance. He now possessed a restorative buff, and the two assassins were rendered powerless unless his magical energy was depleted. Now, he only needed to contend with the remaining two. Observing Zhao Yuan's peculiar abilities, the last two assassins felt a chill run down their spines. Yet, driven by the promise of generous rewards and the fate of their ensnared companions, they exchanged determined glances. One assassin brandished a dagger glistening with a dark liquid, slicing through the air towards Zhao Yuan. Enveloped in green martial energy, Zhao Yuan dismissed the dagger as inconsequential, poised to subdue the two. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his abdomen. In disbelief, he looked down to find the dagger had breached his energy defenses and embedded itself into his lower belly. Haha. Did you not expect this? This dagger is laced with my specially concocted poison, derived from the venom of the deep-sea jellyfish, allowing it to bypass both martial and magical defenses. A mere drop was intended for the Monroe couple, but fate has led you to suffer it instead, the assassin taunted. I hear you possess exceptional talent, mastering both martial and magical arts at such a young age. However, in just 10 heartbeats, you shall perish. What a pity. Do you possess the antidote? Zhao Yuan's hand trembled, yet he gritted his teeth and pulled the dagger from his abdomen, his gaze piercing into the assassin's eyes despite the pain. There is an antidote, but do you truly believe I would provide it to you? Haha. The assassin found Zhao Yuan's predicament laughable, mocking him for enduring the pain of removing the dagger. Zhao Yuan remained silent, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As the poison coursed through him, he felt as though his body were being torn apart, excruciating pain radiating from the wound, akin to a knife slicing through his innards. He yearned to scream but knew it would do little to alleviate his suffering. At that moment, a wave of coolness erupted from his forearm, jolting him to clarity. It was the old tortoise lending him its strength. Young one, devise a plan swiftly. I have shielded your heart meridian, but this poison is formidable. I fear it won't hold for long. The ancient tortoise's usually languid voice now tinged with urgency. Zhao Yuan's heart raced, his mind racing through myriad thoughts. Suppressing the agonizing pain, he fixated on the two assassins, mockingly stating, Are you not curious as to why I am still alive despite the 10 heartbeats having passed? The two assassins were equally perplexed. Never had anyone withstood their specially formulated poison for so long, not even the renowned anti-poison experts of the Sinyan tribe. Look at your two companions. Their vitality is now at my disposal. I shall not perish until I have drained them completely. Zhao Yuan's voice had become hoarse from the pain, yet to the assassins, it rang with malice. Having grown up together, they shared an unbreakable bond, thriving through adversity. Now, as they attained the status of elite assassins, poised to complete this mission and earn recognition and riches, they could not bear to witness their brothers being drained of life. Observing the pallor of their brothers' faces and the withering of their hair, the assassin who had initially attacked Zhao Yuan seethed. Do you think we will spare you because of this? If our brothers die because of you, we shall imprison your soul after your demise, subjecting it to 100 years in the flames of hell until you are reduced to ash. Meanwhile, he covertly signaled to his partner. The other assassin immediately recognized the cue and stealthily approached the two immobilized assassins. However, Zhao Yuan had been keenly observing their movements and would not be caught off guard. With a sardonic smile, he conjured an earthen shield around the two assassins, declaring, Attempt to rescue them? Not a chance. They are my elixir of life. The assassin who had attacked Zhao Yuan fumed with rage, exchanging glances with his companion. Without further ado, they produced their expensive, high-damage magical scrolls, disregarding the wastefulness as they hurled them at the earthen shield. Zhao Yuan, however, continuously channeled his magical energy into the shield, which trembled but ultimately held firm. The two assassins, undeterred, unleashed their martial energy against the shield, sensing Zhao Yuan's countenance growing increasingly grim as his magical reserves dwindled. Finally, with a resounding crack, the earthen shield shattered. The two assassins rushed towards their comrades, each hoisting one onto their back to escape, knowing that the binding spell would break once they exceeded a certain distance. Yet, just as they lifted their companions, they failed to notice Zhao Yuan producing a blue crystal core from thin air and swallowing it whole. The air suddenly turned frigid, causing his body to stiffen. They could only watch helplessly as the familiar gray vines ensnared them tightly. Observing the four assassins ensnared by the energy-draining vines, Zhao Yuan finally exhaled in relief. A steady flow of vitality surged into his body, alleviating much of his pain. "Zhao Yuan, what's wrong?" came Monroe's startled cry from a distance. The wolf clan possessed excellent night vision. Although he was oblivious to the magical fluctuations, he had heard the laughter of unfamiliar individuals in the courtyard. Rushing outside, he found Zhao Yuan's abdomen soaked in blood and four shadows standing motionless nearby. In an instant, he grasped the situation. Zhao Yuan had encountered those sent to assassinate him. He had been vigilant over the past few days, intending to enlist Zhao Yuan's assistance, but never anticipated the direct confrontation, especially given Zhao Yuan's evident injuries. "Monroe," Zhao Yuan said, his brow deeply furrowed, clearly enduring immense pain, yet his voice was colder than usual. "I've been poisoned. The assassins possessed the antidote." He was succinct. Monroe immediately understood. He rushed to the four immobilized assassins, rummaging through their spatial storage items. "Zhao Yuan, there are self-destruct spells in these storage spaces. I can't take them." Monroe found himself in a dilemma. While he could hire someone to disarm the self-detonation spells, it would be time-consuming and labor-intensive. Observing Zhao Yuan's condition, it was evident he could not hold on much longer. Sweat trickled into Zhao Yuan's eyes, causing him to blink vigorously. Once he felt slightly better, he adjusted the vine's grip. The assassin who had attacked Zhao Yuan regained consciousness and, seeing his three companions with closed eyes, felt a chill of despair. They were finished. Everything was over. Turning to Zhao Yuan, he glared, only to hear Zhao Yuan coldly state, "Do not waste time. Your awakening has cost your companions their vitality." The assassin froze, looking down at the energy-draining vines. Indeed, he noticed that the vine binding him was thinner, while those on his companions were considerably thicker. To sustain his own vitality, Zhao Yuan had to continuously draw from the four assassins. If one received less, the others had to give more. "Now, hand over the antidote, and I shall terminate this spell immediately. If you refuse, it is of no consequence. You will witness your three brothers drained of life before you too perish. But Monroe will continue to fetch living beings for me to siphon vitality from until the self-destruct spells in your storage are neutralized." Zhao Yuan's voice was devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling a cold statue, his gaze indifferent toward the assassin. The assassin had contemplated a mutual destruction, especially since his two companions were already subdued. Even if they awakened, they would likely struggle to accept their fate. However, the thought of all four dying without taking Zhao Yuan's life filled him with bitterness. The critical factor was that each moment of hesitation drained their vitality further. If it were only him, he could remain calm, but now, his three brothers bore the burden of the vitality that was rightfully his. The guilt and urgency within him overwhelmed any resistance or composure he had left. "Fine, I agree. It's in the blue storage ring. I will retrieve it for you personally." Zhao Yuan swallowed the antidote, and in keeping with his word, he released the energy-draining vines from the four. Yet, their martial prowess had long been depleted, and their vitality was over half drained, leaving them to be tied up like ordinary people by Monroe and taken to the cellar. Seeing that Zhao Yuan was safe, Monroe felt a wave of relief wash over him, tempered by a lingering fear. It was fortunate that he and Zhao Yuan had become friends. Even the kindest of humans possessed a cunning nature. Earlier, in a life-threatening moment, Zhao Yuan had remained cooler than him, compelling the assassin to hand over the antidote. In truth, there were significant flaws in Zhao Yuan's reasoning, particularly regarding the consumption of magical energy. He could certainly procure orc slaves to provide Zhao Yuan with vitality. But whether Zhao Yuan's magical energy could sustain the spell indefinitely was another matter. Thankfully, the assassin was rendered irrational by the grim fate of his companions, which led him to relinquish the antidote so readily. Unbeknownst to Monroe, Zhao Yuan could replenish his magical energy at any time by consuming crystal cores. This line of thought was entirely reasonable. "By the way, Zhao Yuan, what about your injuries?" Monroe suddenly recalled seeing Zhao Yuan's bloodied abdomen earlier. "I'm fine, Monroe. Thank you for your concern." Zhao Yuan smiled weakly. Although he had been siphoning vitality from the four to sustain himself, the relentless agony his body endured was undeniable. Maintaining a poker face while calmly upholding the spell under such circumstances was no simple feat. After the ordeal, Zhao Yuan felt utterly drained. "That's good. Rest early. I will handle the rest. You've truly been a great help." Monroe was at a loss for words to express his gratitude, feeling that elaborate praise often concealed cunningness. Now, when he wished to express his thanks, he found himself at a loss. silently resolving to repay Zhao Yuan's kindness in the future. After all, the kindness of friends is still kindness. After Zhao Yuan finished bathing, he returned to his room in a daze, collapsing onto the bed just as he was about to drift into slumber when the voice of the old tortoise echoed in his mind. Kid, haven't you noticed something off about your performance today? The old Xuanwu had intentionally chosen the moment just before Zhao Yuan fell asleep, as the boy often disrupted his slumber. What's off? Zhao Yuan, suddenly awakened, felt a mixture of anger and frustration but could not express it, feeling utterly vexed. When you faced danger in the misty forest, you were never as detached as you were today. I can feel everything within you. You were particularly calm and cold. When battling beasts in the past, you would be terrified. The old Xuanwu had been irked by Zhao Yuan's thoughts before, but now, encountering a life-threatening situation, Zhao Yuan's indifference sent a chill down his spine. Isn't it normal? One's attitude toward humans and beasts cannot be the same. Zhao Yuan had expected the old tortoise to disturb his dreams for this reason. It seemed entirely reasonable to him. What makes humans different from beasts? I am a beast, not just any beast, but a magical beast. Yet I can communicate with you normally. The old Xuanwu was incensed. This was blatant discrimination. All right. I was wrong. Beasts are indeed more fearsome. I'm not afraid of humans, so I was calmer. Is that satisfactory, old man? Zhao Yuan, feeling his head throb from the noise, couldn't he help but plead for mercy. That's more like it, grumbled the old Xuanwu before falling silent. At last, Zhao Yuan was able to sink into sweet dreams. In his dream, he saw his parents. His father wore that familiar poker face, his expression devoid of emotion, his eyes exuding a chilling indifference. He saw himself donning the same expression as his father, the entire dream steeped in a cold and heart-wrenching atmosphere. His mother stood not far from them, filled with worry, her mouth moving as if she were calling out, but Zhao Yuan heard not a word. Must give up, come back, same. He faintly heard his father utter something, but when he looked up, his father had closed his mouth again. Yet, the coldness in his eyes had vanished, replaced by the same worry evident in his mother's gaze. Suddenly, he turned to face his mother, and this time he understood what she was shouting. Come back, come back. The shape of her lips formed those two words. Zhao Yuan gasped, abruptly sitting up in bed, his eyes wide and breath coming in heavy gasps. It was merely a dream, he murmured to himself, wiping his face, drenched in cold sweat. Glancing out the window, he saw only darkness, compelling him to lie back down on the sweat-soaked sheets, staring blankly at the ceiling as he pondered the strange dream he had just experienced. It must be my parents who are thinking of me, Zhao Yuan thought sadly. And suddenly he recalled the conversation he had with the old tortoise before falling asleep. Once more, he sprang up like a coiled spring. Old Xuanwu, wake up! What now? The old tortoise responded, irritable, having just relished a moment of reprisal before being disturbed. You mentioned that I seemed off before. Could you describe my expression at that time? Zhao Yuan inquired eagerly. You're asking me about your own expression? It was a long face, your gaze cold and indifferent. Didn't you say that was perfectly normal? The old tortoise answered impatiently. Did I say that was normal? Zhao Yuan struggled to recall his response, as he had been utterly fatigued, his thoughts barely coherent. Speaking purely by instinct. Of course would I deceive you? The old tortoise replied matter-of-factly. Zhao Yuan felt bewildered, unable to fathom how he could have uttered such words or displayed such an extreme indifference akin to his father's. He had always feared that aspect of his father and had resented him for it, which was precisely why he retreated home after only 2 months at the company. He was not one to shy away from hardship. He simply detested witnessing that cold demeanor in his father, feeling as if that father was an entirely different person. Recalling the dream, he saw himself manifesting the same chilling demeanor as his father, appearing as a cruel deity, aloof and devoid of humanity, causing him to tremble within. It was just a dream, merely a dream, he repeatedly reassured himself, as if that could soothe his frightened soul. Yet, the memories of the dream persisted, gnawing at him. What was there to relinquish? What was the same? Zhao Yuan found himself perplexed, sensing that this held the key to returning home, yet unable to grasp any clarity. Gradually, his eyelids grew heavy, and he succumbed to the enveloping drowsiness, drifting into peaceful slumber. The following morning, Zhao Yuan was roused by the cheerful chirping of birds outside. Though his previous residence had been lush with vegetation and diverse wildlife, it paled in comparison to the vibrancy surrounding him now. Shaking his heavy head, he slowly rose, dressed, and washed his face with water brought by the beast woman maid, before heading to the dining room, his hair resembling a bird's nest. The beast women exchanged glances, none daring to remind Zhao Yuan of his disheveled appearance. After all, this human noble had established a cordial relationship with the masters, and they had not shown disdain for his earlier state of unkemptness. As he enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast, Zhao Yuan noticed that Muse and Little Yak were absent. Monroe informed him that Muse was currently undergoing a breakthrough, and Little Yak was not easy to bring along. Zhao Yuan inquired about the 4 assassins taken away the previous day, and Monroe, observing Zhao Yuan's stable condition, led him to the cellar. In truth, it was less of a cellar and more of a hidden chamber, appearing on the surface to house preserved fruits, vegetables, and meats, along with ice, but revealing a concealed door leading to deeper passages. Such chambers were common in affluent households. As they traversed the lengthy underground corridor, Zhao Yuan began to catch a faint scent of rust, so when he encountered the bloodied remains of the 4 assassins, he was not particularly shocked. I have discovered that the one who hired them is my brother, the 9th prince of the Wolf clan, Cecil. I once believed we were close, yet I never anticipated he would turn against me so viciously. Monroe spoke with a tone of despair. For him, a beastman of royal wolf lineage, fratricide was a profoundly sorrowful affair, given the Wolf clan's renowned unity. Otherwise, they could not compete with the Lion clan, known for their superior combat prowess. Do you and your brother have any conflicts or grievances? Zhao Yuan asked, surprised, having grown to believe that the Wolf clan was a tightly knit tribe, unaware that royal siblings could engage in such intrigues. Accepting the title of prince signifies my withdrawal from the struggle for the throne. Prior to this, my relationship with my brothers was amicable, and the Wolf clan has always been a very united race, Monroe explained. Zhao Yuan regarded him with a knowing expression. Having lived among the upper echelons of society, he had long ceased to trust those within his social circle. After all, wealth often bred eccentricities, and moral integrity faded amidst affluence. Aside from his parents and a few friends from his school days, he had never been able to give his heart to those in his social circle. Does your brother aspire to inherit the throne? Zhao Yuan inquired. Typically, he would not pry into the affairs of even casual acquaintances, but Monroe and Muse had both entered into a bond of friendship with him, fostering a mutual trust that led Zhao Yuan to care more deeply. He is about your age now. I am uncertain whether he will receive the title of prince in the future, Monroe replied. However, judging by his usual demeanor, he likely desires to inherit the throne. My younger brother is intelligent, eager to learn, and quite likable. Being the youngest child of our father, he enjoys his favor. If he were to perish, what benefits would your brother gain? Zhao Yuan continued to probe. That. Monroe hesitated. If I were to die, my assets would presumably be inherited by my brother. He and I are among the 2 of the 9 princes who are inclined towards commerce. In my early years, I guided him, yet his perspective was limited, and his market ventures did not flourish. Over the years, I have expanded my business significantly, and although I never suppressed him, his own endeavors have become increasingly challenging. Zhao Yuan nodded in understanding. After all, in business, monopolies reign supreme. Monroe was no exception. He monopolized wherever possible, and where he could not do so alone, he allied with other business magnates to establish dominance. Among these monopolizers, there was no position for the 9th prince of the Wolf clan. Yet I cannot comprehend why a strong individual would prioritize personal power above all else, Monroe remarked. For instance, if I had not reached the 5th tier by the age of 30, backed by the support of the Wolf royal family, I would have been incapable of protecting my vast wealth. Why would a wolf choose to endanger a sibling's life for the sake of money? Zhao Yuan regarded Monroe incredulously. Monroe, how can you think this way? The power of wealth is far greater than you realize. With money, one gains access to wider networks and information. For instance, those exquisite items you gifted me, would they have come to you without your status as a prominent merchant? And consider the numerous resources for cultivation. Muse is able to break through at will precisely because you have provided her with such invaluable supportive materials. While strength is undoubtedly crucial for many of those lacking exceptional talent, wealth serves as the foundation of power. Monroe, typically sharp-eyed, displayed a rare look of bewilderment. He had been raised with the belief that strength was paramount. Growing up in the royal palace of the Wolf clan, a significant tribe among beastmen, after reaching adulthood, he had ascended to become a leading merchant through his acumen and formidable influence, and thus, he had never experienced the lack of financial resources, failing to grasp just how costly the cultivation materials he took for granted were to others. In his heart, money was merely a means to provide a comfortable life for women and children. As for himself, it mattered not how he lived. I suddenly recalled my brother, whose talent for cultivation was indeed rather lacking. Monroe displayed a pensive expression, He had just reached the third rank of martial artist. It was said that prior to this, he had amassed a considerable collection of auxiliary medicines and tools, even importing breakthrough elixirs from the eastern Huan continent. Although this was executed with great secrecy, my frequent interactions with the eastern Huan continent had made me privy to this information. You may not fully comprehend, but among our kind, the orcs, utilizing medicinal pills for breakthroughs is looked down upon. We believe that only the lazy cultivators of the human race would resort to such measures. Zhao Yuan nodded in understanding and continued, during that time, did you have any interactions with your brother? Any exchanges of business or finances? There wasn't too much contact, considering that Muse was pregnant at the time. However, I do recall that Muse required a type of moon-condensing grass to stabilize her cultivation and prevent an accidental breakthrough. I managed to acquire the only moon-condensing grass at the auction, although there was another bidder whose identity I did not know. I presumed it was merely someone else in need of stabilizing their cultivation. The more Monroe spoke, the clearer his thoughts became. Furthermore, I am well aware of my ninth brother's qualifications. Although his talent does not match mine or that of my other brothers, it certainly does not warrant the extensive reliance on auxiliary items and human elixirs. Thus, it seems he may have sustained an injury prior to that breakthrough? Zhao Yuan, unfamiliar with such matters, could only speculate. No, if he were injured, there would be no need for such haste in breaking through. We belong to the Royal Wolf clan. At the very least, we have a residence and guards, unlike wandering cultivators lacking a stable home. Monroe's gaze gradually turned cold. Unless he forcefully broke through but failed to stabilize his level, resulting in a regression. In that case, attempting to break through again would be several times more difficult than before. Zhao Yuan began to grasp Monroe's implication. However, even if his level had fallen, there would be no need for such desperation to break through again. Would there not be a risk of damaging his foundation? Of course there would, Monroe replied, shaking his head. In fact, I broke through to the third rank at the age of 19, which is considered quite slow among our royal family. My brother, although lacking in talent, possesses an exceptionally strong will and a measure of pride. He would never allow others to look down upon him. I recall when he broke through to the third rank, he immediately announced it to everyone and sent out invitations for a banquet, but for reasons unknown, the banquet was postponed. What Monroe did not reveal to Zhao Yuan was that the ninth prince had long been the subject of speculation regarding his legitimacy as the Wolf King's son, partly due to his mother's indiscretions, and his own talent was frequently criticized. Nevertheless, he maintained a warm and resilient demeanor, earning the affection of many. By the way, the initial invitation still resides in my study. Let us go take a look together. If the timing of the two banquets coincides with the auction, and the purchase of elixirs occurs between the auction and the second banquet, then it is highly likely. Currently, there was no evidence. But I shall dispatch someone to gather information, for some details cannot remain concealed. We shall see in due time, Monroe stated, his tone laced with a hint of fatigue, yet devoid of any sentimentality. Zhao Yuan could not argue against this. If the matter was confirmed, and the ninth prince was indeed responsible, then their enmity would be irreconcilable. Curiosity got the better of him, and he inquired, how do you intend to investigate? Quite simply, by starting with the servants in his household. Since Cecil had the opportunity to bid alongside me for the moon-condensing grass, it indicates that he did not just recently regress in rank. There must have been events that precipitated his decline. Moreover, he has been actively engaged in the royal circles. If he had been confined to his residence for a prolonged period, it would likely coincide with his breakthrough. Zhao Yuan sighed, reflecting that if he were in Monroe's position, he would shamelessly approach his brother to demand the moon-condensing grass, for the wolf clan is not akin to the human courts, rife with intrigue. Blood ties are blood ties, and brotherhood is brotherhood. Why must it reach such a critical juncture? However, every individual is unique. He could not comprehend the stubbornness of those who cling to pride, just as they would not understand his own lack of shame in relying on his family. With the remaining matters entrusted to Monroe, Zhao Yuan reclined comfortably in the spacious, well-lit room, indulging in the various rare supplements Monroe had procured for him. The most extraordinary aspect of this world is that the more precious the item, the more exquisite and delightful its flavor. They are neither bitter nor astringent, with some being delicately textured and others crisp and refreshing, all exceedingly palatable. Zhao Yuan could not ascertain the rarity of these items, yet he had witnessed Monroe's affluence. And having genuinely exerted himself to save their family, he found joy in the feast. Monroe had initially arranged for 2 servants to accompany Zhao Yuan, intending to allow him to explore and shop. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuan was a true homebody. Even in this wondrous realm, he remained a recluse. Thus, days passed in indulgence. And Zhao Yuan felt his frail physique had nearly reached its limit. At long last, Muse returned to the dining table with little Yak, having successfully achieved her breakthrough. Muse appeared significantly improved compared to before. After giving birth to Yak, she had looked haggard and lacked vitality, but now her cheeks were flushed, rivaling Zhao Yuan's rosy complexion. Her chestnut hair regained its luster, and the brilliance in her eyes, along with her aura, was markedly stronger than before. Zhao Yuan, Muse exclaimed, her face lighting up as she greeted him. After her breakthrough last night, Monroe had informed her of the recent events. Muse had been so overwhelmed with excitement that she nearly rushed to Zhao Yuan to express her gratitude, but Monroe had restrained her. Muse, you look so much better, Zhao Yuan remarked with a smile. He held a deep fondness for Muse, as her gentle yet resilient maternal aura often reminded him of his own mother. Monroe has informed me of what transpired. Once again, you have come to our aid. I hardly know how to express my gratitude, Muse said sincerely. Viewing Zhao Yuan as a fortunate star sent by the beast god to rescue their family. We are all friends. It is only natural to lend a helping hand. Besides, I am currently unencumbered, and Monroe continues to provide me with supplements. Zhao Yuan chuckled, and Monroe, standing nearby, couldn't he help but smile shyly. Were it not for Zhao Yuan's conversation with him, he would have continued to feed him without restraint. The orc physique is robust, and they possess considerable talent in this regard, allowing them to digest and nourish themselves on as many supplements as they consume. However, Zhao Yuan was merely an ordinary human with the strength of a fifth-rank martial artist. He lacked the specialized techniques to assimilate the power of these supplements, resulting in a rosy complexion and a constant air of vitality. Today, my subordinates relayed news. Cecil indeed underwent 2 periods of seclusion during that time. It appears that the individual who attempted to assassinate me was truly him. Upon hearing this, both Monroe and Muse fell into silence, as if mourning some unspoken loss. Observing their grave expressions, Zhao Yuan felt a twinge of anxiety, unsure of what to say, and thus joined them in silence. After 5 minutes, Monroe and Muse finally broke the stillness. From today onward, Cecil shall no longer be regarded as my brother. I will report everything to Father and the Beast God. Requesting divine retribution upon him and his expulsion from our clan, Monroe declared coldly. Does the Beast God truly exist? Zhao Yuan asked, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had always believed that the so-called Beast God, much like their Christ or Buddha, was merely an illusion of faith. The Beast God undoubtedly exists, Muse said gently. In ancient times, the Beast God led our orc clan into battle until we conquered this continent, after which he returned to his divine realm. Even now, the Beast God bestows his avatars upon us. Whenever we engage in war with other races, the Beast God grants us his blessings. Wow, that's quite remarkable, Zhao Yuan exclaimed. He had always thought that deities and immortals were self-indulgent, often dismissing worldly affairs with a detachment from cause and effect. He was astonished to learn that the Beast God actively aided his followers in warfare and territorial conquest. It felt so grounded in reality. That afternoon, Monroe led Muse, Zhao Yuan, and others directly through a teleportation array to the main city of the Wolf Clan, Bloodfang City. Thanks to the convenience of storage space, they appeared effortlessly on the streets of Bloodfang City. It was more prosperous and imposing than Red Snake Town, with vibrant red flowers adorning the city. And the buildings were often painted in deep hues of red, reminiscent of dried blood. The city was undeniably beautiful, yet it exuded an air of solemnity. The sky was dim, hinting at impending rain, and the atmosphere felt heavy and stagnant, as if a storm was brewing. Zhao Yuan's hair had not been trimmed for nearly a month, and the wind made his previously short style appear somewhat ethereal. He noticed that, aside from some merchants, most orcs in Bloodfang City had wolf tails trailing behind them. Both the passers-by and street vendors spoke in a language he could not comprehend. Monroe informed him that this was the Wolf Clan's own tongue. Each orc tribe had its own language, but they generally used a common tongue unless in their own cities surrounded by kin. Moreover, as they passed, the Wolf Clan members regarded Monroe and Muse with admiration, casting puzzled glances at Zhao Yuan, seemingly bewildered at why the typically disdainful Monroe would accompany a human. Zhao Yuan chose to ignore their stares and continued alongside Monroe to the palace of the Wolf Clan. The palace appeared more rugged than the streets of the main city, emanating a primal, untamed aura, yet the blood-red theme was even more pronounced. Zhao Yuan keenly observed that the inconspicuous stones bore crimson patterns resembling magical runes, although they were not currently activated. Initially puzzled, he recalled that mages were rare among the Wolf clan and wondered who would activate such a magical formation. However, as he drew closer, he was alarmed to detect a heavy scent of rust emanating from the blood-red inscriptions, leading him to a troubling realization. This is the Blood Prison Rune, devised by a grandmaster of the Beast clan once every millennium. In battle, it can unleash tremendous power when filled with the blood of slaves, Monroe explained upon noticing Zhao Yuan's curiosity. That must require a significant amount of slave blood, Zhao Yuan remarked, observing the extensive runes that enveloped the castle. During wartime, slaves are plentiful. Captives can cause trouble. So it is more efficient to sacrifice them to maintain the blood prison formation, Monroe stated matter-of-factly. Zhao Yuan fell silent, appearing somewhat intimidated. Don't worry, Zhao Yuan. Monroe chuckled as he patted Zhao Yuan's shoulder. The Wolf clan will not betray their kin and allies. Despite the assassination attempt by his own brother occurring just days prior, Monroe remained a steadfast guardian of the Wolf clan's honor. Muse offered a comforting smile, gently stroking Zhao Yuan's back. After a while, he gradually emerged from the oppressive, bloody atmosphere, feeling somewhat relieved, his expression softening. I have been too timid, Zhao Yuan thought. The wars of ancient China were far more brutal. Surely, it is the sinister architecture here that has frightened me. With this realization, he felt a wave of ease wash over him, allowing him to disregard the lingering scent of rust as he followed Monroe and Muse deeper into the castle. Initially, Zhao Yuan assumed that access to the Wolf clan's court would be cumbersome, but Monroe led him and Muse directly to the Wolf King's study without hindrance. The Wolf King bore a resemblance to Monroe, perhaps due to the prolonged youth of martial artists. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. His face marked with the traces of experience, yet his skin remained taut, and his muscles were well-defined, radiating vitality. It has been a long time since I last saw you, my son. The Wolf King's voice carried a rasping quality, yet his deep tone commanded respect. Indeed, it has been a while, my esteemed father, Monroe replied, bowing respectfully, with Zhao Yuan and Muse mimicking his gesture. I hear you have returned to seek an audience with the Beast God. May I inquire as to the reason? The Wolf King asked. After all, with Monroe's strength, he could easily eliminate or hire someone to deal with most adversaries, and the Beast God typically refrained from meddling in ordinary disputes. 5 days ago, we were in Red Snake Town. At that time, Muse was undergoing a breakthrough, and our home was visited by 4 fifth-tier assassins. Fortunately, my dear friend Zhao Yuan was present. He paid a heavy price to incapacitate those assassins, and under my questioning, they revealed the name Cecil. In the days that followed, I dispatched numerous subordinates to investigate Cecil's activities and uncovered his motives and evidence for hiring someone to kill me. Today, I returned to the main city to seek justice for my family and my dear friend, hoping to expel Cecil from the Wolf clan's royal family in the presence of you and the Beast God, Monroe stated with unwavering determination. The Wolf King's expression remained impassive as he listened, but a flash of fury flickered in his sharp gaze, causing Zhao Yuan to wonder if he was truly unaffected. I cannot rely solely on your word, Monroe. Are you willing to confront Cecil before me and the Beast God? The Wolf King asked in a low voice. I am willing, Monroe replied without hesitation, already possessing undeniable evidence and showing no mercy for his younger brother. The 9th Prince had never been granted the title of prince and had always resided in the Wolf clan's main city. When he learned from his informants that Monroe had arrived in Bloodfang City, he was engulfed by panic. My prince, his subordinates reassured him. The Wolf clan has always been a united race. Monroe would never resort to fratricide. Furthermore, challenging you as a 5th-tier martial artist would bring him ridicule. At that moment, they believed Monroe would merely propose a duel to shame him. They could not fathom that Monroe intended to have the Beast God expel him from the Wolf clan. But I have already committed fratricide. If Monroe reveals this during the duel, my reputation will be ruined, and the Wolf clan will look down upon me. I will never ascend to the throne of the Wolf King, Cecil seethed. Over the years, he had learned to navigate social interactions skillfully, an asset inherited from his mother. On the surface, he appeared warm and magnanimous to everyone, yet beneath lay a heart filled with resentment and jealousy. Whispers of disdain echoed in his ears, though his brothers and friends had never uttered such words. Even punishing those who spread rumors, Cecil believed they were merely feigning kindness, secretly mocking his origins and talents. From a young age, he had fantasized about one day standing atop all others, making those who had ridiculed him regret their disdain, especially Monroe. Monroe, this elder brother, excels in every aspect compared to him. In terms of talent, he stands out as the most gifted among the 9 princes. A prodigy born once in a century from the Wolf clan. His wife also hails from a prestigious lineage, possessing extraordinary abilities. It is highly likely that their offspring will inherit remarkable talent as well. Furthermore, Monroe has achieved substantial success in business, a singular point of pride for Cecil that is unfortunately overshadowed by Monroe's brilliance. In his youth, Cecil greatly admired his elder brother Monroe. However, as he matured and his desire for the throne intensified, he grew increasingly wary of Monroe. Although Monroe had long expressed his disinterest in claiming the throne, the other princes of the Wolf clan held genuine respect for him, and the Wolf King valued his opinions greatly. Should Monroe wish for it, everyone would eagerly elevate him to the throne. Initially, Cecil buried his jealousy deep within, but upon reaching the third tier of cultivation, he discovered, to his dismay, that his hasty pursuit of progress had put his realm at risk of decline. At that moment, he learned of an auction featuring the moon condensation herb. A timely opportunity indeed. Cecil hastily gathered all his possessions to bid, only to find that Monroe effortlessly claimed the herb to stabilize his pregnant wife's cultivation and prevent her from breaking through. What an irony it was for Cecil. He, who racked his brain to break through and was willing to exhaust his entire fortune for that single herb, saw Monroe casually seize it for his wife's benefit. From that moment on, Cecil harbored murderous intent towards Monroe and his family, a sentiment that peaked when he was compelled to rely on human-made pills to force another breakthrough. At the banquet, he feigned joy while internally racked with pain from his reckless attempts at advancement. The more he suffered, the deeper his hatred for Monroe grew. If he were to eliminate Monroe, all his wealth would be his, with no one to contest him. As Monroe's brother, being of royal descent from the Wolf clan with a solid business foundation, who could be more qualified to inherit Monroe's legacy? With Monroe's vast fortune, he could also marry a talented wife, ensuring their children would inherit exceptional abilities, and he could amass great wealth to bolster his own power. What shame was there in that? Those who mocked him never considered the efforts he had made. What merit was there in deriding those with lesser talent simply due to one's own innate gifts? Driven by such thoughts, he did not hesitate to hire 4 fifth-tier assassins to eliminate Monroe's family. He was aware that Moose would likely seize the opportunity to break through, and once she did, with her numerous guards and protective measures, killing them would be far more challenging. As for the rumored dual cultivation human, Cecil dismissed him entirely. Humans were frail and cunning, known to flee at the first hint of danger. Even if the assassin organization demanded a higher fee, he resolutely paid it, all for a brighter future. However, he never anticipated that this assassination attempt would fail, as the human's strength far surpassed everyone's expectations. To make matters worse, Monroe himself came knocking. "Your Highness, the Wolf King summons you to the palace," a guard announced at the door. "Summoned to the palace? May I inquire as to the matter?" Cecil maintained his familiar gentle smile, though to the guard who knew the full story, it appeared utterly insincere. The Wolf clan had always looked down upon traitors. Even among royalty, such actions only brought greater shame. "The details are beyond my knowledge. Please, Your Highness, follow me." The guard replied, bowing his head, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Cecil's smile faltered slightly, internally cursing. Yet he revealed no sign of dissatisfaction and prepared himself to follow the guard. As they walked, Cecil grew increasingly uneasy, questioning. "This is not the path to Father's study, is it?" "Indeed, Your Highness, this leads to the Beast God Temple," the guard replied coldly, a smirk hidden within. The Beast God Temple? Cecil momentarily failed to comprehend. In his mind, Monroe would never expel a brother. Monroe was a traditionalist of the Wolf clan, a staunch believer in unity. The guard remained silent, leading Cecil onward. Their footsteps echoed through the vast palace, sending an inexplicable chill down Cecil's spine. Soon, they arrived at the Beast God Temple, and to Cecil's astonishment, he found no other noble wolves present. Only the Wolf King, Monroe, Moose, and a human, standing before the imposing statue of the Beast God. "Father, may I inquire why I have been summoned today?" Cecil asked cautiously. "Monroe has returned to urge the Beast God to expel you, for you have committed the act of betraying your brother. Now, before me and the Beast God, you may confront Monroe directly," the Wolf King stated, devoid of emotion. Despite Cecil's charm, the Wolf clan despised fratricide, and the king displayed no favoritism. Cecil stared incredulously at Monroe. His confidence stemmed from Monroe's adherence to tradition. Yet, having attempted to kill Monroe's family, and with Zhao Yuan now suffering the consequences, how could Monroe possibly show him mercy? "Brother, you must believe me. We grew up together and conducted business side by side. How could I ever wish to harm you? Cecil realized that Monroe's certainty must have been backed by irrefutable evidence. His only chance of salvation lay in rekindling their past bond, hoping Monroe would show leniency this once. Yet, had it not been for Zhao Yuan, Monroe's family might have already met a tragic end. There was little room for sentiment now. Cecil, I directly paid off members of the Assassin Alliance. They provided evidence of your dealings with them, Monroe declared, producing a black stone from his storage ring. Upon seeing it, Cecil's face turned ashen. Those treacherous assassins. He could scarcely believe that the issue lay with the Assassin Alliance, for such organizations typically prioritized client confidentiality. Their leader had business dealings with me, Monroe replied calmly. For a shrewd businessman, connections and information were far more valuable than mere money. Sadly, Cecil could never grasp this, which explained his lack of success in commerce. Finally, Cecil understood why there had been no whispers surrounding the beast goddess judgment. If Monroe were to present this evidence, there could be no outsiders present. Thus, no other nobles had received invitations to witness the trial. Monroe, were it not for you seizing my moon condensation herb, causing my decline, I would not be in this position. You deserve this. Cecil bellowed, his eyes burning with rage, now aware that he had no escape. And you despicable human. You ruined my plans. Monroe's friendship with you only highlights your shared treachery. Cecil's wrath toward Zhao Yuan was palpable. The assassination had been nearly foolproof. Backed by 4 fifth-tier assassins and an array of precious tools, all funded by Cecil's lavish expenditure. Yet, it was this human who had thwarted his plans. Cecil now appeared deranged, his hair bristling, his eyes ablaze, his aura in turmoil after just breaking through to the 3rd tier. The air was thick with aggression, causing Zhao Yuan to feel somewhat vexed. Unconcerned that he was in the Beast God Temple, he unleashed his aura as an 8th-tier archmage towards Cecil. With a resounding thud, Cecil was forced to his knees under the weight of Zhao Yuan's terrifying pressure. This act of humiliation only served to further provoke him. With a fearsome howl, he suddenly surged with energy, akin to a wolf, galloping on all fours towards Zhao Yuan, his hands enveloped in claw-like martial energy, striking fiercely. Be careful, Monroe shouted, his blue martial energy igniting as he prepared to block. However, an ancient and terrifying beastly roar erupted within the grand hall. With a sickening gasp, Cecil seemed to suffer a heavy blow, spewing forth a stream of crimson blood before slumping back to the ground, utterly devoid of spirit. In that moment, he was a far cry from the gentle 9th Prince Zhao Yuan had first encountered. Bow before the Beast Emperor. All the beastmen present knelt before the statue of the Beast Emperor, their bodies trembling as if under immense pressure. Zhao Yuan, however, felt nothing. He stood there, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Just as he hesitated, contemplating whether to kneel, a rough and weathered voice greeted him. Greetings, human. Are you addressing me? Zhao Yuan was momentarily taken aback by such high regard, but out of habit, he quickly responded with a greeting of his own. There is no need for such formalities in our beastly affairs, the beast god replied. Very well. Zhao Yuan widened his eyes, still somewhat dazed. Did the beast god mean he need not kneel, or that he was not required to participate? Cecil Korea, you have conspired to murder your own brother and betrayed the pact of the Wolf clan. Henceforth, you shall no longer be regarded as a member of the royal family of the Wolf clan, but shall live as a traitor among beasts, the beast god pronounced, his rough voice echoing throughout the beast god temple, reaching the ears of all in Bloodfang City. This decree took them by surprise. Although they did not fully comprehend the unfolding events, they recognized the beast god's unwavering sense of justice, trusting that there was reason behind his actions. Furthermore, it served as a stark reminder to all Wolf clan members of the dire consequences of betrayal, regardless of status. Such a fate awaited any traitor. Cecil stared blankly at the floor, and Zhao Yuan noticed a black, spiky rune gradually emerging on his left cheek. The symbol seemed familiar. Reminiscent of the red-haired wolf mercenary chief's face Zhao Yuan had seen when he first met Monroe and his wife. It was akin to the tattoos that ancient criminals bore on their faces. With the judgment rendered, the beast god's oppressive aura began to dissipate. The Wolf King and Monroe rose from the ground, yet Cecil remained, a mere shell of himself, kneeling in despair. Yes, from this night forth, he was indeed a traitor abandoned by the beast god. Not even the other beastmen, let alone magical beasts, would be willing to forge a bond with him. Given his weak abilities and lackluster talent, he was destined to live as a slave at the bottom of society. Yet, this was the law of the Wolf clan. Never betray your kin, lest you be forsaken by your tribe and your family. Soon, Two guards dragged Cecil away as if he were refuse. Zhao Yuan, observing the scene, could not help but feel a twinge of empathy. However, the Wolf King quickly summoned music and dance, hosting a grand banquet in Zhao Yuan's honor. It turned out that in the Frost Beast continent, the highest tier of mages still only reached the 6th level. Zhao Yuan's display of 8th tier archmage power in the Beast God Temple was indeed a rather disrespectful act. However, as he was not a member of the Beast tribe and the Beast God treated him exceptionally well, no one held it against him. Regardless, an 8th tier archmage was a rare and esteemed guest, even in the mage-rich Eastern Huan continent. Having already indulged in exquisite delicacies with Monroe, Zhao Yuan maintained a composed demeanor, appreciating the graceful dance of the Wolf Clan maidens. The Wolf Clan, valuing cooperative combat, infused their dance with various martial formations, which, to Zhao Yuan's untrained eyes, held a unique allure. When Monroe and his wife informed the Wolf King of the friendly pact Zhao Yuan had formed with them, the Wolf King became even more attentive to him. It was noteworthy that, given Zhao Yuan's status as an 8th tier archmage, forming a master-servant pact with the talented Monroe and his wife, both of whom were merely 5th tier, was already a stroke of fortune, let alone achieving an equal friendly pact. The path of cultivation grew increasingly arduous as one advanced. Despite Monroe and his wife achieving 5th tier status by the age of 30, their subsequent quest to break through to 7th tier would demand immense effort. As for 8th tier, that was left to fate. The Wolf King, though gifted, was nearing 70 years of age and had only recently broken through to 7th tier 5 years prior. It was unlikely he would reach 8th tier in his lifetime, but he found solace in the thought of his successor, glancing fondly at Monroe. My wife and I initially intended to pledge our loyalty to Zhao Yuan in gratitude for saving our lives, but Zhao Yuan respectfully declined. So we settled for a friendly pact instead, Monroe remarked, casting a glance at the Wolf King. Oh, the Wolf King was genuinely astonished. Zhao Yuan had actually turned down the loyalty of Monroe and his wife. He had been curious about how Monroe had managed such good fortune in forming a friendly pact with Zhao Yuan, only to discover it was due to Zhao Yuan's remarkable purity and kindness. This only heightened the Wolf King's desire to befriend him. Lord Zhao Yuan, since you have not entered into a pact with us, I must still address you with respect. My son Monroe has formed a friendly pact with you, making you a distinguished guest of our Wolf Clan. I have long hoped that Monroe would inherit my position, the Wolf King stated. Among his sons, he had always favored Monroe, though he hesitated due to Monroe's apparent disinterest in the throne. However, witnessing the strong bond between Zhao Yuan and Monroe dispelled any lingering doubts. For a tribe, there was no resource more valuable than a top-tier powerhouse. Across the entire Frostbeast continent, there were only a handful of 8th-tier martial masters, while the legendary 9th-tier experts were limited to a single supreme emperor of the Dragon Valley clan and a Titan Saint Berserker of the Mammoth clan. Should Zhao Yuan choose to offer his protection to the Wolf clan, even if only in name, it would significantly elevate their status and security. It's merely fate at play, Zhao Yuan replied with a wave of his hand and a light-hearted chuckle. He understood the Wolf King's intentions, but was aware that he would eventually leave the Frost Beast continent, as he was of the human race. He had never abandoned the thought of returning home, and with his capabilities, he was determined to scour this world for a way back. I do not expect you to remain with our Wolf clan for long, but as a father, I must express my gratitude on behalf of my son's family for saving them, the Wolf King said, perceptively sensing Zhao Yuan's concerns. He raised his hand, and a servant promptly brought forth a prepared tray. This is a small token of appreciation from our Wolf clan, and I implore you to accept it, the Wolf King said, retrieving a green leaf and a thin ancient tome from the tray. This leaf from the Elder Forest is a specialty of the Elf clan. It is the only item that can dissolve into a storage space within a human body. Though small, it is sufficient to hold some exceedingly precious items, and nothing can detect its presence. It would be most prudent for you to carry it during your travels. Additionally, this ancient tome contains the long-lost 7-sect decisions, one of the pinnacle techniques of the Chi Masters from the human race. However, for us, the Beast clan, it is of little use. Hence, I present it to your excellency, as a means of making the best of it. Despite the Wolf King's humility, Zhao Yuan could discern the extraordinary nature of these two items. Setting aside the leaves from the Elder Forest, while they are indeed convenient, their rarity remains uncertain. Moreover, Monroe did not offer such configurations when selecting equipment for him, indicating their extreme scarcity. As for the techniques of the Chi Master, with Zhao Yuan's current understanding, they could truly be described as limited edition. Anything that is limited edition undoubtedly appreciates in value. Although the orc cannot practice chi, this secret manual, if placed at a human auction, would surely fetch an exorbitant price. Furthermore, as a unique profession among humans, every chi master is backed by formidable powers. Therefore, it is evident that the Wolf clan must have paid a significant price to acquire this manual. Zhao Yuan did not decline, accepting these two gifts while solemnly assuring the Wolf King, should the Wolf clan ever face great calamity in the future, I, Zhao Yuan, shall not hesitate to assist to the best of my abilities. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King erupted in hearty laughter. Excellent. Let us toast. This was precisely the promise he desired. The strength of an 8th-tier mage, as long as he draws breath, poses little threat to them beyond the Dragon Valley clan and the Mammoth clan. It is important to note that while both mages and martial artists range from the 1st to the 10th tier, the disparity between tiers grows more pronounced at higher levels. In a one-on-one confrontation, a high-tier mage may struggle against a high-tier martial artist due to the latter's agility and resilience. However, in the theater of war, the might of a mage far surpasses that of a martial artist. A single forbidden spell could obliterate any army. The evening banquet was filled with joy, continuing with merriment until the late hours. Later, Zhao Yuan was assisted by Monroe, swaying unsteadily as he returned to his chamber. You truly overindulged today, Monroe remarked, astonished by the drinking capacity of his seemingly frail human friend. Several bowls of wine had swiftly disappeared, and in the wake of his intoxication, Zhao Yuan insisted he was not drunk and demanded more, resulting in a state of utter inebriation. Even the Wolf King, who initially aimed to ply him with drink and extract information, was bewildered, urging Monroe to escort him home promptly. Unbeknownst to Monroe, while Zhao Yuan appeared to navigate life smoothly, he had been grappling with profound inner turmoil since his arrival in this new world. Confusion and anxiety perpetually clouded his mind, and his reckless drinking was merely a desperate attempt to drown his sorrows. As Zhao Yuan lay upon his bed, the silvery moonlight streamed through the windows, casting its glow upon him and infiltrating his dreams. Within this dream, he perceived a radiant light, and unconsciously, he wandered toward it. He walked for what felt like an eternity, yet never drew nearer. Suddenly, he halted, questioning himself. What am I doing? I do not know, he murmured in response. He slumped down, surveying the surrounding expanse of white, an empty landscape stretching before him. Where am I? He inquired again. I do not know. He felt compelled to return. He seemed to hear his father's voice, yet upon looking around, he found nothing. The following morning, Zhao Yuan was roused by the sound of chirping birds. The remnants of last night's revelry left his head throbbing, and as he rose, he felt unsteady. He sensed he had experienced a peculiar dream, yet the details eluded him. The incessant chirping disrupted his thoughts, and he found it odd that the sound was so near. Hastily donning his shoes, he approached the window, discovering a fledgling with soft, yellow feathers perched on the sill, emitting the very sounds that had caught his attention. Whose child has gone astray? Does it not fear being captured? Zhao Yuan pondered. He paid the little bird no mind, washing his face before heading out for breakfast. However, upon returning from his meal, he found the fledgling still on the windowsill. Upon seeing him, it weakly chirped. Zhao Yuan then noticed something amiss. He gently prodded the bird, only to discover that its leg appeared oddly shaped, as if fractured. Fearing he might harm it, he carefully cradled the fledgling in his palm. Fortunately, the little creature seemed unperturbed, offering no resistance as he took it to seek help from Musi. Having heard that orcs possess a strong affinity with wild creatures, Zhao Yuan mused that birds must fall under this category as well. Back again. Did you not eat enough? Musi teased, noticing Zhao Yuan's return. She remained in the dining hall to tend to little Aiku, who had not yet finished his meal. Musi, this bird seems to have a broken leg. Could you take a look? Zhao Yuan presented the small creature to her. Ah, this is a 9-sparrow chick. Musi exclaimed in surprise. What is a 9-sparrow? Zhao Yuan inquired, wondering if he had rescued a remarkable beast. The 9-sparrow is a rare bird, known for its brilliant plumage and extraordinary properties. A mere drop of martial or magical energy infused into its feathers will cause them to emit a captivating glow, making them a favored adornment among noble women. I recall when Monroe married me, he gifted me a pair of earrings made from 9-sparrow feathers. Musi reminisced, a sweet smile gracing her face. However, these birds are becoming increasingly scarce. Their vanity and pride render them uncommunicative with humans, making them difficult to care for. Wild 9-sparrows are often captured, only to have their feathers plucked clean while still in good spirits, ultimately left to fend for themselves. Musi's tone turned somber as she spoke. Zhao Yuan understood the gravity of her words. A beautiful bird, deprived of its feathers, would lose its ability to fly and thus struggle to survive. Can this chick be healed? It looks quite pitiful, he expressed, his compassion for small creatures stemming from his childhood love for pets. Musi laughed. Zhao Yuan, you are an 8th-tier mage. What can I possibly advise you on healing from a mere 5th-tier martial artist? Oh, indeed. Zhao Yuan suddenly remembered his status as a mage. Healing spells were a fundamental skill. Musi shook her head, bemused by Zhao Yuan's naivety. Little Aiku, nestled in Musi's arms, also giggled, seemingly mocking Zhao Yuan, who felt embarrassed as he retreated with the small 9 sparrow. With ease, he employed a simple 2nd-tier healing spell to mend the chick's injury. Believing its mother might return for it, he gently placed it back on the windowsill. The fledgling, still unable to fly, shook its soft yellow fluff, chirping a couple of times as it cautiously waddled back and forth along the sill, casting round glossy eyes toward Zhao Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan resumed his reading of the 7 schools' decisions, a gift from the Wolf King. Cold as ice, the ages endure, all is still. With a tranquil heart, only I remain divine, he mused, surprised to find this echoed the Taoist meditative techniques. Flipping back, he recognized the familiar opening lines. Easing his mind, how could Taoist meditative techniques exist in another realm? Zhao Yuan felt a mixture of bewilderment and nostalgia. Reflecting on his childhood, he recalled his father's strictness regarding education, insisting he memorize various texts, proclaiming them to be the essence of national culture. Yet, after 2 years of pressure, his father likely realized his son was not cut out for it, and subsequently ceased his oversight. From that point onward, Zhao Yuan slipped into the life of a net-addicted youth, but that is a tale for another time. Now, although he may struggle to recite the Analects or Tao Te Ching, the meditative technique remained vividly etched in his memory. When he first started playing games, he often found himself infuriated by incompetent teammates or insufferable opponents. At that time, he was quite familiar with classical Chinese literature, frequently reciting the calming mantra to soothe his emotions. Over time, his temperament improved significantly, and he retained the habit of reciting the mantra when agitated. Zhao Yuan scratched his head, struggling to comprehend his current predicament. He was acutely aware that he could not merely dismiss this as a game, despite having convinced himself otherwise upon his arrival in this world. Deep down, he understood that this was not merely a virtual realm. In his original world, every player had a safety lock designed to prevent excessive immersion in the game, ensuring that they did not confuse fantasy with reality. This safety mechanism was intricately devised to protect players' mental well-being. However, in this world, Zhao Yuan's numerous attempts to trigger such a lock had proven futile, yielding no response whatsoever. Moreover, after living here for so many days, he increasingly recognized the authenticity of this realm. Thus, how could a Taoist calming mantra exist in such an alternate world? Zhao Yuan found himself perplexed, realizing he was enveloped in a tumultuous emotional state. He gazed at the ancient text in his hands and instinctively began to recite the first chapter of the calming mantra. Unsurprisingly, his mind gradually settled. He shook his head and continued reading. The subsequent content was filled with esoteric phrases, and after flipping through a couple of pages, he resolved to seek a master to learn further upon his return to the Eastern Huan continent. He then set the book, 7 Sect Decisions, aside and began examining the modified magical equipment that Monroe had delivered to him. One item was a simple black mage's robe, originally named Embers of Destruction. Its former owner was the deceased 9th-tier mage, Saint Lanchuan. And this robe had inadvertently fallen into the hands of the Cold Beast continent after being inherited by one of his 7th-tier disciples. Lanchuan specialized in fire magic, which meant that this robe significantly enhanced the perception of fire magic and possessed remarkable fire resistance. It was said that even a 3rd-tier mage could traverse through magma while wearing this robe. Name: Embers of Destruction attribute. Fire level: 90 purple equipment active skill, destructive domain. Enhances fire spell power by 200 within the domain, insufficient level to release skill, passive skill. Ashes: reduces all fire damage by 90 for the wearer, through his magical perception. Zhao Yuan discovered that the robe also possessed an exceedingly formidable active skill. However, being merely an 8th-tier mage, he was unable to utilize it. Nevertheless, just imagining the former Saint Lanchuan donning this robe and unleashing the destructive domain was undeniably terrifying. There was also the seraphic staff, previously introduced by Monroe, one of the few staves reserved for the 7 cardinal archbishops of the Holy See. It had now transformed from a radiant pure white to a rather unremarkable silver. Name, Seraphic Staff Attribute, Light Level, 80 Epic Active Skill, Divine Protection. Grants immunity to all attacks for 10 minutes while bathed in faith. Cannot release skill without faith power. Passive skill. Power of the Seraph. Enhances light spell effects by 100. Other attribute spell effects by 50. And reduces dark spell effects by 100. Zhao Yuan was at a loss for words, yet again. He encountered a powerful active skill that he could not use. He consoled himself that the passive skill was still quite beneficial. Moreover, magical wands in this world inherently possessed functions to reduce magical consumption and enhance spell potency. For instance, the wand crafted by Master Sophia did not explicitly mention any spell amplification in its description, yet the final casting results clearly indicated a considerable enhancement. Thus, the passive ability of the Seraphic Staff further augmented magical power, an attribute that was exceedingly formidable. Next, Zhao Yuan's gaze fell upon a necklace, which boasted an ancient and grand design, predominantly silver in hue, suitable for a man without appearing effeminate. In this world, a mage adorned with such trinkets would only evoke admiration for their wealth and power. Name, Blue Chi Water Chain Attribute, Water Level, 80 Legendary Active Skill, Absolute Deep Blue. Creates a water domain wherein no spells other than water magic may be cast. Passive skill, Body of Merging Water. The bearer can move freely within water and possesses greatly enhanced resistance to water magic. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but smile. Finally, he had an active skill he could actually use. With this, he would be impervious to both fire and water. Monroe truly had considered every detail. Lastly, he picked up a ring whose properties he was already aware of. Name, Royal 7-Star Ring Attribute. Space Level, 80 Legendary Active Skill, Infinite. Consumes a certain amount of magic power to expand the ring's storage space. Passive skill, Loyalty, once bound to a master. No one else may inspect the ring's contents without the owner's permission, unless the owner is deceased. Once again, he found an active skill he could utilize. Zhao Yuan eagerly channeled a significant portion of his magical energy into the ring, but there was no reaction. He felt somewhat bemused and decided to swallow a crystal core before trying again. To his surprise, he noticed a black pearl floating at the center of the ring's storage space. Cautiously, he poked the pearl with his mental energy, but it remained unresponsive. He recalled that this ring required a master to be recognized. He scanned the vast space with his consciousness and eventually spotted a tiny piece of paper, seemingly insignificant in such a vast realm. It read that one must blend their blood with a portion of their mental energy and merge it with the ring's main core to complete the binding process. Blood and mental energy mix? What a peculiar requirement, Zhao Yuan mused, having never encountered such a procedure before. He decided to wait until lunchtime to inquire further with Monroe. These 4 pieces of equipment constituted the first set of mage gear Monroe had delivered to him. He had supposedly procured several other sets. Though they were not as impressive as this one, they boasted different attributes to adapt to various situations. Zhao Yuan found himself quite exasperated. Moreover, Monroe believed that a mage should embody a presence that commands respect. Even without a retinue of servants and guards, one should not appear overly modest. Zhao Yuan had to plead with him to tone down the ostentation, which led Monroe to reluctantly present the equipment in a more understated manner. Nonetheless, splendid attire and a staff were essential. What would happen if he were to be looked down upon in other places? Monroe had remarked at the time. He was accustomed to wealth and regarded it as a given. Thus, a batch of exquisite equipment not under any bounty was awaiting Zhao Yuan. This slovenly boy, who only changed clothes when urged by his mother, found himself in quite the predicament. In truth, Monroe struggled to understand Zhao Yuan. Initially, he had assumed Zhao Yuan led a life of considerable poverty, but observing Zhao Yuan's calm demeanor in the face of opulence, along with his accustomed air of nobility and the ease with which he accepted servitude, made him seem perfectly suited to wealth. Yet, conversely, Zhao Yuan's casual attitude toward possessions, whether they were fine or shabby, along with his somewhat unkempt nature, puzzled Monroe, who had been raised in nobility. How could the qualities of poverty and wealth harmoniously coexist within Zhao Yuan? The explanation was quite simple. Before he entered elementary school, Zhao Yuan's family had indeed been impoverished. Fortunately, his mother was virtuous and resilient, while his father had reformed from a wayward youth to build a vast fortune in his 30s. After the Zhao family attained wealth, his parents lavished affection upon him, hoping to compensate for the hardships he had endured in his youth. However, Zhao Yuan had long since grown accustomed to such treatment and did not perceive his earlier life of poverty as particularly difficult. As he grew up, he remained quite carefree. enduring hardships without much complaint. Whether this disposition is good or bad is uncertain, yet Zhao Yuan simply prioritized his own comfort without dwelling on unnecessary details. During lunch, he and the Monroe family did not adhere to the customary silence often observed while eating. He was devouring his meat while inquiring, "Monroe, regarding the ring you gifted me. It says that one must mix mental energy and blood to claim ownership. How is that accomplished?" Monroe chuckled and sighed. "Zhao Yuan, I must say, you are quite the ignorant mage. Mixing mental energy with blood is a requirement for many advanced items. First, extract a drop of blood. Then envelop it with your mental energy and slowly allow it to permeate. This completes the mixing. It is quite straightforward to infuse your own mental energy into your blood. You will manage it easily later." As Monroe spoke, he served a piece of tender mountain meat to Muse. Zhao Yuan nodded, suddenly recalling the time he had contracted with the old tortoise. He had always found it peculiar that while he and the Monroe couple had entered into a friendly agreement mutually, his pact with the ancient black tortoise had been somewhat forced. "Old man, when you signed the contract with me, why did you simply bite me and leave it at that?" Zhao Yuan prodded the contract rune belonging to the old black tortoise. "Ah, must you disturb my slumber?" The voice of the old black tortoise emerged, tinged with a sense of grievance that evoked an involuntary pang of guilt in Zhao Yuan. "At that time, I made a desperate gamble, using the little mental energy I had left to merge with your blood. You were completely oblivious and offered no resistance to my mental energy. Thus, I forcibly signed you." Reflecting on that moment, the old black tortoise felt a twinge of fear. He had initially thought that a mage who could only conjure a small fireball was likely lacking in magical prowess, but to his astonishment, this young man turned out to be an 8th tier Grand Mage. An 8th tier Grand Mage. To think he had attempted to roast him with a mere fireball, what folly. Had it not been for Zhao Yuan's ignorance leading to the inexplicable signing of a friendly contract, this sagacious silver moon black tortoise would have met his demise at the hands of this peculiar creature. Moreover, our silver moon black tortoise lineage inherently possesses the bloodline of divine beasts. I awakened my divine beast legacy at the age of 100, granting me extraordinary mental energy, which allowed me to make that desperate attempt. Were it any other magical beast, most would still act on instinct. Try signing with one at random and see if you can engage in such a wise dialogue as I do with you." The old black tortoise declared with a hint of pride. Among any race, elders often epitomize wisdom, and given the long lifespan of the black tortoise clan, combined with the old one's exceptional talents and awakened divine heritage, his intellect undoubtedly surpassed that of other magical beasts. "Wow, old man, you are truly remarkable," Zhao Yuan sincerely praised. He had assumed that all magical beasts possessed intelligence akin to that of the old black tortoise. "Were it not for your evident kindness and the assurance that you would not commit any heinous acts, I would not disclose this secret to you," the old black tortoise boasted. "The human who once forcibly signed a contract with me never learned this secret, even as I accompanied him until his death." "Well, it is indeed an honor." Zhao Yuan internally voiced his disbelief. It seemed that the intelligence of magical beasts was generally quite limited. In recent days, Zhao Yuan had gained some insights, at least understanding how rare it was for magical beasts with divine bloodlines, those who might potentially evolve into divine beasts, to exist. However, possessing divine blood merely indicated a possibility, and that possibility was exceedingly slim. Only those who had awakened their divine beast legacy could truly hope to evolve. And the younger they awakened, the greater their potential, particularly for the old black tortoise, who already had a long lifespan and had awakened his divine beast legacy. It was nearly a certainty that he would evolve into a divine beast. After all, his qualifications were indisputable. Unfortunately, Zhao Yuan suspected he would never witness such an event. For even a 10th tier powerhouse would only live 500 to 600 years, while a 9th tier's lifespan was merely 200 to 300 years. And 8th tier beings typically lived around 150. 7th tier creatures generally lived to about 100 years, and those below 7th tier were hardly different from ordinary humans, with longevity relying primarily on health maintenance. They simply could not be compared to magical beasts like the black tortoise, whose growth cycles span millennia. Yet, despite the rarity of awakened divine bloodlines, the sheer number of magical beasts should have meant that divine beasts had not remained unseen for so long. It was revealed that over 10,000 years ago, when humans and magical beasts were at odds, human alchemists had invented a method to extract divine beast bloodlines. This extracted blood could be infused into a human body, significantly enhancing their innate qualities, with a chance of bestowing them with the divine beast traits. Upon the emergence of this method, ancient humans descended into madness, as the allure of enhanced capabilities was irresistible to all. Those with already good qualifications sought further improvement, while those with lesser talents were willing to go to any lengths to enhance their abilities. The aging powerhouses also desired divine beast bloodlines to elevate the talents of their descendants. Within a mere century, the previously balanced power dynamic between humans and magical beasts was shattered, and humans became the undisputed rulers of the world, while the numbers of powerful magical beasts dwindled dramatically. However, as time passed, the number of divine beasts diminished, and the magical beasts possessing divine bloodlines became increasingly rare. Under the relentless hunting and slaughter by humans, these beasts grew more cunning, often concealing their unique traits and retreating into mountains and oceans, only to emerge once fully matured. Yet, this maturation process was incredibly lengthy. Unlike humans, most magical beasts, aside from those that were social, would engage in fierce battles upon encountering one another. For magical beasts, consuming the core of one that had awakened divine bloodlines could also lead to an enhancement in their own abilities. Thus, the survival environment for magical beasts like the old black tortoise was exceedingly challenging, were it not for Zhao Yuan's inherent lack of belonging to this world. Even as an 8th-tier Grand Mage, he might have been tempted to slay the old black tortoise for sustenance. Old man, should you unfortunately acquire a third contractee in the future, please do not reveal this secret to them. Zhao Yuan expressed concern for the old tortoise's well-being. Naturally, I have a keen eye for people. My disclosure to you is solely because of your pure intentions, the old black tortoise replied slowly. Pure intentions can be misleading. Humans are inherently fickle creatures, you know? Zhao Yuan retorted, exasperated. His situation was unique. Under different circumstances, regardless of how kind-hearted someone might be, they would likely falter. For instance, let us say one day I marry a woman whom I love dearly, and she bears me a son whom we both cherish immensely. However, our son possesses abysmal talent, 1,000 times worse than that of the 9th prince, rendering him nearly incapable of cultivation. Yet, my wife and I are of advancing age and cannot protect him for long. She weeps daily, and our son, when playing with others, is often bullied. As he grows, he becomes aware of his lack of talent, leading to feelings of inferiority and isolation. My wife and I would be heartbroken. In such a scenario, do you think I might entertain thoughts of you? The old black tortoise fell silent upon hearing this profoundly sorrowful tale. All right, I understand. You mean well, he conceded. Thus, while humans have short lifespans, their growth and change occur rapidly. A person's thoughts from 10 years prior may differ entirely from those 10 years hence. Zhao Yuan reflected with a sense of nostalgia. He had initially prepared to grow up and repay his father's debts. Yet who could have predicted that his father would suddenly redeem himself and become a success? And he, once a clever and sensible child, had transformed into a reclusive, internet-addicted figure. Having pondered these matters, Zhao Yuan returned to his room, seated himself on the bed, and held the deep blue ring, commencing his attempt to claim ownership. Perhaps it was due to his inherent status as an 8th-tier archmage, coupled with his formidable mental prowess. Upon discovering the method, he effortlessly merged his spiritual energy with his blood, subsequently connecting to the spatial realm of the ring, thereby sending the blood drop within. The blood droplet, imbued with his mental energy, was swiftly enveloped by Zhao Yuan's consciousness, traversing vast stretches of desolate space toward the central black orb. It was at this moment that Zhao Yuan realized the black orb, which he had presumed to be merely a small object, was indeed the size of a basketball, rendering his single droplet of blood minuscule by comparison. With his mental energy guiding the blood droplet towards the black orb, he observed that while the orb appeared smooth and solid, it unexpectedly absorbed his blood as silently as a sponge. Instantly, Zhao Yuan was enveloped by a peculiar sensation. Although he had previously accessed this unclaimed storage ring, he often had to scan its interior with his mental energy to locate items, spending considerable time in the process. Yet now, he felt an overwhelming mastery over this space, acutely aware of its emptiness and vastness, capable of accommodating an entire mountain. Through the black orb, Zhao Yuan sensed that to expand this space, a certain amount of magical energy needed to be channeled into the orb. Upon reaching a specific threshold, the space would upgrade, transforming into a more expansive realm. Zhao Yuan calculated that for a typical 8th-tier archmage to ascend to the next level, relying solely on meditation to replenish magical energy, it would require relentless effort for a full 2 years. While the amount of magic required for the previous upgrades was certainly not as substantial as this, it must have been painstakingly accumulated by its previous masters, affirming its status as a royal heirloom. With delight, Zhao Yuan adorned himself with the ring, transferring all items originally nestled within the leaves of the Elder S forest into the 7 Stars ring. save for the tome titled Seventh Sect Resolution. However, he couldn't help but ponder the significance of the number 7 in both treasures' names. Was there a connection? He found himself unable to resist the thought. Yet, one was a technique for chi masters, while the other was a magical storage artifact. What possible relation could exist? Perhaps it was merely a preference of the people of the Eastern Huan continent for the number 7. Shaking his head, he dismissed this absurd notion. Suddenly, the sweet chirping of a young bird echoed from the windowsill. Raising an eyebrow, Zhao Yuan realized he had left the window ajar, and wondered if the little sparrow had not yet fled. Approaching, he noticed a small droplet of bird droppings on the exquisite windowsill. With a wry smile, he observed the little sparrow, who seemed to ignore him while glancing around. "Smart little creature," he remarked. "You've left a mess and now expect someone to clean it up." With a simple cleaning spell, the window sparkled anew. Uncertain whether the diminutive bird lacked the ability to fly or was merely hesitant, Zhao Yuan watched as it hopped nervously along the edge of the bed, contemplating a leap that was too daunting. Its glossy black eyes gazed up at him, filled with a pleading expression. Zhao Yuan certainly would not lower it to the ground. What if he accidentally stepped on it? Moreover, in such a conspicuous spot, its parents would undoubtedly come to retrieve it. Noticing that Zhao Yuan had turned away, the little sparrow's fuzzy face displayed a comically human-like look of bewilderment. Suddenly, a high-pitched chirp resonated, and Zhao Yuan felt a gentle breeze behind him, followed by the soft thud of something small and fluffy landing on his back. Plopping to the ground, turning around, he found a fluffy yellow ball that had evidently fallen, emitting a faint and pitiful chirp. Zhao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Could this creature actually be feigning injury? He knelt down to inspect the little sparrow, which now appeared to have an injured wing, lying awkwardly on the ground. Its black eyes fixed on him with an accusatory glare. This little one seems peculiar. A sparrow is not a magical beast. What could account for such cleverness in a fledgling? The old Xuanwu seemed to harbor a disdain for the bird that was trying to cling to Zhao Yuan, finally breaking his usual silence. Some birds possess a remarkable awareness, often described as being imbued with spirit. I trust you understand what I mean, Zhao Yuan countered. He had previously kept pets that exhibited a certain understanding, albeit none as remarkable as this little sparrow, leading him to be quite accepting of its behavior. Moreover, I find this sparrow to be rather foolish. After all, how could it injure itself so carelessly? He mused. Otherwise, what could explain its current predicament? Nonsense. With the exception of magical beasts, all ordinary wild animals are rather dim-witted. There is no such thing as spirit, the old Xuanwu retorted, feeling his dignity challenged. As an elder, he had always harbored a disdain for mischievous young creatures. In his previous life, his last contract holder had formed bonds with numerous magical beasts. And during battles, his contract often compelled the old Xuanwu to shield other beasts. Some of these creatures, in their reckless antics, would venture beyond the protective barrier, only to return injured and seeking solace from their contract holder, who would invariably take out their frustrations on the old Xuanwu. "Oh, come now, don't be upset. This little sparrow is quite pitiful, having lost its parents at such a young age. Perhaps after rescuing it last time, it has developed a bond with me." Zhao Yuan quickly reassured the old Xuanwu, also taking the opportunity to speak well of the little sparrow. After all, he had a fondness for small animals. The old Xuanwu remained silent, recognizing that once again, he had lost the battle for affection. "Next time this brat seeks me out, I shall feign slumber," he thought, harboring his resentment. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan had once again utilized his healing magic to mend the little sparrow. Cradling it in his palm, he noticed the creature's timid gaze. As if it understood its mistake, his heart softened, and he felt reluctant to chastise it. "You seem to have no one to care for you. Perhaps you can stay with me for now. When you grow up, I shall set you free," he spoke to the little sparrow. After saying this, he couldn't help but chuckle at himself, realizing he was speaking to a bird as if it could comprehend human language. Unexpectedly, the fluffy yellow ball nodded in agreement and chirped in response, then hopped onto Zhao Yuan's lap, bouncing happily as if content. "Goodness, has this little one truly become sentient? Old tortoise, come and see this," Zhao Yuan exclaimed internally, astonished, initially intending to ignore him. The old Xuanwu was either taken aback by the sparrow's behavior or incensed by Zhao Yuan's moniker, as he did not feign sleep this time. "Brat, this bird indeed seems peculiar. You ought to procure an identification stone from Monroe to ascertain its true nature. And I am Xuanwu, not a tortoise." The old Xuanwu's voice erupted in Zhao Yuan's mind, momentarily leaving him dazed, as if his thoughts had been obliterated. It took a while for him to regain his composure. He had not anticipated the old Xuanwu's capabilities, prompting him to silently vow never to reveal himself again. Consequently, Zhao Yuan heeded the old Xuanwu's advice, taking the little sparrow once more to seek Monroe. Recently, Zhao Yuan had become increasingly adept at wielding magical powers. He typically relied on a friendly contract to sense Monroe's location. However, this time, Monroe appeared to be out of range, as the friendly contract was only effective at close distances. Thus, he resorted to scanning with his mental energy. Upon scanning, he discovered Monroe at the edge of the dust fog forest, embroiled in a conflict with someone. Muse, I shall step out for a moment. Zhao Yuan communicated with Muse telepathically, summoning the magical energy within him. Upon reaching the 8th tier, both martial artists and mages acquired the ability to fly. Zhao Yuan hastily cast a wind spell to enhance his speed. As for the little sparrow, he tucked it into his pocket. The little creature chirped in protest. But seeing Zhao Yuan's disregard, it resignedly curled up within the pocket, remaining still. Zhao Yuan arrived in haste, only to find that the battle had already concluded. As dusk descended, the setting sun cast a deep crimson hue upon the faces of all present, reflection illuminating Zhao Yuan's eyes and reddening them. It's you again. Zhao Yuan spoke coldly, his rigid and frozen visage betraying the fury that simmered within him. At this moment, Monroe was pierced by several blades, darkened blood and purpling lips unmistakably indicating he was afflicted with a potent poison. A mocking smile flickered across the lips of the red-haired werewolf as he nonchalantly withdrew his sword from Monroe, as if he had merely slain a pig. He lifted his gaze, his blood-red eyes boldly meeting Zhao Yuan's, allowing Zhao to clearly perceive the grotesque, burn-like mark upon his face. Farewell, esteemed archmage, the red-haired werewolf said in a leisurely tone. Before Zhao could react, he activated a teleportation scroll, and in the blink of an eye, the space where they had stood was left desolate. Zhao Yuan emitted a brief sound of protest, yet in an instant, he recognized that seeking vengeance on the red-haired werewolf was futile. He swiftly flew to Monroe's side, reaching out to touch his skin. The pulse beneath the surface indicated that Monroe still clung to life, but his internal energy had been entirely depleted, and the unknown toxin ravaged his body mercilessly. Zhao Yuan grasped Monroe's hand tightly, channeling his internal energy into Monroe. Within mere seconds, the emotions of anger, worry, and panic that had occupied Zhao's heart melted away like snow beneath a blazing sun. His mind raced, contemplating every possible solution. After barely managing to stabilize the potent toxin within Monroe, Zhao Yuan immediately cast a levitation spell, lifting Monroe as he soared towards the residence. Upon reaching the air above the estate, he spotted Muse at the entrance. She seemed to sense the peril befalling her husband, anxiously awaiting at the doorstep. When she beheld Monroe being magically supported by Zhao Yuan, her complexion turned ashen. What has happened? Before they had even landed, Zhao Yuan heard Muse's anxious inquiry. Zhao Yuan shook his head and replied, Monroe is gravely injured and still bears the toxin within. I have healed his external wounds, but I can only suppress this poison with my internal energy. Moreover, it seems this toxin is consuming my energy, growing increasingly potent. I cannot sustain this for much longer. Muse's expression shifted, as she had already deduced the nature of the poison. After all, orcs possess a natural resistance to toxins greater than that of other races. Thus the few poisons effective against them could be counted. This must be the venom of the Kuan snake, exceedingly tyrannical, a poison with no known antidote. Muse's voice dwindled, and Zhao Yuan noticed that her face had drained of all color. There must be a way. Let us think again, Zhao Yuan urged. His knowledge of this world was scant, and he depended on Muse's insights. His words were intended to steady her emotions. Do not despair. My internal energy can last for a while longer. Even if it runs out, I can still use magic to transfer life force to him. If we can find some beasts, I can sustain him for quite some time. In truth, Zhao Yuan felt uncertain. Previously, he had utilized the energy-absorbing ghost vine to siphon life force. But this time, it was not he who was injured, and he could not foresee any potential complications. You are right. We must think of another solution. Muse managed to suppress the tears welling in her eyes, her demeanor gradually regaining composure. She was inherently a calm wolf clan member, but her husband's affliction with the incurable Kuan snake venom had thrown her into disarray. Yet, finding a solution was no simple task. The fearsome reputation of the Kuan snake venom was well known. Countless nobles and powerful figures had perished beneath its might. And for many years, no one had ever been reported to have unraveled its lethal grip. The Kuan snake is an exceedingly rare magical beast. Its aggression is minimal, akin to that of ordinary serpents. However, wherever Kuan snakes dwell, one is sure to find 9th-tier magical beasts. The Kuan snake serves as a subordinate to these higher-tier creatures. Regardless of the ninth-tier magical beast species, its intelligence is comparable to that of a normal adult human. They exhibit preferences and certain needs, such as maintaining cleanliness. The slender and nimble body of the Kuan snake is ideally suited to assist these massive ninth-tier beasts in cleaning their teeth and shedding dead skin. Furthermore, due to the scarcity of Kuan snakes, each ninth-tier magical beast treasures its free little cleaner. Should any human attempt to capture one, it would undoubtedly provoke a monumental battle. Some humans have attempted to employ various schemes to seize a Kuan snake, yet they typically reside in some hidden nook of the ninth-tier beast. And those of lesser strength would likely find themselves obliterated by the wrath of the ninth-tier creature before ever laying eyes on the Kuan snake. Even if one were to exert tremendous effort to obtain a Kuan snake, concocting the Kuan snake venom requires a variety of rare ingredients, the procurement of which is nearly as arduous as capturing the snake itself. Therefore, while the name of Kuan snake venom is widely recognized, it circulates very rarely outside royal collections, and acquiring a sample would be a Herculean task. I never anticipated Lambert would harbor such deep-seated animosity towards Monroe. Muse murmured. Lambert? In recent days, Zhao Yuan had never heard Monroe and his wife mention this name. Indeed, Lambert pursued me alongside Monroe years ago, but I rejected him and married Monroe. Since then, he has sought to undermine Monroe at every turn. Lambert belongs to the Tiger clan, and due to the relationship between our clans, Monroe has refrained from taking drastic measures. Yet, I never expected Lambert to be so despicable, resorting to hiring mercenaries to assassinate him. Muse's face was etched with regret. Do not blame yourself, Muse. We both know this is not your fault. You must be strong for Monroe now. He needs you, Zhao Yuan quickly reassured her. But I feel powerless. Zhao Yuan, I truly feel powerless. Muse, in despair, closed her eyes briefly, her once strong visage now marred with tears. In those fleeting minutes prior, she had not indulged in her emotions. She had calmly searched her mind for any possible solutions, yet ultimately found none that satisfied her. Now, this steadfast woman finally crumbled, collapsing beside Monroe in hopeless sobs. Her voice muffled in her throat, resembling the mournful cries of a she-wolf. Zhao Yuan stood frozen. No, there must be a way, he murmured, his voice barely a whisper, as if speaking to himself. Elder, you possess vast knowledge. Could you enlighten me on any means to counteract Kuan snake venom? Suddenly struck by inspiration, Zhao Yuan implored the old Xuan Wu, as if grasping a lifeline. None, came the swift and unequivocal reply from the elder. The simplicity of that two-word response sent Zhao Yuan's already despondent heart plummeting once more. M.O.R.O. A faint voice emerged, startling both Zhao Yuan and Muse into alertness. Monroe, my husband, you have awakened. Do not worry, Zhao Yuan and I will find a way to save you. Muse spoke urgently, forcing a smile onto her tear-streaked face, unaware of the bitterness that lingered there. Do not speak any further. Muse, bring Little Yak to me. Monroe's breath was faint, the once robust Wolf Clan warrior now struggling to utter even a single phrase. Muse hesitated for a moment. Then a chilling expression of profound silence washed over her face. She said nothing more, simply rising to head towards her room. Zhao Yuan, unsure of what to say, heard Monroe gasp, "Thank you. Zhao Yuan, you have once again aided our family immensely." With that brief utterance, Monroe expended all his remaining strength to convey his gratitude. Upon hearing those words, Zhao Yuan's initial reaction was that Monroe had discovered a way to detoxify. However, he quickly recalled the ashen expression on Muse's face, as if she had resigned herself to fate, and felt that something was amiss, rendering him incapable of feeling joy. In that brief moment, Muse had already brought Little Ike over. At merely a month or two old, Ike was blissfully unaware of the turmoil surrounding him. Still innocently smacking his lips, Muse silently knelt beside Monroe, cradling little Ike in her arms, her eyes resembling a parched well. With her assistance, Monroe, whose hands were still stained with blood, laboriously placed them on Ike's tender visage. Monroe's lips moved slightly, as if silently reciting a prayer. In the next instant, Zhao Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment as a semi-corporeal shadow of a colossal wolf erupted from Monroe's being. This magnificent wolf towered over the blue rabbit Zhao Yuan had previously encountered, its black fur as solemn as the night, and its blood-red eyes radiated a regal power that compelled one to kneel in reverence. The wolf's apparition lingered in the air for but a moment before it leapt into Little Ike's body. Simultaneously, Zhao Yuan distinctly felt one of the 3 radiant contract runes within his consciousness suddenly dim, then dissolve into the void, as if he had never forged that benevolent pact. He watched as Monroe's hand weakly slipped from Ike's face, falling onto the courtyard stones, stirring up a fine layer of dust. Muse remained in her position, kneeling there. Seemingly oblivious to the sudden wails of little Ike in her arms, she simply gazed blankly at Monroe, her husband, the man who would forever keep his eyes closed. Zhao Yuan stood in silence beside them, an unsettling realization dawning upon him, despite his formidable power upon arriving in this world. He was powerless to prevent the deaths of his two closest friends, one before his very eyes, and the other witnessing the demise of her husband before her own. He found himself at a loss for words, unsure of how to offer even a single word of comfort. On this particular morning, Zhao Yuan was awakened once again by the chirping of Xiao Pai, a name he had affectionately given to the little sparrow due to its whimsical nature. It had been over a month since the death of Monroe, and Zhao Yuan had gradually begun to shake off the melancholic sentiments that had weighed upon him. A faint smile graced his lips as he gently tapped Xiao Pai's head with his finger and rose from the blanket spread beneath him. Embarking once more on his solitary journey through the forest, this time Zhao Yuan was far more composed than when he first arrived. He stowed away the blanket into his 7-star ring and effortlessly cast a cleaning spell, which spared him the hassle of washing his face and combing his hair. He then retrieved some fruits and provisions from the ring, feeding the deep purple wheel horse and Xiao Pai, while he himself consumed a bit of dough to satiate his hunger before setting off into the morning light. He recalled the words of Musi from half a month prior. Zhao Yuan, do not worry about me. I will take good care of Xiaoyak. Do not seek vengeance for Monroe. I wish to deal with that despicable fellow myself. These supplies and this purple wheel horse are what I have specially prepared for you. As you are often without a fixed abode, you should have some convenient tools at your disposal. It was only when he arrived at the Wolf Tribe Palace with Monroe's corpse that he understood why Monroe had mentioned he had been of great assistance. In each Beastman tribe, there exists only one king and 9 heirs, the princes. If there are more offspring, those ranked lower do not receive the divine beast inheritance. This inheritance can only be passed from father to son. Had Monroe died before returning home or remained unconscious, the inheritance would have returned to the Beast God Temple, passing on to the newborn son of the Wolf King. Without this divine inheritance, even if a child were the Wolf King's own grandson by blood, he would not receive the protection of the royal family. Thus, despite the numerous offspring of the Beastman royalty, the issue of excessive nobility does not arise. Those without the divine inheritance cannot be considered nobility. Furthermore, once any of the 9 princes inherits the king's power, the divine inheritance possessed by the other 8 princes and the new king will automatically revert to the Beast God Temple, reducing those 8 princes to mere ordinary members of the tribe, albeit with accumulated strength and prestige over the years. Xiaoyak, having received Monroe's divine inheritance, took his place among the 9 princes, allowing Musi to rest assured that their family's assets would not be usurped, as the Wolf King would provide protection for Musi and Xiaoyak before abdicating. Such occurrences are not rare among the beast tribes. Yet it was only when faced with the reality that Zhao Yuan comprehended the sorrow and bloodshed behind these rules. Xiaoyak was fortunate to inherit the divine power upon his father's death. Many children were denied this legacy, their fathers having met untimely ends, causing their families to plummet from grace. Riding the slender Zhao Yuan, the purple wheel horse traversed the forest with agility. While Xiao Pai clung to the pockets of Zhao Yuan's attire, its fluffy head buffeted by the wind as it peered curiously outside. The saddle, a specially crafted magical implement, allowed Zhao Yuan, as an 8th-tier archmage, to maintain its operation effortlessly without the aid of magic crystals. Thus, even as the horse traversed the uneven terrain of branches and soil, Zhao Yuan sat firmly in the saddle, one hand guiding the reins and the other holding a map. Squinting in the dappled sunlight, he found himself once again in the misty forest, but this time, he did not intend to venture north to escape the forest confines. Instead, he aimed to navigate through its depths towards the east, where the territory of the tiger tribe lay at the forest's end. Under the guidance of the old tortoise, he had hunted numerous high-tier magical beasts and had not let low-tier ones escape his grasp. Zhao Yuan discovered that his absorption of magical energy was indiscriminate of rank. For instance, while a first-tier crystal core contained only 1/3 of the magical energy of a second-tier core, the quality of the energy in a first-tier core paled in comparison to that of a second-tier core. Nonetheless, once inside Zhao Yuan's body, all energies would be refined into 8th-tier magical power. In the market, second-tier cores were priced at more than 5 times that of first-tier cores, making the consumption of lower-tier cores far more advantageous for Zhao Yuan. However, during combat, Should he require a rapid recovery of magical energy, he would still resort to consuming higher-tier cores rich in magical power. Simultaneously, he employed every spell he had memorized, experimenting with new magical combinations based on the various professions and characteristics of magical beasts in this world. During his time with the Monroe family, he was astonished to discover that most mages in this world existed primarily for large-scale warfare or support roles. In simpler terms, they were typical dungeon-crawling mages. Teammates would draw aggro while the mage stood back, casting buffs and spells. The concept of a PK mage was foreign to them, and indeed, there was little necessity for such a role. Consequently, the magical systems of this world bore little resemblance to the spells he had mastered. While some basic spells such as fireballs and healing were universally recognized, tactical and dueling spells, such as his favorite spells, Resistance Aura, Gale Ice Needle, and Energy Drain Vines, were conspicuously absent in this realm. This discrepancy afforded Zhao Yuan a significant advantage, as many martial artists would underestimate his dueling capabilities. Much like the 4 assassins he had encountered. In combat, underestimating an opponent could prove fatal. This was a stark reality where any oversight or miscalculation could result in bloodshed and death. Thus, Zhao Yuan diligently immersed himself in study and integration of his powers, following the old tortoise's advice to locate high-tier magical beast lairs for combat training. After half a month, he finally reached the boundary of the misty forest. As he stepped out of the forest, Zhao Yuan cast a cold gaze towards the distant horizon, where the territory of the tiger tribe awaited. Being a human amidst a wilderness made him conspicuous. Thus, he had traversed the seldom-trodden depths of the forest, avoiding any signs of human activity. Now, appearing abruptly within the tiger tribe's domain, he was sure to catch everyone off guard. Zhao Yuan removed his mage robe and donned one of the black obsidian leather armors prepared for him by Monroe. He pulled up the hood, concealing much of his face, leaving only his pale, gaunt chin and faintly colored lips exposed to the sunlight. He then unsheathed his Soul Reaper sword, which felt more comfortable in his grasp than any other weapon, having already mastered its combination attacks, ideal for taking lives. Xiao Pai, with great effort, squeezed its plump body into the pocket of the leather armor. The armor was far tighter than the robe, yet it stubbornly resisted practicing its flying skills. Zhao Yuan looked at the awkward bulge at his waist and shook his head in resignation. He patted the purple wheel horse's head and instructed, "You will roam near the forest today. If you encounter magical beasts or humans, simply flee. I shall return for you tomorrow morning." The purple wheel horse snorted in response and galloped into the forest, leaving Zhao Yuan in a cloud of dust. Amused, he pondered whether the old tortoise, if awake, would be irritated by a third-tier magical beast exhibiting such intelligence. Glancing at the sky, Zhao Yuan noted the approach of sunset. Unlike the day of Monroe's death, when the sun appeared a particularly vivid red, casting everything in a crimson hue that obscured even bloodstains, today's sunset was a magnificent orange gold, illuminating a vast expanse of thick clouds, resembling a solemn punctuation mark in the sky. He cast an invisibility spell upon himself, as the golden-orange hues of the setting sun bathed him, filtering through his form and casting a radiant reflection upon the ground, resembling a cascade of golden ears. Lambert was not a prince of the Tiger clan, yet his status held considerable weight within the tribe. His grandfather had once been among the princes, and notably, the sole rare mage. He enjoyed immense support from many within the clan. Alas, great trees attract the wind, and his grandfather ultimately fell to the combined oppression of the other 8 princes. Nevertheless, as a 6th-tier mage, Lambert's grandfather occupied a revered position. Even across the entirety of the Frost Beast continent, numerous adventurers and mercenaries sought his esteemed presence for their endeavors, offering substantial rewards for his participation. Astutely, Lambert's grandfather would select tasks devoid of mortal peril, yet desperately in need of a mage's expertise, thereby effortlessly amassing a considerable fortune and earning a stellar reputation throughout the continent. It can be said that Lambert grew up in a prestigious family steeped in glory. His grandfather had over 20 wives, and his father boasted 7, resulting in a substantial number of descendants. Yet, Lambert remained the cherished favorite of both his grandfather and father. Not by mere chance, but because he, like his grandfather, was a rare mage. His talents were hardly inferior to those of his grandfather, having already ascended to the 4th tier by the tender age of 30. In his lifetime, he was quite likely to reach the heights of his grandfather, becoming a 6th-tier mage, or even advancing further to the 7th tier, attaining the status of a high mage. However, as a mage, he bore his own burdens. It was a well-known fact that mages could never best martial artists of the same tier. As a man of the Tiger clan, he possessed a robust physique. Yet this was merely a facade. Without martial prowess, even the most impressive muscles were but ornamental. Initially, he paid little heed to this truth. Even harboring a somewhat arrogant perspective, martial artists were merely reckless brutes charging into battle, while he, as a noble and rare mage, need only invoke the decisive spells that determined the outcome of conflicts, shielded by the protection of others. He was a distinguished mage endowed with the power to adjudicate the tides of battle. Why should he concern himself with the cultivation of martial skills? Since the day Lambert's proposal was rejected by a woman, his convictions began to waver. Although he outwardly adopted an even more arrogant demeanor, often speaking disdainfully to the martial artists around him, deep down, he harbored the unsettling doubt that perhaps he was rejected because he was not a valiant warrior capable of leading the charge. He overlooked the fact that the woman had been childhood friends with her husband and refused to acknowledge that her husband possessed superior talent and cultivation. Instead, he stubbornly believed that his rejection stemmed from being a mage, lacking the necessary valor. Yet, he did not embark on physical training or attempt to integrate martial prowess with his magical skills. He firmly believed that being a mage was a nobler profession than that of a martial artist, unwilling to lower his status. Thus, all his jealousy and resentment were directed toward the woman and her husband, whom he perceived as provocateurs of his dignity. However, a mage was inherently ill-equipped to duel a martial artist, especially one of higher rank. Consequently, he resorted to frequently engaging in mercenary tasks, venturing into perilous realms in search of lucrative rewards to hire assassins. On his first attempt, he spent his entire fortune to hire the infamous Red Madness, a formidable fifth-tier beast, along with a brother of equal rank. Lambert believed success was assured until an unexpected human mage emerged from a crevice in the rocks and thwarted his plans. Initially, Lambert considered swallowing his pride. But during another expedition, a companion inadvertently acquired a small vial of Kuan snake venom, containing merely 3 drops and with 8 participants in the task. It was clear that sharing would be problematic. Therefore, they decided to auction the venom, anticipating a substantial sum to be divided among them. However, Lambert coveted the venom for himself, as possessing it would make eliminating the woman's husband effortless, thus allowing him to redeem his honor. Yet, his companions were not fools. Even though he was a mage, there was no justification for him to monopolize a drop of the venom. Additionally, having exhausted his savings on hiring Red Madness, he could not muster funds to purchase even a single drop of the Kuan snake venom. His grandfather and father would certainly disapprove of him hiring an assassin to kill a wolf clan orc. Considering the amicable relations between the wolf and tiger clans in recent years, thus, his companions disregarded his pleas and planned to sell the venom after exiting the ruins, intending to split the proceeds. Little did they know, Lambert had no intention of allowing them to leave the ruins. That night, he volunteered for the night watch and, using a significant portion of his magical power, cast a spell to eliminate the sleeping captain, seizing the Kuan snake venom from his storage ring. Despite his caution, he inadvertently awakened a particularly vigilant companion, who raised the alarm. Faced with the onslaught of 6 remaining comrades, Lambert calmly unleashed a group attack spell, incorporating 2 drops of Kuan snake venom into the spell. His companions, familiar with the spell's typical efficacy, did not take it seriously and failed to adequately protect themselves. By the time they realized they were poisoned, it was too late. Thus, Lambert emerged from the ruins alone, having plundered the storage equipment of his 7 former allies. He returned to his tribe and once again contacted Red Madness. Although he initially intended to reach out to other assassins or mercenaries, they all refused upon learning that the target was Monroe, fully aware that Monroe had a high-tier mage in his household, and that Monroe's wife, Muse, had recently reached the 5th tier, having overcome her period of vulnerability. With 2 5th-tier martial artists and a high-tier mage on Monroe's side, they were not foolish enough to walk into certain death. Only Red Madness, who lost his close brother during the previous ambush, accepted the task without hesitation when Lambert approached him out of desperation. Yet, for reasons unknown, Red Madness had never mentioned that Zhao Yuan was also a 5th-tier martial artist. Had Lambert been aware of Zhao Yuan's true strength as a 5th-tier martial artist coupled with an 8th-tier mage, no amount of hatred would have driven him to target the Monroe family. However, Monroe and the Wolf King remained tight-lipped about Zhao Yuan's mage rank, leading others to speculate that this young human might possess a 6th or 7th tier, given his age. After all, reaching the 6th tier was already a remarkable achievement in the realm of the cold beasts. The 8th tier was revered as a grand profession due to its extreme difficulty to attain, requiring not only exceptional talent and diligent practice, but also a stroke of luck. Even a once-in-a-millennium genius could not guarantee reaching the 8th tier. Thus, that night, Lambert ordered the martial artists under his command to guard his bedroom while activating a powerful magic detection array. Although costly, Lambert had heard rumors of Zhao Yuan's disappearance from the Wolf Clan territory. Despite his station men failing to report any sightings of Zhao Yuan along the route to the Tiger Clan, he still felt a nagging unease. Logically, a mage could not traverse the misty forest alone, but perhaps Zhao Yuan had some means to do so. Human cunning knew no bounds. Consequently, he set up an elaborate trap at home, specifically designed to counter mages, with a 5th-tier martial artist and 3 4th-tier martial artists guarding him, whereas usually, only 2 4th-tier martial artists were present. Once these precautions were in place, Lambert felt a sense of relief. The shadows of his worries dissipating somewhat as he returned to his bedroom to prepare for a restful sleep. However, as he removed his outer robe and prepared to retire, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, sending his heart racing. He spun around abruptly to find a figure cloaked in black leather armor, silently standing before him, brandishing a bloodstained black longsword as if sent by the darkness itself. "Who are you?" Lambert instinctively shouted, knowing full well that at such close quarters, he stood no chance against this individual, hoping to attract the attention of the guards outside. "Save your breath. I have already cast a soundproof barrier." The figure in black replied, their tone coldly mocking. What? Lambert momentarily struggled to comprehend. Wasn't this person a martial artist? How could they wield 3rd-tier magic? Moreover, what of the array he had set up in the courtyard? Surely it would react if someone cast a spell. As if reading his thoughts, the black-clad figure smirked disdainfully. "Did you really think a mere 5th-tier array could detect me? Impossible." Lambert's eyes widened in horror. The only being capable of fully suppressing a 5th-tier array was an 8th-tier mage, which was inconceivable. At that moment, Lambert, if not foolish, should have realized that this black-clad figure was undoubtedly connected to Zhao Yuan, considering that no orc had ever ascended to the rank of 8th-tier mage throughout history. If Zhao Yuan had indeed arrived in his chamber, using an 8th-tier mage's invisibility spell, then the defenses he had deployed outside were utterly futile. Yet, the figure was clad in armor and wielding a sword, and compared to the pale and slender figure he knew as Zhao Yuan, the weight of this equipment was beyond what a human mage could easily handle. Thus, there were 2 possibilities. First, this black-clad figure was indeed Zhao Yuan, who, in addition to being an 8th-tier mage, was also a martial artist. Second, this individual was merely a martial artist, not Zhao Yuan, who was hiding somewhere, casting spells to assist him. Lambert was more inclined to believe the latter, for if this figure before him were Zhao Yuan, then he was truly facing certain death. Thus, he decisively spoke. "Friend, regardless of your identity, grant me this one mercy today, and I shall offer you double the reward immediately." However, he continued with a note of urgency, "If I perish, everything within my storage ring will detonate, leaving you with naught but loss. And you will find yourself pursued by the Tiger Clan." "Oh, double the price?" The tone of the cloaked figure seemed to carry a hint of intrigue. "Indeed." Lambert felt a glimmer of hope as his voice grew animated. "I once ventured into a ruin, but alas, my companions met with untimely deaths. I acquired their storage rings, filled with countless treasures, all of which I can offer you." Yet, the figure's tone shifted to one of hesitation. "I am uncertain how one might kill a person twice." With that, a malevolent smile stretched across his lips, his tone mockingly sinister, reminiscent of a devil. In that instant, Lambert's pupils constricted, his countenance shifting dramatically. He intended to retrieve something from his storage ring, but it was already too late. Despite his stillness, his gaze inexplicably descended, and the final image imprinted in his mind was that of a headless corpse, blood gushing from its neck, collapsing slowly to the ground. The soundproof barrier could muffle noise, yet it could not mask the pungent scent of blood. The martial artist stationed in the courtyard sensed a change, his nostrils flaring, and he rushed into Lambert's chamber. Inside, only the headless body remained, the surrounding furniture stained with splatters of blood, pooling on the floor. "Where is Master Lambert's head?" inquired the youngest martial artist of the Tiger Clan. "It must have been taken as a task," replied one seasoned 5th-tier martial artist, though his expression was grim. He knelt to examine the marks on Lambert's neck closely. The edges of the wound were smooth, devoid of any residual energy. The assailant's strength likely surpassed mine, and their technique was remarkably deft, an experienced killer. He then turned to survey the scattered bloodstains. The unmasked blood indicated that the murderer had not been splattered. Thus, his position must have been here. The fifth-tier beastman stepped 2 paces to the spot where Zhao Yuan had previously stood. It was evident that Master Lambert had encountered his assailant. Since the killer opted not to strike from behind, there must have been words exchanged between them. Yet, curiously, Lambert did not cry out for help. Could it have been someone familiar? The fifth-tier beastman continued his analysis. The orcs surrounding the town of Kelly gazed in reverence at the fifth-tier orc, yet he merely furrowed his brow. Numerous questions remained unanswered, such as how the assassin managed to evade their vigilance and magical surveillance, and what exactly the assassin had communicated to Lambert, along with the purpose of his arrival. For the simple-minded orcs, such complexities were difficult to fathom. However, as the leader, he recognized that this mission had gone awry, potentially offending one of the prominent families of the Tiger clan. Thus, he felt compelled to leverage his extensive experience and engage in deep contemplation to provide Lambert's family with a satisfactory explanation. At that moment, Zhao Yuan had donned loose robes and sat leisurely atop his purple wheel horse. The small bird, having returned to the comfort of its soft pocket, chirped joyfully, while a small, pale lavender magical orb floated in his palm. The discussions and analyses of the Tiger clan orcs reached his ears, undisturbed. His objectives had been fulfilled. He had avenged Monroe, and Muse had been spared the burden of raising Little Eck under the strain of envy and animosity. Yet, he now found himself a solitary wanderer. Though fortunately, he was no longer relying on his own legs for travel. When the small orb suddenly burst with a pop, Zhao Yuan had already absorbed all the speculations regarding Lambert's demise. The Tiger and Wolf clans had historically maintained a cordial relationship, united against the oppression of the Mammoth clan. Consequently, the elders of each clan taught the younger generations to avoid enmity and to foster cooperation. Thus, the matter of Lambert's assassination of Monroe was not something the Tiger clan dared to disclose. Beyond Zhao Yuan, the assassin himself, only Muse, the Wolf King, and the red-haired werewolf within the Wolf Palace were privy to the truth of Lambert's death. Previously, that red-haired werewolf had escaped using a teleportation scroll. Had Zhao Yuan not been in a rush to save Monroe, he might have employed the 8th-tier spatial magic, Chaos Moment, to retrieve him on the spot. Monroe had inquired, however, and learned that directional teleportation scrolls were exceedingly expensive, while random teleportation scrolls, though still costly, were more accessible. When the red-haired werewolf used the scroll, Zhao Yuan felt no tug from the other side of space, indicating they likely employed a random teleportation scroll. Should fortune favor them, they would simply arrive near the Wolf clan. Otherwise, they might end up using an intercity teleportation array to return, for mercenaries typically preferred familiar terrains for their missions. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuan had conferred with the Wolf King, and all teleportation arrays in proximity to the Wolf clan would be vigilantly monitored for any sign of the red-haired werewolf. Should he appear, he would face the wrath of the Wolf clan. In truth, even if the Tiger clan became aware of Lambert's connection to the Wolf clan, there would be little concern, as Lambert had initiated the conflict by murdering Monroe. A mere Tiger clan mage with slightly superior talent had slain a prince of exceptional potential, likely to inherit the Wolf King's throne, only to meet his own demise. Such a fate was well-deserved. Riding his purple wheel horse, Zhao Yuan journeyed through the night to a nearby small town. Under the cover of darkness, he dispatched an urgent letter containing a sealed box and a brief note with only 4 words, "May we each fare well." Subsequently, he melted into the thick night, heading towards the horizon. His next destination was the Elven Forest, located in the far eastern reaches of the Frost Beast continent. After all, one must not visit another world without encountering its enchanting elves. 2 days later, a weary traveler arrived in Kelly town. His pallid and gaunt visage belied a tall frame, clad in an unremarkable dark robe. Yet, bereft of any Orcish features and leading a robust purple wheel horse, he drew the curious gazes of passers-by. "A mage? How rare. Our humble town has a mage visiting," exclaimed a stout pig-like matron from a nearby fur shop, astonished, as she spoke to a neighboring squirrel woman. "Indeed. I've only seen mages twice in my life. The last was when a mercenary squad injured before my marriage sought refuge in our town," replied the squirrel woman. "Look at him. No tail, no ears. Could he be a human?" interjected a frail old man with a long, thin black-gray tail, also a squirrel. As he spoke, his squinty eyes scrutinized Zhao Yuan closely. "You make a valid point. He must be human. No wonder there are so many human mages," observed the pig matron, noting the absence of any openings in Zhao Yuan's robe and the lack of Orcish ears on his head. His skin, unusually fair for an orc. Further convinced her of the squirrel's hypothesis. But look at that horse he is leading. Could it be a purple wheel horse? The squirrel elder exclaimed, his eyes widening in astonishment. What? A purple wheel horse? That's a rare treasure, priceless. You must be mistaken, gasped both the pig matron and the squirrel woman in surprise. I couldn't possibly make such a mistake. Do you not recall last time? Zhao Yuan ambled down the main street of Kelly Town, overhearing the whispers of the townsfolk, yet he paid them no heed. This town was quite ordinary. Most small towns in the Frost Beast continent resembled this one, sparsely populated, with meager resources and infrequent visitors. Such towns were predominantly inhabited by orc tribes with little combat prowess, starkly contrasting with the bustling trade of places like Chishi Town, which thrived on the commerce brought by the misty forest. The so-called main street was merely wide enough for a cart, flanked by various shops selling basic goods, with hardly any duplicate offerings. His arrival in this town was born from an unexpected turn of events. Following the map, he had been hastening eastward when the little bird, usually content to be pampered, suddenly began to chirp frantically from his pocket. Zhao Yuan had always assumed the little creature could not fly, yet that day, it flapped its delicate wings and took to the air, circling around him while calling out. With no other choice, Zhao Yuan followed the little bird to this unremarkable town. To him, accustomed to city life, the surroundings felt ancient and dull, devoid of novelty. Yet, he sensed something peculiar about this town the moment he stepped into its bounds. The little bird, which had been chirping and flying, suddenly darted back into his pocket. Zhao Yuan attempted to coax it out, but it stubbornly remained silent. The bird had always displayed a keen sense, so could it be frightened? If so, why had it led him here? Zhao Yuan's mind raced with thoughts. Yet clarity eluded him, compelling him to tether his purple wheel horse and walk into the seemingly mundane town. Youngster, are you foolish? Did you not hear what those people were saying? The long-slumbering ancient tortoise awoke unexpectedly and chastised Zhao Yuan. I heard them, but what of it? Zhao Yuan questioned, perplexed. This small town's residents seldom encounter mages or humans. So, how do you suppose they recognize the valuable wheel horse, particularly the exquisite purple wheel horse? The ancient tortoise admonished. That makes sense, Zhao Yuan exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. He promptly turned and, amid the astonished gazes of onlookers, approached the pig matron's first shop. Good day, ma'am. I am a traveler from the East Huan continent, passing through here. Might you have a place for me to stay the night? He inquired politely. Madame Zhu, observing Zhao Yuan's youthful naivety, harbored no suspicions and promptly expressed her warm hospitality. Young man, she exclaimed, you have come to the right place. My yard is the largest in the town, and you may stay here tonight without charge, as outsiders seldom visit our little village. Zhao Yuan smiled and nodded appreciatively, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. However, a sense of unease settled in his heart, despite Madame Zhu's verbal assurances of no payment. The fleeting glimmer of greed in her eyes did not escape his keen observation. Surrounding them, the local female and male squirrels regarded Madame Zhu with palpable envy, as though she had acquired some coveted treasure. As if sensing Zhao Yuan's scrutiny, the two squirrels quickly masked their expressions and offered him congenial smiles. Zhao Yuan feigned ignorance, donning an innocent smile that belied any suspicion. Subsequently, he was naturally led by Madame Zhu to her abode. Throughout the journey, her demeanor mirrored that of a warm and welcoming host. Had he not initially perceived their peculiar reactions, he might have been easily convinced. Yet, through his mental acuity, Zhao Yuan discerned that Madame Zhu deliberately chose less frequented paths to avoid drawing attention from others. Nevertheless, they encountered 3 individuals along the way, 2 women from the squirrel clan and a man from the pig clan. Each approached Madame Zhu with exuberance, engaging in conversation while discreetly sizing up Zhao Yuan with sidelong glances. Upon noticing his mage attire, their expressions softened with relief. It was well understood that, in terms of lethality, any mage of equal rank possessed greater power than a martial artist of the same level. However, in terms of self-preservation, mages were significantly more vulnerable. One would expect the townsfolk to be more apprehensive of a stranger, especially a mage, yet their demeanor suggested a remarkable sense of ease. Zhao Yuan also noted that with each new group they encountered, Madame Zhu's expression grew increasingly grim, and her interactions became increasingly perfunctory. Despite some individuals appearing better dressed than her, although they hailed from a remote area, it was illogical for those who fared better to pander to those less fortunate, unless the latter possessed something they coveted. Zhao Yuan idly mused to himself. The dwelling of Aunt Zhua, the swineherd, was described as spacious, Yet it was merely a modestly enclosed area. The structure was of considerable size, but the construction was quite haphazard, with several drafts seeping through. Young man, you shall sleep in this room tonight. My husband snores quite loudly, and you might be disturbed if you sleep too close, Anshua remarked with a tone of concern, leading Zhao Yuan to a small room approximately 10 meters away from the main house. Upon entering, Zhao Yuan observed that this little house was clearly not built by Aunt Zhua and her family. It was well-equipped and remarkably sturdy. The wooden cottage exuded an aesthetic charm, and Zhao Yuan felt a sense of relief and gratitude. After all, what was there to fear? By the way, your horse is quite handsome. I happen to have some wheat stalks and weeds to feed him, Anshua continued, reaching for the reins held by Zhao Yuan. Thank you, Aunt. But this horse is rather peculiar. He prefers to forage for himself. I shall let him roam in the woods shortly, Zhao Yuan politely declined. The purple horse gave a neigh and tossed its head, prompting Zhao Yuan to release the reins, and the horse galloped joyfully towards the nearby forest. As a third-tier magical beast, the horse was not threatened by any wild animals in that fringe woodland. Young man, why did you let your horse run off? Aren't you afraid it won't return? Aunt Zhuo inquired, her concern palpable. The purple horse was a rare and valuable creature, far exceeding the worth of the young man's tattered robe. No need to worry, Aunt. This horse is quite intelligent. With a single whistle, he will return by morning. Zhao Yuan replied with a smile. Since Zhao Yuan had spoken so confidently, Aunt Zhuo refrained from pressing further. During this time, she attempted to prepare a meal for Zhao Yuan, but he steadfastly refused, having encountered 2 deadly poisons during his brief stay of less than 2 months. He was far too cautious to accept food from a stranger with dubious intentions. Aunt Zhuo, realizing this, quietly scoffed and left Zhao Yuan to attend to her own preparations. As night fell imperceptibly, the countryside lacked the extravagant magical lighting. Most people retired to bed around 7 or 8 o'clock. Zhao Yuan, not wishing to stand out as the brightest star in the night sky, conformed to local customs and lay down as well. Though his eyes were closed, he remained vigilant, using his spiritual energy to monitor his surroundings, particularly the activities of Aunt Zhuo's family. Around 5 o'clock, Zhao Yuan noticed Aunt Zhuo's husband returning home. Aunt Zhuo merely informed her husband that a guest had arrived, a mage, without delving deeper into the matter. However, Zhao Yuan distinctly perceived a flicker of joy and greed on the husband's face through his spiritual observation. It seems the townsfolk are quite astute. They know better than to whisper in the presence of a mage, the old tortoise remarked, surprised. Indeed, the closer I am, the more clearly I can sense with my spiritual energy, Zhao Yuan concurred. However, elder, I find it peculiar that Aunt Zhuo and her husband appear to be of considerable age, yet have no children. Furthermore, both the swineherd and squirrel tribes are known for their high fertility, yet I have seen no children in this town apart from infants, Zhao Yuan queried. Ah, such a phenomenon is indeed curious, the old tortoise mused. If there are infants, it rules out the possibility that the entire village is under a curse. Logically, they should have harmed more than just one group of travelers, yet they remain impoverished, and the town appears dilapidated with no new structures. Perhaps they have used ill-gotten gains to send their children away. Zhao Yuan found this reasoning plausible and was about to continue his discussion with the old tortoise when he noticed Aunt Zhuo, who should have been asleep, emerging from her house. Young man, are you asleep? Aunt Zhuo called softly from outside. Even in the pitch darkness, Zhao Yuan discerned a hint of probing in her expression through his spiritual energy. Thus, he remained silent, feigning deep slumber. Seeing no response from inside, Aunt Zhuo beckoned her husband, who stealthily exited the house. They carried a dimly lit oil lamp and quietly peered through the window of the small room at the sleeping Zhao Yuan, their eyes devoid of feigned warmth, replaced instead by raw greed. Let us go, Aunt Zhuo whispered, tugging at her husband's sleeve, and the pair hastily made their way toward the opposite end of the town. As their footsteps faded into the distance, Zhao Yuan's perception of their spiritual energy waned. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he extended his spiritual energy towards the homes of the 3 families he had previously encountered. As expected, none of them were home. However, nearby neighbors remained sound asleep. It dawned on him why Aunt Zhuo had appeared so displeased when greeting the 3 earlier. It was evident they were all in on the scheme. At the far end of the town, outside a cave distant from the settlement, a neat row of over a dozen individuals knelt, most of whom Zhao Yuan recognized, along with some likely relatives. What is it? An ancient, raspy voice echoed from within the cave. Although the summer winds blew warmly outside, those kneeling felt an icy chill. Elder Wu, a mage has arrived in our village today and is staying in my home, Aunt Zhuo's husband stammered, trembling. He is a young human mage, fair-skinned and delicate, accompanied by a striking purple horse. Oh, no wonder I caught a whiff of something foul today. It appears we have a human among us. The voice of Elder Wu cackled, the sound chillingly sinister in the dark of night. Please, Elder Wu, have mercy on us. We are but powerless commoners. Take whatever you desire from the young man. Just leave us enough to eat. Anjua's husband pleaded, his tone exceedingly humble. He and Anjua had calculated that Elder Wu, being a martial artist, would find little use for most of the mage's belongings, ensuring they would profit significantly. Moreover, since the mage was currently residing in their home, even with the numerous freeloading neighbors, they would certainly take the lion's share. Originally, I had no intention of acting against a mage, but it seems fate has dealt him a cruel hand. He is merely an insufferable human. Very well. I shall accompany you tonight, the voice from the cave declared. Thank you, Elder Wu. Thank you. Anjua and the others began to bow in gratitude. They then skillfully produced a pristine large wooden basin, and the line of beastmen began to take turns offering their blood into the basin, according to their customs. Everyone else contributed around 500 milliliters, while Anjua and her husband only gave 200 milliliters. Despite being robust, the beastmen appeared pale and on the verge of collapse. Subsequently, all the beastmen quietly knelt in a circle 10 meters from the basin, their heads bowed deeply. Before long, the sound of limbs scraping against the dry earth echoed from within the cave, and a hunched, emaciated figure crawled out. Clad only in a tattered cloth loosely wrapped around its waist, its skin resembled rough tree bark, tightly adhering to its skeletal frame, though the figure moved with some difficulty. The kneeling beastmen remained eerily silent, none daring to lift their eyes to meet its gaze. As soon as the gluttonous monster emerged, it unhesitatingly plunged its head into the large wooden basin, indulging in a frenzied drink as if the warm blood were some exquisite elixir. As the liquid within the basin gradually diminished, the creature's physique began to swell, and in the span of merely a quarter of an hour, a towering figure of 9 feet appeared before the onlookers. Its once gaunt, skeletal visage transformed into that of a formidable 30-year-old man, exuding an aura of ferocity, with muscles rippling with terrifying potential. Ah, how delightful! He exclaimed after savoring the last drop of blood, his voice deep and resonant, an utter transformation from his former self. The surrounding Orcish figures, kneeling in submission, trembled with a mix of weakness from blood loss and an overwhelming fear of the elder. Yet, driven by immense greed, they willingly endured their plight. Over the years, they had consistently summoned the elder at the cost of their own blood to ambush passing travelers, amassing substantial wealth. Now, their children had been sent to the noble academy of the ancient dragon clan, where they had the chance to become martial masters and rise above their peers. Despite their aspirations, the orcs had never dared to squander a single coin due to the instability of their trade. Every penny was meticulously saved to cover the exorbitant tuition fees for their offspring. Consequently, even after many years, their quality of life remained stagnant. Yet their households had amassed at least tens of thousands of gold coins. Initially, the townsfolk united in purpose, each contributing minimal blood for the collective cause. However, as the academy's fees soared, the children studying away often sought funds from home under various pretenses, leading to a gradual fracturing of unity among the village's orcs. In this instance, the couple of swineherds preferred to sacrifice more of their own blood rather than share the spoils with another. Yet, since Zhao Yuan had been taken off the street by the swineherd matron, even though those who witnessed the event remained tight-lipped, their own kin and allies amounted to a considerable gathering of over a dozen individuals. 24. Knight rated is said that the human mage is quite young, and thus his flesh should be tender. With a sinister chuckle, Wu Lao discarded the others and transformed into a gust of wind, hurrying towards Zhao Yuanju's modest dwelling. Zhao Yuan had already been attuned to the commotion in that direction, and suddenly sensed a formidable presence approaching at an alarming speed, causing his heart to race. To ensure his safety, he promptly retrieved the celestial angel staff from his 7-star ring, casting a radiant barrier around his abode. In the next moment, a thunderous crash echoed beside the house. The man had charged with such force that he collided directly with the luminous barrier, raising a cloud of dust. Zhao Yuan, who was maintaining the barrier, felt the ground tremble beneath him, and the protective shield weakened significantly. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he immediately intensified his magical output to reinforce the barrier. This inexplicably emerging giant moved with astonishing swiftness and possessed immense strength, far surpassing Zhao Yuan's natural brute force. His aura was comparable to that of a wolf king, marking him as at least a 7th-tier expert. With no time to ponder why such a formidable seventh-tier master lurked in this remote town, Zhao Yuan decisively unleashed a Gale Ice Spear. Alarmingly, this once infallible spell was effortlessly evaded by the giant with a mere shift of his body. Cold sweat drenched Zhao Yuan's back. He had never encountered such an opponent. Those he had faced in prior skirmishes were either powerful, lumbering warriors or swift, low-damage assassins. Who was this giant, exhibiting such abnormal prowess? The giant let out a grim chuckle, his fists moving like shadows as he relentlessly pummeled the luminous shield Zhao Yuan had conjured, producing a series of terrifying thuds. Zhao Yuan felt his magical energy depleting rapidly. In a moment of resolve, he poured forth his mana with fervor, and the celestial angel staff shimmered brilliantly, summoning a paradisiacal arbiter. This 8th-tier spell could conjure an angel of light, boasting the strength of a 7th-tier martial artist. As a being of light, it was impervious to physical attacks and could soar through the skies, rendering it a bane to all martial artists below the 8th tier. Upon the casting of this spell, the mysterious giant indeed ceased his assault, seemingly unfamiliar with this type of magic. Initially, he attempted to retaliate against the angel while it attacked him, launching powerful punches. However, he soon realized that his strikes had no effect on the celestial being, prompting him to evade it with his remarkable speed. Observing this, Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow. Seizing the moment when the giant was preoccupied with the angel, he had consumed a handful of crystal cores, restoring his mana to its peak. Thus, he anticipated the giant's direction of movement and cast a painful quagmire. Instantly, the ground before the giant transformed into a bubbling, black mire. Zhao Yuan had expected that the giant would be unable to halt his momentum and would fall into the pit, yet to his astonishment, the giant executed a nimble squat and leap, his powerful leg muscles propelling him over the 5-meter-wide swamp. Simultaneously, the giant began to circle around Zhao Yuan's luminous barrier, launching attacks while running. Though the celestial angel hovered above, it could not keep pace with his speed, becoming nothing more than a kite in his wake. Zhao Yuan realized that the angel's magic had become futile, and his mind whirled with thoughts on how to contend with this swift and powerful adversary. Area of effect spells were plainly discernible, allowing the giant to evade them easily, while tracking spells, such as the celestial angel, were wholly ineffective. Single-target spells seemed equally implausible, for even the Gale Ice Spear, which was among Zhao Yuan's most discreet and rapid spells, had been evaded by the giant solely through reflex. If I cannot defeat him, then I shall adopt a defensive stance. At that moment, the voice of the ancient Xuanwu resonated in Zhao Yuan's mind, its slow cadence calming his racing heart. Indeed, let us see who can outlast the other. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yuan resolved to focus solely on maintaining the luminous barrier. For wielding the celestial angel staff allowed him to exert light magic with remarkable efficiency. Seeing Zhao Yuan relinquish his struggle, a savage smile crept across the giant's face. With the celestial angel now vanished, he ceased his frantic rush, concentrating his relentless assault on Zhao Yuan's barrier. Zhao Yuan, finding himself somewhat bored with merely sustaining the luminous shield, began to observe this extraordinary foe who had seemingly emerged from nowhere. The giant towered over Zhao Yuan, who stood at over 6 feet tall, his physique a mass of solid muscle. Strangely, despite his immense strength, Zhao Yuan could discern no signs of martial energy emanating from him. Why would a 7th-tier expert refrain from utilizing martial energy in his attacks? Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering this conundrum for a considerable time without arriving at a conclusion. At that moment, he noticed a cluster of small figures cautiously approaching from a distance. Though the faint light of the luminous barrier obscured their identities, a sweep of his spiritual energy revealed that most were familiar faces he had encountered earlier that day, including Aunt Zhu and her husband, the squirrel woman and her elderly companion, as well as 3 neighbors. They gazed at Zhao Yuan within the barrier, their expressions brimming with greed and fervor. Yet, as divine beings clashed, they dared not draw too close. Instead, observing from afar and discussing how they would retrieve the purple wheel horse he had left in the mountains once Zhao Yuan was no more. Zhao Yuan smirked coldly, having already condemned these individuals in his heart. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If this giant was merely a 7th tier, he lacked the ability to fly. Could he escape directly? However, to err on the side of caution, Zhao Yuan cast a small mist magic, enveloping the entire interior of the barrier in a white fog, obscuring the scene from the outside. The giant's eyes glinted with triumph as he watched. Sure enough, moments later, a shadow darted from above the barrier. He bellowed, his body igniting with a crimson flame, effortlessly leaping into the air and swinging a fist at the figure suspended in the sky. Just as the watching beastmen believed the battle to be settled, the giant furrowed his brow. Upon striking the figure, he encountered no resistance, and it floated down lightly. Suddenly realizing something, he turned to see that the mist within the barrier had dissipated, revealing Zhao Yuan standing unfazed inside. The shadow that had flown was merely an illusion he had cast. Zhao Yuan had suspected the giant was peculiar, and he had no intention of recklessly flying out unguarded. He had cast the mist not only to discreetly consume crystal cores to replenish his mana, but also to observe the giant's subsequent moves. After all, once airborne and outside the luminous barrier's protective range, even if Zhao Yuan could conjure a smaller protective shield, its strength would pale in comparison. Should the opponent possess any long-range attacks, he would be at a significant disadvantage. Old man, that blood-red martial energy, I have never heard of it before. The mist Zhao Yuan had just conjured prevented outsiders from perceiving the interior, yet he could observe the giant's crimson flames clearly. It is important to note that regardless of whether one is a mage, martial artist, or magical beast, the manifestation of their internal power is categorized by the colors corresponding to their energy levels. While mages might cast spells of varying colors based on their attributes, their innate magical energy still adheres to the established hierarchy of colors from 1st to 10th tier. First-tier energy is indeed red. Yet it was evident that this giant could not possibly be a first-tier martial artist, and the distinction between red and blood red was subtle yet significant. I have only heard that the energy colors of special professions differ. Could he be a legendary berserker? Old Xuanwu felt a twinge of uncertainty. In his early years, he had primarily resided with the human contractors on the eastern Huan continent, where he had encountered energy practitioners wielding silver energy. However, he had never laid eyes on a berserker among the Orcish ranks. Berserker? Zhao Yuan's heart raced. Although he had not been acquainted with the knowledge of berserkers during his days with the wolf tribe, he could roughly envision the nature of such a profession based on the games he had played since childhood. Moreover, it was quite customary for special professions to surpass ordinary ones in strength. Furthermore, that individual clearly took to the air. Not propelled by sheer strength, but by some form of energy, he has undoubtedly reached the 8th tier. Old Xuanwu mercilessly doused Zhao Yuan with this cold reality. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan felt overwhelmed. His first encounter with a formidable opponent of his own tier in this otherworldly realm turned out to be an 8th tier berserker. His luck was indeed unparalleled. Nevertheless, he remained relatively unperturbed. Aside from Zhao Yuan, who could consume crystal cores to replenish his magical energy, any individual, regardless of their prowess, would eventually exhaust their strength. Even a berserker. For a berserker to soar into the sky, they too relied on energy. Having clarified these thoughts, Zhao Yuan resolutely cast a mist within the radiant shield once more and proceeded to unleash his spell. This time, those outside the shield witnessed not a single silhouette soaring forth, but rather a multitude of figures dispersing in all directions. As anticipated, the burly man was soon engulfed in a crimson flame, and despite his flight, his speed of movement was astonishingly swift. Before the phantasms could travel far, he had dispatched them all. Yet, there was no trace of triumph upon his visage. The initially audacious grin had vanished, leaving only gravity behind. He understood that this mage aimed to deplete his berserker energy. However, the pressing dilemma was that he had no choice but to strike down each silhouette. For the mage might well blend among them and make his escape. In the blink of an eye, the burly man found himself ensnared in a passive predicament. 25. In a fit of rage, upon witnessing the effectiveness of his technique, Zhao Yuan repeated his strategy twice more. As expected, the hulking man, fearing Zhao Yuan's infiltration among the crowd, relentlessly expended his crimson energy to strike down every shadow. Observing the growing distress on the man's face, Zhao Yuan felt a surge of confidence. Just as he contemplated wearing the giant down with his relentless assaults, he saw the brute stride purposefully towards a group of several orcs standing at a distance. Zhao Yuan sensed something amiss, but was too late to intervene. He watched in horror as the giant grabbed each orc with one hand, akin to a farmer with a chick, and began to voraciously devour the two orcs. Tearing into them with his gaping maw, Zhao Yuan's keen eyes recognized them as the boar-like matron and her husband. The couple writhed and shrieked as blood gushed from their wounds, but the brute seemed intent on wasting nothing, greedily lapping up the spilled blood with his crimson tongue. The other orcs, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, shrieked and scattered in terror, their movements unsteady. Some collapsed midway, crawling away on their hands and knees. It was then Zhao Yuan noticed the pallor of the remaining orcs. They appeared not merely frightened, but drained of blood. In stark contrast, The boar couple still bore a semblance of color. A dawning realization struck Zhao Yuan regarding the source of the giant's crimson energy. Indeed, after consuming the two, the giant's aura surged to new heights. He sauntered back towards Zhao Yuan, erupting into a maniacal laugh, his entire form radiating a blinding crimson light that pierced the night sky. Zhao Yuan felt a chill of dread. The brute's already formidable physique seemed to swell further, his veins bulging beneath his skin like those of a demon. Instinctively, Zhao Yuan made a crucial decision, channeling his magical energy to reinforce his luminous shield, which had previously withstood multiple assaults from the giant. Yet, when the hulking figure swung a fist engulfed in crimson flames at his shield, it shattered with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Cold sweat cascaded down Zhao Yuan's brow had he not reinforced his shield. The residual force of that blow could have struck him directly. Even as a fifth-tier warrior, he would not have survived such a blow. "Boy, get out of the way," roared the voice of old Xuan Wu in his mind. Zhao Yuan felt a gust of wind brush past his cheek, and before he could react, a colossal figure surged from the dust, delivering a powerful punch to him. Before he could comprehend the situation, he was sent flying by the force of that terrifying blow. Just then, a silver light flickered across his body, and a turtle shell-like silver shield materialized, granting him the briefest moment of reprieve. Despite this, he felt as if his entire body was being tossed in a storm, his insides seemingly displaced. "Child, I can only assist you to this extent." Old Xuan Wu's voice trailed off, growing weaker. Realizing the old entity was gravely injured, Zhao Yuan, who had initially harbored thoughts of fleeing, now found himself consumed by a deep-seated desire for vengeance against the berserker. Again, the berserker advanced with a swift punch aimed at Zhao Yuan, but having learned from previous encounters, Zhao Yuan swiftly summoned a repulsion aura. The transparent ring ruthlessly shoved the hulking man, who was now within an arm's reach, away from him. It was important to note that both Zhao Yuan and the giant were 8th-tier warriors, and Zhao Yuan's deployment of such a fixed-effect spell was not easily countered. However, employing the repulsion aura once made it challenging to use again, given that its effect lasted only a fleeting second. The agile berserker could easily exploit this narrow window to close the distance. Yet, Zhao Yuan discerned that ever since entering this frenzied state, the blood-red flames clinging to the giant had not waned. Unlike before, when they only ignited during flight, the flames now blazed continuously. At this rate, the giant's strength would soon diminish. With no time to ponder further, Zhao Yuan maintained his use of the repulsion aura and executed rapid teleportation, the two actions flowing seamlessly together. Teleportation exacted a heavy toll on a mage's mana, yet Zhao Yuan disregarded the cost, frantically consuming crystal cores while concentrating intensely on the distribution of his teleportation landing points. Human choice often reveals certain habitual patterns, and some mages tend to favor specific landing spots. The more frequently one teleports, the easier it becomes for an opponent to predict their movements. Several times, the berserker anticipated Zhao Yuan's landing, even colliding with him on one occasion. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan had simultaneously activated the repulsion aura, pushing the berserker away just before teleporting again. At this juncture, Zhao Yuan could have teleported to the vicinity of the purple wheel horse and fled, as few creatures could catch it at full speed. Yet, his burgeoning desire for vengeance against the berserker kept him focused, even as he danced precariously on the edge of disaster. After a quarter of an hour, the berserker's eyes glowed a fierce crimson. He halted his relentless pursuit, turning to seek out more victims to sate his hunger. However, he discovered that all the orcs had hidden away. In his frustration, he let out a wild howl. Zhao Yuan recognized that the giant was nearing his limits and chose not to seize the moment to attack, opting instead to observe him coldly from a distance. Finally, the massive berserker released a pained wail, and Zhao Yuan watched in astonishment as his form began to shrink. He had expected the giant to revert to his original robust physique, but to his shock, the berserker continued to diminish until he became a gaunt, hunched old man, his breath weak and barely distinguishable from that of a common rabbit, muttering incessantly about blood. Yet, the surrounding silence was palpable. No one dared to respond to the old man's pleas except Zhao Yuan. "Who are you?" Zhao Yuan inquired as he stepped closer to the frail figure on the ground, his concerns for sudden aggression quelling under the assurance that the old man's power was now likely less than that of a rabbit. The old man merely gasped for breath, offering no reply, seemingly surrendering to his fate. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yuan's mind raced with various strategies, ultimately resulting in a disdainful scoff as he prodded the old man's emaciated form with the end of his wand, akin to shoving aside a tattered cloth. Who would have thought that a once mighty 8th-tier berserker could be reduced to such a pitiful state without blood? Zhao Yuan remarked with an air of contempt. Huh, despicable human. The old man retorted, seemingly incensed by Zhao Yuan's derisive tone. Were it not for the treachery of your kind, I would not have fallen to this state. He spoke fervently, his words tumbling forth in a lengthy tirade, panting yet resolute to finish his lament. I was once the esteemed guest of the Lion clan. Had it not been for your despicable human race, how could I have sunk to such depths, languishing in this remote wilderness? Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow. Sensing a recurring theme among the beast tribes, each seemed to bear the scars of betrayal by humans. He recalled Monroe's confession of being swindled by human merchants in his early days of trade. As a human, I have never wronged others. Your claims are but baseless fabrications. Zhao Yuan's words flowed effortlessly, yet his demeanor was imbued with arrogance and disdain, leaving the once formidable Old Wu, now powerless. Feeling deeply humiliated, extreme emotions and a desperate plight drove Old Wu to the brink of madness. Cursed humans, may you too be cast down from your peaks. Plunging into the depths of despair, living like wretched vermin. Such words struck a chord with Zhao Yuan, who took offense at the insinuation. And with a swift kick aimed at the blasphemer's mouth, delivered a merciless blow. The 5th-tier martial artist's strike was no jest. The creature, stripped of its earlier resilience, bore the brunt of the attack, skin splitting and revealing only shriveled flesh, with scarcely any blood flowing, indicating that the previous battle had drained its last reserves of strength. The moment he was struck, the creature fell silent, awakening to the grim reality that he was but a fish on the chopping block, utterly at the mercy of others. Since the onset of the curse, Old Wu's body had weakened day by day, relying on the consumption of flesh and blood to regain strength. However, as the curse deepened, his need for human blood grew exponentially. During his tenure as the chief guest of the Lion clan, he had sources supplying him with a steady stream of slave blood, yet eventually, it became apparent that should he abstain from human blood, his body would swiftly deteriorate. As a powerful figure, Old Wu had made many enemies within the Lion clan, and some of those adversaries covertly swapped his human blood supply with beast blood. Unaware of the treachery, Old Wu found himself unable to contend with foes he once easily dispatched, forced to flee, capturing others to satiate his hunger. Yet, once he ventured beyond the bustling human areas, the supply of human blood ceased, leaving him safe but exceedingly frail. 26. The trap at long last. He managed to settle near this small town, preparing to devour its inhabitants entirely. However, after consuming an ordinary orc, he discovered that a band of mercenaries had arrived in the town. For Elder Wu, naturally, the more robust the individual, the more satisfying the consumption. Throughout his years of feeding on others, he had developed a discerning palate for the various textures of flesh, the firmness of a martial artist's meat, the tenderness of a mage's, and the blandness of an ordinary person's, often tainted with an unpleasant odor due to their lack of physical refinement. Seizing the moment after his meal, while his strength was still potent, he effortlessly dispatched the mercenaries and drained their blood. Having feasted to his satisfaction, he lost interest in the unappetizing ordinary townsfolk and took refuge in the home of the orc he had consumed, falling into a slumber. Upon awakening, he was dismayed to find that the remnants of his meal had been completely scavenged by the orcs in the town. The mercenary storage equipment, their armor, and mounts were all taken by the townsfolk. With their newfound bounty, the orcs no longer regarded Elder Wu with fear. As the saying goes, men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The townspeople even began to plead with him, offering to assist in luring travelers into the town, promising to provide blood to empower him to slay these wanderers. Having been a wanderer himself, the prospect of a comfortable refuge was appealing, and so he remained hidden in the town for 20 years. During these 2 decades, the townsfolk devised countless schemes to ensnare every passing traveler, summoning Elder Wu to kill and plunder. Each encounter was remarkably effortless, until one day he unexpectedly encountered a formidable challenge. After enduring 20 years of hiding, Elder Wu had borne humiliation with the hope of one day lifting the curse and avenging those who had wronged him. Yet now he found himself at the mercy of a human. Desperate for survival, he implored Zhao Yuan, "Human, if you spare me today, I shall reveal the location of all the hidden treasures in the town." Elder Wu had just been kicked by Zhao Yuan, and speaking caused him excruciating pain, making him break into a cold sweat. "They have utilized my strength to kill travelers for 20 years and have amassed quite a fortune. Unfortunately, I have little interest in those trinkets. As a mage, there are few items of use to me in the cold beast continent." Zhao Yuan replied nonchalantly, aware that even without Elder Wu's confession, he would scour the area. After all, One does not come empty-handed when visiting those who seek to profit from the demise of others. No, you do not understand. Several years ago, a group of mercenaries came through, including 2 7th-tier martial artists and a 6th-tier mage, who had just finished exploring a secret realm. Their possessions are undoubtedly extraordinary. Seeing Zhao Yuan remain unmoved, Elder Wu hastily added, I have taken those valuable items. And some of what the townsfolk have taken is unsellable due to the previous owner's marks. They are too weak to remove them. At this moment, Elder Wu understood that the greater his bargaining power, the more likely he was to save his own life. Since you put it this way, I might as well take a look. However, whether I spare your life depends on whether those treasures are worth your life, Zhao Yuan contemplated before responding. He did not immediately agree to spare the old monster, for in a world where strength reigns supreme, eliminating those who once intended to harm him seemed the wisest course of action. Absolutely. They are genuine treasures, Elder Wu quickly affirmed. Thus, Zhao Yuan used a levitation spell to lift Elder Wu's body, and following his directions, they soon arrived at a cave. This cave was where the orcs had previously sought an audience with Elder Wu, and the faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Right inside, Elder Wu pointed to the small, low entrance. Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow. The entrance was too small for his height of nearly 6 feet to enter comfortably. However, this was not a significant issue. With a simple earth transformation spell, he altered the entrance to a size suitable for his entry. Under the influence of Zhao Yuan's mental prowess, the dark cave appeared as bright as day, every detail vividly reflected in his mind. In contrast, Elder Wu, being a berserker with minimal mental capacity, was now weaker than an ordinary person and could only be dragged along by Zhao Yuan's magic. Once inside the cave, Zhao Yuan discovered that what appeared to be a small entrance from the outside was surprisingly spacious within. It was hard to imagine how Elder Wu, in his weakened state, managed to navigate such a space. Moreover, Zhao Yuan noticed numerous peculiar small holes in the cave, the purpose of which remained a mystery. Exercising caution, he discreetly cast an air shield around himself. Following Elder Wu's indicated location, Zhao Yuan soon reached the cave's depths, where he found a large opening approximately 3 meters high, leading directly to the surface. Outside, there seemed to be a vast clearing illuminated by the bright moonlight, with no leaves to obstruct the view. This cave was designed for my ease of entry while my strength was still intact, Elder Wu explained. Zhao Yuan nodded in realization. Having previously wondered how the old monster could have waited at such a small entrance to shrink his body before crawling inside. It turned out there were 2 entrances. However, a flicker of doubt crept into Zhao Yuan's mind. Why would the old monster so carelessly leave the entrance unguarded? What if someone with ill intent or a wild beast accidentally stumbled in? Furthermore, the numerous small holes within the cave left him unsettled. Yet, with his mental power insufficient to probe deeply, he could only remain vigilant. With this thought, he cast a night vision spell on his eyes. Although his mental strength could reveal his surroundings, there were still instances where visual observation would uncover hidden details. Indeed, once he could see clearly into the cave, Zhao Yuan discerned something amiss. The soil at the pit's bottom was entirely green, a fact his mental power had previously overlooked. Standing on this green soil, he was unsure of its nature. Gently pressing his foot against it, it felt like ordinary earth, albeit slightly softer. My treasure chest is buried right beneath this, Elder Wu hastily proclaimed, a glimmer of intensity in his eyes. Zhao Yuan, wholly focused on the peculiar green soil beneath him, failed to notice Elder Wu's unusual demeanor. He crouched down cautiously, sniffing the green earth, which emitted nothing more than the scent of ordinary soil, no abnormalities detected. If only old Xuanwu were here, he could provide insight. Zhao Yuan lamented silently. Nevertheless, he hesitated not. Without further ado, he employed the earth transformation spell to clear away the green soil. Yet, even after digging several meters deep, he found no sign of the treasure chest Elder Wu had mentioned. Just as he was about to inquire further, Elder Wu suddenly slapped his forehead in frustration. How could I forget? A heavy rain washed the chest away, and for safety, I buried it deeper inside the cave. Zhao Yuan regarded him with a skeptical expression but did not voice any objections, instead following Elder Wu's instructions as he turned back into the cave. The old monster, upon witnessing how easily he was deceived, could not suppress a glimmer of delight in his eyes. However, this time, fortune would not favor him as it had before. Zhao Yuan, who was closely monitoring him, sensed his expression through his mental acuity. Aware of the deception, Zhao Yuan maintained an impassive demeanor as he continued his progress. Upon reaching the midpoint of the cave, the old monster commanded him to halt and commence digging. Zhao Yuan feigned complete concentration, channeling his magic into the excavation. Yet his mental focus remained firmly fixed on the old monster's every movement. Noticing the old monster's gaze repeatedly drifting towards the small holes in the cave walls, a sudden insight flickered in Zhao Yuan's mind. Sure enough, after a brief moment, he began to hear faint, sporadic sounds emanating from all directions, swiftly encircling him. This time, without relying on his mental prowess, Zhao Yuan could distinctly see countless vividly colored worms emerging from the small openings in the cave walls. Each worm was no longer than a finger, yet their sheer numbers were exceedingly daunting. Strikingly, as they passed the old monster, they instinctively veered away, making a beeline toward Zhao Yuan, as if drawn to something alluring about him. Recalling the green soil he had inadvertently touched at the bottom of the pit, which the old monster had intentionally led him to, a realization dawned upon Zhao Yuan. The little human cubs, this is my meticulously nurtured 5-color demon sandalwood. Enjoy it to the fullest. The old monster, having retreated to a safe distance, finally exhaled a breath of malice. This 5-color demon sandalwood was a rare beast he had stumbled upon in his youth. Indeed, despite their diminutive size, these worms were veritable third-tier magical creatures. The old monster, having nurtured the mother worm with his own blood, could effortlessly command the thousands of offspring. These larvae lacked sensory perception and would relentlessly seek out energy-rich entities to consume. Similarly, if the target refrained from utilizing energy and concealed their presence, the worms would remain oblivious. It was here that the mother worm's guidance became essential. Yet, in the darkness, the weakened old monster could not discern Zhao Yuan's precise location, which is why he had deceitfully lured him to come into contact with the soil infused with the 5-color demon sandalwood's viscous essence. The 5-color demon sandalwood, devoid of perception, is only aware of energy and its own existence. Naturally, Zhao Yuan, smeared with the viscous secretions of the sandalwood, can be sensed by them. Even if he could discern their origins, it would be futile to conceal his aura. This is also a life-saving tactic employed by the ancient creature, Old Wu. Anyone or any beast entering from the pit would be coated in the sandalwood's adhesive, gradually being consumed by it. Zhao Yuan soon discovered that his protective shield was crawling with multicolored worms, which were voraciously devouring it. The magical or martial energy he unleashed merely sent these worms tumbling to the ground, leaving them unharmed, as they absorbed the energy from his attacks, becoming more vigorous. He attempted to break free from the cave, only to find his shield overwhelmed by a thick layer of worms. Any attack he launched was immediately disintegrated and devoured by them. The speed at which they consumed his energy shield was alarming, forcing Zhao Yuan to continuously devour crystal cores to sustain it. Although Old Wu could not see Zhao Yuan's predicament, he was nonetheless astonished by the sheer abundance of magical energy Zhao Yuan possessed. If not for falling into Old Wu's hands today, he might have achieved great feats in the future. Zhao Yuan, however, was genuinely careless this time. These incessant worms, which he could neither kill nor escape from, left him feeling utterly disconcerted, thinking he was doomed. Gradually, the large stash of crystal cores he had amassed dwindled significantly, while the worms continued to surge forth, growing increasingly vigorous. In a moment of self-reflection, he mused about whether death might allow him to return home, which would be a peculiar silver lining. Just as Zhao Yuan began to indulge in these thoughts, he was startled by a resounding bird call. A little bird, which had unexpectedly darted from his pocket, shook its tender yellow feathers and emitted a sharp, commanding cry, distinct from its usual playful coos. This time, the sound was piercing and carried a hint of authority. With this call, the worms that had swarmed over Zhao Yuan's shield seemed to sense some formidable presence, hastily retreating in panic. Some worms could not even wait to climb down, arching their bodies and tumbling off his shield. Simultaneously, Old Wu felt an unsettling surge within him as the maternal entity of the 5-color demon sandalwood became wildly agitated. This entity, which had remained stable within him, suddenly broke free from his control, rampaging within his body. Caught off guard, Old Wu coughed up blood, but focused entirely on pacifying the entity. For reasons unknown, the maternal entity, which he had nurtured for 30 years, appeared to be in fear of some unseen foe, desperately seeking to escape from Old Wu's body. However, bound by their master-servant contract, Old Wu fought valiantly to restrain its tumult. Zhao Yuan, witnessing Old Wu's contorted expression of agony, surmised that he was experiencing a backlash. He approached the old creature, intending to speak, when suddenly, with a resounding bang, Old Wu's frail body exploded, sending fragments of flesh crashing against Zhao Yuan's magical shield, startling him greatly. It turned out that the maternal entity itself was a 5th-tier magical beast. While Old Wu had previously been able to suppress it as an eighth-tier being, he was now powerless, having lost all his strength. The maternal entity, in a state of primal fear, detonated itself. And Old Wu's weakened condition could not withstand the force of this explosion. The little bird, having achieved a significant feat, had somehow procured a piece of the five-color demon's sandalwood and eagerly devoured it. It then flapped its tiny wings, picking up the shredded remains of the white maternal entity and consuming it entirely. Although it is natural for birds to eat insects, Zhao Yuan, who had just been overwhelmed by a tide of worms, felt a shiver run down his spine. Once he regained his composure, he quickly scooped up the little bird, cleaning its beak with his sleeve before placing it back in his pocket, preparing to leave. However, the little bird emitted an urgent call, and Zhao Yuan paused. Watching as it fluttered out of his pocket and wobbled over to the remnants of Old Wu, it continued to call out, beckoning him. Reluctantly, Zhao Yuan approached, discovering a plump, white worm, no larger than a fingernail, still alive within the remains of Old Wu's heart, poking its head out like a maggot. Yet, he knew that a worm could not have randomly appeared in Old Wu's heart. Observing the little bird's ravenous gaze fixed on the plump creature, he deduced that it was a young maternal entity of the five-color demon sandalwood. Later, Zhao Yuan learned that when a maternal entity senses its impending demise, it often gives birth to a new one in haste. The severely weakened body of the defeated Old Wu had compelled the maternal entity to secretly birth a new offspring. Although the maternal entity and Old Wu had been bound by their contract, the maternal entity chose to self-destruct to ensure the survival of the young one. Had it not been for the little bird, anyone else would likely have overlooked the new maternal entity. The escaping larvae of the five-color demon sandalwood would have diligently nurtured the new maternal entity. Zhao Yuan felt a surge of joy. He had stumbled upon a treasure. The new maternal entity, having just been born, was almost devoid of awareness and was in a prime state for forging a master-servant contract. Drawing from his previous knowledge, Zhao Yuan penetrated the young maternal entity's consciousness with his spiritual force. Indeed, it had just been born and lacked any protective larvae, rendering it vulnerable. He successfully inscribed the spiritual mark of the master-servant contract within its minuscule consciousness, establishing a clear connection with the young entity. The young maternal entity, with its infantile mental strength, weakly called out to him, expressing its fragility and need for protection. Feeling the deep reliance and trust emanating from it, Zhao Yuan found the creature, resembling a maggot, less repulsive, even perceiving a hint of endearment in its presence. However, in the next moment, he was horrified to see the little bird swallow the fragile, young maternal entity whole. "Little bird," Zhao Yuan exclaimed, preparing to pry open its beak to retrieve the entity, only to feel an influx of spiritual energy in his mind. Chirp, chirp, the little bird's calls echoed, and simultaneously, Zhao Yuan sensed that the young maternal entity was unharmed, even radiating signals of safety and comfort. Zhao Yuan was somewhat speechless, pondering whether the young maternal entity found solace in the bird's acidic stomach or if the little bird possessed some unique ability to harbor the young entity within itself. Nevertheless, it was clear that both could coexist peacefully. The little bird, in an inexplicable manner, had established a spiritual connection with Zhao Yuan through the young maternal entity residing in its belly. Ultimately, it was a favorable outcome. Without Zhao Yuan needing to extend a hand, the little bird instinctively flapped its wings and flew into his pocket, revealing its tender yellow head peeking out. Zhao Yuan chuckled in resignation, preparing to depart when suddenly, a familiar rustling sound reached his ears. Realizing it was the five-color demon sandalwood, he felt a jolt of apprehension and considered fleeing. Yet, he quickly recalled that he had the young maternal entity and the little bird by his side, prompting him to question what he truly feared from the worms. He stood calmly in place, observing what the colorful magic worms were up to. Soon, the vibrant creatures densely filled the entire cave once more, but this time they consciously maneuvered around Zhao Yuan, obediently gathering in the cavern. Gradually, to Zhao Yuan's astonishment, he noticed that the tiny worms had coalesced into the shape of a tree. However, this tree was stark and leafless, with each branch composed of countless colorful magic worms. A voice resonated in his mind, urging him to take it away. Although Zhao Yuan had long since reconciled with the worms that belonged to him, he pondered how to transport such a large entity. After all, the items stored in his storage ring could not be living beings. Even if they were alive, they would perish once contained within. However, when he attempted to explain this complexity to the voice, it simply continued to plead, "Take it away, take it away." Reluctantly, Zhao Yuan began to contemplate the feasibility of carrying a tree on his journey. He tentatively touched the tree formed by the colorful magic worms, only to be astonished to find that its texture was not the soft, pliable feel he had envisioned. Rather, it was rough and solid, akin to a real tree. This revelation left him astounded. How could such a hard creature have been consumed with such vigor by the little bug? Moreover, given the worm's agility moments ago, it seemed implausible that they possessed such a rigid structure. Thus, Zhao Yuan scrutinized the tree with heightened mental focus, only to discover more surprises. It indeed appeared to be a genuine tree, were it not for Zhao Yuan having witnessed the multitude of colorful magic worms forming it. He would have been unable to discern its true nature. Furthermore, the entire structure lacked any semblance of life. It resembled merely a lifeless log, solid and heavy. Curious, Zhao Yuan tentatively placed the tree into his 7-star ring and observed its reaction within. There was none. When he retrieved it, it still resembled a tree. The voice offered no further signals. Could it be a form of caterpillar fungus? Zhao Yuan scratched his head, perplexed. Yet he realized he had found a means to transport it. Ultimately, he placed the tree into the 7-star ring and carried it away. Upon departing from the cave of the old monster, Zhao Yuan felt a sense of relief wash over him. The night had been fraught with perilous encounters, prompting him to reflect upon himself. He realized that being an 8th-tier mage did not grant him immunity from danger in these desolate wildernesses. A formidable 8th-tier berserker could emerge at any moment and batter him senseless. However, Zhao Yuan did not forget the true culprits behind these troubles, the residents of the small town. He held no desire to harm these ordinary people. Instead, he effortlessly siphoned away the wealth they had amassed over the years at the cost of travelers' lives. The berserker was now deceased, leaving the townsfolk incapable of profiting from the slaughter of passing wayfarers. Although they had lived quite simply, their work ethic had dwindled over the years. Zhao Yuan's actions had thrust them back into a state of uncomfortable adjustment. The children of these residents, who were attending expensive schools, would undoubtedly return home upon the sudden loss of their family's fortune, having been accustomed to the luxuries afforded by their parents' ill-gotten gains. Their return would likely be tumultuous, sparing Zhao Yuan the trouble of imparting lessons to them. In the deep, dark night, Zhao Yuan left behind the town of Kelly, now steeped in panic and death, as he rode his purple wheel horse onward to the domain of the elves. The old Xuanwu had sustained severe injuries while rescuing him, and Zhao Yuan called for him to no avail. He had no choice but to continuously channel his magical energy to cleanse the contract mark within him, nurturing Xuanwu's spirit. Only when he regained consciousness could Zhao Yuan summon him in his true form to heal his wounds. Furthermore, as long as Zhao Yuan's magical energy remained abundant, the sealed form of Xuanwu within him would also receive nourishment, akin to training in an area rich with magical essence. This explained why Xuanwu had resided within Zhao Yuan ever since they met. This time, Zhao Yuan did not linger unnecessarily, hastening towards the elven territory. Initially, he believed it was merely a whim to explore what the elves were like. Yet as he approached the elven forest, he felt an increasingly strong call, as if something immensely attractive awaited him there. Days later, a lush, vibrant forest finally unfolded before Zhao Yuan's eyes. The forest thrived with life. Birds chirped joyfully atop the treetops while small animals scurried about, creating a scene of harmony and delight, an entirely different atmosphere from the treacherous misty forest he had traversed earlier. He realized that he had indeed arrived at the elven forest. He recalled the leaves from the Elder's forest that the Wolf King had gifted him, which contained only the Tome 7 Sins decision. Zhao Yuan pondered the connection between the Elder's forest and the Elven forest, both of which were part of Elven territory. Perhaps it was not merely a figment of his imagination. The flora and fauna of the entire forest seemed particularly amiable toward him. Typically, riding through a densely wooded area would be quite challenging due to the towering trees, low shrubs, thorns, and tangled roots. Yet throughout his journey, Zhao Yuan found a clear path wherever he rode his purple wheel horse. Thus, Zhao Yuan traversed the forest for an entire day without incident. As evening approached and he prepared to make camp, he suddenly heard rustling from the treetops ahead. Raising his gaze, he beheld a beautiful girl with green hair and silver eyes staring directly at him. "Ah, I found him," the girl exclaimed joyfully, calling out to those behind her. Instantly, several green-haired youths emerged from the forest. They were all slender and tall, with flowing green hair, fair and rosy skin, and extraordinarily lovely features. As they approached, they curiously scrutinized Zhao Yuan, chattering animatedly in a delightfully naive manner. The first to reach Zhao Yuan, the silver-eyed girl, wore a radiant smile. She leaped gracefully from the treetop and landed lightly before him. "Hello, human. I am Ziviel of the Elven clan. We have been instructed by the elder to invite you to our tribe as a guest. Zhao Yuan, taken aback by the group of beautiful and lively elves, felt his spirits lift considerably. Nodding, he smiled and replied, "Greetings, Ziviel. I am Zhao Yuan, and it is an honor to receive such an invitation from the Elven clan." Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, the other elves eagerly approached to introduce themselves, exchanging names with him. Zhao Yuan was astounded by their warmth. He couldn't help but wonder how such enchanting, innocent beings were not wary of being ensnared and sold. Surrounded by the green-haired elves, he was led deeper into the elven forest to the dwelling place of the elves. Contrary to his pastoral imaginings of greenery and treehouses, he discovered that the heart of the elven territory lay underground, encircled by a formidable steel fortress built around the roots of a colossal tree. "The elder is the very lifeblood of our elven clan," Ziviel explained, noting Zhao Yuan's astonishment. "The crown and trunk above provide us with tremendous protection, while the fragile roots below are safeguarded and maintained by our kin." Zhao Yuan nodded thoughtfully. The elder must indeed be the great tree. Yet its flourishing appearance suggested it would not be particularly rare for it to shed a leaf. Earlier, he had distinctly observed leaves drifting to the ground in the wind, leading him to question the extraordinary value and mystique of the leaves from the elder's forest gifted to him by the Wolf King. Was there something uniquely special about them? "Tonight, most of the clan will be resting. Allow me to find you a room for the night. Tomorrow, my mother will take you to meet the elder," Ziviel said, her gaze lingering on Zhao Yuan's pale but handsome visage, inexplicably causing her cheeks to flush. Her mother had long told her that this human was favored by the elder, and that the elves would naturally feel affection for him upon meeting him. Yet she had not anticipated that merely seeing him would send her heart racing. Unaware of Ziviel's feelings, Zhao Yuan politely bid her and the other elves good night before preparing to rest in a reasonably spacious room. He had allowed his purple wheel horse to roam freely on the ground, knowing that the elves would not trouble him regarding his steed. Zhao Yuan surveyed the room. Although the walls were made of an unfamiliar metal, the elves had skillfully adorned them with light-colored wooden panels, creating a warm and inviting green ambience that evoked a sense of relaxation and comfort. Ingeniously placed plants adorned the corners, and though the bedding was not lavish or opulent, it was soft and comforting, imbued with the scent of sunshine. Strangely, despite having been previously ambushed by the residents of Kelly, Zhao Yuan found himself devoid of any apprehension. The entire environment of the Elven clan felt welcoming and familiar, including the beautiful elves who ignited within him a protective instinct toward the warm and lovely Ziviel. He felt a sense of affection akin to that of an elder toward a younger relative. Resolving to meet the elder the following day, Zhao Yuan drifted into a drowsy slumber. Early the next morning, the sprightly little pie had already begun to bounce and chirp in Zhao Yuan's ear, rousing him from sleep. Zhao Yuan had come to accept that pie was no ordinary bird, and since it did not defecate carelessly, he allowed it to remain. After washing up, he heard a gentle knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by a young woman who bore a striking resemblance to Ziviel, standing outside. "Greetings, Zhao Yuan. I am the elder of the Elven clan, Cruelty. May I take you to meet the elder now?" Although Zhao Yuan had surmised that this youthful woman was Ziviel's mother, he had not expected her to be in such a rush to meet the elder without even having breakfast. However, Zhao Yuan had an ample supply of food in his storage ring, so he paid little heed to the matter. After a brief tidying up, he set off with Cooley. Throughout their journey, Cooley remained silent, exuding an air of aloofness that starkly contrasted with the chattering elven youths from the previous day, leaving Zhao Yuan somewhat unsettled. Yet, he refrained from initiating conversation, respecting her territory. Eventually, they arrived at an imposing steel door, which appeared both heavy and substantial. Adorned with two orbs that seemed neither metallic nor wooden, their purpose a mystery. "I beg your pardon for my earlier negligence, Zhao Yuan," the Grand Elder said. Her typically frosty demeanor softened with an expression of regret. "This morning, we discovered a deterioration in the Elder's condition, which has left us greatly troubled. I cannot proceed any further. Place your hand upon the door, and the Elder will recognize you and grant you entry." Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow slightly. He gently placed his hand against the door, and as the Grand Elder had indicated, it emitted a thunderous sound before slowly creaking open. As he glanced around, he observed that the base of the door was entwined with thick branches, which suddenly stirred to life, pulling the heavy metallic door ajar. Turning back to the Grand Elder, who nodded approvingly, Zhao Yuan stepped through the threshold alone. The realm beyond the door felt like an entirely different world. The cold steel walls had vanished, replaced by ancient wood. In the lengthy corridor, Devoid of any visible light sources, Zhao Yuan found himself able to see everything with clarity, as if the wood itself emitted a gentle luminescence. Upon reaching the end of the corridor, he was greeted by a circular hall. "Greetings, Zhao Yuan." An ancient voice resonated in his ears, seemingly emanating from all directions. Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow, pondering why every member of this elven clan greeted him in such a manner. "Last night, I employed forbidden techniques, and now I am exceedingly weakened. Thus I shall not transform to meet with you. I hope you can understand," the ancient voice continued. "May I inquire as to why you summoned me?" Zhao Yuan asked, sensing that the once persistent call that had been tugging at him had grown increasingly faint. The ancient voice conversing with him was indeed the source of that call from the past days. "I did not anticipate that you would so fortuitously obtain my leave, which is why I am able to invite you to assist my elven kin," the ancient voice explained. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yuan realized that the leaf from the elderwood forest within him was the cause of this occurrence. "I should have remained in slumber, yet over a month ago, I abruptly awakened, sensing danger. That very day, I utilized a divination spell, which guided me to a human mage who could aid me and my elven tribe. My leaf also sensed a human spell, which is you. You possess an aura familiar to me, and I place my trust in you," the elder stated slowly. Before Zhao Yuan could voice his inquiries, the elder continued. "Yesterday, I felt your presence enter my domain, which prompted me to instruct my elves to seek you out. Once I confirmed your arrival, I employed a higher-level divination spell to uncover the root of the danger, but it failed." With a sigh, the elder added, "To be candid, after arriving in the elven forest, I too felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity and warmth. Is this also an influence from your leaf?" Zhao Yuan inquired, realizing that if this were the case, he would need to reconsider his response to the elven tribe's request. The elder chuckled, "Not at all. If that were the case, I would have bestowed my leaves upon those ninth-tier powerhouses, and the elven clan would have been forever at ease." Zhao Yuan recognized he had misjudged the situation. "As for your earlier question regarding my purpose in seeking you, I shall speak plainly. My elves are generally peaceful, and though we lack any tier above 7, our average level hovers around 5. With my protection, we are considered a formidable race. However, I now sense a crisis that could inflict considerable harm upon the elven tribe. Hence, I hope you can reside with us for a time, providing protection for my kin. Once the danger has passed, we shall reward you generously as a token of our gratitude," the ancient voice earnestly conveyed. Zhao Yuan felt that this request was quite simple, especially since he was currently without a fixed abode. Yet, considering the longevity of the elves and the elder, he hesitated and inquired, "Pray tell, what do you mean by a period of time?" "Haha, no longer than a year at most. Rest assured, I shall not keep you in the elven forest until your demise." The elder fully comprehended Zhao Yuan's concerns, mindful of humanity's fleeting lifespan. Upon hearing the elder's assurance, Zhao Yuan felt relieved. "Then there is no issue. I shall do my utmost to protect the elven tribe." Satisfied with Zhao Yuan's response, the elder's voice radiated a pleasant aura. Instantly, Zhao Yuan sensed a change in the atmosphere around him, though he could not quite articulate it. It merely felt as if the air had grown more invigorating. Upon exiting the elder's presence, he was astonished to discover that the entire elven fortress radiated a vibrant life force. Small plants that had once lingered at the fortress's edges were now sprouting fervently. Yet their growth was not chaotic. Rather, they adorned the elven stronghold with exquisite beauty. The elves were expressions of joy and reverence, chattering animatedly in their own tongue. "Zhao Yuan, esteemed guest, from this day forth, you are a cherished visitor of our elven tribe." The grand elder approached him with a gentle smile. Zhao Yuan noted the change in her address and her newfound respect, perhaps indicating some communication with the elder. "I observe that the elves seem quite jubilant. Has something transpired?" Zhao Yuan inquired. "Our elven tribe exists entirely in dependence upon the elder. The elder's concerns are our concerns, and the elder's joys are our joys," the grand elder coolly remarked, leaving Zhao Yuan with an odd feeling, as if he had heard such sentiments before. "However, I perceive that despite the absence of any 7th-tier powers, the elven tribe possesses commendable overall strength, and many appear agile and dexterous. They should be capable of standing their ground on the Cold Beast continent," Zhao Yuan opined sincerely, not merely as flattery. The grand elder coolly smiled. "My lord, you may be unaware, but while the elven tribe is indeed strong, our lifespans and the time needed for our growth are equally extensive. Due to our inherently beautiful appearance, countless races covet our kin. Were it not for the elder's protection, even a single 9th-tier powerhouse could easily capture our kin and enslave us." She paused and added, Power is paramount. The weak will ultimately be slaughtered or subjugated. A flicker of astonishment crossed Zhao Yuan's eyes. He had not expected the Grand Elder, known for her love of nature and peace, to utter such words. Yet upon reflection, it seemed plausible. In this otherworldly realm, the higher the tier, the more devastating the power. Wealth and influence are mere appendages, a notion reminiscent of what Monroe once expressed. However, having grown up in an era of peace, Zhao Yuan found it difficult to agree. During his formative years beside his parents, he had witnessed the perils of power and wealth and understood the dark nature of mankind. Those who reach the pinnacle of power are often swayed by the forces behind them. Nevertheless, he dared not voice such rebuttals, for in this world, the prevailing belief was that power reigned supreme. Following the Grand Elder, Zhao Yuan was astonished to find that she had assigned him a new chamber, one far more spacious and exquisite, situated adjacent to the main root system of a colossal tree. Zhao Yuan, my lord. This is one of the most magically potent locations within our elven tribe, ideal for your cultivation, the Grand Elder coolly respectfully stated. Thank you kindly. Zhao Yuan blinked, unsure of what to say, for he did not require meditation to restore his magical energy, simply consuming crystal cores sufficed. By the way, may I venture beyond the elven forest to hunt magical beasts? Zhao Yuan suddenly recalled the considerable depletion of his crystal cores due to his battle with the berserker and posed the question. Certainly. The Grand Elder furrowed her brow, feeling puzzled by Zhao Yuan's request. However, should you require anything, please inform me. You are our esteemed guest, and we shall fulfill any reasonable request, she assured him. No, I merely wish to hone my skills, Zhao Yuan thought to himself, aware that he must keep his secret concealed, and thus offered a vague excuse to dismiss the matter. The Grand Elder, perceptive to his intent, refrained from probing further, guiding him on how to exit the fortress and leaving him with a detailed map of the surrounding area. Upon examining the map left by the Grand Elder, Zhao Yuan found it meticulously detailed, indicating locations of herbs, the movements of various magical beasts, and other unique terrains. However, the map's sole drawback was that he had no knowledge of the magical beasts denoted upon it. Although he had slain many beasts in the past, he had never thought to inquire, "Magical beast, what is your name?" Thus, he remained oblivious to the tiers of the beasts indicated. Regardless, as an 8th tier mage, he reasoned, it mattered little. He could dispatch any beast without concern. Zhao Yuan mused. It is worth noting that Zhao Yuan had been in this otherworldly realm for quite some time and was astonished to discover that the common language here was indeed Mandarin. This left him utterly perplexed, for from a scientific perspective, it seemed illogical that two disparate realms in time and space could coincidentally share such a high degree of civilizational overlap. Moreover, the opening passage of the Seven Sins text, which contained a calming mantra, lingered in his thoughts. Could it be that this world also embraced Taoism? Yet, he had heard that the only sect in Donghuan continent was the Church of the Light. These questions enshrouded Zhao Yuan in a fog of confusion, as if a colossal enigma surrounded him. However, he could not venture to Donghuan continent in search of answers just yet. He had to first attend to the matters at hand. Thus, following the Grand Elder's instructions, he traversed from the elven fortress back to the surface of the elven forest. Observing the lush green trees and the small wildflowers dotting the verdant grass, Zhao Yuan felt a lightness in his heart. With a whistle, a majestic purple steed appeared before him shortly thereafter. Given the amicable relationship between the creatures of the elven forest and the elves, as well as their generally gentle nature, Zhao Yuan had no intention of hunting them. Consulting his map, he journeyed to a place known as Normandapo. According to the annotations, this area was abundant in a herb called moon elf grass, reputed for its miraculous healing properties for elves. However, it was also home to troublesome pack beasts. Zhao Yuan had initially planned to slay numerous beasts. If he could gather some herbs as a bonus, that would be splendid. The elder had mentioned that the elven clan was likely to face significant trouble soon, so stockpiling healing herbs would be prudent. Normandapo was a slope dotted with various caves. Located at the top of a small hill, with the cliffs at its end, where the moon elf grass primarily thrived, Zhao Yuan dared not let his steed roam freely on the slope, fearing it might step into a pit and injure its hoof. Therefore, he chose to ascend on foot, suppressing his aura in hopes that the beasts lurking in the caves would come out to confront him. However, after stumbling along for half a day, the surroundings remained eerily silent. The caves appeared to be devoid of life, with not a single beast daring to attack. Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat at a loss. Typically, such burrowing creatures would have multiple escape routes, even if he were to magically excavate a cave. the beasts would have long since fled upon hearing the commotion. Thus, the only course of action left was to discern why the beasts were not emerging to confront him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he unleashed his mental energy like a tidal wave, spreading it outward. To cover a broad area, he needed to avoid complex terrains, which would otherwise drain his energy. At this moment, he merely focused on extending his mental energy to probe a single cave. After a while, Zhao Yuan was astonished to discover that within the cave he was exploring, aside from a few newborn creatures with their eyes still closed, there were indeed no beasts present. Skeptical, he explored several more caves, each confirming the same. Was it possible that all the beasts of Normandapo had vanished into thin air? Zhao Yuan was speechless and consoled himself with the thought that at least he could gather some moon elf grass on this trip, so it was not entirely in vain. This time, with no intention of attracting the beasts, he soared into the air, gliding toward the end of Normandapo. Yet, as he drew nearer, his eyes widened in astonishment. It turned out that all the beasts that had vanished from the caves were congregated at the summit of the slope. He beheld a mass of black and white rodents, reminiscent of the black moon rats marked in the atlas. Initially thinking there might be only a few hundred, perhaps 1,000 at most. A quick sweep with his mental energy revealed there were likely over 10,000. It should be noted that adult black moon rats were bona fide third-tier beasts, on par with the larvae of the five-colored demon sandalwood. However, while the larvae were controlled by their mother bug and possessed very low intelligence, each of these black moon rats had its own independent consciousness. To vanquish the horde, they would all have to be eliminated. Just as Zhao Yuan pondered what the black moon rats were doing, a cry for help reached his ears from the cliff's edge. Lord Zhao Yuan, save us. Upon closer inspection, he saw 3 elven maidens struggling to sustain a green magical shield while a multitude of black moon rats surged against it, obscuring nearly all of their forms, which was why he had failed to notice them sooner. Clearly, these maidens were not mages. This magical shield appeared to be a scroll spell. Once its power was exhausted, the 3 maidens would likely meet their demise in an instant. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan descended swiftly, unleashing a torrent of fiery stars upon the swarm of black moon rats near the maidens. The spell's searing and explosive force immediately created a gap in the dense mass of rats, alleviating some of the pressure on the shield protecting the maidens. Seizing the moment, Zhao Yuan rushed to their side, conjuring a flame shield to protect them. Despite being burrowing creatures, black moon rats were typically terrified of flames and smoke. Yet, inexplicably, they charged fearlessly toward Zhao Yuan's flame shield. Even as their fur was singed and their flesh evaporated into charred remains, they continued to hurl themselves at the protective barrier without hesitation. Zhao Yuan was inwardly alarmed, yet one of the maidens beside him remarked, "These black moon rats have crimson eyes, as if they have gone berserk. But Normandapo is near the elder's dwelling. How can this be?" Zhao Yuan's keen instinct sensed something was amiss, but the immediate priority was to relocate the 3 elven maidens to safety. Thus, he decisively stated, "I will transport you one at a time to the base of the cliff. Who will go first?" "Lord Zhao Yuan, please take Mia and Yona first." "Their ranks are too low," came a familiar voice. Turning, Zhao Yuan recognized the green-haired, silver-eyed elven maiden he had encountered the previous day, recalling her name as Ziviel, the Grand Elder's daughter. He admired her bravery and nodded, assuring her, "Rest assured, this flame shield can endure for quite some time. I shall return shortly." With that, he levitated one of the elven maidens and soared downward toward the cliff's base. The maiden gasped, but just before hitting the ground, she felt a powerful yet gentle wind catch her, gently lowering her to the earth. "My apologies for the haste. I hope I did not frighten you," Zhao Yuan said apologetically to the elven maiden before turning back to the cliff to retrieve another girl, just as he intended to turn around to fetch Ziviel. His mental connection to the flame shield became chaotic. His heart raced, and he channeled his magic to its fullest extent, racing upward toward the cliff. At that moment, on the cliff, Ziviel's flame shield had extinguished, not from the onslaught of the black moon rats, but as if the spellcaster had inexplicably vanished, causing it to suddenly go out. The last line of defense was her mother's wooden guardian scroll, but that shield was already on the verge of collapse, without the protection of the flame shield. A horde of black moon rats, eyes aglow with crimson fury, surged forward, shattering the wooden guardian shield in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Ziviel's face hardened with resolve, her slender form leaning backward as if a leaf falling from a cliff, her gaze turned skyward. In her silver eyes reflected the blue sky, the white clouds, and the frenzied swarm of black moon rats that followed her over the edge. Her emerald tresses danced in the wind, brushing against her cheeks. Yet at that moment, she felt no trace of fear. In this precarious moment between life and death, Ziviel could only hear the rapid beats of her heart and the whispers of the wind, each gust infused with the essence of Zhao Yuan as it swept past her. At last, she sensed a powerful force approaching from below. Ziviel relaxed almost entirely as she fell into Zhao Yuan's embrace. Immediately, she beheld a radiant ring of fire erupting around her, or rather, around Zhao Yuan, as it surged forth with an undeniable strength that incinerated the black moon rats descending alongside her. This was Ziviel's first experience as a spellcaster witnessing the formation of magic, and it was also the first time she found herself so close to a male. And that male was Zhao Yuan. As Zhao Yuan gently set Ziviel down, the other two elven maidens quickly surrounded them, expressing their gratitude to Zhao Yuan while comforting the visibly shaken Ziviel. Standing aside, Zhao Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just moments ago, as he ascended, he had caught sight of a figure plummeting, causing his heart to race. It was important to note that both Zhao Yuan's ascent and Ziviel's descent were executed at alarming speeds, granting him little time to react. Had he hesitated even slightly, Ziviel might have perished. Yet, he could not chastise her for her recklessness. After all, it was his own fault that the flame shield had inexplicably vanished. Indeed, Ziviel's instinctive reaction and choice had been the most prudent, her sole path to survival. Once composed, Zhao Yuan glanced up at the crimson ring above and the black moon rats leaping down, akin to dumplings tossed into boiling oil, sizzling and turning to ash. He raised an eyebrow and turned to the three elven maidens, inquiring, "What were you doing on the cliff moments ago? It seems as though you possessed something that attracted these black moon rats." The three maidens exchanged glances, appearing somewhat hesitant before Ziviel finally spoke. "Lord Zhao Yuan, you must be aware that the cliffs of Normanda are the habitat of moon elf grass. We came here because last night was the full moon. And the moon elf grass, having absorbed the essence of moonlight, is at its most potent now." Zhao Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. Ziviel continued, "However, we discovered that all the moon elf grass on the cliff has vanished. The signs indicate it has been devoured. You see, moon elf grass not only provides excellent healing properties for us elves, but is also vital for the proliferation of black moon rats. Therefore, we never harvest it all, leaving a small portion behind. Yet this time, all the moon elf grass has been consumed." At this juncture, Ziviel paused, her gaze shifting to the two other elven maidens, who appeared to hesitate, before she pressed on. "Thus, Lord Zhao Yuan, we suspect that a blood elf has visited this cliff." Blood elf? What might that be? An ominous premonition struck Zhao Yuan upon hearing those words. Blood elves were once members of the elven kin, but had succumbed to depravity, forsaking their reverence for the ancients and resorting to a life sustained by the consumption of blood. Their appearance resembled that of regular elves. Yet they were far more bloodthirsty and malevolent, devoid of reason. When injured, they could not heal as normal elves did, drawing strength from the life essence of their elders or the moon elf grass. Rather, they required copious amounts of blood from their kin or a significant intake of moon elf grass. As Ziviel and the other two maidens spoke, a shadow of fear crept across their faces. 30 years ago, a dozen blood elves infiltrated the elven forest, secretly slaying nearly 100 of our kin. I was still young then, and had it not been for my mother's vigilance, I too might have met a tragic fate, Ziviel murmured. Indeed, no one expected that Ander would turn out to be a blood elf. I always believed him to be kind and brave. He even taught me archery. The youngest of the maidens remarked, her voice tinged with trepidation. But it was they who killed my brother. The maiden named Yona's face was now streaked with tears. When we found him in the haystack, his blood had been completely drained, his body riddled with gaping wounds, leaving him utterly withered. Zhao Yuan watched as the three maidens succumbed to sorrow, unsure of how to offer comfort. Finally, he attempted to sound composed as he said, "Do not fear, it is all in the past. Our immediate priority is to locate that blood elf and prevent him from harming any more of your kin." Upon hearing his words, the three elven maidens rallied slightly, with Ziviel being the first to regain her composure. Since this blood elf came here to consume moon elf grass, it must be due to an injury. However, the black moon rats did not detect him, which means that when we arrived to gather the grass, we became scapegoats. They believed we had depleted the moon elf grass, thus launching a frenzied attack against us. Then, we should return immediately and have the elder investigate if anyone has been injured recently, Zhao Yuan suggested. That won't do. If this blood elf was able to evade the black moon rat's senses while wounded, he must possess exceptional abilities. It is likely that no one is even aware of his injury. He is probably nursing his wounds while feigning normalcy, Ziviel replied with a furrowed brow. What shall we do then? The youngest, Mia, pouted, deep in thought, her cherubic face still round and endearing. unlike the slender forms of the adult elven maidens. The best course of action is to discreetly investigate whether any elves have recently visited Normanda or have been out on solo missions. We should bring any elves who fit the criteria to the return leaf pool for examination, Yona suggested, and Ziviel nodded in agreement. Zhao Yuan noted the flicker of hatred and murderous intent in Yona's expression. She was likely the most eager among them to eliminate the blood elf. Given the tragic fate of her brother, what is this return leaf pool you speak of? Zhao Yuan inquired. The return leaf pool serves as the resting place for all elves. When we begin to show signs of aging, we have only 6 months left to live. At that point, we journey to the return leaf pool to slumber in its waters, ultimately passing away, our life force nourishing the ancients. Blood elves, however, once they enter the return leaf pool, experience a violent boiling of their blood due to the excessive consumption of their kin's blood. Although that blood integrates into their bodies, they still possess an instinct to return to the elders. If a blood elf remains in the pool for too long, they may even explode from the pressure. As she spoke, Ziviel's long, brush-like lashes fluttered, as though recalling something dreadful, while Mia's face drained of color, her expression becoming dazed. Given this, why not have all elves enter the return leaf pool? After all, there aren't too many elves, are there? Zhao Yuan proposed. Ziviel shook her head. That would be impractical. The nutrients in the return leaf pool are meant solely for the ancients. If other elves were to enter, they'd inevitably absorb some of it. If every elf were to do so, the pool would be depleted. Oh, I see. Zhao Yuan awkwardly rubbed his nose. Feeling that he was of little assistance in this matter, and deciding it best to remain a mere magical artillery piece. Do you intend to linger here a while longer? Or shall we return to the elven forest directly? Zhao Yuan asked, secretly wishing to escort these seemingly delicate elven maidens back, as he felt uneasy leaving them outside. Ziwier's silver eyes twinkled, as if a thought had crossed her mind. She spoke, Lord Zhao Yuan, during our perilous situation on the cliff. We did not examine the traces left by that blood elf closely. Could you assist us in investigating? However, I looked and discerned nothing. Zhao Yuan found himself in a bit of a dilemma, yet he replied, I can take one person up. Surely you can glean some insights. For some reason. Upon hearing his words, Ziwier's eyes brightened and her cheeks flushed slightly. Zhao Yuan assumed it was merely her excitement. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, Ziwier eagerly interjected. Then please take me with you, Lord Zhao Yuan. At that moment, her thoughts were entirely on Zhao Yuan. Completely oblivious to the derisive glint that flickered in Mia's eyes beside her. Noticing that the other 2 elven maidens had no objections, Zhao Yuan nodded and once more cast a spell, lifting Ziwier's form and soaring towards the cliff. The enormous fiery ring of crimson serpents above them continued to blaze. And Zhao Yuan, with Ziwier in tow, effortlessly traversed the fiery circle. By the time they reached the cliff, the incessant onslaught of the black moon rats had nearly ceased. Aside from a few scattered black moon rats dragging their fallen companions back to their lairs as provisions, there was no further assault on Zhao Yuan and his companion. Look. Lord Zhao Yuan, the eyes of these black moon rats have returned to black. Their frenzied state has ended, Ziwier remarked. Zhao Yuan nodded. Yet a hint of confusion lingered in his heart. Could it be that creatures as lowly as the black moon rats possessed such intelligence or emotions that they went berserk after devouring all the moon elfin grass? Moreover, as Ziwier and the others had indicated, flora and fauna thriving near the Elder should be more docile and understanding. Even though Normanda Slope was a fair distance from the Elder, the beasts here ought to display greater temperance than those in ordinary forests. How could they suddenly turn violent? Ziwier's brow furrowed, clearly aware of the numerous discrepancies in their harrowing experience. She cautiously crouched beside a few remaining roots of the moon elfin grass, delicately probing the areas that had been gnawed upon. Zhao Yuan also knelt to examine, and despite his ignorance, he noted the silvery sap still oozing from the roots, suggesting something was amiss. The sap of the moon elfin grass held the most potent medicinal properties, yet this blood elf, despite suffering grave injuries, had not fully drained the sap. Furthermore, the traces on the grass were quite chaotic, as if he had hastily consumed what was visible in a desperate rush. These traces are fresh. I even suspect our arrival with Mia and Jonas startled him away, Ziwier mused, biting her lip. The sudden aggression of the black moon rats was likely orchestrated by that blood elf. However, that blood elf had already sustained severe injuries. Merely fleeing was an impressive feat. So how could he have the capacity to devise a plan against them? Moreover, I just used my mental energy to scan the vicinity and found no trace of him. Indicating he must have fled far away, Zhao Yuan said. Though mental energy scanning is rather crude, the blood elf was, after all, a living being, and should not be undetectable, unless he had buried himself in a pit. A look of perplexity crossed Zyweir's face, and finally, she could only say with resignation, "Let us return and report this matter to the elders, Lord Zhao Yuan." Zhao Yuan nodded, realizing that Zyweir and her companions had endured much hardship. Had he not fortuitously passed by, it was likely that the three of them would have perished. However, could fate truly align so conveniently? Yet, upon returning to the elven fortress, the truth revealed to Zhao Yuan that indeed, it was sheer coincidence. Nearly all the elves who had ventured out to gather resources in areas near the beasts had been attacked by the frenzied creatures. Within a single day, the elven race had suffered unprecedented losses, with over 100 elven lives claimed. In the morning, when Zhao Yuan set out, the elven kin were still enveloped in an atmosphere of joy, yet by the afternoon, they were shrouded in profound sorrow and wrath. Though the elves possessed a delicate and beautiful appearance, their strength should never be underestimated. With such a treacherous plot against the elven race, even these peace-loving beings could not contain their fury. Initially, Zhao Yuan felt apprehensive, fearing that they might misplace their anger upon him, given that such misfortune had befallen them shortly after his arrival. To his astonishment, he discovered that the elves treated him with the same respect and kindness as ever. "For you were recognized by the elder, Zyweir, who had been observing Zhao Yuan's confusion, gently reassured him. Before your arrival, the elder had foreseen the impending disaster and thus summoned you through the leaves of the elder's forest. Therefore, regardless of the calamity the elven race faces, as long as you are present, Lord Zhao Yuan, we shall not fear." Zhao Yuan gazed into Zyweir's shimmering silver eyes. A warm current flowed through him. "Thank you, Zyweir. I shall do my utmost to safeguard you all, for this is also my promise to the elder." That night, the Grand Elder summoned all the surviving elves from the external mission, among whom some were injured. Zhao Yuan generously employed healing magic to restore them. Through their accounts, Zhao Yuan began to grasp the gravity of their adversary. One particular team had ventured into the territory of the Lolo beast for their gathering mission. The Lolo beast, resembling an ordinary rabbit and known for its gentle disposition, was a herbivorous creature. Though they were burrowing animals, they were entirely different from the black moon rats, which possessed a fierce territorial instinct. In urban areas, well-bred Lolo beasts were among the most beloved pets of many young girls. However, this time, the typically docile Lolo beast had attacked this small team of elves. The 5 elves, a couple accompanied by their 3 children, suffered the loss of both parents, one at the 6th tier and the other at the 5th tier. It was a shocking tragedy, for the elves were known for their agility, and as archers, they possessed considerable strength. With a mere wooden stick, they could effortlessly dispatch 3 to 5 Lolo beasts. Furthermore, the Lolo beasts were only 2nd or 1st tier beasts, with their cores being the smallest among creatures of their rank, making it implausible for them to breach the wooden defenses of the 5 elves. Yet, according to the accounts of the 3 surviving elves, the rampaging Lolo beast seemed endless, exhausting the elves' wooden energy entirely. Ultimately, their parents sacrificed themselves, using their bodies to shield their children, creating a fleeting opportunity for escape. Among those Zhao Yuan healed, these 3 elves bore the gravest injuries. Not only were their organs severely depleted from overexertion of their wooden energy, but their bodies were also riddled with wounds, bloodied and mangled. Fortunately, upon returning to the elven forest, the surrounding trees and plants would benevolently restore the elves' vitality. Otherwise, with such grievous injuries, they likely would have perished before Zhao Yuan could arrive. When the 3 elves awoke, their expressions were ashen, and no matter how others inquired, they remained silent until the arrival of Grand Elder Cooley. Unlike other elves who offered comfort, Cooley, in a calm tone, recounted the fatalities among the elves that day. The elven race now faces a grave crisis. All elves must fight valiantly to protect their kin and the elders. Your parents have sacrificed themselves. From this moment on, you must confront all dangers and adversities yourselves. Regardless of what you endure, your parents would not wish for you to be defeated, ultimately meeting the same fate as them. At that moment, Zhao Yuan stood aside, feeling that the words of the elder were far too cruel for the 3 children, although they were older than him. The longevity and inherently gentle nature of the elven race rendered them unprepared for such a sudden blow. As a people who cherished peace, we elves are certainly not weak. When faced with oppression and the murder of our kin, do you expect us to remain silent and allow them further opportunities to annihilate our kind? We must fight. We must seek vengeance, ensuring that those traitors comprehend that blood will be repaid with blood. As the elder spoke, her once cold visage morphed into an expression of utter loathing, shattering her frosty beauty. However, the sight of such an elder softened the previously stoic expressions of the 3 elves. In the next moment, tears streamed down their faces, beginning as quiet sobs before escalating into anguished cries. Simultaneously, Zhao Yuan observed that their eyes reflected not only sorrow but also a profound hatred, a visceral animosity that sent a chill down his spine, even as he felt a surge of sympathy for them. After an emotional outpouring, the three elves recounted their harrowing experiences. Their plight bore a striking resemblance to that of Zyweir and her companions. They too had ventured out to gather medicinal herbs, only to be inexplicably attacked. Yet, unlike Zyweir and her friends, they had not been fortunate enough to encounter Zhao Yuan's timely intervention. The manner of their parents' demise was equally gruesome. In their final moments, the couple invoked a forbidden technique, a spell that every elf is compelled to learn. Given the elves' healthy lifestyle and diet, many humans and magical beasts have historically sought to prey upon them, which is why the elven race has developed the skills to remain elusive in the wilderness. However, since the elves began serving the elders, they no longer needed to roam tirelessly, yet cunning humans still sought to capture them. Consequently, elven sages devised a forbidden spell that could be activated if an elf knew they were to perish outside the elven forest and could not return to the leaf pool. Upon activation, the elf's physical form would undergo a drastic transformation, causing all beings that had consumed their flesh to explode. Furthermore, if the spell was activated and the elf did not die within 24 hours, their rank would forcibly decrease by 1 tier, making future breakthroughs nearly impossible. The parents of these three elves, in their final moments, summoned this forbidden technique, bravely positioning themselves in front of their children. The eldest sibling, with tears in his eyes, forcibly pulled his younger siblings away, helplessly watching as their parents were devoured before their very eyes. Then, with a resounding boom, the clustered Lolo beasts erupted. And amidst the shower of blood and gore, they could not discern which pieces belonged to the beasts and which to their parents. Only driven by a desperate resolve to escape through the opening created by the carnage, fleeing back to the elven forest. Upon hearing the elder brother's account, a heavy silence enveloped the gathering of elves, the younger siblings having already succumbed to breathless sobs. "We must avenge our parents. I will rend those blood elves to pieces," the brother declared through gritted teeth, his tear-filled eyes locking onto the elder's gaze. "Elder, if we capture those blood elves, please allow me to slay them. I want them to suffer more than death." Zhao Yuan, observing the scene, found himself at a loss for words. The once handsome elven youth, though he had survived this calamity, bore the scars of destruction upon his face and body, every inch of his skin marred by red, thread-like scars, paired with a gaze filled with hatred that rendered him akin to a demon risen from the depths of hell. His younger siblings, shielded by their parents and brother, bore severe injuries but had not exhausted their lives as their brother had. Though faint scars remained, they would soon recover. "Very well. What is your name?" the elder inquired gently, her demeanor softened as she addressed the brave elven youth who dared to meet her gaze. "I am Lewis Connor, elder," he replied deliberately, his disfigured visage revealing a disquieting resolve. "Lewis, until this crisis facing our elven race is resolved, I grant you authority equivalent to that of an elder. You must employ the justice and keen insight of our kind to uncover the traitors hidden among us," Elder coolly proclaimed, then turned to Zhao Yuan, who stood lost in thought. "Lord Zhao Yuan, during this time, I implore you to refrain from venturing out carelessly. The methods of the blood elves are exceedingly treacherous. I hope you will remain within the elven fortress. For any other needs, you may summon Lewis or any other elf to assist you." As Elder coolly concluded her words, the recently healed Lewis immediately rose from his bed and knelt before Zhao Yuan. "Lord Zhao, Lewis Connor is at your service. I will do anything to capture those blood elves." Zhao Yuan regarded the kneeling elven youth with a complex expression. For reasons unknown, he sensed an ominous premonition that this young man's future would be fraught with tragedy. Yet, in that moment, he could only assist the young elf to his feet and solemnly declare, "Lewis, I shall do my utmost to safeguard the peace of the elven race, but remember, the most vital thing is to remain alive, not to embrace death." The gathered elves displayed expressions of mourning, evidently reflecting on their fallen kin. Only Elder Cooley and Lewis remained visibly stirred, understanding that Zhao Yuan's reference to death did not solely pertain to the fallen elves, but also to the impending retribution against the blood elves. Once outside the infirmary where Lewis and the others resided, Zhao Yuan and Elder Cooley walked side by side toward the elder's quiet chamber. Elder Cooley was the first to break the silence. "Lord Zhao Yuan, may I inquire about your thoughts on this matter?" Zhao Yuan glanced at the elder, observing her composed demeanor, her beautiful countenance shadowed by solemnity, her silver eyes mirroring an icy resolve reminiscent of Zyweir. "I find it curious that Lewis is so certain in referring to them, at least based on the current clues. We cannot ascertain whether the Blood Elves are a singular entity or a group, Zhao Yuan remarked. You may not be aware, but throughout the years of Blood Elf attacks, the vast majority have been organized and systematic, typically involving no fewer than 5 or 6 individuals, and sometimes as many as 20. A solitary Blood Elf could not inflict such extensive harm, the elder replied. Then, there is a question I hesitate to ask. From my observations, all elves residing within the elven forest are joyful and kind, deeply loving their kin and respecting their elders. How then could there be traitors among us? Zhao Yuan questioned. Moreover, he refrained from voicing his additional concern. While the number of Blood Elves appeared minimal relative to the traditionally sparse population of the elven race, the ratio was not insignificant. After a moment's silence, when Zhao Yuan thought she would not respond, Elder Cooley finally spoke. Are you familiar with the history of the elven race, Lord Zhao? People often assert that the elves are peaceful and good-natured. But that only applies to the ancient times when we were under divine protection. After our deities vanished, whether through demise or abandonment, we have faced relentless persecution and hunting throughout the ages. We possess striking beauty, prolonged lifespans, and delectable flesh, yet lack the formidable strength to defend ourselves. A 20-year-old human or beast man of average aptitude may already possess first or second-tier strength, while for an elf, 20 years is merely the age at which they begin to open their eyes to the world. My daughter, Seawayer, is the most gifted child in a millennium. At the age of 20, her powers had yet to awaken. She had merely dabbled in archery and combat. The elf race, known for their sluggish growth, has spent millennia fleeing for their lives, living in a state of perpetual anxiety. This is the consequence of our abandonment. If one were to describe the essence of the elves, it would be more accurate to say it is rooted in hatred rather than peace and kindness. We have always played the role of prey, perpetually on the run, watching our kin fall victim to the greed of humans. Even now, we dare not engage too closely with human society. We fear witnessing our kin dance naked at the balls of the powerful, fearful of the covetous gazes. Even with the protection of our elders, we continue to flee. Thus, the Grand Elder's silver eyes emitted a chilling light as she fixed her gaze upon Zhao Yuan, articulating with deliberate clarity, the true nature of the elves is more akin to hatred than to kindness. Those treacherous Blood Elves are simply unable to endure a life of evasion. They yearn for a desperate gamble. Zhao Yuan was utterly taken aback by the Grand Elder's words, left speechless for a time. In that moment, as the Grand Elder stared into his eyes, he felt an absurd sensation, as if the Grand Elder were a genuine Blood Elf, sending shivers down his spine. Yet, he recalled the scene from his arrival in the Elven realm. The imposing iron fortress, still vibrant with verdant life, where young, beautiful elves flitted about, their every movement imbued with natural grace. He remembered meeting Seawayer for the first time. Her radiant smile, her flushed cheeks, and her sparkling silver eyes, which made him deeply feel that the elves were not a race steeped in hatred. Their kindness and peace were woven into their very nature, a divine gift. Then, Grand Elder, why have you chosen to place your faith in the elders? Zhao Yuan inquired calmly. As the words left his mouth, the atmosphere between them suddenly grew tense. Are you questioning me, Lord Zhao Yuan? The Grand Elder chuckled softly, though her amusement was tinged with understanding, recognizing that outsiders often held rigid and deep-rooted perceptions of the elven people. There is no need for such a strong reaction. Grand Elder, I am merely expressing my curiosity, Zhao Yuan replied, aware that despite being on elven territory, he was still a formidable 8th-tier mage, and the elves sought his assistance. The elders have safeguarded the elven race for tens of thousands of years, far longer than that legendary deity once did. Were it not for the elders, the elven lineage would have long since perished. Is it not natural for us to revere them? The Grand Elder's response was expected yet oddly unsatisfactory to Zhao Yuan. If she could possess such unique insights regarding the Blood Elves, surely she must harbor more profound thoughts about the elders' existence. Her official response seemed to veil something deeper. If that is the case, the Blood Elves, despite being shrouded in hatred, should not betray the elders. Moreover, their survival relies on the blood of their kin. Is that not peculiar? Their hatred should be directed towards the other humans, not their own kind, Zhao Yuan challenged. Those matters elude my understanding. Who can decipher the thoughts of those wicked Blood Elves? Would you not agree, Lord Zhao Yuan? The Grand Elder's dismissive response was even more blatant, suppressing his anger. Zhao Yuan retorted, Grand Elder, you are the elder of the elven race, while I am merely a stranger who arrived yesterday in the elven forest. If you do not concern yourself with the peril facing the elves, then I need not trouble myself with it either. Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, the Grand Elder seemed to realize her previous statements had been excessive, and she softened her tone. Lord Zhao Yuan, I do care deeply for the safety of the elven race. More than anyone, I wish for their well-being. However, there are matters you do not know or understand, which may lead to your misinterpretation of my actions and thoughts. As the Grand Elder, I devote considerable time to pondering the actions of the Blood Elves, seeking to address this dire threat from its roots rather than resorting to mere slaughter. Yet, like you, I prioritize the safety of the good elves. Our goals align. While we may inevitably have disagreements, we should not place innocent elves in jeopardy because of them. Would you not concur? Zhao Yuan understood these principles. Yet he and the Grand Elder viewed the issues from divergent perspectives. He believed that to resolve problems, one must be open and honest, devoid of secrecy. In contrast, the Grand Elder, as the ruler of the elves, exhibited a more authoritarian nature, intolerant of dissent. In the current situation, Zhao Yuan could not ascertain whose approach was superior. He could only publicly reconcile with the Grand Elder while privately pursuing what he deemed right. The Grand Elder merely turned a blind eye. As long as Zhao Yuan could participate in the impending conflict as an 8th-tier mage, that was sufficient. In recent days, Zhao Yuan took it upon himself to remain within the confines of the elven fortress, using his mental prowess to monitor the elves' every movement. He visited the returning leaf pool daily, primarily to oversee the elves deemed suspicious, as arranged by Lewis. Though Lewis complied with Zhao Yuan's requests, he remained taciturn. His scarred face bore an unchanging expression, and while he once frequently sought to visit his younger siblings, he gradually ceased to do so. Zhao Yuan conversed with them, and they expressed that their brother had transformed into a different person entirely. Previously, he had been responsible, gentle, and polite, but now he had become cold and unfeeling. Zhao Yuan explained that their brother was also a victim, suffering not only physical wounds but also deep psychological scars. Should they not empathize with him? Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, the two elves exchanged glances, and finally, the youngest sister timidly spoke. But our enemy is the Blood Elves. Why does he treat his kin and us this way? Zhao Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. He struggled to convey the concept of profound psychological trauma leading to drastic changes in behavior. After all, other elves had swiftly emerged from their shadows with the encouragement of their companions, including these two who had also endured tragic experiences. To him, Lewis's transformation was a sympathetic and comprehensible circumstance, yet to the other elves, he had become as terrifying as the Blood Elves themselves. Zhao Yuan could only watch in silence as the elves increasingly distanced themselves from Lewis. Once friends and kin now feared to confront him. Perhaps it was his scarred visage, reminiscent of a demon, or perhaps the deep-seated hatred hidden within his icy gaze. Lord Zhao Yuan, all the elves under suspicion have entered the returning leaf pool. Yet no Blood Elves have been uncovered, Lewis reported to Zhao Yuan, who sat in a wicker chair. Zhao Yuan glanced at him, noting that while his expression remained unchanged, a flicker of hostility crossed his brow, stirring unease within him. Have all the elves assigned to external missions been checked? Zhao Yuan inquired. In truth, the elves' external missions were rotational, and the scope of investigation would be vast. Fortunately, Siwayer and the others he had rescued provided a crucial lead regarding the devoured moonlight grass. A few days prior, some elves had passed by to check on its growth, indicating that the injured Blood Elf must have ventured out within the last 3 days, significantly narrowing the investigation's focus. In response to Zhao Yuan's inquiry, Lewis quickly replied, Not all, my lord. A few elves could not enter the returning leaf pool due to health issues. His speech was rapid, as if he was eager to express himself. Didn't he state that all elves must undergo inspection? What reason do they have? Zhao Yuan furrowed his brow and inquired. They are all elves who narrowly escaped the jaws of the ferocious beasts last time. Others believe they are innocent, and besides, they bear wounds. Entering the leaf pool with injuries would only exacerbate their condition, as the pool itself absorbs the life force of the elves, Lewis explained. Upon hearing Lewis's last statement, a fleeting thought crossed Zhao Yuan's mind, but he could not grasp it upon reflection. And you, Lewis, have you entered the leaf pool for inspection? Zhao Yuan asked. I entered on the very first day of the inspection, Lord Zhao Yuan, Lewis replied in a flat tone. Zhao Yuan cast him a surprised glance. If anyone among the elves had suffered the most, it was undoubtedly Lewis. Even with his great healing spells, the wounds on Lewis were still fresh, and any significant movement would cause them to rupture. It was astonishing that he had gone to the leaf pool on the first day. His wounds would be even harder to heal now. Your injuries. Zhao Yuan hesitated, knowing that great healing spells were not without cost. They tapped into the life force within the injured's body, effectively a form of overexertion. Typically, injuries that required such spells were often fatal. Thank you for your concern. Lord Zhao Yuan, I am fine now. With the Elder's blessing, elves with steadfast faith can continuously regain vitality, Lewis said calmly. Zhao Yuan was taken aback, scrutinizing the scars visible on Lewis's exposed skin. Although they were still quite grotesque and dense, there were indeed no signs of rupture. However, several days had passed since Lewis had entered the leaf pool on the first day. Even if he appeared well now, his life force must have diminished significantly, and his lifespan would be considerably shortened. In that case, summon those elves for inspection, Zhao Yuan declared resolutely. However, Shiver said to let their wounds heal before they come for inspection, Lewis responded. Zhao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't realized that there was such a stipulation. No wonder Lewis had rushed to report. He shook his head inwardly. Shiver was still too naive. Each day the blood elves remained hidden was another loss for the elven race. There could be no delays. Thus, he instructed Lewis, bring them directly for inspection. I will speak to Shiver if she comes. Understood, Lord Zhao Yuan. Lewis respectfully bowed and immediately set off to gather the elves. Zhao Yuan watched his hurried departure, unable to suppress a silent sigh. Lord Zhao Yuan, I have brought them, Lewis returned, followed by 4 elves, 2 males and 2 females. Zhao Yuan glanced over and was astonished to find Mia, whom he had rescued on Norman Hill, among them. Mia, I recall you were uninjured at that time. Why did you not come to the leaf pool for inspection? Zhao Yuan asked gently, feeling a surge of compassion for the round-faced girl. Lord Zhao Yuan, I also wished to enter the leaf pool for inspection, but I discovered I was pregnant a few days ago, she said, a shy blush spreading across her face. My husband David and Shiver are concerned that entering the leaf pool so early in my pregnancy might lead to a miscarriage, which is why they stopped me. She then glanced at the other female elf beside her. Sister Alice is also newly pregnant, hence she too refrains from entering the leaf pool. Zhao Yuan turned to Alice, who exhibited a look of discomfort and apology and felt somewhat troubled. And what about you? Zhao Yuan chose to bypass the 2 pregnant elves and turned to the 2 male elves. They showed no signs of discomfort. One, slightly taller, replied, I have previously sustained severe injuries, with less than 100 years of life remaining. With my current wounds, I fear I would not survive another entry into the leaf pool. I wish for my life to end in battle for the elven race, not within the leaf pool. The other male elf added, I entered the leaf pool 3 months ago, and my companions witnessed it, so there is no need to waste the pool's essence again. Indeed, the leaf pool is composed of the essence from the bodies of deceased elves, and only elves of the 5th rank or higher might immerse themselves when seeking advancement. For the injured, the leaf pool would absorb their vitality, but for the uninjured, a dip could yield tremendous benefits, underscoring the pool's preciousness. At that moment, Shiver rushed in, her face a mix of anxiety and anger. Upon seeing Zhao Yuan standing beside Lewis, her expression momentarily froze. Her earlier fury deflated like a punctured balloon. Lord Zhao Yuan, do not heed Lewis. These 4 elves have shown great respect for the elders. It is evident that they need not enter the leaf pool again. Steadying her emotions, Shiver spoke calmly. Shiver, I understand your good intentions, but this is a rule set by Lord Zhao Yuan. The entire elven race is in grave danger. We cannot afford any negligence, Lewis countered immediately. Seeing both of them gaze at him with anxious eyes, Zhao Yuan felt an urge to sigh deeply. Yet he could not reveal his inner turmoil. Therefore, without much deliberation, he addressed Shiver. Shiver, I believe Lewis is correct. A small breach can lead to a catastrophic collapse. In this critical moment, we cannot afford to show mercy to anyone. But, Lord Zhao Yuan, if Mia and Alice enter the leaf pool, they may very well suffer a miscarriage, and Odin will face certain death. He is a 6th rank archer. Can we allow him to die in such a humiliating and meaningless way? Shiver implored. Zhao Yuan felt a significant dilemma. The elven population was already scarce, and every newborn was invaluable. Furthermore, a 6th rank archer was a rare talent among the elves. Even the highest ranking elder, Cooley, was merely 7th rank. Noticing Zhao Yuan's furrowed brow, Lewis could not help but interject. Lord Zhao Yuan, I believe such sacrifices are essential for the elven race as a whole. As a member of the elven race, I have already entered the leaf pool at the cost of 800 years of my lifespan, and I trust that the other elves share such loyalty to contribute to our people. With that, he cast a glance at the 3 others, who appeared distressed. The elf who had entered the leaf pool 3 months prior displayed a look of admiration upon hearing Lewis's words, while the others stared at Lewis in shock, including Shiver, who wore an expression of disbelief. In that case, I too can enter the leaf pool once more without issue. I bear no significant injuries. Merely the loss of 50 years of my lifespan, the elf declared cheerfully. However, his words placed immense pressure on the other three, and their expressions darkened further. 800 years of life. Lewis, you absolutely need not do this. You are a survivor of the blood elf attack. Your parents sacrificed for this cause. And no one doubts your loyalty, Shiver said, guilt washing over her as she recalled her earlier questioning of Lewis. Zhao Yuan was equally astonished. A normal elf's lifespan was merely 1,500 years, and having previously sustained severe injuries. Lewis entering the leaf pool again would likely leave him with only 100 years left. For the future of the elven race, every elf must possess a spirit of sacrifice. What does a mere fraction of lifespan signify? Lewis replied unflinchingly. However, you could enter the return leaf pool a bit later. Just like us. No one would blame you, Mia said softly, her face displaying a pained expression. No, no one can enter the return leaf pool later, Lewis replied resolutely. After speaking, he turned and fixed Zhao Yuan with a determined gaze. Upon meeting Lewis's intense stare, Zhao Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened. I wonder if anyone is willing to sacrifice 30 years of their lifespan. I have a means to ensure the safe passage of these three spirits in and out of the return leaf pool. Upon hearing this, the spirits present were taken aback, their eyes widening, while Mia's countenance turned pale, her expression inscrutable as she instinctively touched her abdomen, seemingly worried about her unborn child. Alice, noticing her distress, gently patted her hand and whispered, "Do not fear. Lord Zhao Yuan has been summoned by our elders to assist us. All will be well." Hearing Alice's words, Mia appeared considerably reassured. She smiled and nodded, her expression returning to one of tranquility, embodying the serene smile of an expectant mother. For the spirits, sacrificing 30 years of life was inconsequential, yet unexpectedly, it was Lewis who stepped forward first. "Lord Zhao Yuan, I am responsible for this matter, and I willingly offer 30 years of my lifespan to ensure the safe passage of these three kin." His voice was unwavering, clearly sincere. "No, Lewis. Allow me to do it. Your lifespan is already limited," Shiver interjected hastily, having already felt guilty for previously blaming Lewis. She was eager to make amends by sacrificing a portion of herself. "No need, Shiver. You are the future hope of our clan. Your 30 years are far more valuable than my 300. My sole desire in this life is to eliminate all blood elves. Once this crisis passes, I can peacefully return to the return leaf pool and, under the elders' guidance, meet my parents. Extra lifespan holds no significance for me." Lewis shook his head, rejecting Shiver's offer. Observing the resolute yet ashen look in Lewis's eyes, Zhao Yuan found himself at a loss for words. In the end, he simply shook his head at Shiver, who still wished to contest the decision. Let Lewis proceed. No one is more suited than he. Rationality urged him to allow another spirit to offer their 30 years. Yet every time he looked at Lewis, he felt an ominous premonition, as if he were witnessing a tragic and dark path behind him. Thus, for reasons unknown, he hoped Lewis would live a shorter life, sparing him from greater suffering. The man who voluntarily entered the return leaf pool would no longer expend Lewis's life force, while the other three were connected to Lewis through Zhao Yuan's energy absorption ghost vines. As the vines were unleashed, a palpable aura of malevolence caused the spirits present to shudder. Zhao Yuan gestured for them to remain calm, then explained, "This magic, while inherently dark, serves the purpose of transferring life force and can save lives if wielded properly." Upon hearing his explanation, the other spirits felt somewhat reassured. Thus, with the energy absorption ghost vines in place, the three spirits entered the return leaf pool one by one. The spirit named Odin was the first to step in. Ordinarily, he would have faced certain death, yet thanks to the energy absorption ghost vines, he emerged from the return leaf pool unscathed. The gathered spirits erupted in cheers, gazing at Zhao Yuan with admiration, yet he merely cast a glance at Lewis, whose eyes were fixed intently on the other two, signaling Alice to proceed. Although Alice felt a twinge of anxiety, she obediently entered the return leaf pool, her hand nervously resting on her still flat abdomen. However, she felt no discomfort as she stepped out of the return leaf pool. Soaked, she could not help but break into a radiant smile, embracing her husband, who had come to support her. Next was Mia. Seemingly reassured by Alice's success, Mia's expression remained calm as she slowly approached the return leaf pool. The crowd, having shifted their focus to discussing Zhao Yuan's miraculous magic, was caught off guard when Mia suddenly emitted a cry of anguish. All eyes turned to her, and they saw Mia clutching her abdomen in pain, with the pool water tinged crimson. Mia, a tall male spirit, immediately leaped into the pool, rescuing her. Alarm and fear spread among the onlookers. My child," Mia uttered weakly, her round face streaked with tears. At once, every spirit wore expressions of shock and sorrow. It was evident that Mia had suffered a miscarriage. "Quickly, take Mia to the birthing chamber." Shiver spoke up. All present understood that the birthing chamber was not for delivery, but to expel the deceased child. Shiver felt torn between guilt and grief. Had she not dissuaded Zhao Yuan, Mia's loss could have been avoided. This was Mia's first child, and for spirits, conceiving was a rare feat. Who knew when they might have another? Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan, observing the blood in the pool gradually dissipating, felt a sense of foreboding wash over him, as though a storm were brewing within. With a wave of his hand, the energy absorption ghost vines connecting Mia and Louis severed instantly, causing both to cry out in agony. Mia suffered from the loss of life force, while Louis endured the backlash from the rapid depletion of his vitality. "Lord Zhao Yuan," the man cradling Mia exclaimed. The spirits around him turned their gazes toward Zhao Yuan, but upon seeing Louis, curled up on the ground, drenched in cold sweat and racked with pain, they fell silent. "Please cast the previous spell for both Mia and me. Lord Zhao Yuan, I cannot bear to see her in such agony," pleaded David, Mia's husband, his expression one of earnest desperation. "Let me also contribute, Lord Zhao Yuan," Shiver added, her silver eyes glistening with tears, radiating a gentleness wholly distinct from her mother. Other spirits echoed her sentiments, wishing to alleviate Mia's suffering. Zhao Yuan's demeanor remained icy. He cast a sidelong glance at Louis, who was huddled in the corner, biting his lip in silence, then turned his gaze back to the pained Mia in David's arms. Finally, he spoke. "Put her down." "What?" David momentarily failed to comprehend. "Lord Zhao Yuan, Mia's condition is dire. I implore you to help sustain her life, so we have time to take her to the birthing chamber." "To the birthing chamber?" Zhao Yuan's lip curled in a sardonic smile, the coldness of his expression causing the gathered spirits to hold their breath. Shiver, too, was taken aback, her tears retreating. "I never imagined the elven folk to be so benevolent, that blood elves would collectively sacrifice their lives to save one another," Zhao Yuan remarked in a nonchalant tone. His words struck the crowd like thunder, sparking a flurry of murmurs. This cannot be true, Lord Zhao Yuan. Surely, you must be mistaken," Shiver exclaimed, her disbelief evident as she glanced at the pale, anguished Mia in David's arms before turning back to Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan maintained his leisurely demeanor, ignoring the bewildered spirits and fixating coldly on Mia. "Mia, your intentions are commendable. You wish to conceal your bloodshed in the return leaf pool through this miscarriage. But you might be misinformed regarding the essence of my magic. If you possess only the energy-draining ghost vine as your magic, it is impossible for Louis, with his 30-year lifespan, to accomplish anything. You will inevitably suffer miscarriage. However, the vitality lost will be drawn from Louis to replenish your bodies." Upon hearing these words from Zhao Yuan, the elves present appeared perplexed. Zhao Yuan continued, "In addition to the energy-draining ghost vine, I have also cast a spell upon you, an 8th-tier light spell known as Sacred Eternity. The brilliance of this spell is obscured by the shadowy mists of the energy-draining ghost vine, which is why you failed to notice it. The effect of this spell is akin to confinement. You may enter as you wish, but you will leave in the same manner. Hence, for the first two individuals, the energy-draining ghost vine is merely a prop. Look at Louis. His current suffering is due to the fact that he bore some of the damage on behalf of Mia. I cannot fathom why Guy Pool suddenly erupted, breaking through my 8th-tier magic, simply to induce her miscarriage. Perhaps our beloved Mia can provide us with the answer." Zhao Yuan's face wore a gentle smile, yet his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were fixed intently on Mia. "Lord Zhao Yuan, I truly do not know. My stomach hurts so much, my child." Mia lay limp in her husband's embrace, her face contorted in pain. After Zhao Yuan's remarks, her eyes reflected innocence and helplessness, tears streaming down her cheeks as she groaned. "Lord Zhao Yuan, even if your status is exalted, you cannot slander my wife in such a way. I have known her for over 100 years and understand her better than anyone. She is kind, loyal, gentle, and wise. She is certainly no blood elf." The elf holding Mia exclaimed angrily, "Lord Zhao Yuan, Is there some misunderstanding? Did you not save both Mia and me in the beginning? Hiver hastily defended Mia. The other elves chimed in. Indeed, Mia has always interacted well with us. During the Blood Elf Rebellion, she even reported the incident. Enough. Suddenly, a hoarse shout rang out beside Zhao Yuan, startling the crowd. They turned to see Lewis, pale as a ghost, managing to stand against the odds. What Lord Zhao Yuan says is true. When Odin and Alice entered the pool, I felt nothing. However, as soon as Mia entered, I suddenly felt a significant loss of vitality, immense pain, and I collapsed from the strain. Lewis spoke in a dark tone, his eyes glaring fiercely at Mia, lying in her husband's arms, his face twisted in hatred. Upon Lewis's words, confusion enveloped the crowd once more, glancing left and right, uncertain whom to believe. Regardless, Lord Zhao Yuan, please allow Mia to go to the delivery room. We can decide everything after her life is secured. She has just miscarried. Entering the Guy pool now would surely lead to her demise, making it impossible to ascertain whether she is a blood elf. Despite the series of setbacks, Hiver managed to regain his composure and suggested calmly. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Yuan and Lewis felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, Mia had just miscarried, rendering her unable to enter the Guy pool for examination. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to concede, he noticed the great elder coolly striding towards them, face like frost. David, put Mia down. Unlike Zhao Yuan, the long-revered great elder's words were thunderous, compelling David, despite his reluctance, to gently lay his wife on the cold metallic floor. I have just received news from your side and went to the elder's quiet chamber. The elder informed me that this year, the elven race has only one newborn. The great elder spoke in a solemn tone. With this proclamation, a chilling silence fell over everyone. The elder can sense the condition of all elves who believe in him. Yet both Mia and Alice were indeed pregnant. This implies that one of them must be a blood elf who has betrayed their faith. David's face turned as pale as a sheet. Disbelief etched across his features as he looked at his wife, his lips trembling as he uttered, "This cannot be true. I have known Mia since childhood. We have been married for 30 years. This cannot be happening." Yet, the evidence was undeniable. All the elves withdrew their previous expressions of concern and sympathy, now regarding the motionless Mia with vigilant eyes. Hiver attempted to speak again, but his keen gaze swept the scene, noticing something. Mia had been held the entire time, and they had not noticed that she had stopped bleeding. As Hiver pointed this out, the realization dawned upon them. Indeed, although the hem of Mia's garment was stained crimson, the traces showed no signs of spreading. It appeared that the blood was merely what had flowed out in the pool water, since Lewis had been supplying her with vitality even after her miscarriage. Her wounds had quickly ceased to bleed. Moreover, the blood earlier was from her as a blood elf, and under my magical protection, she had not truly miscarried. Zhao Yuan interjected. One should not have cast magic on this blood elf, squandering 30 years of Lewis's lifespan. Some elves lamented. No, Lord Zhao Yuan acted rightly. Had it not been for his actions, this blood elf would have never been caught. Surprisingly, Lewis, the one who had lost 30 years of life, exhibited no signs of regret or sorrow. Instead, a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes at having ensnared the blood elf. Ah, truly. The human race is renowned for its cunning and craftiness, Lord Zhao Yuan. At this moment, the Mia lying on the ground suddenly spoke. Unlike her previous weak and powerless demeanor, she now bore an air of disdain and arrogance. The pretense of pain had vanished, and she effortlessly rose from the ground. Chin lifted, unabashedly fixing her gaze on Zhao Yuan. Flattery, Mia. I merely possess a greater intellect than you. Zhao Yuan retorted with equal vigor. In truth, the greatest credit belonged to Lewis. Had he not insisted on bringing Zhao Yuan along, he would have been unaware that other elves had not yet entered the Guy pool for examination. However, at this moment, he remained oblivious as to whether there were any other blood elves besides Mia. Thus, he felt compelled to adopt a high-profile stance, drawing the ire that may soon come upon him. I should have never let you escape, Lewis. You are now nothing but a mad dog. Mia cast a sidelong glance at Lewis, acutely aware that he had thwarted her plans. You truly should not have allowed me to flee. What a pity it is. As I shall drag each of you into hell. Lewis's scarlet eyes fixated on Mia, his teeth clenched in anger. Great Elder, please allow me to handle Mia. I seek vengeance for my parents. Lewis half kneeled on the ground, beseeching the Great Elder. However, immediately following, Mia's husband David also knelt before the Great Elder. Great Elder. In that case, I too shall not spare Mia. Her injuries stemmed from being a blood elf, yet the child within her is innocent. I implore you to spare our child." Having spoken, he turned to Lewis, who knelt nearby, pleading, "Lewis, you too have suffered pain. Your parents sacrificed their lives to protect you. Now that I too am a father, I beseech you to show me compassion this once. Both my child and I would be eternally grateful." Yet, in response to David's desperate pleas, Lewis merely lowered his gaze, remaining silent and unresponsive. The surrounding elves, initially filled with disdain and vigilance towards Mia, began to soften under David's sorrowful entreaties. The elven fortress is known for its extremely stringent mechanisms. Imprisoning a blood elf for a year is not an issue. Additionally, as long as the child of a blood elf is well guided, they can still be a good elf, leading the majority of them to lean in favor of David. However, upon witnessing Lewis's cold demeanor, the elves began to fear that the Grand Elder would not acquiesce. Recalling the harrowing experiences Lewis had endured, they felt a pang of sorrow, while simultaneously worrying about the potential cruelty he might inflict upon Mia and her child. "This cannot continue, Mother." To everyone's surprise, it was Sivir who spoke up. A subtle complexity graced her features, yet her voice remained remarkably composed. "Do you remember when Mia, Yona, and I encountered peril on Normanda's slope? Had it not been for Lord Zhao Yuan's timely arrival, we would have perished." At that moment, Mia must have been aware of her pregnancy, yet she was willing to drag us all down with her. If she were imprisoned, it would grant her a year of immunity from death. During that time, she would undoubtedly devise ways to create chaos, threatening our elven kin. Even if we managed to thwart all her plans, once it came time for her to give birth, she would likely harbor resentment and harm her own child. After all, she had already shown indifference to her own life and that of her child on Normanda's slope. Upon hearing this, the usually solemn Grand Elder coolly exhibited a rare expression of gratification, nodding in agreement as she proclaimed, "Esteemed ones, I share this sentiment. Can we truly expect a blood elf, one who harbors a desire for death, to bring forth new life for us?" The Grand Elder's authority was widely recognized, and with Sivir's rational arguments, the elves reluctantly accepted this conclusion. David, kneeling on the ground, could not contain his tears as the situation seemed to reach a resolution. He wished to plead for compassion, but unexpectedly, Mia strode forward, her brow furrowed, and slapped him across the face, chastising, "You pathetic fool. Your cowardice and ineptitude disgust me. Were it not for my desire for vengeance on Brother Ander, I would never have married a worthless creature like you." Mia's slap left David bleeding from the corner of his mouth, sprawled helplessly on the ground. The elves, both male and female, were renowned archers, and Mia's strength was evident. "Mia, how can you treat David this way? He has shown you nothing but sincerity. We have all witnessed it," Alice exclaimed, leaning against her husband, unable to comprehend how Mia had transformed into this. "Ah, in your eyes, do I not also possess a heart full of sincerity and deep affection for him?" Mia retorted with a nonchalant smile. "You feeble creatures, what right do you have to expect the Elder's protection? You are a bunch of cowardly insects, forever hiding underground. Look at those of our kin who have been captured. They suffer unspeakable indignities and abuse outside, while you pretend ignorance, frolicking in your safe haven. What peace, what goodness! It is all but a facade of selfish cowardice." Mia's voice rose with indignation. The elves, already weaker than other races, relied on the protection of the elders to survive. Our retreat is a necessity for survival. Do you expect us to rush out and confront them in a desperate struggle? As long as we live, there remains hope for the return of the Divine One, for us to rise again. Should our race perish, all hope would be lost. Sivir countered. "Ha ha, how pitiful you all are. You still cling to the hope of the Divine One's return. After thousands of years, he has shown no signs. He may well be dead." Mia laughed maniacally. The elves' expressions turned pained, while they had been taught to believe in the elders and await the Divine One's return. The passage of time had sown seeds of doubt about the existence of their deity, leading them to question whether they were merely a forsaken race, surviving only by the grace of the elders. "Silence. Mia, have you not aired enough? The Divine One merely slumbers, and the elders are our granted guardians. This is an irrefutable truth." To everyone's astonishment, David stood up, his voice trembling with emotion as he chastised Mia. His words somewhat reassured the elves, as it was a sentiment they had been indoctrinated with since childhood, and David's fervent demeanor rekindled their faith. "You know, David, it is exactly this aspect of you that repulses me. Foolish yet loyal, narrow-minded yet self-righteous. Were it not for Brother Ander's death, I would not have married an imbecile like you. fearing suspicion due to our close ties," Mia declared, her once innocent and beautiful face now twisted with disdain. David, wounded and wanting to respond, was suddenly interrupted by Zhao Yuan. "Enough. Do you expect us to stand by and observe this petty quarrel between you two?" Zhao Yuan's voice dripped with authority. Nevertheless, Mia stubbornly raised her chin and glared at Zhao Yuan, declaring, "Husband? No, I am no longer the wife of that worthless David. My time has come. I can return underground to reunite with Brother Ander. What a pity I could not eliminate Sivir. How glorious that would have been." Upon hearing Mia's audacious words, even the calm Sivir felt her lips tremble with anger, let alone the other elves. However, Zhao Yuan merely chuckled coldly and said, "No. Once a couple, always bound by affection. David, as Mia's husband, it is imperative you enter the returning leaf pool to prove your innocence." Everyone froze at Zhao Yuan's proclamation, except for the Grand Elder, who remained impassive. After Mia's earlier actions, they had all assumed David was merely a pitiful cuckold, used by his wife as a cover for her identity, and had no reason to doubt him. Lewis, who had been observing quietly, finally spoke in agreement. "Lord Zhao Yuan is correct. David, you bear no significant injuries. Entering the returning leaf pool should pose no issue." Upon hearing their words, Mia's complexion drained of color, and David, who had been seething with indignation, suddenly wore a grim expression. They had never anticipated that their ploy to save themselves would be so easily exposed by Zhao Yuan. With no justification to refuse entry into the returning leaf pool, David felt the weight of scrutiny upon him, his expression stiffening. "Lord Zhao Yuan, do you doubt me as well?" he asked, moving towards Zhao Yuan as if to explain himself. Zhao Yuan, uninterested in further discourse, conjured a holy light shield. "No need for any tricks. If you wish to fight, then do so directly." Seeing Zhao Yuan's actions, David's eyes twitched. He had not expected this human to see through his intentions once again. Indeed, he and Mia had no path of retreat left, and they had only one option: to fight. He had initially hoped to leverage his agility as an archer to capture Zhao Yuan, but was taken aback by Zhao Yuan's immediate activation of the shield. Frustrated, he glared fiercely at Zhao Yuan before abruptly turning to attack Alice, who stood nearby. Mia swiftly coordinated with him, ensnaring Alice's husband to secure David's hold on her. Alice, already close to them and hindered by her pregnancy, was swiftly overpowered by David. He gripped her arms and body with one hand while his other clamped down on her throat like an iron vice, causing her pain and tears to well in her eyes. "Grand Elder, Alice is now in my grasp. If you do not wish to witness her demise, you must allow Mia and me to leave." David's demeanor shifted from weakness to fierce determination. Alice, struggling to breathe, managed to emit a weak, strained voice. "No, Grand Elder." She attempted to say more, but the increasing pressure on her throat silenced her. "Zhao Yuan, I am curious how you discovered my intentions." Upon seeing David holding a hostage, Mia began to relax. Although the day's events unfolded abruptly, her seamless collaboration with David was nothing short of extraordinary. She could not fathom why Zhao Yuan would suddenly demand David to verify his identity. "Because you are not one who is consumed by worldly grievances, quick to anger," Zhao Yuan began, seeking to stabilize the situation and buy time. "Mia, the first time I encountered you was on Normanda Hill, when you were already at the brink of exhaustion. Logically, you could have turned against us, as you could not have anticipated my arrival. Yet, you valiantly fought alongside Shiver and Yona against the ferocious Black Moon rats, demonstrating remarkable patience and an impeccable ability to maintain your faade until the very last moment. However, just now, you erupted in anger, offending your husband and kin. You could have continued to feign weakness, and we would have had no means to counter you, especially since your kin and husband would surely advocate for you. From any perspective, your recent actions seem impulsive and thoughtless, yet you are not the type of person to behave in such a manner. Back on Normanda Hill, even in the face of death, you would have upheld the demeanor of a true elf. Thus, my initial instinct is that you harbor ulterior motives. You seek to draw attention to yourself, inciting the emotions of those around you, causing them to momentarily lose their reason. All of this is to protect someone close to you, someone very conspicuous. As for your husband David, to everyone, he is a devoted man, a childhood friend, and if he did not plead for your sake, it would only heighten suspicion. Therefore, he must advocate for you, and he did so with great finesse, expressing his inner turmoil while demonstrating loyalty to the elders, thereby garnering support. As Zhao Yuan spoke, Mia's expression darkened while David showed admiration. He cautiously controlled Alice while stating, Indeed, the human entrusted by the elders is remarkable. You are correct. Mia was indeed covering for me. Although this ruse will be easily seen through once everyone regains their senses, by then, I will have already fled with Mia. Upon hearing David's words, the elves could not help but feel regret for having been deceived by the two blood elves. Shiver, standing aside, reflected on the events, realizing that their emotions had been manipulated throughout by the couple. Had it not been for Zhao Yuan's early insight, they might have truly escaped. With this thought, she discreetly glanced at the serious Zhao Yuan. However, it is nearly time, David said with a customary smile. We can still depart unharmed. 2 lives for 2 lives? A fair exchange, is it not? The others grimaced at this, for although David had merely seized Alice, she carried within her a new life. Newborns among the elven race were exceedingly rare, making each one greatly cherished. David's actions ignited their fury, yet they felt powerless. Zhao Yuan found himself in a quandary. He had options, yet those were not words a human should utter, which troubled him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and although hesitant, he cast a resolute glance at Louis. Louis understood immediately, his thoughts aligning with Zhao Yuan's, and with Zhao Yuan's support, he stepped forward and coldly stated, "You are mistaken, David. We will not allow you to leave here alive today." Before anyone could react, he continued, "You blood elves have each taken the lives of at least 10 elves. If we let you go today, you will undoubtedly harm more of your kin in the future. Alice, today I wish to share life and death with you, hoping you can join me in sacrificing our lives for the elven race, for the elders. Will you?" Louis's declaration stunned the elves present, even Zhao Yuan, who was already privy to the situation, furrowed his brow. His intention was for Louis to persuade Alice to sacrifice herself, yet he did not foresee Louis offering his own life as well. Despite David's grip on her throat, Alice valiantly uttered affirmative sounds, her moist eyes shimmering with unwavering resolve, stirring a sense of nobility among the elves. David and Mia wished to say more, but saw Zhao Yuan regard them with a hint of amusement, subtly forming the words "I will too." The couple was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing that Zhao Yuan was signaling that he, too, could manipulate and harness the emotions of the crowd. In that brief moment, David and Mia missed their prime opportunity to speak, as Louis had already advanced with a sharp sword. The elven race was not only renowned for their archery, but also possessed commendable swordsmanship, honed for combat in confined spaces. Shiver and the 6th-tier elf, Odin, who had previously entered the pool, followed suit, launching an attack against Mia and David. Shiver, Odin, you can handle Mia. Leave David to Louis, while the other elves chant for them, the Grand Elder coolly instructed. Shiver and Odin were taken aback, but complied with a rueful acceptance of the Grand Elder's command. Clearly, the Grand Elder was concerned that they might hesitate in attacking David out of fear for Alice. In contrast, Louis, who had just vowed to share life and death with Alice, felt no such reservations and unleashed a fierce assault upon David. The surrounding elves began to chant fervently, a surge of life-infused wind swirling within the confined space, empowering Louis and his companions, enhancing their agility and strength significantly. Zhao Yuan observed Louis's audacious tactics, feeling a sense of relief. This battle might tug at the hearts of the other elves, but to him, the fight had already concluded. At that moment, he felt a gaze upon him, turning to find Grand Elder coolly. She acknowledged him with a slight nod before returning her attention to the battle. Joining the other elves in their chants, Zhao Yuan cleared his mind, focusing intently on the combatants. As anticipated, David wielded a sword in one hand while using Alice as a shield in front of him. Had it been any other elf, fear of harming Alice might have rendered them ineffective, allowing David to defeat them. However, Louis seemed oblivious to Alice's presence, executing his moves without hesitation. In a short span, all three, Louis, David, and Alice, sustained injuries. Zhao Yuan smiled subtly, casting 2 healing spells, beams of white light illuminating Louis and Alice, rapidly mending their wounds. Witnessing Zhao Yuan's intervention, David clenched his teeth, realizing that using Alice as a hostage had backfired. Moreover, with Alice in tow, his attack and agility were severely hindered, and under Louis's relentless assault, he was subtly being overpowered by this brash youth. Yet, he was unwilling to relinquish Alice so easily. Thus, he exerted force with his left hand, intending to kill her on the spot. However, as the battle between David and Louis unfolded, it became apparent that neither was willing to concede. If David attempted to kill Alice, he would inevitably expose a vulnerability. Louis recognized David's intent but had no intention of rescuing Alice. He aimed to strike David down with a fierce blow. Left with no choice, David abandoned the thought of killing Alice and turned to defend against Lewis's onslaught. However, David was acutely aware that this was not a sustainable solution. With the support of Zhao Yuan and the elven kin, Lewis and his companions possessed both superior stamina and wood energy. As he observed Mia struggling under the onslaught of their attacks, he gritted his teeth and, with great reluctance, cast Alice aside. He then extended his limbs to engage Lewis in a desperate struggle. Ultimately, Lewis was considerably younger than David, and the strength of the elven race was closely tied to their innate talent and age. Although Lewis had many supporters behind him, he was still forced to retreat under David's tempestuous assault. As David and Mia deftly maneuvered closer to the exit amidst the chaos of battle, the ever-watchful elder coolly suddenly intervened. As the strongest warrior of the elven tribe, she showed no mercy now that Alice was no longer a hostage. With a single, decisive stroke of her longsword, she shattered David's wood energy defenses, pinning him against the wall. Witnessing this, Mia's heart sank, and she was swiftly pierced through the heart by Odin and Seaway, who exploited her moment of vulnerability. In mere moments, the two blood elves lay slain, and the singing elves nearby finally exhaled a sigh of relief. With an impassive expression, Elder coolly wiped the blood from her sword and coldly addressed Seaway. "This time, you have disrupted Lewis's inspection. You shall bear the consequences. Our entire tribe is in a state of readiness. We cannot afford a moment's negligence, lest we present an opportunity to those blood elves who have slain our kin. Do you understand?" Seaway bit her lip and lowered her gaze. "I understand, Mother. I will never commit such an error again." Having said this, she turned to Lewis and bowed deeply. "I am sorry, Lewis. I have caused you to waste 30 years of your life. I will repay this debt in the future." Lewis gazed at her, his expression unyielding, simply replying, "All for the elven race." Seaway looked up in surprise, her shame gradually transforming into resolve. "All for the elven race." With that, she decisively turned and went to accept her punishment. Once the dust had settled, Elder coolly spoke. "All right, everyone return to your posts. Lord Zhao Yuan, please accompany me." Zhao Yuan shifted his gaze from Alice and her husband to the elder, nodding in acknowledgement as they exited the leaf pool together. "I am truly grateful for your assistance, Lord Zhao Yuan," the elder said sincerely, a rare smile gracing her usually frosty visage, akin to a glacier melting under the gentle caress of spring. Even Zhao Yuan, accustomed to the beauty of the elven race, found himself momentarily entranced by the elder's charm before hastily responding, "It is merely my duty, after all. I have promised the elders to aid the elven tribe in overcoming this crisis." In truth, the elders hoped to leverage your power as an 8th-tier mage. But your unwavering commitment in this endeavor demonstrates your heartfelt dedication to our tribe, for which Cooley is deeply grateful. The elder spoke softly. Having grown accustomed to the elder's icy demeanor, Zhao Yuan felt a sudden unease at her unexpected warmth, unsure of where to place his hands. The credit for this success primarily belongs to Lewis. Had he not been vigilant in enforcing the law, I would not have known of the rogue elves who evaded inspection, Zhao Yuan remarked. "Indeed, you are correct. Were it not for Lewis, Seaway would have made a grave mistake," Elder coolly sighed. Zhao Yuan then recalled that those elves had evaded inspection due to Seaway's intervention. Although all had ultimately emerged unscathed, the elder still insisted that Seaway accept punishment. Seaway was simply too kind-hearted and trusting. The reasons those elves provided were indeed difficult to dismiss, especially considering that Mia had once shared hardships with her. Zhao Yuan mused. "The elven race is comprised entirely of archers. Without my presence as a mage, those elves would have posed a significant challenge. No, in the face of rules. There is no such thing as difficult or easy." The elder shook her head, reverting to her usual cold demeanor. "I have been too preoccupied these years to properly educate Seaway. Other elves may display kindness and indecision, but she must not. If she continues to exhibit such behavior, how can I trust her with the safety of the elven race?" Zhao Yuan could only nod in agreement, while he admired Seaway's courage and benevolence. Such traits were ill-suited for someone in charge of a race beset by internal and external threats. "I intend to use this crisis as an opportunity to train her, involving her in many matters. I hope that Lord Zhao Yuan can guide her along the way," the elder said meaningfully, casting a glance at Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan felt somewhat perplexed by her gaze. He was reluctant to be the one to reprimand Seaway, as she possessed many admirable qualities. However, those qualities were incompatible with her role. If given the choice, he would prefer for her to remain pure and kind-hearted. Yet, given the current state of the elven race, There was no time for Wei to mature gradually, and Zhao Yuan reluctantly agreed. Suddenly, he recalled something and asked, Elder, why have I not encountered the other elders during my time among the elven tribe? Ah, yes, why have the other elders not offered their guidance to Wei? 30 years ago, during the Blood Elf attack, 3 of the 5 elders perished. Only I and the 4th elder survived. The 4th elder has recently approached the threshold of breaking through to the 7th tier. It is best not to disturb him unless war erupts, the elder explained. I see. Zhao Yuan responded, feeling a flicker of apprehension despite not having experienced the elven crisis 30 years prior. 3 of the 5 elders had perished. The Blood Elves possessed formidable strength. This latest assault from the Blood Elves would undoubtedly be perilous. To his surprise, the elder shook her head and replied solemnly, not necessarily. Blood Elves typically launch attacks once every century. This time, only 30 years have passed, and we have already eliminated 2 embedded threats. Logically, they should be at their wits' end. However, their hasty assault raises questions. Perhaps there has been some unforeseen development or external assistance. External assistance? Zhao Yuan queried, puzzled. The elven tribe has always been reclusive. And the Blood Elves attacked the elven tribe to contend for the elders and elven strongholds. What could they offer as a price for assistance? Elves? In past Blood Elf assaults, even in the face of severe losses, the elders never intervened, let alone sought outside help. Yet this time, the elders even employed the Great Prophecy spell, indicating the gravity of the situation. As she spoke, Elder Cooley could not help but furrow her brow. Zhao Yuan discerned another implication in her words. The elders' indifference to the Blood Elves' attacks suggested a lack of concern for whether they protected the elves or the Blood Elves. This was likely the motivation behind the Blood Elves' relentless assaults. Whichever side triumphed would receive the elders' protection. I have heard that Blood Elves consume the blood and flesh of elves to regain their strength. Is this true? Zhao Yuan inquired, unable to restrain himself. If Blood Elves must consume elves, the elders should have no reason to protect them. This is no mere rumor. We have witnessed Blood Elves devouring elves firsthand throughout many years of conflict, the elder replied somberly. However, this is not irreversible. In fact, the Blood Elves' need to consume their own kin is merely a curse, the origin of which is unknown. Yet, should the elders intervene, it would not be difficult to lift. Then why not help those Blood Elves lift the curse? Zhao Yuan asked. Elder Cooley's lips curled into a wry smile. Lift it? No. Whether they are Blood Elves or the elven race, neither would willingly lift this curse. The Blood Elves hope to exploit this curse to acquire resources for restoring their power. While the elven race requires this curse to instill a sense of aversion towards the Blood Elves among all elves. Imagine, if this curse were to be lifted, wouldn't the benevolent elves open their doors wide for the Blood Elves, allowing them to coexist with us? In such a scenario, how could the higher-ups uphold their strategy of adhering to the elders and avoiding worldly conflicts? The Blood Elves would undoubtedly incite those elves who are blind to the situation to leave the forest alongside them, thus igniting war. At that moment, the elven race would likely face a true existential crisis. The words of the great elder left Zhao Yuan in a state of shock, pondering for a long while. This curse is perhaps a closely guarded secret of the elven race, known only to the upper echelons. The great elder's candid revelation to him was a testament to her trust. What, after all, transpired 30 years ago? Zhao Yuan murmured softly. The great elder, keenly attuned to his words, inquired, what prompted this sudden curiosity? Zhao Yuan lifted his gaze to glance at the great elder coolly, noticing her unperturbed expression, and could not help but ask, to be frank, on my way to the elven race, I encountered a berserker from the lion tribe. This berserker was also under a curse, strikingly similar to that of the Blood Elves, yet with differences. If he does not consume the blood of his kin, he would gradually weaken, ultimately becoming less than a common human. However, upon consuming the flesh and blood of his kin, he would instantly regain his strength. According to him, he was cursed precisely 30 years ago. Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, the great elder coolly displayed a look of intrigue and uncertainty. Indeed, the curse that necessitates the consumption of kin's flesh and blood for power restoration is rare, indicating a possible connection. Yet, the Blood Elves seemingly do not experience the same weakening from abstaining from consuming kin's flesh and blood. What could be the reason behind this? Zhao Yuan inquired. I do not know. The great elder pondered for a moment, responding with a hint of helplessness. Typically, once Blood Elves reveal themselves to us, they are swiftly eliminated, with only a scant few managing to escape. Over the years, communication between our two factions has been minimal. Listening to this, Zhao Yuan could only frown in resignation as the two of them walked silently through the long corridor. Just as they were about to part ways, they noticed Lewis hastily approaching from behind. Great Elder, Lord Zhao Yuan, the blood elf named David is still alive. May I take charge of the situation? Upon hearing Lewis's words, both Zhao Yuan and Cooley's eyes gleamed with surprise. Take us to see him, Lewis, the Great Elder commanded directly. Certainly, Lewis. Despite not receiving a direct reply, respectfully bowed to both and proceeded to lead them. Lewis, you have done exceptionally well this time, Zhao Yuan remarked, glancing at the multitude of scars etched on Lewis's face. It came as a surprise that Lewis had not taken it upon himself to execute David, which was far beyond Zhao Yuan's expectations, considering Lewis's deep-seated hatred for blood elves. You flatter me, Lord Zhao Yuan. I understand the gravity of the matter. Only by extracting more information from David can we have a chance to eradicate the blood elves entirely. Lewis's response, devoid of any expression, momentarily startled Zhao Yuan, who could only smile wryly and shake his head. On their way to the prison, Zhao Yuan contemplated what form of magic could be employed for interrogation. However, upon reaching the prison, he was taken aback to find Javier present as well, rendering his more brutal magical methods somewhat inconvenient. Javier, what brings you here? Zhao Yuan inquired. I am here to receive punishment, Lord Zhao Yuan, Javier replied with a slight bow, a hint of embarrassment in her demeanor. Just as Zhao Yuan was about to breathe a sigh of relief, thinking that he wouldn't need to interrogate David in front of Javier, the Great Elder's calm voice interrupted. Then you shall wait to receive your punishment, Javier. We must interrogate David now, and you may learn from it. Upon hearing the Great Elder's words, Javier maintained a tranquil expression, while Zhao Yuan found himself feeling awkward. It seemed inappropriate to unleash cruel dark magic in front of an innocent and kind-hearted girl. However, to his surprise, the Great Elder did not intend to let him take action. With a nod to Lewis, a faint crimson hue flickered in Lewis's eyes, his hands trembling slightly, the veins in his arms visibly excited. Zhao Yuan discerned that he was suppressing his exhilaration. Lewis directly approached one side of the prison. Retrieving a wooden bucket filled with water, Zhao Yuan caught a glimpse of green, grass-like strands floating in the water, but before he could discern what they were, Lewis lifted the entire bucket and poured it over the unconscious David's head. Almost instantly, the unconscious David writhed in agony, emitting a pain scream as he regained consciousness. At that moment, Zhao Yuan realized that this was no ordinary water, as the bucket's contents drenched David. It appeared as though he had been slashed by tiny knives, his body and face covered in minute wounds. The grass-like strands clung to David, rapidly developing roots stimulated by his thin blood, burrowing into his body through the small wounds. In just a few moments, David resembled a scarecrow, his body adorned with lush green shoots. Throughout this entire ordeal, David continued to scream in torment, struggling against his bindings, his fair face flushed, veins bulging, exuding an air of despair akin to that of a beast awaiting slaughter. This scene rendered Zhao Yuan utterly speechless. He felt a chill run down his spine and, from the corner of his eye, noticed Javier watching impassively as Lewis executed David, making him feel a twinge of shame. When Javier caught Zhao Yuan's gaze, a faint blush crept onto her face as she softly spoke. Lord Zhao Yuan, this is a punishment specially devised by our elven race, known as endless suffering. The condemned individual experiences excruciating pain and is acutely aware of the agony caused by the blood growth grass rooting within their body. Moreover, the sap secreted by the roots is intensely irritating, which is why he screams so. However, the sap of the blood growth grass is also one of the primary ingredients for the blood restoration potion, albeit less potent without specialized preparation, yet sufficient to ensure the health of the condemned. Zhao Yuan's complexion paled slightly. He had always harbored a fear of things that burrow into the body, be they insects or plants, and he could hardly bear to look. Yet now, for the sake of maintaining his dignity and face, he had no choice but to feign nonchalance and inquire, "Oh, it seems you and Lewis are quite familiar with these punishments. Does the elven race provide such education for every elf?" Javier smiled gently and shook her head. We each have our respective roles. Though every elf enjoys a long lifespan, it is impossible to learn everything. We merely possess a basic understanding. My knowledge of this stems from the explanation given by the elf in the prison earlier. That bucket of endless suffering was prepared by me for my own punishment, but unexpectedly, it was used on David first. What? You intended to undergo such a cruel punishment? Zhao Yuan was genuinely astonished, his eyes widening as he gazed at Javier's calm smile. his heart racing. Merely witnessing David's punishment and hearing his screams had already sent shivers down his spine. The delicate and gentle Javier had concocted her own means of punishment. And judging by David's reaction, the effects were astonishingly potent, showing no signs of leniency. Upon perceiving the terror etched across Zhao Yuan's visage, Ziviel suddenly realized she may have spoken amiss. She blinked awkwardly, hastily offering an explanation. "I apologize, Lord Zhao Yuan. I should not have burdened you with such barbaric and cruel matters." Struggling to find her next words, her cheeks flushed, revealing a demeanor tinged with embarrassment. "No, it is quite all right. I merely did not anticipate such a dreadful punishment would befall you," Zhao Yuan comforted, though a sense of unease lingered within him. Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Ziviel felt a warmth spread through her heart, her tone becoming lighter. "Do not worry about me, Lord Zhao Yuan. The punishment of endless life involves only fleeting pain and inflicts no harm upon the body. Look at David. He bled profusely from his injuries, yet now he bellows with renewed vigor, thanks to the root sap of the blood-replenishing grass that accelerates blood recovery. My mother simply seeks to teach me a lesson. I shall not truly suffer." With that, she flashed Zhao Yuan a mischievous smile, her eyes sparkling. Such a resilient little girl, Zhao Yuan mused inwardly, marveling at the fortitude of the elven race. Ziviel's fearless stance towards the punishment of endless life subtly mirrored the elves' remarkable endurance of pain. For them, only injuries that diminish lifespan are deemed significant. Those mere pains that do not harm the body are but trivial reprimands, akin to a teacher striking a student's palm with a ruler. Meanwhile, David's anguish cries gradually subsided. Lewis opened a small vial made of an unidentifiable material, carefully dripping a single drop onto David's head before swiftly sealing the vial. The drop of liquid rapidly vaporized, transforming into a cloud of white mist that cascaded down from David's head, reminiscent of liquid nitrogen. The lush greenery of the blood-replenishing grass, deeply rooted in David's flesh, detached itself upon contact with the white gas. With the grass no longer obscuring his view, Zhao Yuan noted with astonishment that the knife-like wounds across David's body had vanished. Even the deep gash through the shoulder inflicted by the Grand Elder had completely healed, and David's complexion appeared much healthier. It seemed the punishment of endless life was indeed beneficial rather than harmful to the body. Zhao Yuan assumed Lewis would commence questioning David, but to his surprise, Lewis showed no intention of speaking. Instead, he roughly dragged David, once restrained to a chair, and shackled his hands with iron cuffs. With a pull of a mechanism, David was hoisted into the air. Lewis then collected the fallen blood-replenishing grass into a metal basin, his hands glowing with greenwood energy as he crushed the grass to extract its juice. Afterward, he poured the extracted liquid into a small crystal cup, which, having absorbed some of David's blood, appeared a translucent green tinged with red, thick and viscous. Lewis retrieved a silver knife, applying the blood-replenishing grass' juice evenly across the blade with a small brush, before taking out a box containing something resembling wood shavings. Zhao Yuan observed that upon seeing the shavings, a sudden look of terror crossed David's face, yet he remained resolutely silent, evidently unwilling to speak. Lewis maintained a demeanor of calm focus, seemingly unhurried in extracting information from David. Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow. Realizing why the Grand Elder had not appointed a specialized elf to interrogate David, but rather had chosen Lewis. His animosity towards David afforded him greater patience to conduct a meticulously crafted torment. Had it been another, they would have likely succumbed to impatience, but for David, a creature of cunning, this method was particularly effective. With one hand wielding the knife, smeared with the blood-replenishing grass juice, and the other retrieving a piece of wood shavings, Lewis swiftly made a small incision on David's smooth skin, inserting the wood shavings within. Zhao Yuan noted Lewis's exceptional skill. He employed the knife's edge with precision, creating a minuscule wound that nonetheless allowed ample space for the shavings to be inserted. The juice from the grass caused the wound to heal rapidly, enveloping the shavings within David's flesh. Lewis repeated this process, carving various depths of incisions across David's body. Under Lewis's deft technique, it wasn't long before David was filled with wood shavings, yet thanks to the potent effects of the blood-replenishing grass juice, he appeared unchanged. Had Zhao Yuan not witnessed it firsthand, he would scarcely believe the scene unfolding before him. "Did you think I would torture you to death?" Lewis addressed David, his voice laced with malice. "No, the truth of your information is far too elusive. Therefore, from this moment forth, you may remain in an eternal slumber until your fellow blood elves rescue you and bring you back to your den. Then, I shall ignite the fire seed within you." ensuring they accompany you to your grave. How does that sound? Although David had anticipated this, hearing Lewis's words ignited his fury, a tempest of hatred swelling within him. Yet, he refrained from lashing out verbally, instead taking deep breaths before responding calmly. Do you think you can deceive me? The fire seed is exceedingly rare. During my 2 centuries among the elven kin, I have only encountered 3, yet you present me with an entire box? Who do you think you're fooling? As he spoke, David feigned indifference, yet inwardly, he scrutinized Lewis's expression, only to find him utterly unfazed, devoid of any sign of remorse. A sense of dread washed over him as his mind began to race. Before he could devise a plan, Lewis produced a familiar vial. Having lived among the elves for many years, David recognized it immediately as a container for the sleep flower potion. Lewis, evidently disinterested in debate, opened the vial and attempted to force it into David's mouth. A storm of panic surged within David. He could not afford to ingest the sleep flower potion, or he would truly fall into an endless slumber, allowing his comrades to turn him into a human bomb back at their den. In this dire predicament, he had no choice but to forcibly draw all his wood energy from his limbs into his core, desperately compressing the chaotic energy into a singularity, preparing for self-detonation. This self-detonation technique had been imparted to the Blood Elves by a mysterious figure. Little did he know it would serve him now. David couldn't help but bitterly smile at the irony. However, in this confined cell, should he detonate, while the other 4 present might not necessarily perish, they would certainly suffer grave injuries, thus facilitating his comrades' plans. As he hastily compressed the energy within him, a sense of grim satisfaction washed over him. The other 4 in the cell sensed the rapid shift in David's aura. The 3 elves remained puzzled, believing David was on the brink of a breakthrough. While Zhao Yuan recalled the tales of self-detonation he'd encountered in immortal cultivation novels. However, he found himself powerless to intervene. Although David's unrefined technique meant the energy was not coalescing quickly, it would not be long before he reached his limit. Just as Zhao Yuan contemplated taking decisive action against David, a sudden chirp from his pocket startled him, followed by a call from the Bug Mother. Release me, release me. The Bug Mother's voice echoed in his mind. Zhao Yuan paused momentarily, then a glimmer of realization sparked within him, prompting an expression of delight as he retrieved the multicolored magic sandalwood stored within the 7-star ring. Upon receiving the Bug Mother's command, the sandalwood immediately transformed from its arboreal form back into its insect form, surging forth towards David in a tidal wave. David had never encountered such a situation before. The wood energy within him froze momentarily as he witnessed his impending success. However, the colorful demonic vines had already enveloped his body, burrowing into his nostrils and ears. The speed of the 5-colored demonic vines was astonishing, and in the blink of an eye, David's wood energy was surrounded by countless vines. Although his life was not in danger, he could only watch helplessly as his wood energy was devoured, no matter how hard he tried to compress it. The increasingly thin energy could not detonate. Eventually, the last vestige of wood energy within David was consumed by the 5-colored vines. Under the command of the Insect Queen, these vines did not harm David's body but obediently retraced their path, reforming into a sandalwood tree that Zhao Yuan stored in his space. While David remained conscious, he despondently realized that he had not a shred of wood energy left. Had he intended to self-detonate just moments ago? Elder Cooley felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down her forehead. Self-detonation was a forbidden technique she had only heard of in the course of her long existence. And this was the first time she had witnessed it. It was indeed fortunate that Zhao Yuan possessed the 5-colored vines. Otherwise, they would have suffered a great loss today. Lewis and Xavier, upon hearing the term self-detonation, displayed expressions of astonishment. Clearly, even though they had never heard of such a forbidden technique before, the mere phrase conveyed its grave implications. Now that David had temporarily lost all his wood energy, Lewis could proceed to administer the potion. Seeing Lewis preparing to continue his previous actions, David, enduring a wave of weakness, hastily exclaimed, "No, I will tell you everything." However, the onlookers did not exhibit any signs of elation at his words. Lewis was correct. Rather than listen to David's half-truths, it would be better to turn him into a human bomb and send him into the heart of the Blood Elf stronghold. But David, at this point, was incapable of making any significant stir. Elder Cooley simply raised her hand, halting Lewis's actions, signaling David to continue speaking. "I swear by the lives of my companions that what I say is true, but you must also vow that I will die immediately after I finish speaking." At this moment, David was drenched in cold sweat, clearly in poor condition. Yet, for the sake of the other blood elf's safety, he had to muster his strength to secure the best possible outcome. How do I know your information is worth more than the lives of those blood elves? Elder coolly inquired from her elevated position. Now that they had the upper hand, there was no need to entangle themselves with this blood elf. David chuckled lightly, seemingly having anticipated Elder Cooley's response. With unwavering confidence, he replied, "But my information is certainly worth more than the lives of your thousands of elves." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Elder Cooley and Xavier shifted. In previous attacks, the elven race had lost only a few dozen members. This time, however, the rampaging beasts had led to the loss of over 100, marking an unprecedented calamity. Elder Cooley found it difficult to believe David's words. With the protection of the elders, the elven race could not possibly face extinction. Yet, David's assertive tone instilled a sense of uncertainty in her. "Then do share your insights. If your information truly holds such significance, I shall naturally comply with your request. However, if it is merely a smokescreen, do not blame me for turning ruthless." As she uttered the final words, Elder Cooley intensified her tone, unleashing the formidable aura of a seventh-tier powerhouse, causing David to grunt in discomfort, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of his mouth. David, however, paid no heed as he licked his lips, managing to smile. "Rest assured, Elder, had it not been for Zhao Yuan, even if you had knocked me unconscious and sent me back to your lair, I would never have disclosed this information to you." "Oh, how so?" Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow, puzzled. "There are already blood elves among us who have broken through to the 8th tier. Huh, did you not expect that? Had it not been for his breakthrough, we would not have had the confidence to launch an assault on the elven race after a mere 30 years of recuperation." David exclaimed, his eyes gleaming at the mention of the 8th tier blood elf. The pallor of his face, previously drained due to his wood energy being consumed, now bore a faint flush. In contrast, Elder Cooley, Xavier, and Lewis turned ashen at this revelation. "How can we trust the veracity of your claims?" Xavier retorted loudly. "I have no need to deceive you now," David replied, unfazed by Xavier's inquiry. "I have come to realize that the elders summoned this human not for his prowess as an 8th tier mage, but for his cunning intellect. Truly, the humans are renowned for their craftiness." David lamented somewhat regretfully. "Moreover, I trust you understand that the elder, who has historically turned a blind eye to the conflicts between our races, has summoned outside aid, which can only imply that all elves, including the blood elves, face impending doom. Given your awareness, why do you still choose to assault us?" Elder Cooley queried. This speculation mirrored her previous conversation with Zhao Yuan. Yet at that time, the situation had been shrouded in uncertainty. Now, however, David presented an excellent breakthrough point. "It is the command of Limos. We are merely executing orders." Limos is the blood elf who has attained the 8th tier. He has always demonstrated exceptional talent, rivaling even Xavier, and he has now surpassed 7 centuries of age. 30 years ago, after our last failed assault on the elven race, a group of mysterious individuals visited our lair. They conversed with Limos for an extended period, the contents of which remain unknown to us. But since that time, a plethora of novel phenomena has emerged. The self-detonation technique was imparted to us by them. Prior to this assault, it is said that those same mysterious individuals had long discussions with Limos, who had just broken through to the 8th tier, basking in his newfound glory. When Mia and I learned of Zhao Yuan's arrival in the elven race, we immediately sent out a warning, hoping he would abandon this plan. Who would have guessed that Limos would remain obstinate? Yet, this is only to be expected. His time is running short. So, there are still mysterious forces behind the blood elves? Zhao Yuan had not anticipated that this matter extended beyond the internal strife of the elves. External powers had been coveting the elven race since 30 years ago. He cast a glance at Elder Cooley, whose expression was as calm as water, her eyes deep in contemplation, revealing no hint of surprise, indicating she was likely already aware. "What else do you know?" she asked. "I have lived among the elves for over 200 years, and my ties with my own race are minimal. Aside from knowing that their actions are directed by these mysterious individuals, I possess little additional knowledge. However, when Mia visited the lair last time, she returned with word that the clan had entrusted her with something capable of annihilating the elven race. That item should still be in our possession, though it may have been used up, certainly connected to the recent rampage of the beasts. Although the recent beast rampage cost us the lives of over 100 clan members, it could not possibly lead to the extinction of the elven race." "You are not trying to deceive us, are you?" Xavier continued to interrogate. Zhao Yuan began to discern that the 3 elves each played distinct roles. Xavier provoked, Lewis threatened. While Elder Cooley appeared to direct the proceedings, yet remained a detached observer, biding her time. Well, that is a question best directed at your mother, Xavier. Had it not been for that unfortunate incident. At this juncture, David shot a knowing glance at Elder Cooley, as if to continue, yet was abruptly silenced by her thunderous command. Enough. In an instant, Zhao Yuan witnessed a flash of silver light, and the David, who had just been engaged in dialogue, was pierced through the heart by a long sword. In his final moments, David wore a faint smile, quietly closing his eyes in serene acceptance. Mother, why did you kill him outright? Xavier inquired, bewildered. The individuals present were far from foolish. David had nearly uttered a phrase that evidently encroached upon the elder's sensitive territory. However, prior to this moment, David remained blissfully unaware, for had he been cognizant, he could have employed such a tactic much earlier, thereby avoiding the necessity of divulging so much information. Yet, observing David's demeanor in his final moments, it was clear that he considered this an exceedingly favorable outcome. Reflecting on the unspoken thoughts that lingered in David's mind, Zhao Yuan felt a profound sense of regret. The elder closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths, allowing the stormy expression on her face to gradually subside. She then resumed her usual cold and stern demeanor, offering no explanation, merely turning to regard Zhao Yuan, who stood beside her, seemingly frozen in shock. Sir Zhao Yuan, do you have any insights regarding David's words? The elder inquired, having heard David's remarks. She regarded Zhao Yuan with increased respect. Indeed, David was correct. The human race possessed remarkable intelligence, even if he was merely a young and naive mage. Zhao Yuan had been startled when the elder's fury erupted, leaving his mind a blank slate. At that moment, he felt akin to a student abruptly awakened from slumber by a teacher's call to answer a question. And he could only muster the courage to respond. I recall that the lifespan of the elven race is approximately 1,500 years. Yet, that remorse is only 700. Why did David claim his time was limited? Zhao Yuan's query left others momentarily speechless. Everyone's attention had been fixated on the enigmatic group of mysterious individuals, and David's sarcastic remarks had largely gone unnoticed. However, with David's demise, no one could provide them with an answer now. Observing the elves exchanging puzzled glances, Zhao Yuan was taken aback. He had assumed this was a question with a universally acknowledged answer, such as the fact that blood elves naturally have shorter lifespans. Yet, to his astonishment, even the elder seemed unaware. In summary, either Remorse was gravely injured and had little time left, or the situation had escalated to a point where conflict was unavoidable. In the coming days, I urge you all to remain vigilant. We must not allow anyone to exploit any weaknesses, the elder declared with authority before sweeping away. Left in the holding chamber, the three of them exchanged glances, feeling that the interrogation of David had only deepened the mysteries in their hearts. Sir Zhao Yuan, why do you think David spoke as he did? Ziviel implored. Seeking guidance from Zhao Yuan, she had hesitated to press her mother further, now turning to Zhao Yuan for answers. Yet, Zhao Yuan was equally perplexed by the underlying motives and could only hazard a guess. Perhaps it is because Mia's intent is to eliminate you. Consider this, your talents are exceptional, and it is likely that you will inherit your mother's position in the future. Should you be removed, the elven race would lose a formidable leader, making it all the more difficult to withstand the onslaught of blood elves and foreign foes. Zhao Yuan's reasoning was not without merit. From his observations, although the elder displayed little affection or guidance towards Ziviel, often adopting a stern demeanor, she never assigned her daughter perilous tasks. This may have seemed typical for other mothers. Yet given the elder's notoriously unyielding nature, such behavior was atypical. Clearly, there must have been a reason behind her actions. Ziviel nodded hesitantly, for it is said that outsiders see clearly while those involved remain oblivious. She had never perceived her mother as being unkind. The elder's indifference and severity were merely due to her overwhelming responsibilities and concerns for the entire clan, she believed. However, Zhao Yuan, as an outsider, could clearly see that the elder's gaze towards Ziviel lacked warmth and concern, instead bearing the weight of scrutiny. Very well, let us depart, Zhao Yuan said, patting Ziviel and Lewis reassuringly. Please go ahead, Lord Zhao Yuan. I still have to face punishment, Ziviel responded, coming back to her senses. Only then did Zhao Yuan recall this matter, and he could find no words to say. He merely comforted Ziviel with a gentle pat on her head before departing with Lewis. As Ziviel watched Zhao Yuan's retreating figure, the warmth of his hand still lingered on her head, and a rosy hue gradually crept across her fair cheeks, though she remained oblivious. fixated solely on the sight of the mage's robe-clad silhouette slowly fading away. Time passed, and she finally snapped back to reality, muttering to herself, "Forget those thoughts, Ziviel. Focus on your training and strive to become as powerful as Lord Zhao Yuan, so you can protect your clan." With that, she clenched her fist decisively and set about preparing a new batch of the sustaining elixir. "Louis, are you well?" Zhao Yuan inquired. Noticing Louis had remained silent and with his head bowed since they had exited together. Though he understood Louis's reserved nature, he could not help but ask. After a long pause, when Zhao Yuan began to feel awkward and assumed Louis would not respond, Louis finally spoke. "Lord Zhao Yuan, do you think that in the future, the elven race will ally with the blood elves against external threats?" Upon hearing Louis's question, Zhao Yuan's initial reaction was one of alarm. He immediately tilted his head to scrutinize Louis, yet found him to be as somber as ever, revealing no signs of unusual sentiment. He replied slowly, "I do not know. It is possible, for the survival of the elven race is of utmost importance." Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, a flicker of red light flashed in Louis's eyes. Yet he ceased all further communication with Zhao Yuan, and they parted ways. After walking a few steps, Zhao Yuan turned to glance back at Louis's silhouette. The thoughts of the elven youth were inscrutable to him, but given Louis's profound enmity towards blood elves, it was likely he would vehemently oppose any alliance between the two factions. Nevertheless, Louis had performed admirably in handling the situation with David, demonstrating a clear understanding of the larger picture, but this was likely due to the current adversarial stance between the elves and blood elves. Should circumstances force a collaboration in the future, Louis's presence would undoubtedly become a destabilizing factor. This was a concern Zhao Yuan could easily perceive, and it was one the elder would surely recognize as well. With this thought, Zhao Yuan instinctively rubbed his temples, exhaling a sigh before returning to his quarters. From the moment he first laid eyes on Louis, he had sensed an aura of tragic intensity surrounding the elven youth. The elven race still afforded him a place among them for the time being, but should conditions shift even slightly, he would undoubtedly be cast aside by all. Yet, these matters were beyond Zhao Yuan's purview as an outsider. He could only contemplate Louis's fate within the broader context of safeguarding the elven race. Upon returning to his room, Zhao Yuan immediately felt the stirring of the little creature in his pocket. Reflecting on the day's events, he smiled as he pulled out the small, lively bird. The round, fluffy yellow chick emerged, chirping excitedly as it hopped about on Zhao Yuan's bed. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but detect an air of pride emanating from the fluffy bird's face, leading him to chuckle. "What are you so pleased about, little one?" Today's achievements were thanks to Mother Bug. As soon as Zhao Yuan finished speaking, the chick seemed to comprehend his words, lifting its neck and turning away to present its rear to him. All right, you two played a role," Zhao Yuan conceded, unable to resist reaching out to stroke the chick. The little sparrow, having received Zhao Yuan's affection, resumed its chirping, as if eager to showcase its contributions. The antics of the little bird lifted the shadows that had lingered in Zhao Yuan's heart, for he was currently in the elven fortress, no matter the commotion outside. With the elders present, it would only be Zhao Yuan dealing with them, not the other way around. With this realization, he let go of his final worries. It was getting late, and after completing his evening routine, he retrieved the Seven Sins tome from the leaves of Elderwood Forest to peruse for a while before succumbing to a wave of drowsiness and drifting into a sweet slumber. The following morning, Zhao Yuan was roused by a rapid series of knocks at the door. Zhao Yuan, still shrouded in a haze of sleep, donned his pajamas and opened the door, only to be greeted by a strange elf standing outside. Upon seeing Zhao Yuan's disheveled appearance, the elf seemed slightly embarrassed and spoke. "Lord Zhao Yuan, Louis has requested your presence." Not yet having washed up, Zhao Yuan awkwardly replied, "Please wait a moment. I shall tidy myself." The elf outside nodded in understanding. Zhao Yuan quickly closed the door, hastily washed his face, ruffled his hair, and threw on some clothes before following the elf to Louis's quarters, all the while pondering why Louis had summoned him so early. It was only when passing the grand clock in the central square of the elf fortress that he realized it was already 11 in the morning. The elf fortress, being subterranean, lacked the illumination of the surface sun, relying instead on luminescent flora for light. Additionally, there were two passages leading to the surface that refracted sunlight into the fortress during the day, creating a dynamic interplay of shadows and brightness. However, for Zhao Yuan, a newcomer, distinguishing between day and night proved challenging. Typically, at 7 each morning, his pet bird, Xiaopi, would chirp insistently to wake him. Zhao Yuan wondered how Xiaopi kept track of time in this underground fortress, suspecting it was due to the bird's innate biological clock. As he thought of this, he checked his pockets, only to find them empty. Having been abruptly awoken and rushed out, he hadn't noticed Xiaopi's condition. A wave of concern washed over him, and he resolved to check on Xiaopi as soon as the matter at hand was concluded. Following the elf, Zhao Yuan found himself near the prison cell where David had been interrogated the previous day, but instead of entering the cell, they proceeded into an adjacent room. Upon entering, Zhao Yuan was greeted by an odd scent, neither foul nor fragrant, emanating from within. Louis was present, quietly observing an elf draped in burlap. As Zhao Yuan approached, he recognized the figure as Mia. Her eyes were tightly shut, her once vibrant complexion now devoid of life, and her body was dusted with a layer of white powder. The source of the peculiar odor, likely a preservative. "Louis, have you made any discoveries?" Zhao Yuan inquired. "Indeed, Lord Zhao Yuan. This morning, the elf tasked with guarding the body accidentally shattered a jar of time-honoring herb powder, causing some of it to settle upon Mia's corpse." The elf observed that the powder had turned purple. Noticing Zhao Yuan's bewildered expression, Louis continued, "The purple hue indicates that Mia was at least 800 years old." Zhao Yuan's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Mia, with her youthful visage, appeared far younger than a woman of 8 centuries amidst the sharp-chinned elves. Yet, Louis dropped a bombshell. However, Mia has lived among the elves since childhood and is only 350 years old. "What did you say?" Zhao Yuan exclaimed, turning sharply to Louis. "Lord Zhao Yuan, Mia should only be 350 years old, but the herb powder indicates she is over 800. Who then is Mia?" Louis articulated deliberately. At that moment, Zhao Yuan was oblivious to Louis's words. His instincts suggested the issue lay deeper. The peculiarities surrounding the old monster of Kelly Town, David's strange remarks, and Mia's incongruent age coalesced into a terrifying hypothesis, though he could not yet ascertain its truth. "Have you evaluated any other elves, including David's body?" Zhao Yuan asked. Louis hesitated momentarily before replying. "Not yet, Lord Zhao Yuan. Then we must conduct evaluations immediately. Reassess the ordinary elves, Mia and David," Zhao Yuan commanded. "Yes, Lord Zhao Yuan," Louis affirmed without hesitation. Zhao Yuan appreciated this quality in him. Despite any uncertainties or doubts, Louis remained steadfast in executing every directive. Determining age was not a complex task. Shortly thereafter, Louis returned with an unusual expression, bearing the results. "The ages of myself and the other 3 elves are accurate. Mia's assessment still reveals her to be over 800, and David, similarly. I recall that Mia and David grew up together as childhood friends," Zhao Yuan stated, unfazed by the outcome, only probing further. "Indeed," Louis replied, though he remained puzzled by Zhao Yuan's inquiries. With the confirmation, Zhao Yuan's internal turmoil finally subsided. He laughed heartily, a rare moment of delight, and clapped Louis on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Let us seek the Grand Elder. I believe I have unraveled the mystery." Louis, bewildered by Zhao Yuan's sudden exuberance, nonetheless felt a sense of satisfaction stemming from their discoveries regarding the Blood Elves. The two promptly made their way to the council hall where the Grand Elder often convened. Upon their arrival, the 2 elf guards at the entrance granted them passage without question. Entering the hall, Zhao Yuan beheld a crystal orb the size of a human head resting upon an exquisitely crafted altar. A stone pillar rose from the center, supporting the orb, which rotated slowly, surrounded by wisps of ethereal, multicolored smoke that flowed like a dream. "This is one of our clan's treasures, the Eye of Foreknowledge. By channeling magical energy into it, one can survey the surroundings within a 10-mile radius." The cool voice of the Grand Elder, coolly, resonated in his ears. Zhao Yuan was struck by the sight of numerous magical crystals embedded in the altar, connected through runes to the orb. The elf clan lacked mages, thus relying on the altar for such magical devices. "Grand Elder," Louis greeted respectfully from behind Zhao Yuan. The Grand Elder nodded and addressed Zhao Yuan, "Lord Zhao Yuan. I heard that Louis discovered anomalies concerning Mia and David. Have you uncovered anything as well?" Zhao Yuan nodded in affirmation. "This morning, Louis approached me regarding a problem with Mia's corpse. Upon investigation, the age-determining powder indicated that Mia is over 800 years old. I then instructed Louis to reassess, and the conclusion was that both Mia and David are indeed over 800, while the ages of the other clan members remain normal, indicating no issue with the herb powder." The Grand Elder nodded, gesturing for Zhao Yuan to continue. "As I understand it, Mia and David grew up together among the elves, and their ages should be comparable. Both were raised in the eyes of their kin, exhibiting cheerful dispositions and sociability. If the Blood Elves intended to substitute them, it would likely be impossible. Furthermore, their identical ages of 800 aligns with their apparent ages. Zhao Yuan paused before continuing. Previously, I mentioned encountering a berserker in a small town near the elf forest. His curse bore similarities to that of the Blood Elves, the sole distinction being that he would weaken immediately if he abstained from consuming the flesh of his kin. I realize now that I was mistaken. His curse mirrors that of the Blood Elves without discrepancy. Oh, what do you mean by that? The Grand Elder inquired eagerly. Zhao Yuan closed his eyes. The image of the old monster flitting through his mind, frail, feeble, repulsive, like a disheveled rodent. Yet this vision was fleeting, and he opened his eyes to continue. The berserker, after consuming blood flesh, appeared to be in his prime, yet once deprived of sustenance, he transformed into a frail, diminutive elder. I had overlooked this detail until now. But knowing Mia and David's ages, alongside David's remark yesterday, has led me to speculate. This curse accelerates the aging process of the afflicted. However, this is distinct from the reduction in lifespan caused by injury, which is why it can be detected by the age detection grass. The reason the ferocious beast man has become so frail is that his lifespan has reached its limit, and he is merely sustaining himself through sheer flesh and blood. The lifespan of the elven race is inherently prolonged, and given that blood elves are immediately hunted down upon discovery, the elves have not realized that the lifespan of the blood elves has significantly diminished. Nonetheless, the blood elves are certainly aware of this phenomenon. Otherwise, David would not have remarked that Lamos has little time left. However, whether they are aware that their reduced lifespan is linked to this curse remains uncertain, as it is said that this curse has existed for a long time. Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's analysis, both the elder and Lewis fell silent. The elder furrowed her brow, while Lewis maintained a stoic expression that betrayed a flicker of joy in his eyes. It seems that Lamos's lifespan is indeed dwindling, and the Blood Elves will soon launch a full-scale assault, the elder stated solemnly. Indeed, elder, we must immediately prepare for battle and be ready to fight the Blood Elves to the death, Lewis declared boldly. No, I do not believe that is the right course of action, the elder replied coldly. Lamos's lifespan is already short, and since there are no mages among the elves, only archers and swordsmen, we can easily fortify the elven stronghold to minimize losses. Previously, Zhao Yuan had learned from the elder that the elven race could still hold their ground in the absence of 8th-tier powerhouses, occupying a territory of peace, thanks to the protection of the elders. This protection is most vividly illustrated by the fact that as long as the elder remains alive, those standing on the elder's branches will not be harmed. The elder transcends the 10th tier, nearing divinity. Even 9th-tier powerhouses do not dare to claim they can injure the elder. Hence, anyone who attacks the elven race inevitably returns empty-handed, leading to a gradual cessation of hostilities against the elves. However, each year, numerous hunters, enticed by high bounties, come to the elven race. Resorting to unscrupulous means to deceive some unsuspecting elves who are out on missions and innocent in nature, only to sell them in the outside world. Despite the older elves constantly warning them, there are always those who devise new tricks to ensnare the younger, less experienced elves. Consequently, the elves on missions began to operate in small teams, each led by an older elf. Should danger arise, as long as they can return to the elven forest and ascend the elder's branches, they are safe. As for the blood elves, the elder has always remained indifferent, neither providing proactive warnings to the elven race nor showing much leniency towards the blood elves. Yet, the invulnerability gained by climbing the elder's branches is something the blood elves can also attain. This explains why, for so many years, only the blood elves have been able to inflict repeated harm upon the elven race. Elder, have you communicated with the elder? Lewis inquired. Given the urgency of the situation, we can no longer afford to be lenient. If the blood elves can also receive the elder's protection, it will be a formidable challenge. He imagined that if Zhao Yuan and Lamos were to battle under the elder's protection, the endeavor would undoubtedly be futile. I have already inquired with the elder, but he stated that this matter is beyond his control. He will only protect the elven race. To him, both blood elves and elves are of the same kind. The elder replied, her expression revealing some displeasure, yet she felt compelled to answer Lewis in light of Zhao Yuan's presence. Then we can strike the blood elves from a distance before they approach the elder. With Zhao Yuan here, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to get close. Lewis insisted, unwilling to abandon any opportunity to harm the blood elves. His assertion seemed to be well thought out. As an 8th-tier archmage, Zhao Yuan's mental prowess, once unleashed, could cover a vast area, making it easy to keep the blood elves at bay near the borders of the elven forest. Master Zhao Yuan is merely a guest invited by the elder to assist our elven race in overcoming this crisis. His primary responsibility is to protect the elven race, not to engage in our internal conflicts. Furthermore, the elder regards the blood elves as well. He would not desire to witness Master Zhao Yuan aiding us in slaughtering the blood elves. Faced with Lewis's relentless pursuit, the elder displayed evident impatience in her eyes. Although her words were measured, they nonetheless surprised Zhao Yuan, who had not expected the usually domineering elder to be so obedient to the elder's will. It seemed that a mere word from the elder would be followed to the letter. This loyalty appeared to surpass that of other elves who professed faith in the elder. Even if the blood elves have forsaken their faith and no longer revere the elder, should the elder still extend his protection to them? Lewis was evidently dissatisfied with this response, having shed any semblance of respect and aggressively questioning the elder. Lewis, you are merely an ordinary elf. What gives you the right to question the elder's judgment? The elder has never demanded our worship. He selflessly protects the elven race. Thus, you should cease your doubts regarding the elder's decisions. Do you understand? The elder's displeasure was clearly directed at Lewis's disrespectful demeanor. Lewis remained silent, stubbornly standing his ground, seemingly indifferent to the elder's admonitions. Enough, elder. Lewis and his family have indeed suffered at the hands of the blood elves, and it is only natural for him to feel distressed. Yet, he has always been a child who considers the greater good, has he not? Zhao Yuan interjected, sensing the atmosphere had grown tense. In truth, he favored the elder's conservative strategy, recognizing that a greater crisis loomed behind the blood elves. We have discussed enough for today. Lewis and I shall take our leave. Elder, please continue with your duties. Noticing the elder's silence, Zhao Yuan awkwardly chuckled and gently pulled Lewis away. Once outside the hall, he earnestly advised, Lewis, you are still young. The elder has led the elven race for many years and surely possesses greater wisdom. She has her concerns, so do not clash with her. If you have any thoughts, feel free to share them with me, and if I deem them worthwhile, I can discuss them with the elder. What do you think? For some reason, despite the elves being several hundred years old, they still retained an innocence akin to that of young boys and girls, prompting Zhao Yuan to unconsciously regard them as juniors deserving of care and guidance. Thank you for your kindness, Master Zhao Yuan. However, my hatred for the blood elf shall never wane, Lewis replied, biting his lip and feeling somewhat uncomfortable. After bidding farewell to Lewis, Zhao Yuan hurried back to his room, frantically searching for Little Pie, only to find no trace of the creature. Ultimately, he had a sudden inspiration to shake the blanket, which revealed a small, fluffy yellow bundle. Zhao Yuan carefully scooped up Little Pie, discovering that it appeared to be merely asleep. The little mother bug nestled within its belly seemed to be in a deep slumber as well. With no other option, Zhao Yuan gently fashioned a cozy nest out of a soft towel and placed it by the bed to prevent accidentally squashing Little Pie during the night. Now that old tortoise had also fallen into slumber, Zhao Yuan felt somewhat isolated. Shaking his head, he exited the room, intending to find something productive to do. Thus, he made his way down the long, spiraling staircase, once again emerging from the underground. This pathway also served as one of the routes to the outside world, but it was not accessible to everyone. Currently, only the elder, Zhao Yuan, and the fourth elder could traverse it freely. For this staircase leads directly to the canopy of the elder, the finest vantage point for observation and attack within the entire elven forest. Having been confined underground for several days, despite the exquisite beauty of the elven stronghold, Zhao Yuan felt uncomfortable in that environment. Finally stepping outside for fresh air, he stood atop the elder's canopy, experiencing a sense of exhilaration akin to standing at the pinnacle of a mountain, surveying the world below. In this vast forest, the elder stands as an undeniable pinnacle of nature. Layer upon layer of trees blankets the entire plain, their undulating forms resembling ocean waves that stretch towards the horizon where earth meets sky. At this moment, the sun shines brightly, yet the forest remains shrouded in a delicate veil of mist, reflecting tiny rainbows under the sunlight. Zhao Yuan inhaled a breath of fresh, slightly cool air, feeling as if his very lungs had been awakened, revitalizing his spirit and sharpening his mind. He gradually expanded his mental energy, which cascaded down from the summit of the elder's canopy like rolling tides, surging towards the distant horizon. Each wave of energy sent back information to Zhao Yuan, albeit not in great detail, yet continuous and unbroken. Soon, his mental energy enveloped the elven forest, extending towards the more peripheral woodlands. In truth, Radiating his mental force so broadly would dilute its potency, leading to a decrease in the information gathered from each unit area. However, this very dilution allowed Zhao Yuan to discern the distinctiveness of the elven forest compared to its surrounding woods. The mental energy covering the elven forest became so thin that it could only vaguely outline the shapes of trees. Yet this very aspect made the vibrant life and harmonious essence within it all the more pronounced. In contrast, the forest surrounding the elven realm appeared lethargic and rife with danger. These were not explicit messages, but rather a perception of states. For the first time, Zhao Yuan clearly felt how his mental energy could be utilized in such a manner. As he continued to radiate his mental force, he sensed the breathing and pulse of the mountains, forming a map of stars in his mind, with each flourishing life shimmering like stars in the night sky. While the elven forest shone like a serene full moon, unassuming yet exuding an imposing presence, time slipped by unnoticed until Zhao Yuan awoke from this profound state. He opened his eyes, which reflected a gentle demeanor, yet concealed a vast and profound essence within. Raising his gaze, he noticed the sun had dipped low at the forest's edge, casting the remnants of daylight across the sky, painted with splendid hues by the evening glow. On the other side, nightfall began to encroach upon the heavens, transforming the sky into a deep indigo. Realizing the time was late, Zhao Yuan decided to return. He considered his unexpected gains. His previously nebulous mental energy had solidified significantly, spontaneously beginning to revolve slowly around a focal point, reminiscent of a small nebula. Zhao Yuan, who had little understanding of cultivation, felt elated at this unintentional progress. As he turned to descend the staircase, his peripheral vision caught a flash of white light darting through the distant forest. The twilight had settled, and the forest lacked the vibrant illumination of a city at night, making the glimmer exceedingly conspicuous. Zhao Yuan instantly directed a wave of mental energy toward that direction, his enhanced control over it proving swifter and more fluid. The feedback clearer than before. However, as his mental energy swept across the illuminated area, he found nothing. Undeterred, he intensified his mental probe, and immediately, the information returned to him became significantly enriched. Through his mental force, he discerned 5 elves concealed among the branches, their breath shallow, coated in a brown-green plant sap. Their camouflage exquisitely crafted. Given the elves' innate affinity with nature, Zhao Yuan's initial scan had failed to detect them. Previously, the Grand Elder and Zhao Yuan had reached a consensus to adopt a defensive posture, leading to the order to recall all elves engaged in outside missions, entering a state of heightened vigilance. Within the elven bastion, the fertile soil and refracted sunlight, combined with the vibrant life at the roots of the elder, ensured that the elves could thrive without worry in their subterranean refuge. Thus, these 5 elves were undoubtedly blood elves. Upon this realization, Zhao Yuan's heart raced. Had he not experienced a breakthrough in his mental energy, he surely would have failed to discover these blood elves. And that white light was evidently a lure intended to draw him in. Without the elder's protection, a mage surrounded by 5 elven warriors would face dire consequences. Yet, Zhao Yuan pondered how these blood elves had discerned his position atop the elder's canopy. While standing on the elder's branches offers protection from harm, it does not render one untouchable. For instance, if 2 elves encountered one another on the branches, one could push the other down, resulting in defeat for the fallen. Moreover, even atop the elder, one could be snatched away by fierce birds or struck down by powerful arrows, necessitating a magical barrier atop the canopy. This barrier does not repel small creatures from approaching the elder, but renders both the naked eye and various detection methods ineffective. Simply put, it is akin to one-way glass, allowing those inside to see out, while those outside remain blind to the interior. However, having learned of his whereabouts with great difficulty and having prepared for a long time, Zhao Yuan mused that it would be a waste of their efforts if he did not investigate further, and thus he glided swiftly towards that location. The elves, possessing keen senses and the ability to commune with plants, became aware of his approach when he was still over 200 meters away. These 5 blood elves found themselves in a precarious situation. Though instructed to lure Zhao Yuan to his demise, they had no idea what he was doing. After waiting for much of the day, they were on the verge of retreating home when he finally arrived. Exchanging glances, a subtle form of communication, imperceptible to humans, spread through their palms as they touched the trees. At that moment, Zhao Yuan had reached the area above them, surveying his surroundings, seemingly oblivious to the imminent danger below. Suddenly, the earth erupted beneath him, soil and plant fragments flying in all directions as 5 massive vines, as thick as a person's torso and over 10 meters long, surged upward, lashing towards Zhao Yuan. Caught in the midst of these 5 vines, his escape routes were utterly sealed. Even the gaps were ensnared by long, sharp thorns, forming a botanical net that descended upon him. Despite their massive size, the vines moved with astonishing speed, generating a sound of air being split as they came crashing down towards Zhao Yuan, who appeared completely unprepared and was forcefully driven into the earth below. The 5 blood elves rejoiced momentarily, only to be astonished to find Zhao Yuan still alive, albeit covered in mud and plant debris, stubbornly attempting to claw his way out of the pit. Alarmed, one exclaimed he had a shield. Instantly, the other 4 blood elves reacted, drawing their gleaming blades and advancing towards the still-prone Zhao Yuan. Although the elven race excelled in agile archery, they dared not display their prowess before an 8th-tier Grand Mage. Should the distance widen, Zhao Yuan could easily retaliate. Moreover, their mission was to eliminate Zhao Yuan, and creating distance would only grant him a chance to flee. Thus, before Zhao Yuan could fully extricate himself from the pit, the 5 blood elves surged forward. Yet, Zhao Yuan's reaction was swifter. A flash of red light enveloped him in a blazing inferno, revealing a 5th-tier fire shield. As the elves' blades struck the fiery barrier, they felt a wave of heat surge back along the blades into their hands, prompting them to hesitate in their assault. One of the blood elves swiftly recited an incantation, causing 5 massive vines to rise defiantly, lashing down at Zhao Yuan with ferocity. Meanwhile, the 5 elves ascended to the surrounding treetops, drawing their bows to unleash a relentless barrage of arrows upon him. Despite Zhao Yuan being protected by a fiery shield, the formidable vines remained undeterred. The intense heat merely charred their surfaces, failing to diminish their relentless assault. The arrows, though seemingly delicate and frail, were enveloped in a deep green energy, their pointed tips designed for piercing. The 5 elves, stationary in their positions like sentinels, released an unending stream of arrows towards a single point on Zhao Yuan's shield. Soon, it began to show signs of imminent collapse. Although Zhao Yuan intensified the magical energy sustaining the shield, its inherent nature meant that all power was evenly distributed across the spherical surface. To forcibly maintain, it would demand an immense expenditure of energy, yielding little in return. Contemplating this, Zhao Yuan cast a 3rd-tier wood magic spell at one of the blood elves. As expected, the spell struck with minimal effect, akin to a mere tickle. Given the elves' extraordinary affinity for wood magic, seizing the moment when the 5 vines, having struck hard, momentarily paused to gather strength, Zhao Yuan raised his staff. A towering pillar of flames erupted in the dark forest, radiating a dazzling golden red light. The 5 blood elves felt the scorching heat wash over their skin, compelling them to retreat several meters in unison. Upon glancing at each other, they realized that their once vibrant green hair had dried considerably, and their youthful, supple skin was now marred by patches of white dead skin, appearing cracked and desiccated. Looking towards Zhao Yuan, they observed that the trees surrounding him had been reduced to ashes. This fire was unlike any ordinary flame. It consumed everything in its path without allowing time for the fire to spread to nearby flora. The 5 massive vines, though still exhibiting some resilience, had transformed into fiery whips, thrashing about uncontrollably. Struck by a devastating blow, the vines could no longer heed the blood elves' commands, flailing chaotically, slamming against the ground and thrashing helplessly in the air, creating a nightmarish spectacle. Seeing this, the 5 blood elves felt a wave of relief at their recent decision to withdraw, realizing that had they not, even if Zhao Yuan's magic did not harm them, a mere brush with the out-of-control vines could have cost them their lives. Zhao Yuan stood impassively amidst the sea of flames, wielding his staff with an unwavering demeanor. The firelight danced across his pale visage, casting an eerie glow in the pitch-black night, instilling a chill that crept up from the ground. This Zhao Yuan is truly formidable. It seems we cannot defeat him. Perhaps it would be best to retreat and devise a new strategy, one blood elf expressed with a hint of concern. Though they had received a dire command, their most powerful weapon, the giant spirit seed, had already been expended. Attempting to kill a well-prepared archmage with just the 5 of them seemed utterly futile. Absolutely not. We must fulfill Lord Lamos's orders, even if it costs us our lives. Another blood elf countered vehemently. If our demise can ensure the death of this human, we would gladly accept it, but it is evident that we cannot kill him now. Wouldn't dying in vain be a tragic waste? Even so, we cannot return empty-handed. Lord Lamos's temper grows more volatile by the day. Do you wish to report our retreat? However, preserving our strength is paramount. If we 5 6th-tier elves perish here, how much harder will it be for our kin in the future? You may return if you wish, but I have little time left. Today, I will charge into the flames and ensure this human pays a price. No one. Why must you be so stubborn? The final battle is upon us. We still require your strength. The 5 blood elves found themselves embroiled in a heated debate not far from Zhao Yuan, who, despite being surrounded by flames, remained utterly composed. Listening with keen interest to their discourse, noticing their prolonged deliberation bore no fruit, Zhao Yuan grew impatient. The 5 enormous vines had been nearly incinerated, leaving behind a sky filled with ash, drifting down like beautiful crimson fireflies against the pitch-black night. Clap, clap, clap. Zhao Yuan leisurely applauded, causing the quarreling blood elves to finally realize their surroundings. They immediately fell silent, turning to warily observe Zhao Yuan as he approached through the swirling ashes. I found your arguments quite insightful, yet it appears you struggle to reach a consensus. Perhaps I could offer a suggestion? Zhao Yuan said with a cheerful smile, his demeanor surprisingly gentle, reminiscent of a mentor from their youth who once guided their training. Seeing their silence, Zhao Yuan continued, it has not been easy for me to venture out. The elves will surely cause a commotion upon discovering my absence, and I would face inevitable reproach. If I could invite you 5 back as guests, it would provide me with an excuse. You would be free from the threat of death and would avoid Lord Lamos's ire. A win-win situation, would it not? As he spoke, Zhao Yuan appeared genuinely pleased with this proposition, his eyes narrowing into a smile that exuded innocence and harmlessness. Such a clever human. Do you take us for fools? You wish to capture us as prisoners. Dream on. One blood elf shouted vehemently, her fair face flushed with anger. The other 4 blood elves, upon hearing this, suddenly came to their senses. Little did they know that Zhao Yuan's words had initially stirred a flicker of temptation within them. Blood elves have a significantly shorter lifespan than ordinary elves, necessitating a greater effort to achieve higher ranks. Their upbringing was marked by rigorous training and relentless tasks, devoid of the leisurely lifestyle enjoyed by their elven counterparts. This resulted in their simpler minds, often leading them to be more easily swayed. In truth, many of the blood elves' higher-ups hailed from the elven race, having defected years ago. The others, raised within the blood elf enclave, were indoctrinated by their parents and remained oblivious to their true beliefs, lacking the deep-seated experiences of their parents. They had never witnessed the brutality of humanity or the tragic fate of their kin, resulting in minimal hatred within their hearts. They had merely grown accustomed to obedience and task execution. This explains why the 4 blood elves hesitated to respond to Zhao Yuan's words. Had it not been for the steadfast conviction of one blood elf, they might have already fallen prey to Zhao Yuan's persuasion. Zhao Yuan, observing their uneasy expressions, could not help but sigh in disappointment, lamenting how close he had come to luring several blood elves without conflict. Nonetheless, he maintained a facade of calmness, continuing to entice them. Consider this carefully. My proposal guarantees you a risk-free outcome. With my assurance, the elf clan will not act against you. All you need to do is wait peacefully until the war concludes. If you choose to confront me today, I assure you that none of you shall escape alive. Conversely, should you bide your time until the conclusion of the decisive battle, regardless of which faction emerges victorious, you shall be welcome to join. Should the blood elves prevail, it would mean that your clan would gain 5 6th-tier elves, as the blood elf populace is scarce, and, in their moment of weakness post-battle, would greatly benefit from your support. Should the elven race triumph, they certainly would not bear any malice towards you, for you are undoubtedly aware of the elves' inherent kindness. Noticing the flicker of uncertainty on the faces of the 5 blood elves, Zhao Yuan continued to coax them gently. Furthermore, regardless of the victor, both sides will ultimately gain the elders' recognition, thus dissolving the curse of the blood elves upon you and significantly extending your lifespans. What could be more advantageous than that? Zhao Yuan's enticing words clearly sowed doubt among the 5 blood elves, as his proposition appeared highly favorable from any perspective. Only one blood elf stubbornly retorted, "No. We shall never betray our kin. While they fight valiantly, we cannot simply enjoy comforts among the enemy." His words struck a chord, prompting Zhao Yuan to reflect inwardly while feigning confusion outwardly, saying, "Isn't that a rather inappropriate statement? As a human, I am aware that the original blood elves forsook their beliefs and defected from the elven clan. Even if you are not the original blood elves, your parents must have had experiences of betrayal." Seeing the anger rising in the eyes of the 5 blood elves, Zhao Yuan swiftly redirected his argument. However, such betrayals are not without understanding. They held their own ideals and pursued them with the courage to sacrifice their lives. Over the years, the plight of the elven race has not been favorable, and that of the blood elves even worse. Yet your parents and elders persevered, which is truly commendable. Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's remarks, the expressions of the blood elves softened slightly. Zhao Yuan secretly smirked and continued. Thus, you see, not all betrayals are negative. Some are undertaken for noble causes, much like your parents and ancestors, and deserve respect. Moreover, I am not suggesting that you join the elven race to fight against your own kin. How can that be considered betrayal? High-tier elves are already rare, and you possess formidable strength that should be utilized rather than quietly perishing at the hands of an outsider like me. Zhao Yuan's eloquence resonated with the five blood elves, even causing the one who had steadfastly wished to die alongside Zhao Yuan to display a glimmer of confusion, leading him to question the conviction he had held for years. Upon returning to the elven fortress with the five blood elves, the hurriedly arriving Shywire was astonished, her mouth agape at the sight of the five figures behind Zhao Yuan. Once Zhao Yuan briefly explained the situation, her astonishment deepened, and admiration shone even more brightly in her gaze. At this moment, Zhao Yuan appeared calm on the surface. Yet internally, he felt a tinge of anxiety. He personally escorted the five blood elves to a spacious room, casting protective magic around it, and compelled them to vow not to engage in any conflict until the war's conclusion. Observing that the five blood elves were indeed compliant, though their eyes reflected a hint of unease as newcomers, Zhao Yuan finally exhaled in relief and turned to seek out the Grand Elder. Shywire showed no inclination to depart. Following Zhao Yuan closely like an exuberant little shadow, her steps light and buoyant. Lord Zhao Yuan, you are truly remarkable. You managed to persuade those five blood elves so effortlessly. Shywire's silver eyes sparkled with admiration, her rosy cheeks beaming with delight as she radiated pride. Shywire, it is not my prowess. Rather, the elves are simply too gullible. You must remember to be wary of being deceived by humans in the future, Zhao Yuan replied, feeling a touch bashful at her praise while still taking the opportunity to impart wisdom. His success in convincing the five blood elves was largely serendipitous. Most of the high-ranking blood elves were born in the blood elf lair and had diligently trained as original blood elves, thus lacking the motive to betray their elders, resulting in a less fervent sense of hatred. Limosi believed that by placing one loyal blood elf near the others, he could ensure their safety, underestimating Zhao Yuan's capabilities. No matter how loyal, the essence of elves remains gentle and kind. Their actions were always aimed at forging a brighter future for their kin. And in the face of Zhao Yuan's overwhelming strength, their fearless sacrifices seemed utterly futile. Moreover, these original blood elves, having grown up within the blood elf lair, maintained a lingering sense of belonging to the elven race, stemming from their parents' teachings. They yearned for the elders' acknowledgement and aspired to reclaim the title of the elven race. This conflicting sentiment is challenging to navigate, yet undeniably real. Even centuries of suffering cannot extinguish the innate gentleness that resides within the hearts of the elven race. Just as Shywire led Zhao Yuan to the Grand Elder's council hall, Luis hurriedly arrived. Whether it was due to news of Zhao Yuan's peaceful agreement with the five blood elves, Luis's expression appeared rather grim. As he was about to speak, the Grand Elder emerged, firmly stating, Shywire, Luis, you both may withdraw. I have matters to discuss with Lord Zhao Yuan. Luis and Shywire exchanged glances, momentarily taken aback. For the Grand Elder had previously included them in all affairs. This was the first time he requested their absence. After the two left, the Grand Elder remained silent, intently gazing at the slowly rotating eye of Providence on the altar, seemingly waiting for Zhao Yuan to initiate conversation. Zhao Yuan was perplexed by the Grand Elder's intentions. Sensing an awkward atmosphere, he was about to say something when the Grand Elder pointed, "Look." Following the Grand Elder's slender, pale finger, Zhao Yuan's gaze fell upon the misty crystal ball. Use your mental energy to feel, the Grand Elder continued. Suddenly enlightened, Zhao Yuan extended a tendril of mental energy towards the Eye of Providence, and upon contact, he was astounded to discover his mental energy magnified exponentially. The entirety of the elven fortress, including the elven forest, lay before him in exquisite detail. Momentarily stunned, Zhao Yuan found himself unable to return to reality. Although his own mental energy could cover vast distances, it lacked such intricate clarity. His mental energy meandered aimlessly across this expansive domain when he felt another familiar mental energy gently brush against his. The Grand Elder's cool voice followed. Come with me, Zhao Yuan. It was the Grand Elder's mental energy guiding him, and Zhao Yuan obediently followed it, extricating himself from the overwhelming sights. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in a room. Isn't this the very room I arranged for the five blood elves? Zhao Yuan thought, startled, and quickly focused his attention. He observed the 5 blood elves seated in the spacious lounge chairs, some with furrowed brows, others with vacant expressions, and still others gazing around, their innocent eyes filled with curiosity and yearning. Indeed, these 5 blood elves, though persuaded by you, still pose a potential threat while remaining in our elven fortress. The Grand Elder remarked, his tone devoid of any discernible emotion. Since you have made a promise to them, I shall not permit my kin to harm them. However, Lord Zhao Yuan must assure me that no mishaps will occur. I have granted you the right to use the Eye of Providence, and I ask that you keep a vigilant watch over these 5. Grand Elder, am I to monitor them alone? I still need to sleep. Zhao Yuan exclaimed in surprise. Surely, he could not remain awake around the clock in the council hall, keeping vigil. Could we not have a few more individuals, such as Shiver and Luis, to monitor together? In response to Zhao Yuan's plea, the elder merely shook his head coldly. My lord Zhao Yuan, the Eye of Prophecy is a precious treasure of the elven race, and traditionally only the elders have the right to wield it. However, given the special circumstances this time, and your esteemed presence as a guest invited by the elder, I am making an exception. Zhao Yuan was truly taken aback. It was evident that the elder was resolute in his stance. You shall rest here for the night, the elder declared, disregarding Zhao Yuan's dazed expression as he briskly exited the council hall. Once the heavy metallic doors of the council chamber slowly closed, Zhao Yuan let out a resigned sigh. It seemed the elder was genuinely upset this time. He should not have left the elven fortress alone, nor should he have recklessly brought 5 6th-tier blood elves into their domain. Yet, for reasons unknown, he found himself unable to bring harm to these elves when he gazed into their innocent eyes. Previously, Mia and David had fallen at the hands of the elder, and if Zhao Yuan were to take action himself, he would indeed be filled with hesitation. This was precisely why he stood firmly with the conservative elder. He simply did not wish to inflict harm upon these elves. Their nature was so beautifully pure, far more endearing than the savage brutality of the orcs or the treacherous cunning of humans. However, now, Zhao Yuan could only smile wryly in the empty council hall before finding a long bench to lie upon. Fortunately, as a mage, his mental prowess was expansive. He did not need to stand upon the altar like the elder to connect with the Eye of Prophecy for observation. Zhao Yuan once again directed his mental energy into the Eye of Prophecy, but unfortunately, he once more became engulfed in a storm of intricate information. A thought crossed his mind. No wonder the eye was not made available to other elves. It possessed such overwhelming force that it could potentially harm those with weaker mental faculties, like warriors. Fortunately, being an 8th-tier mage, Zhao Yuan had ample mental strength and control over his consciousness, allowing him to stabilize the fluctuating energy traversing through hundreds of scenes, gradually uncovering the patterns of the Eye of Prophecy. Just as he began to grasp its intricacies and focused his perspective on the very council hall he occupied, he was astonished to discover that Shiver and Luis were still outside the chamber, seemingly embroiled in an argument, both displaying displeased expressions. Zhao Yuan hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided to draw closer, thus clearly hearing their conversation. They appeared to be discussing him, as he caught Luis scoffing. Shiver, you better remember, this is the most perilous time for the elven race in thousands of years. It's not a time for sentimentalities. Sentimentalities? Zhao Yuan was taken aback. His gossiping instincts peaked, only to hear Shiver retort without mercy. Even so, I will not compromise my reason due to personal feelings as you do. Lord Zhao Yuan's actions are undoubtedly justified. If those 5 6th-tier blood elves can join us after the war, it would be a tremendous advantage. Luis remained standing with his arms crossed, wearing an expression of derision that Zhao Yuan had never encountered before. It struck him that Luis had shown considerable respect in his presence. My lord Zhao Yuan does not understand that those blood elves cannot be redeemed. Though he is kind and wise, he is ultimately indecisive. Blood elves will consume the flesh and blood of elves to regain their strength, and that is an unchangeable fact. Zhao Yuan silently disagreed. That is merely a curse, not an irreversible fate. However, it was evident that neither Shiver nor Luis were aware of this. Such information was a closely guarded secret, known only to him by the elder. Zhao Yuan knew this. Yet Shiver was indeed unaware. She appeared momentarily lost for words before stubbornly asserting, Lord Zhao Yuan is a human mage. He must have a solution. Did he not handle the situation at the return leaf pool exceptionally well? To his surprise, upon hearing this, Luis's eyes widened in disbelief, his previously furious expression swiftly turning solemn as he gravely remarked, Shiver, you are the successor to the elder, the future leader of the elven race. Must you rely on an outsider for everything? Lord Zhao Yuan will only remain with the elven race for a year or so when the elves face another crisis. Will you be counting on a second or third Lord Zhao Yuan to save us? Luis's words struck deeply. And even Zhao Yuan could not help but silently nod in agreement. Shiver, evidently distressed, lost all color from her face and silently turned away, leaving the chamber. Upon witnessing Shiver's departure, Luis did not leave. He merely stood straight with his gaze lowered at the entrance of the council hall, awaiting. After a moment, Zhao Yuan, seeing that Luis had no intention of departing, slowly approached the door to open it. He had braced himself for a barrage of questions and criticisms from Luis. But to his astonishment, upon opening the heavy iron door of the council chamber, he found it empty outside, the corridor desolate. How could this be? 1,000 questions flooded Zhao Yuan's mind. His mental energy was still connected to the Eye of Prophecy, and he had clearly seen Luis standing outside. Just then, the iron door of the council hall within the Eye of Prophecy also creaked open, revealing not Zhao Yuan, but the elder, his expression icy. This is, Zhao Yuan thought, perplexed, as he observed the elder exchanging a few words with Luis before they parted ways, Luis's face still bearing a hint of unwillingness as he left. Only then did the corridor outside transform to match what Zhao Yuan had seen. After a while, Zhao Yuan saw himself emerging from the council hall through the Eye of Prophecy, peering around with a look of shock and confusion etched on his face. It finally dawned on him why the perspective of the eye was so complex and varied. It encompassed not only spatial dimensions, but also temporal dimensions. Eagerly, Zhao Yuan returned to the council hall, reclined once more on the long bench, closed his eyes, and concentrated, channeling even greater mental energy into the Eye of Prophecy. Instantly, he gained a clearer grasp of the ethereal trajectories within the eye, guiding his more solidified mental energy along a silver seam. True to his expectations, he witnessed the moment he and Luis and Shiver arrived at the entrance of the council hall. He then directed his mental energy to swiftly descend along the silver seam, experiencing the previous scenes flashing rapidly before his eyes. Realizing that his assumptions were indeed correct, Zhao Yuan let out a sigh of relief and slowly opened his eyes. It turned out that the elder had not assigned him an impossible task. The Eye of Prophecy functioned akin to a modern amalgamation of radar and surveillance equipment. It could monitor all targets within a broad range while also recording past events, much like a surveillance video that could be rewound. With this in mind, monitoring the 5 blood elves would merely require him to review the surveillance recordings at intervals. This thought invigorated Zhao Yuan, and he eagerly began to search through the vast array of fragmented scenes for the chambers of the 5 blood elves. However, the information was overwhelmingly intricate, and soon he found himself lost within the Eye of Prophecy, akin to a castaway adrift in an ocean, utterly disoriented. Fortunately, all the elves were now asleep, and the rooms visible to Zhao Yuan were mostly shrouded in darkness. He hoped to avoid inadvertently witnessing anything inappropriate, as that would be quite awkward. Even though these elves were several centuries old, Zhao Yuan could not help but regard them as his juniors, devoid of any other thoughts, which was rather remarkable. At that moment, Zhao Yuan experienced a sudden epiphany, recalling the scene when the Grand Elder had utilized her mental prowess to guide him toward the 5 blood elves' chambers. Not only had she swiftly located his lost mental energy, but she had also adeptly directed it toward the intended destination, suggesting there were surely secrets to her methods. Zhao Yuan pondered the Grand Elder's maneuvering of mental energy, yet found himself at an impasse. Suddenly, a detail flashed through his mind, prompting him to leap from the bench and approach the altar, his gaze fixed on the slowly rotating Eye of Foreknowledge. Previously, he had scrutinized the eye, but regardless of how intently he observed, it merely appeared as a murky crystal sphere. However, this time, with his mental energy connected to the eye, he distinctly perceived a miniature forest materializing within it. With a mere thought, the forest drew closer, and the Eye of Foreknowledge seamlessly adjusted its perspective to peer into the elven fortress. Zhao Yuan was well aware of the locations of the 5 individuals' rooms. In an instant, the crystal sphere revealed a miniature scene of the chambers. At that moment, his mental energy naturally traversed to the blood elves' quarters, and he swiftly scanned the silvery crevice, discovering that the 5 had exhibited no unusual behavior during that time. They were now back in their respective rooms, lights extinguished, with 2 fast asleep and 3 unable to find slumber. Thus, Zhao Yuan had thoroughly mastered the use of the Eye of Foreknowledge, and the weight in his heart finally lifted. He maintained a slender thread of mental energy, continuing to connect with the 5 blood elves' residences, humming a soft tune as he reclined back onto the bench, quietly awaiting the embrace of sleep. The following morning, as Zhao Yuan opened his eyes, He was met with the sight of the Grand Elder, her countenance etched with displeasure, causing his drowsiness to evaporate instantaneously. "Good morning, Grand Elder," Zhao Yuan stammered, a sense of inexplicable guilt washing over him. His throat, still parched from sleep, rendered his voice strange, amplifying his embarrassment. "Did you rest well, Lord Zhao Yuan?" The Grand Elder's typically icy tone sent shivers down his spine. It was adequate. The chair was just a bit hard. He cleared his throat, his voice finally returning to normal. The 5 blood elves had shown no unusual activity last night, merely appearing quite restless, which was entirely normal. Fortunately, Zhao Yuan's mental energy remained linked to the Eye of Foreknowledge, allowing him to swiftly review the events of the previous night during the brief exchange with the Grand Elder. It was indeed a testament to his formidable mental prowess that he could navigate through the information at such an extraordinary speed. The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow slightly, revealing a hint of surprise. Yet, noting Zhao Yuan's confidence, she chose not to pursue the matter further. "In that case, I shall arrange for a small room to be constructed in the council hall today, allowing you to rest comfortably." With the Grand Elder's expression softening, Zhao Yuan exhaled a sigh of relief. Despite her slender, elegant demeanor and the respect and trust she had shown him over these days, the aura of ancient authority surrounding her still made Zhao Yuan's scalp tingle. Even as an 8th-tier archmage, he could hardly fathom the consequences of incurring her wrath. Thus, though reluctant, Zhao Yuan steeled himself to comply, rationalizing that as long as he maintained his connection with the Eye of Foreknowledge, it was akin to possessing a television, and observing the wonders of the animal kingdom would not be unpleasant. "I will return to my room to gather my belongings," he announced before departing the council hall. Zhao Yuan hastily packed a few garments, and with the still slumbering Xiao Pai in tow, he made his way back to the council hall. This marked his first occasion working in close quarters with the Grand Elder, and he found himself curious about her daily endeavors. However, the Grand Elder merely cast him a fleeting glance before proceeding past him into the prayer room. The prayer room served as a sacred space for the elves to communicate with their elders, though most of the time, the elders offered no response. Zhao Yuan presumed the Grand Elder would emerge shortly to attend to her duties, but to his surprise, she remained in the prayer room from morning until afternoon, only emerging for a shared meal with him. "Does she truly wish to avoid my company?" Zhao Yuan mused, scratching his head in confusion. Yet, if the Grand Elder genuinely wished to evade him, there were far simpler methods to do so. Ultimately, he could only conclude that perhaps she was indeed a devout believer. Were he in her position, although an adept 5th-tier martial artist, he would struggle to endure nearly 10 hours of kneeling in the prayer room. Moreover, he understood that the Grand Elder had tasked him with monitoring the blood elves not solely because he had brought them back, but also to provide a rationale for keeping him from wandering aimlessly. Furthermore, during his previous engagements alongside Zivil and Lewis, he had consistently supported Lewis, which had proven detrimental to Zivil's standing. Zhao Yuan was acutely aware of this dynamic, yet he genuinely agreed with Lewis's iron-fisted approach, as a significant portion of elvenkind exhibited excessive kindness and complacency. Even so, Lewis had ultimately bestowed upon him a rather indecisive evaluation. Reflecting on this, Zhao Yuan could only chuckle resignedly. Throughout that day, Zhao Yuan found himself fortunate not to encounter Lewis or Zivil. Aside from periodically monitoring the blood elves, he directed his attention to the forest beyond the elven fortress, observing the magical beasts and wildlife, which was strikingly reminiscent of watching nature documentaries on television, albeit with a more vivid perspective. During this time, 2 elves entered to construct a room for Zhao Yuan. Initially, he anticipated a cumbersome process. Yet he watched in awe as they laid a layer of soil in a corner of the council hall, planted a seed, and recited an incantation. To his astonishment, the seed sprouted rapidly, transforming into a small wooden structure composed of sturdy branches, hollow within. The 2 elves then brought forth an array of bedding and curtains, and within half an hour, a cozy wooden cabin was complete. Zhao Yuan envied this extraordinary feat. He considered how delightful it would be to have such a portable abode during his outdoor escapades. Yet, he also recognized that even if the elves provided him with seeds, his lack of elven aptitude would render him incapable of nurturing them to life, no matter how masterfully he recited the incantations. That evening, Zhao Yuan comfortably settled into the newly constructed cabin, with Xiao Pai's little nest beside him, maintaining a slender thread of mental energy linked to the Eye of Foreknowledge. He soon drifted into a peaceful slumber. However, in the dead of night, he was abruptly awakened by a series of knocks at the door. Startled, he wondered who would seek him out at such a late hour, only to realize that the knocking resonated through the mental energy connected to the eye. This indicated that someone was visiting the 5 blood elves at such an ungodly hour. Zhao Yuan immediately became alert, sitting upright in bed, fully focused on the activities within the blood elves' quarters. The knocking was rhythmic, neither too soft nor too loud, yet sufficient to rouse the keenly sensitive 5/6 tier blood elves. Through the eye of foreknowledge's formidable surveillance capabilities, Zhao Yuan observed the 5 blood elves rising from their beds, expressions mingling confusion and vigilance. Before long, all 5 congregated in the living area of their chamber, exchanging glances. Eventually, one of the blood elves slowly approached the door, their energy pulsating, before pulling it open. Through the faint illumination of the night plants filtering into the room, Zhao Yuan discerned a female elf standing outside, half of her face obscured in shadow. While the visible portion of her visage was fair, in a realm teeming with ethereal beauty, she could only be considered average. However, her hair color intrigued him. Amidst the dim light, he perceived strands of red interspersed within her green locks. The blood elf who opened the door, upon seeing her, immediately narrowed his pupils. He stood rigidly at the entrance for 2 seconds before silently opening the door to allow the female elf to enter. As she walked from the darkness into the more brightly lit room, Zhao Yuan could clearly see that it was not his imagination. The female elf truly had several strands of hair dyed red. The other 4 blood elves, upon seeing her, also displayed complex expressions, only to hear the female elf greet them. "Hello, my name is Cece, and I am here to assist you." "Assist us?" The blood elves exchanged puzzled glances. "Indeed. The esteemed Lord Lemos anticipated that you might be captured by that human, which is why he specifically sent me to aid you. You need to remain calm and await the opportune moment," the female elf said with an air of tranquility, even tinged with a hint of superiority. "So, what should we do?" The blood elf who spoke was immediately recognized by Zhao Yuan as the one who had consistently opposed him during his attempts at persuasion. "From today onwards, you must capture a few elves every few days. The elves will undoubtedly suspect you, but I will ensure your safety. Once they are embroiled in conflict, our kin may seize the opportunity to strike," the female elf declared, her eyes gleaming with excitement. However, another blood elf hesitated and spoke up. "There are surely many elves watching us. Even at night, it would be difficult for us to act." Noticing the hesitant expressions of the blood elves, the female elf seemed somewhat irritated. "Are you seeking excuses to refuse Lord Lemos's command? After residing here for 2 days, do you already wish to betray him?" The mention of betrayal seemed to evoke some memories, and the blood elves did not immediately express their loyalty. One of them remarked, "CC, consuming other elves. We lack experience. Unlike us, you are not imprisoned or monitored. Why do you not undertake this task?" Another blood elf, having grasped the situation, chimed in, "Indeed, CC. You are more familiar with this place and have prior experience. It would be more convenient for you to execute this task, and the results would be more effective. We would still be suspected, but Zhao Yuan's magical detection would not be able to prove our guilt, which would exacerbate the conflict." Cece was taken aback that these blood elves not only failed to welcome her joyfully, but also did not obediently follow her commands, instead turning the tables and suggesting she take the risk. "Listen, you 5 are already condemned to die. Even if you do not perish at Zhao Yuan's hands, you will surely fall to the elves once conflict arises. I am here to help you maximize your remaining value. If I recklessly assassinate an elf and am discovered, it would be a considerable loss for our kin," Cece stated angrily, perplexed by the blood elf's cowardice. She resolved to report this back to her kin. Believing that the education of pure-blooded elves should instill pride in obedience and a willingness to sacrifice, Cece's words soured the expressions of the 5 blood elves, creating a tense atmosphere. Just then, her demeanor shifted, and she hurriedly exited the blood elf's quarters, leaving behind a command to act swiftly. After Cece departed, the atmosphere in the room remained oppressive. Even the most outspoken elf against Zhao Yuan had changed from joy to indifference. "Are we truly to follow her instructions?" One blood elf broke the silence. Yet, he was met with a prolonged silence. Not receiving a response, he muttered despondently, "I just don't want to eat elves. Indeed, these past days, the elves have treated us quite well, and they seem to genuinely admire Zhao Yuan, claiming he is kind and wise," another elf quietly concurred, his expression tinged with anxiety. He realized that voicing such sentiments might lead to severe punishment and scorn from his kin upon returning to their lair. Yet, whether they would return to the lair was another matter entirely, a thought shared by all 5 blood elves. "Novan, what do you think?" He glanced at the oldest elf among them. Novan was the only one among them steadfastly loyal to Lord Lemos. "I understand your concerns. What Cece said was indeed excessive. But we must obey Lord Lamos's commands. We are blood elves, and we must fight for the future of our kin, Novin asserted, though this time the fervor in his voice had diminished. However, the orders Cece conveyed to us are indeed foolish. Furthermore, Lord Lamos's directive to assassinate Zhao Yuan has proven to be a completely erroneous decision, squandering our kin's combat potential. These elves are quite amiable. They seem to enjoy their days, and I do not wish to harm them. Enough. Hearing his companions speak one after another, Novin growled softly in anger. Do not forget that Lord Lamos is the only elf in over 10,000 years to break through the 8th tier. He is a child of divine favor. Upon hearing this, the other 4 blood elves fell silent. Indeed, for over 10 millennia, Lamos was the only elf to achieve such a feat. If only Zhao Yuan were not here, then the elves would surrender without hesitation, and we would not have to endure the tedium of daily training. I much prefer tending to beautiful flowers, one blood elf muttered, recalling how, since their capture, he had witnessed the elves planting flowers and leisurely learning skills from their elders, living happily day by day, which filled him with envy. He mused that if the blood elves could unite with the elves, regardless of who triumphed, their lives would be transformed into something akin to that. At that moment, another blood elf revealed a mysterious expression. Do you all remember the message Mia sent to the clan earlier? One of my cousins is responsible for contacting Mia, and she informed me that this human was sought out personally by the Elder. The Elder invoked a grand prophecy, foreseeing that the elven race would soon face a catastrophic extinction. Only with this human's assistance can the elves navigate through the peril. Is that true? This human was brought in by the Elder? One blood elf exclaimed incredulously. If Mia knows about this, many in the elven clan probably do as well. You can ask around tomorrow morning, the blood elf who revealed the information said confidently. Extinction of the elves. The Elder has never concerned himself with our affairs with the elves. Could it be that others are plotting against the elven race? Novin began to feel uneasy. He had hoped the blood elves could defeat the elves and gain the Elder's recognition, yet now, with the elves facing a monumental crisis and the Elder compelled to seek external aid, it seemed utterly unreasonable for them to continue their internal strife. Perhaps it is the blood elves and the elves that will perish together, the blood elf who had revealed the news said anxiously. I have heard that the spies planted among the elves have learned self-detonation forbidden techniques. Self-detonation forbidden techniques? Good heavens. The other blood elves exhibited expressions of shock. It is well known that elves are inherently fond of nature. Within the elven clan, the bodies of deceased elves are returned to nature in the leaf return pool. Although there is no leaf return pool in the blood elves' lair, the remains of deceased blood elves are buried in the forest, allowing the leaves to return to their roots. Do not be so surprised. I suspect Cece will eventually teach us as well. After all, we must fulfill our remaining value, right? A blood elf chuckled helplessly. His eyes filled with sorrow. Another long silence ensued. All right, let us rest for now. We shall discuss this further in the morning. Novin spoke in a hushed tone, and the other blood elves, clearly unwilling to continue the discussion, nodded and retreated to their respective chambers. Zhao Yuan, utilizing the eye of foreknowledge, surveyed the situation of the blood elves with clarity. He felt a sense of relief. These 5 blood elves had begun to waver. The scout named Cece had inadvertently harmed her own cause. Given this, Zhao Yuan decided against capturing Cece immediately. He was curious to see what further actions this blood elf scout might undertake. The eye of foreknowledge proved to be an invaluable treasure of the elven race. Its utility was remarkable. With such thoughts, Zhao Yuan reclined back in the small wooden cabin and fell into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Zhao Yuan recounted the events of the previous night to the Grand Elder, who arrived punctually at the council hall. Upon hearing the account, a glint of cold light flashed in the Grand Elder's eyes, and she nodded in agreement with Zhao Yuan's actions. Through her, Zhao Yuan learned that the elves with red strands in their hair were blood elves who had consumed the flesh and blood of their kin. The redder the hair, the more they had feasted. However, there were also numerous plants within the elven realm that could serve as dyes, making it easy for these blood elves to conceal their tracks. It was no wonder that Novin and the others had promptly imprisoned Cece upon seeing her. Her hair color had revealed everything. At that moment, Zhao Yuan grasped the immense power of the elven race's highly centralized system. Some secrets within the clan were known only to a select few at the upper echelons, such as the secrets regarding curses and the true power of the Eye of Foreknowledge, which were entirely unknown to ordinary elves. This led the blood elves to possess a fundamentally erroneous understanding of the elven situation. However, Zhao Yuan inquired, Grand Elder, has there never been a betrayal among the elven high ranks? The effectiveness of the eye of foreknowledge should not be difficult to discern, right? The Grand Elder smiled faintly and replied, "My dear Zhao Yuan, you may have misunderstood a matter. The power of the eye of foreknowledge seems vast from your perspective, yet it appears rather limited from ours." Noticing Zhao Yuan's continued confusion, the Grand Elder patiently elaborated, "Take myself as an example. I am currently a 7th-tier elf, possessing the strongest mental energy in our clan. Yet, even so, my mental energy is only comparable to that of an ordinary 2nd-tier mage, if not somewhat inferior. Thus, even if I were to remain by the eye of foreknowledge day and night, the range and duration of what I could monitor would be exceedingly narrow. Moreover, my mental energy cannot endure for long periods. Had it not been for granting you access to its capabilities, I would not have known that someone could truly monitor through the eye of foreknowledge at all times." Zhao Yuan, enlightened by the Grand Elder's explanation, realized the implications of Cece's actions from the previous night. At midnight, when normal beings were sound asleep, who would possess the capacity to utilize the eye of foreknowledge? Cece had likely been misled by the conventional understanding within the elven community. As for high-ranking betrayals, such occurrences did exist, but the majority of the elven secrets were safeguarded by the Grand Elder. My family, the Lambert family, has produced 7 consecutive Grand Elders, guiding the elven race for millennia. My family is also the most loyal of elven clans, never having produced a blood elf. Hearing this, Zhao Yuan felt a tumult of emotions. The lifespan of the elven race was exceedingly long, with a family's continuity often measured in millennia. By such reasoning, Zivil was indeed destined to become the next Grand Elder. Should I monitor Cece as well? Zhao Yuan inquired, finally managing to calm his emotions. The Grand Elder regarded him with mild surprise. "If it is not too burdensome for you, that would be ideal." Zhao Yuan chuckled lightly. "It is certainly not a burden." At this stage, his mental energy likely surpassed that of a typical 8th-tier mage. If he wished, he could observe 2 situations simultaneously while watching the animal kingdom. The Grand Elder said little more, organizing matters pertaining to the elven race before retreating to the prayer chamber. "Ah, truly the most loyal of families," Zhao Yuan mused. This cold and rational woman spent a significant portion of her day in the prayer chamber, apart from her sleeping hours. Had he not witnessed it firsthand, Zhao Yuan would scarcely have believed it. The 5 blood elves awoke that morning, only to sit together in the common room, their faces etched with concern, clearly bored. Zhao Yuan then shifted his focus to Cece. It was perplexing how, by daybreak, Cece's once reddish hair had transformed into a lustrous shade of pure green. She played the role of a rather shy girl within the elven community, and Zhao Yuan distinctly observed that several male elves working alongside her were quite attentive, seemingly vying for her affection. Apparently, this blood elf possesses some finesse, Zhao Yuan contemplated. She appeared to cultivate the vegetables and fruits she was responsible for with the same seriousness as any other female elf, yet in reality, she cast flirtatious glances at each male elf around her. After observing her throughout the morning, Zhao Yuan finally comprehended the situation. Each male elf believed Cece harbored feelings for them, and those around her who sought to win her favor thought her charm was genuine, oblivious to the fact that they were all merely fish caught on Cece's line. "This blood elf is not without wits," Zhao Yuan mused, stroking his chin. Last night's display by Cece had him secretly delighted. He had initially perceived her as foolish, but now realized she had simply grown accustomed to being adored by the male elves around her, and was compelled to feign modesty. Last night, she had seized the chance to reveal her true self, resulting in her brazen behavior. Nevertheless, Zhao Yuan was not particularly interested in such romantic entanglements, so he shifted his primary focus back to the forest, watching beasts clash instead. Thus, it was not until the afternoon that Zhao Yuan, in a swift review, discovered that Cece had indeed engaged with Louis. Originally, he had feared that someone might rashly approach Cece and provoke her, but to his surprise, Cece had taken the initiative. At that moment, Louis was on his routine patrol, and as he passed by the plantation where Cece worked, she feigned illness to leave the plantation, inadvertently colliding with Louis in a seemingly casual manner. Is this not a case of staging an accident? Zhao Yuan mused as he observed Cece, who had fallen to the ground, appearing to be in pain yet bravely holding back tears. He wished he could pop some sunflower seeds and enjoy the spectacle. "My Lord Louis, I am so sorry." Cece, despite having been the one to collide with him, was the first to apologize. Louis said nothing, simply extending his hand to help Cece up before intending to continue his patrol. "My Lord Louis." Seeing Louis about to depart, Cece could not suppress her exclamation. Louis paused momentarily but then turned to face her. "I have heard about your family matters. Your siblings and mini-elves may not understand your actions, but I believe you are doing this for the future of our kin. I, in fact, admire you greatly and hope you will remain strong in your endeavors." Facing Lewis, whose face bore scars, Cece delivered a heartfelt confession, her delicate features flushing with a gentle hue, appearing quite innocent and endearing. However, Lewis remained impassive throughout, gazing at Cece, who looked up at him with her watery eyes. Gradually, the icy facade of his expression softened. With a quiet word of thanks, he turned and walked away once more. At this point, Zhao Yuan was already laughing heartily, sprawled on the sofa. He had steadfastly maintained his principles over the past few days, resolutely refraining from using the eye of foreknowledge to pry into the elves' private lives, instead occupying himself with the animal kingdom. Now, he could finally justify monitoring a mischievous blood elf, which was undeniably entertaining. Zhao Yuan had some understanding of Lewis. Regardless of whether he felt any attraction towards Cece, once he learned she was a blood elf, he would undoubtedly act more decisively than anyone else. Should a male blood elf attempt to seduce Siwei, Zhao Yuan would undoubtedly be beset with anxiety. However, unbeknownst to Zhao Yuan, Siwei's heart had long been claimed by another, rendering any concerns about a blood elf's allure unnecessary. Fortunately, Cece appeared to harbor little interest in fostering closer ties with the female elves, instead engaging in hushed laughter and whispered conversations with those beside her, exuding a tranquil yet sociable demeanor. From the perspective of an onlooker, Zhao Yuan observed that she distinctly stood out amidst the lively and effervescent young female elves. As nightfall descended once more, the elven fortress, though merely deprived of 2 beams of sunlight filtering in from above, saw its inhabitants gradually retreating to their chambers, adhering to their disciplined routines. Only a few patrols of elves remained steadfast in their vigilance throughout the night. The elven stronghold was eventually shrouded in darkness, save for the central circular plaza where luminous flora continued to emit a fantastical array of colors, casting an ethereal glow reminiscent of a celestial realm. The residences of other elves fell into shadow, their magical illuminations extinguished. Zhao Yuan returned to his modest wooden dwelling, drowsily pondering whether Cece would take further action that night. Having deliberately allocated 2 portions of his mental energy to the eye of precognition, in the dead of night, the familiar sound of knocking roused Zhao Yuan from his slumber. This time, instead of foolishly checking the heavy iron doors of the council chamber, he immediately plunged his mental energy into the eye of precognition. As anticipated, Cece had left her room and approached the quarters of Nguyen and the others. However, this time, Nguyen opened the door with remarkable speed. For the 5 of them had not been asleep. They were seated on the couch in their living room, awaiting Cece's arrival. Cece, shedding her earlier quiet and bashful demeanor, now bore an air of haughtiness as she confronted them with a tone of accusation. "Why have you made no move? Do you truly intend to betray Lord Lemos?" This time, the blood elves did not exhibit the same panic as before. Instead, they responded with reason. "Cece, did Lord Lemos truly send you with these orders?" Upon hearing this, Cece appeared as if she had been affronted, her expression turning to one of anger. "Are you questioning my integrity? I have been embedded within the elven race for over 6 centuries without error. How could I risk such a venture? Then present us with the secret message for our perusal. We 5 are 6th-tier blood elves, while you are merely 4th tier. I refuse to believe that Lord Lemos would sacrifice us for your protection," Nguyen interjected. Among the blood elves, the hierarchy imposed by their ranks was particularly pronounced due to their scarcity and the challenging conditions of their existence. Thus, each blood elf devoted themselves to relentless training year after year. The entire blood elf enclave numbered merely in the thousands, with only one 7th-tier individual, Lemos. Now that Lemos had ascended to 8th tier, the strongest among them were merely a handful of 6th-tier blood elves. It was evident that Lemos had invested considerable effort to eliminate Zhao Yuan. Even if the blood elves succeeded in vanquishing the elven race, they would undoubtedly seek to reinstate these 5 blood elves, for high-tier blood elves were exceedingly rare. Upon hearing Nguyen's words, Cece countered without a moment's hesitation. "The secret message was burned after I read it. That is a fundamental rule. You 5, who have never acted as spies, ought not to jest. Cece, were you truly incapable of bringing a secret message to us, even with your red hair?" One blood elf retorted. "I have no desire to quarrel with you. I have already delivered Lord Lemos's orders. If you do not act by tomorrow, I shall report your betrayal to the clan. Once Lord Lemos has unified the elven race, do not expect to survive." Cece huffed disdainfully before departing without a backward glance. "Damn it!" Nguyen exclaimed in frustration as soon as Cece left. The other blood elves mirrored his anger. Cece's maneuver was ruthlessly cunning, leaving them no time to deliberate. Should we follow her instructions? One blood elf inquired. A prolonged silence enveloped the living room. I shall go. If Zhao Yuan truly intends to kill, let it be me. You need not involve yourselves. Surprisingly, it was Nguyen who spoke up. I know what you're all thinking. I think it too. I wish to see if the elven race and the blood elves can truly unify. Whether we can gain the elders' recognition and live as carefree and joyous as these elves, rather than merely training and executing tasks day in and day out. However, my lifespan is dwindling. Rather than let us all perish at Cece's hands, I might as well comply with her demands. No, Nguyen, let us reconsider. We must not fall into Cece's trap. The other blood elves urgently protested, but Nguyen, resolute in his decision, unsheathed his sword and disregarded their pleas as he exited. Damn it! Zhao Yuan withdrew his consciousness from the eye of precognition, springing to his feet in anger. He hastily donned his attire, his mental energy rapidly extending towards the blood elves' quarters as he rushed in their direction. Nguyen. In the dim corridor, a figure appeared before Zhao Yuan. Upon hearing his voice, the figure stiffened before reluctantly turning to face him. Zhao Yuan, Nguyen replied calmly, his typically fervent gaze now subdued. I received Lord Lamos's command. Hence I have come to assassinate you in secret. Do with me as you will. There is no need for that, Zhao Yuan interjected. I comprehend your predicament. My promise stands. As long as you do not cause trouble, it remains valid. Nguyen's eyes widened in astonishment. After a prolonged silence, he offered a wry smile. Indeed. An 8th-tier mage possesses considerable influence. We cannot conceal anything from you. Zhao Yuan refrained from responding. After all, he had the advantage of the eye of precognition. Since I am already here, I must take some action. Otherwise, she will report our betrayal, and my 4 companions will be in peril, even without uttering her name. Zhao Yuan was acutely aware of whom he referenced. In light of this, tonight I shall engage you in a friendly contest using the strength of a martial artist, creating some commotion. Tomorrow, you shall rest in your room to recover, and I will inform the elder that a blood elf has infiltrated the elven fortress, necessitating elevated security. How does that sound? Nguyen's eyes brightened. Agreed. However, I never anticipated you were a martial artist, Zhao Yuan. No wonder you were unharmed when struck by the giant spirit seed. Witnessing how easily Nguyen was swayed, Zhao Yuan felt a sense of relief. It was fortunate for them that the kind-hearted elves existed. Otherwise, it would have been far more challenging to alter the mindset of these 5 blood elves. During his surveillance over the last few days, Zhao Yuan had observed much, whether it was by design or coincidence. The quarters of Nguyen and his companions were situated on a higher floor, with a sizable window overlooking the central plaza. During the day, the 5 elves often stood by the window, watching the others toil in their planting and labor. Zhao Yuan could distinctly see the envy and longing reflected in their eyes. Additionally, the elves who delivered meals to these blood elves, though initially approached with trepidation and aversion, would often step forward to offer assistance whenever they perceived any discomfort. Let us commence, Zhao Yuan declared with a mischievous grin. I am but a 5th-tier martial artist, so I may need to employ a few tricks to injure you. Fear not, it will merely appear severe, and I have cast a barrier around this area, ensuring that others remain oblivious. However, the traces of our battle will remain visible come morning. Nguyen chuckled nonchalantly. After all, he was destined to be injured by Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan struck first. Drawing forth his long-neglected soul reaver, the obsidian blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Splendid sword, exclaimed Novan. Zhao Yuan's lips twitched slightly as he swiftly raised his sword and thrust it forward, the blade slicing through the air with precision aimed directly at Novan's chest. Novan, responding with remarkable swiftness, raised his sword to parry the strike, and upon impact, a resonant clang echoed through the air. Before the sound could dissipate, Zhao Yuan deftly twisted his wrist, retracting his blade, only to find Novan's sword attacking from an unexpectedly acute angle. Fortunately, despite his limited training, Zhao Yuan possessed formidable mental acuity and reflexes, allowing him to retreat just in time, Novan's sword tip grazing past his chest. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Yuan, unwilling to concede, continued to launch attacks. Yet, no matter how he struck, Novan effortlessly countered, each of Novan's riposte leaving Zhao Yuan in a state of disarray. This won't do. Zhao Yuan thought helplessly, realizing that his meager skills were insufficient. He resolved to employ his abilities instead. After exchanging roughly 10 blows, Novan was astonished to discover that Zhao Yuan's swordplay resembled that of a novice child. Could it be that his primary weapon is not a sword? Novan mused, bemused by the wealth that seemed to afford him such fine weaponry. Just as he contemplated whether to hold back, Zhao Yuan's demeanor shifted dramatically, exuding an aura of sharpness akin to a blade unsheathed. His grip on the sword became extraordinarily refined, starkly contrasting the earlier novice posture. With a sudden advance, Zhao Yuan closed the distance between them in an instant. Before Novan could comprehend his movement, his body reacted instinctively, legs propelling him to leap aside just in time to evade a wave of sword energy. As he leapt, he unleashed a deep green arc of sword energy, anticipating Zhao Yuan would struggle to respond. However, to Novan's surprise, Zhao Yuan gracefully evaded the attack with a mere shift of his form. Upon landing, Novan discovered that Zhao Yuan, who had been in front of him moments before, had vanished. A jolt of alarm surged through him, followed by a fierce gust of wind at his back. Instinctively, he crouched and tilted his body to the side, swinging his sword backward, only to feel a sudden, searing pain in his left arm. The force of the blow sent him crashing against the metallic wall. Novan gasped, bewildered by the immense strength behind Zhao Yuan's strike. He felt as though the bones in his left shoulder had shattered, warm liquid trickling from his nose, his face rendered numb with pain. Conversely, Zhao Yuan was somewhat dazed, accustomed to kicking beasts rather than blood elves. This time, the opponent felt weightless, and before he could exert full force, Novan had already been sent flying. "Are you all right?" Zhao Yuan asked, a hint of embarrassment coloring his voice. He then noticed Novan lifting his head, blood staining his features, obscuring his expression except for his eyes, which glimmered with profound sorrow. "I didn't mean to, truly," Zhao Yuan stammered, feeling a flush of heat on his face as he hurriedly assisted Novan back to his quarters. Faced with the inquiries of 4 blood elves, Zhao Yuan felt a bitter taste in his mouth. It is as follows. This was a performance staged in collaboration with Novan, who intentionally sustained such severe injuries. Seizing the opportunity with Novan incapacitated and unable to speak, Zhao Yuan hurriedly explained. Observing the skeptical gazes of the other 4 blood elves, he hastily offered them several healing potions, then, under the pretense of not disturbing Novan's rest, he discreetly exited the room, drenched in cold sweat. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yuan, as he closed the door behind him, the 4 blood elves, who had initially worn expressions of discontent, exhaled in relief. They had prepared for the worst after Novan's departure, yet now, although he had been injured, he had been returned by Zhao Yuan himself without alarming others. Did this not imply a potential turning point in their circumstances? As dawn broke, the grand mirror within the elven fortress dutifully refracted the first rays of sunlight into the central square, enhancing the vibrant glow of the flora with fresh hues. It was at this moment that the Grand Elder arrived at the council hall. Upon opening the door, a refreshing, cool breeze surged in, lifting her soft green locks. Her icy gaze swept over the incongruous wooden hut, her keen senses already detecting the faint snoring emanating from within. "Lord Zhao Yuan," called the Grand Elder coolly, her voice measured yet resonant, rousing Zhao Yuan from his peaceful slumber. "Ah, Grand Elder, good morning." Zhao Yuan greeted hurriedly, rushing to wash and dress, the evidence of his duel with Novan glaringly apparent. The Grand Elder would undoubtedly inquire about it. Last night, Mia sought out Novan and the others. Zhao Yuan recounted the events of the previous night in their entirety. The Grand Elder listened intently, a contemplative expression crossing her features. After a moment of silence, a flicker of sternness crossed her gaze as she addressed Zhao Yuan. "Let us take decisive action. We shall circulate the information that you have unfortunately sustained injuries and are now recuperating in the prayer chamber, enticing other blood elves to emerge. What say you?" "Lord Zhao Yuan?" Zhao Yuan had no objections. After all, he would merely remain in the council hall, inaccessible to outsiders as long as he refrained from wandering about. Thus, news of Zhao Yuan's injuries swiftly spread throughout every corner of the elven fortress. Coupled with the bloodstains and signs of struggle discovered in the corridors, the elves were engulfed with concern for Zhao Yuan's well-being. Daily, elves wishing to deliver supplements were intercepted by guards at the entrance of the council hall. Zhao Yuan felt a mix of gratitude and guilt, knowing that the truly injured Novan lay suffering within. At that moment, Zhao Yuan, utilizing his precognitive abilities, spotted the hurried approach of Sivier. "Let me in." Sivier implored the guards barring her way. "I'm sorry, Sivier. The Grand Elder has given strict orders that no one may enter and disturb Lord Zhao Yuan," the guard replied without remorse. "Is Lord Zhao Yuan gravely injured?" Sivier asked, beads of sweat betraying her inner turmoil. However, the guard's answer only deepened her disappointment. "We do not know. It was the Grand Elder's directive." Observing Sivier's anxious demeanor, the guard attempted to offer reassurance. "Do not worry, Sivier, with the Elder present, Lord Zhao Yuan will surely be unharmed. Sivia nodded vigorously, as if to convince herself. Indeed. With the elder present, Lord Zhao Yuan will be safe. After standing silently at the door for a while, watching other elves being turned away by guards, she ultimately departed, her heart heavy. In contrast, Louis maintained a calm demeanor. Despite receiving news of Zhao Yuan's injury early on, he remained steadfast at his post, his expression a stoic mask. While his companions engaged in animated discussions regarding Zhao Yuan's condition, he appeared completely indifferent. Nevertheless, not everyone shared his apathy. That day, while patrolling near a plantation, he spotted a delicate figure standing there, clutching an exquisite food box. Lord Louis. Upon seeing him, the lovely elf's eyes brightened, her face breaking into a bashful smile. It was Cece. Louis offered her a fleeting glance, remaining silent. Cece, sensing his demeanor, felt a flush of crimson bloom on her cheeks, and hesitantly spoke. Lord Louis, I heard that Lord Zhao Yuan was injured. I prepared this nourishing meal for him, but the guards at the council hall won't let me in. Could you possibly take it to him for me? I would be most grateful. She bowed deeply, raising her head to timidly meet Louis's gaze. No. Louis's response was curt, and without waiting further, he turned to continue his patrol. Lord Louis. Cece clutched the hem of Louis's garment, her voice trembling with concern. Is Lord Zhao seriously injured? Is he unable to eat? Oh, I am so frightened. If he falls, how shall we contend with the blood elves? You are Lord Zhao's closest confidant. You must know how he fares, do you not? Louis halted his steps, and just as Cece felt a flicker of hope, he wrenched his garment from her grasp without hesitation and strode forward. Cece stared at his retreating figure, her once helpless gaze gradually transforming into one of anger and resolve. I intended to spare your life, but you choose to ignore my goodwill. She scoffed, her mind already formulating a plan. If Novin and his companions could injure Zhao Yuan, then eliminating a mere Louis should be a trivial task. That night, like a specter in the darkness, Cece approached Novin's quarters once more. Perhaps buoyed by her previous successes, she set out as soon as dusk fell, fortuitously encountering Zhao Yuan, who was still awake. She donned a cloak fashioned from animal fur, boldly stepping outside. Remarkably, she encountered a patrol but merely stepped into the shadows against the wall, and the patrolling elves passed by without noticing her presence. Interesting, Zhao Yuan mused, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Was this perhaps an invisibility cloak? Novin and his companions, still awake, heard the familiar knock at the door. The ever-informative Carmo rose from the bench and opened the door, his face betraying impatience and indifference. Upon entering, Mia found the living room occupied by 4 blood elves, their expressions far from welcoming. Where is Novin? I have matters to discuss, she commanded, her tone haughty. The news of Zhao Yuan's injury thrilled her, revealing the formidable strength of Novin and his ilk, which inflated her vanity and pride. Novin is injured, the usually congenial Derwin stated coldly, the powerful aura of the 4 blood elves pressing down heavily upon Cece, leaving her momentarily breathless. It was then that Cece noticed the unfriendly glances of the 4 blood elves. Turning pale, she forced a stiff smile and inquired, Is he gravely hurt? Can you take me to see him? The 4 blood elves exchanged glances before reluctantly nodding and leading her to Novin's chamber. There, Novin lay unconscious, oblivious to their presence. His pallor was alarming, with fresh scars marring his handsome face, starkly grotesque. His left arm had been bandaged, yet the injury to his shoulder was dire. Even if it healed, it would take a long time before he could wield a sword again. Is it merely his left arm? Thankfully, it won't affect his swordsmanship, Cece remarked nonchalantly, only to catch the simmering anger on the faces of the other 4 blood elves. Fear not, Novin's injury will not be in vain. I shall ensure his achievements are reported to our kin. Moreover, Zhao Yuan is gravely wounded as well. Seize the opportunity to strike, and you shall undoubtedly achieve commendable results, perhaps even surpassing Mia's previous attack. Cece exclaimed, her excitement flushing her cheeks. If so, Lord Lemos will surely take notice of me. She stammered momentarily, and the other 4 blood elves immediately discerned her true intentions. After Cece departed, Novin's eyes flew open, and the 4 blood elves gathered in his chamber. As we suspected, Lord Lemos never issued her a command. All this is her own initiative. Novin's expression hardened, recalling Cece's earlier threats, and he seethed with unbridled fury. What shall we do next? We have already acquiesced to her demands. Derwin expressed his concerns. Do not worry about her for now. She has her own affairs to tend to, Novin replied, a cold smile gracing his lips. He had never been merciful towards women like Cece. The four blood elves, though puzzled, felt a sense of relief at Novin's unwavering demeanor. As Cece made her way through the dimly lit corridor towards her chamber, a patrol approached from a distance. Calmly, she pressed against the wall, seamlessly blending into the shadows. As the patrol drew near, she spotted Lewis among them. Does this man ever sleep? She mused silently, her gaze unabashedly appraising the approaching Lewis. Just as they were about to pass each other, Lewis came to an abrupt halt, prompting the elves behind him to do the same. With a furrowed brow, Lewis scanned the shadowy corner where Cece concealed herself. What is it, Lord Lewis? One of the elves inquired. Lewis surveyed the bare wall twice before shaking his head. Nothing. Continue your patrol, he instructed, turning back to follow the designated route. Cece, pressed tight against the wall, was drenched in cold sweat. Only after Lewis had moved on did she cautiously inhale, having held her breath in tension. Ensuring no one was around, she tightened her cloak and hurried back to her quarters. Quite intriguing, Zhao Yuan mused, raising an eyebrow. Tonight had yielded significant insights. Cece's invisibility cloak and Lewis's uncanny intuition both delighted him. It seemed prudent to summon the elder to discuss Lewis further, he pondered before drifting into slumber. Thus, the following morning, as usual, Lewis was summoned to the council hall instead of embarking on his patrol. Under the envious gazes of the other elves, he entered the hall with his customary stoicism, while the others remained barred outside by the vigilant guards. Upon entering, Lewis beheld the elder in the incongruous little hut, with Zhao Yuan appearing well-rested. Elder, Lord Zhao, Lewis greeted respectfully, his face devoid of surprise. Zhao Yuan observed the elder and thought to himself, surely, Lewis is the elder's child. Their temperaments are remarkably alike, with vibrant vitality, unlike the angelic but out-of-place Siwei. Clearing his throat, Zhao Yuan addressed Lewis. You are here for a task. Do you recall the female elf who has been persistently attempting to engage you in conversation? She is a blood elf infiltrator and rather restless. The oddity you sensed during your patrol last night was her utilizing a special device to conceal herself. Noticing the flicker of realization on Lewis's face, Zhao Yuan suppressed a grin. Your task now is to entice her. As for how you convince her of your affection, that is entirely up to your skill. As expected, upon receiving Zhao Yuan's directive, a crack formed in Lewis's otherwise stoic demeanor, though it quickly returned to its usual state as he replied, understood. Lewis's calmness left Zhao Yuan, who had anticipated some amusement, feeling somewhat disenchanted. He waved Lewis off. Lord Zhao, will this strategy truly prove effective? Though the elder had already aligned with Zhao Yuan's plan, she found herself doubting, questioning whether she had been misled by Zhao Yuan's confidence. Haha, dear elder, rest assured and watch, Zhao Yuan replied, laughing heartily and exuding confidence. The elder glanced at Zhao Yuan's condition and could only nod before heading to the prayer chamber, as usual. News of Lewis being summoned to the council hall quickly spread throughout the elven fortress. Seville hurriedly sought out Lewis, who was on patrol, and pulled him aside into a nearby corner. Lewis, how is Lord Zhao Yuan? Is he seriously injured? Has he awoken yet? Without waiting for Lewis to respond, Seville bombarded him with questions. I don't know. I was summoned by the elder. Lord Zhao Yuan is still resting in the prayer chamber, and I haven't seen him. Lewis replied impassively, his gaze devoid of emotion. Seville bit her lip, fighting back tears, her voice thick with emotion. Surely Lord Zhao Yuan will be fine, right? I'm genuinely worried. However, Lewis coldly responded, if there's nothing else, I will continue my patrol. You should return to your post. He had already surmised that Zhao Yuan had mastered the ability of the Eye of Foreknowledge, but he did not intend to share this with Seville. It was wisest to cut off her unrealistic notions early. As Lewis anticipated, Zhao Yuan had witnessed everything, and recalling his earlier eavesdropping on Seville's romantic inclinations, he couldn't help but entertain a dreadful speculation. Perhaps it is best to feign ignorance, he thought silently. Elves and humans did not share a romantic love. The disparity in their lifespans formed an insurmountable chasm. Moreover, he regarded Seville as a sister. Furthermore, Seville was destined to inherit the position of elder. If he were to lead her astray, the elder would undoubtedly seek retribution. The mere thought of the elder's frigid gaze sent a shiver down Zhao Yuan's spine. Although she was only at the 7th tier, her presence was unervingly formidable, reminiscent of the terror invoked by his schoolteacher. Lewis's patrol route was fixed, making it easy for Cece to encounter him by chance. Everyone was aware that Lewis had entered the council hall, and Cece could not resist seeking him out. Sure enough, as he patrolled the botanical garden, Cece's delicate figure appeared once more. This time, she shyly greeted Louis in a soft voice. Louis remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement as he attempted to pass by. Once again, Louis's clothing was tugged at, prompting him to turn and face Cece, his elevated gaze revealing a hint of impatience. Cece's glistening eyes locked onto Louis's, her voice trembling softly. "Pardon me, but how is Lord Zhao Yuan? Please tell me. I am truly worried. I promise I will keep it a secret." "I don't know," he replied curtly, the coldness of his 3 words cutting through the air. As Louis prepared to leave, Cece hastily added, "Then, Louis, how have you been during this time? I am concerned for you." Realizing she had spoken too freely, Cece fell silent, lowering her gaze, revealing only her flushed ears and the pale nape of her neck. Louis's expression softened slightly as he finally replied, "Return to work." Though still somewhat aloof, Cece, attuned to nuances, detected a subtle shift in his tone. Elated internally, she maintained an outward demeanor of shyness. "Certainly, Louis. I will work as diligently as you do to protect our elven kin." With that, she refrained from further entanglement, her face brightening with a pure smile as she waved goodbye and merrily bounced back to the botanical garden. Louis watched her retreating figure for a brief moment before resuming his patrol, his expression as imperturbable as ice. That night, Cece did not seek out Novin and the others. Instead, she left her room, clad not in a cloak but in a nightgown, her hair cascading freely as she made her way to the corridor where she had encountered Louis the previous day. She quietly sat on the steps, hugging her knees, gazing at the flickering lights of the central plaza, a faint sadness gracing her features. As Louis patrolled and reached that spot, he beheld a poignant scene. The girl's slender form enveloped by ephemeral light, her face etched with a gentle sorrow, as if harboring some youthful secret. She had not adorned herself, yet an irresistible instinct to protect surged within him. "What are you doing here so late? You should return to your rest," Louis said, halting in his tracks. Startled from her reverie, Cece looked up in disbelief, her cherry lips parting in astonishment. Lord Louis. Upon recognizing him, her cheeks flushed crimson. Flustered, she tugged at her nightgown, clearly vexed that he had seen her in such attire. "Please, return swiftly," Louis reiterated. "Why yes," Cece stammered, her face a vibrant red, resembling a charming berry. She stood awkwardly, ready to leave, but suddenly turned back, her voice bright and clear. "Good night, Lord Louis." With that, she dashed away like a startled rabbit, leaving the elves accompanying Louis to exchange knowing smiles. After watching her figure vanish at the corridor's end, Louis lowered his gaze, ignoring the teasing remarks from his fellow elves, and continued his silent journey down the dimly lit passage. Cece hurried back to her room, her heart racing from her swift escape, perhaps due to her rapid pace. This was the first time she had exerted such effort to captivate a man. Even if Louis were indeed an icy fortress, she believed she could melt him. Cece had always held great confidence in her allure. Meanwhile, in the council hall, Zhao Yuan rested his chin on one hand, scribbling on the spacious wooden desk used by the elder, utilizing the elven paper and pen made from plants. The paper emitted a subtle green hue, refreshing rather than musty, imbued with the scent of grass. The pen he held was crafted from ivory grass, resembling a miniature tusk, its smooth white surface tapering to a fine point. The skillful elves had hollowed out its center and inserted a special parasitic plant, making it easy to grip while writing. The ink was a deep green, nearly black. Once depleted, it could be replanted in soil and would replenish itself. He was currently transcribing the clear heart technique. Since this passage appeared within the 7 sect techniques, it undoubtedly held significance. Although Zhao Yuan did not fully grasp its true purpose, he found value in perusing it occasionally, perhaps to glean new insights. At that moment, a ripple emanated from the eye of foreknowledge, causing Zhao Yuan to pause, leaving a blot on the paper. He sighed and set down the ivory pen, immersing himself in the eye. Unexpectedly, the issue arose from Seville's end. She was in the potion chamber, tasked with concocting various herbal potions. This was a skilled craft not everyone could master. Had it not been for Seville's previous successful preparation of the everlasting elixir, showcasing her extraordinary talent, the elder would not have so readily assigned her to this department. Now, however, the potion Seville was preparing had gone awry. Instead of the expected light gray quickening potion, it bubbled ominously, its color transforming into a thick black. The surrounding elves gazed in panic at the cauldron, none daring to approach. Zhao Yuan's perspective shifted, revealing 2 elves in the corner, their bodies covered in pustules, unconscious from the unfortunate spill. Seville stood at the forefront of the crowd, her expression grave. She addressed another elf, Matt, quickly fetch the freezing potion. As she steadily organized the other elves to transport the injured ones for treatment, she simultaneously evacuated the crowd. In response to the failed concoction, which harbored perilous properties, the customary approach of the elven clan was to encase it in a freezing agent and subsequently dispose of it beyond the forest. Just as Zyweir was channeling her wood energy throughout her body, cautiously bringing the delivered freezing potion closer to the ominous cauldron of failed elixir, a voice rang out at the door. "Don't move, Zyweir." Startled, Zyweir instinctively turned to face the entrance. At that moment, Matt, the very elf who had brought her the potion, suddenly bore a fierce expression and lunged towards her, knocking the vial of freezing potion from her grasp into the cauldron of flawed concoction. Zyweir had already been on high alert upon Lewis's warning. As Matt aimed for the potion in her hands, she swiftly bent her elbow and struck backward, sending him crashing to the ground. Matt attempted to rise, but a chill gripped his neck. Lewis had appeared beside him, a gleaming sword poised threateningly at his throat. He opened his mouth to protest, but Lewis offered him no chance, as two guard elves swiftly bound Matt and led him away. Zyweir cautiously opened the vial of freezing potion and, upon taking a delicate sniff, discerned something amiss. It contained an ingredient meant to enhance the potion's efficacy, yet the primary essence of the freezing agent, the frost grass, was alarmingly faint, merely a ruse to mislead. With a swift glance at the cauldron of failed concoction, she mused on the complexity of the swift potion, resolute that such a grievous error could not have originated from her. Curiosity piqued, she wondered what Matt had added to transform it so drastically. "Regardless, you must exercise utmost caution," Lewis remarked coldly from the side. "Your identity is particular, and with your mere fourth-tier status, the Blood Elves will undoubtedly seek to exploit you." Zyweir nodded, having sensed something awry when the potion had initially gone wrong, thus maintaining a vigilant stance. Had she not done so, she might not have emerged unscathed from the recent upheaval. "Zyweir, does this potion not bear a striking resemblance to the legendary plague potion?" Upon hearing of the incident, the elf responsible for managing the potion room hurried in. It was Zyweir's potion mentor, Mander, slightly younger than the elder Cooley, yet already over 1,000 years old. He had encountered countless potions, but hesitated to fully ascertain the nature of the concoction before him. Typically, failed potions would erupt in explosions, yet this particular one, albeit bubbling violently, remained remarkably stable. How could Matt have altered the swift potion into something entirely different? Even a master potion maker would struggle with such a feat. The more Mander contemplated, the more incredulous he became. Alas, Zyweir suddenly recalled the two elves whose bodies were riddled with festering sores from the potion splatter. "Lewis, hurry and secure the healing hall. Prevent anyone from entering or exiting. I must seek my mother." Lewis recognized the gravity of the situation without further ado, promptly leading the patrolling guards to the healing hall. "Mander, please ensure that no one interferes with this potion," Zyweir implored her mentor. "Rest assured, Zyweir, I will disperse all elves from the potion room," Mander replied. Having arranged everything, Zyweir was about to seek the elder when a green-haired, silver-eyed elf with a frosty demeanor entered, the elder Cooley herself. "Mother, elder." The elves in the potion room bowed in unison. The elder surveyed the scene and, upon noting that matters were under control, her expression softened slightly. When Zhao Yuan had abruptly barged into the prayer chamber seeking her earlier, she had braced herself for the worst. Little did she expect that Zyweir had matured significantly, averting a catastrophe. However, this was not the time for relaxation. Soon, the elder and Zyweir arrived at the healing hall. An atmosphere of tension enveloped the hall, with several guard elves stationed outside to prevent anyone from entering or exiting until the elder's slender figure appeared, at which point the guards exhaled in relief. To date, the Lambert family had produced 7 elders, all adhering to a strong-arm policy, yet no elf dared to contest their authority, for their presence provided reassurance, ensuring stability even in tumultuous times. "Are there any signs of contagion among the elves within?" the elder inquired. "Not yet, but the symptoms of the 2 injured elves are worsening," Lewis responded, his gaze darkening. "If more elves become infected, the healing powers stored within the fortress will soon dwindle, putting those severely injured at risk of perishing." The elder's icy gaze flickered with a barely perceptible trace of sarcasm. "Lewis, continue to secure the healing hall. I shall pray to the elders for a remedy," the elder commanded with an air of detachment. Zyweir stood behind the elder, her brow furrowed tightly. It was evident that this attack was aimed specifically at Lord Zhao Yuan. She realized that with Lord Zhao severely injured and relying on healing powers for recovery, Should these powers be diverted to the infected elves, he would be in grave danger. Even though Lord Zhao possessed a great healing spell, it could never compare to the restorative power of the healing energy, for spells like those could sap one's lifespan. Fortunately, the situation was not yet dire, Zaiwei mused, reflecting on her need to grow stronger to avoid becoming a burden to Lord Zhao. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan, through his precognitive vision, was attuned to the unfolding events. Unlike the elves outside, who feared contamination and dared not enter the healing hall, he effortlessly gleaned the situation inside through his prescient sight. The two injured elves appeared utterly wretched, their once fair and smooth skin now marred by festering sores, some of which had burst, exuding a viscous, yellowish pus that was utterly revolting. The elves within the healing hall, though isolated, remained composed, methodically administering medication to the two afflicted elves before placing them upon jade slabs infused with healing energy, distancing themselves to rest and converse, striving to prevent any further contagion. At that moment, the elder returned. Upon entering, she wordlessly strode towards the prayer chamber. Zhao Yuan observed her retreating figure, feeling a sense of resignation. He had initially intended to feign injury to lure the blood elves into action. While he had succeeded, he now faced complications beyond his control. He found solace in the presence of the elder, thinking to himself. However, as night fell, he witnessed the elder emerge from the prayer chamber, fatigue etched upon her features. The elders will not intervene in this matter. We must devise our own solutions, the elder stated solemnly. Zhao Yuan was taken aback, suddenly recalling that this incident, despite its inexplicable nature, fundamentally stemmed from the conflict between the blood elves and the elven clan. It was only natural for the elders to refrain from interference. Lord Zhao Yuan, the onus now lies upon you. The elder regarded him with a penetrating gaze. Zhao Yuan promptly understood, replying, I shall investigate tomorrow. I would appreciate any preparations you could make. The elder nodded in satisfaction, preparing to depart the council chamber. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon some papers strewn across the table. She pivoted and approached, picking up a sheet. Ah, this is merely some idle scribbling of mine, Zhao Yuan admitted, somewhat embarrassed, for his handwriting had always been rather unsightly. What script is this that you have penned, Lord Zhao Yuan? I have never encountered it before, the elder inquired with curiosity. This is the common tongue. Zhao Yuan hesitated, wondering if his handwriting was so atrocious that the elder could not recognize it. The elder regarded him with an expression of bewilderment and stated emphatically, no. This is neither the common tongue nor the script of the beast men, humans, winged folk, or merfolk. If it is inconvenient, you need not respond. Could it be? Elder, perhaps my handwriting is simply too poor? Zhao Yuan felt a surge of embarrassment, his speech becoming somewhat tangled. The elder promptly grasped the ivory quill and inscribed the characters Zhao Yuan. Now this is the common script, she remarked, extending the quill towards Zhao Yuan. After a moment of confusion, he finally understood and wrote Zhao Yuan on the paper. The distinction was immediately apparent. Zhao Yuan stared in disbelief at the 4 characters on the page. While they were both the same Chinese characters Zhao Yuan, a comparison revealed that the 2 renditions were entirely different. They were not the same script at all. Observing Zhao Yuan's dazed expression, the elder seemed genuinely perplexed by the situation. Well, it's getting late. You should rest, she finally suggested. Zhao Yuan remained in a stupor, not replying, prompting the elder to exit the council chamber. As the heavy door of the chamber closed behind her, Zhao Yuan snapped back to reality. He found himself questioning whether he was truly in a game. Such a bug seemed illogical. After much contemplation, he decided to lie down and sleep, thinking that a good night's rest might alleviate his worries. After all, acquiring a foreign language was preferable to remaining illiterate. He chuckled at the thought. The next morning, the elder arrived early to arrange matters in the council chamber. Zhao Yuan had concealed his small wooden cabin with an invisible barrier, while he himself had entered the prayer room, lying on a jade slab akin to those in the healing hall. This was Zhao Yuan's first visit to the prayer room. It was a modest space, lacking elaborate decorations, yet it exuded a profound vitality. The jade slab he lay upon was a specialized sickbed, and even without injury, he felt enveloped in a warm, languid sensation, reminiscent of being back in his mother's womb. Yet, such blissful moments are fleeting, as soon enough. The chamber was filled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Be cautious while lifting him. Lord Zhao Yuan is quite weak, don't jostle him, came Lewis's voice from outside the prayer room. Following him were 4 elven guards who carefully lifted the still closed-eyed Zhao Yuan and carried him toward the healing hall. Once they reached a well-lit area, the elves could finally discern Zhao Yuan's condition. Although there were no visible wounds, his already pale complexion had lost all color. His lips were a shade of bluish-gray, and his youthful skin appeared dull and rough. Lord Zhao Yuan has sustained grave injuries, was the unspoken thought of all present. Save for the elder and Louis. Lord Zhao Yuan, we have arrived, Louis called softly as they reached the healing hall. As if fearing that a loud voice might cause Zhao Yuan further harm, Zhao Yuan weakly opened his eyes, struggling to sit up, prompting Louis to quickly assist him. Only you need accompany me inside, Zhao Yuan managed to say, his voice hoarse and feeble, as if he had aged significantly. Cheviel stood among the crowd outside, her eyes red-rimmed. Upon catching a glance from the elder, she hurriedly lowered her head, unable to meet Zhao Yuan's gaze. With one hand gripping the staff of the wise angel and the other firmly supported by Louis, Zhao Yuan staggered into the healing hall. He raised his arm, which held the staff, and murmured an incantation. The blue gem atop the staff radiated a dazzling golden light, and a burst of golden energy shot forth from the staff, shining like a small sun in the air for 2 seconds. With a crisp crack, the golden orb shattered into countless specks of light, cascading throughout the healing hall. All present were dappled with golden luminescence, instantly feeling a warm energy penetrate their bodies, bringing comfort from within. The 2 injured elves saw their festering wounds begin to scab and heal at a visibly accelerated pace, restoring their skin to its smooth, fair condition. Just as the elves reveled in their miraculous recovery, Zhao Yuan suddenly swayed, his pallor deepening as he began to fall backward. Louis, quick on his feet, caught him just in time to prevent a fall. Lord Zhao Yuan, are you all right? The elves in the healing hall rushed forward in concern, only to be halted by Louis's stern command. Lord Zhao Yuan needs to return to rest. Everyone disperse and do not block the way. His fierce glare caused the surrounding elves to retreat in fear, watching as he carried Zhao Yuan away. Once Louis had brought the nearly unconscious Zhao Yuan back to the council chamber and closed the door, Zhao Yuan straightened up and hurried to wash his face. To simulate the appearance of severe injury, he had applied an excessive amount of white powder to his face, some of which had even fallen into his glasses, causing discomfort. The elder had yet to return, likely preparing to deliver some vague statements to confuse the blood elves. As Zhao Yuan washed his face, he inquired of Louis. Did that blood elf named Matt say anything? Louis frowned slightly and replied, No, Lord Zhao Yuan. This outcome was not unexpected, and Zhao Yuan shrugged indifferently, suspecting the elder had a backup plan. After Louis departed, he used his eye of precognition to swiftly survey Mia's actions during this time, and as expected, she was already stirring with intent. Zhao Yuan silently smirked. It would soon be time to cast the net. Meanwhile, as Louis exited the council chamber, he was intercepted. Lord Louis, Cece, her petite frame blocking his path, bore traces of tears on her face, clearly having just cried. Louis frowned at her obstruction but remained silent, simply watching her. I am so frightened. I heard that Lord Zhao Yuan's condition has worsened. Her voice trembled slightly, her gaze pleading as it rested upon Louis. Please, Lord Louis, you must protect Lord Zhao Yuan, and you must also look after yourself. The safety of our elven kin depends on you. Cece's concern was palpable, her words somewhat disjointed. There are elders and the great elder. You need not worry. Louis finally spoke. Though his words were formal, it was a significant display of warmth from the otherwise cold Louis. Cece's eyes brightened at his reassurance, a trusting smile gracing her face. Hearing Lord Louis's words brings me much comfort. By the way, will you be patrolling tonight? Will you not tire yourself working both day and night? It is my duty, Louis replied tersely. He towered over Cece, lowering his gaze to observe her meticulously styled hair. May I bring you a late-night snack tonight, Lord Louis? Cece's face flushed deeply, her ears turning red as she spoke. Louis regarded her for a long moment before finally uttering a single word, whatever. As night descended upon the forest, the elven fortress shimmered with lights, though slightly dimmed, signaling to the inhabitants that it was time to rest. Insects nestled among the foliage chirped their melodies, communicating in their own way. A few shadows glided silently through the thickets, stirring the air and raising dust, causing some insects to pause momentarily before resuming their dance, having sensed no danger. In the dimly lit corridor, a squad of patrolling elves clad in light armor, holding magical lanterns, marched in unison along their designated route. The leader of the male elf wore a somber expression, his exposed skin marred by horrific red scars that instilled a sense of dread. At that moment, a slender and delicate figure appeared faintly at the end of the empty corridor. The patrolling elves behind Louis exchanged knowing glances, revealing expressions of mockery. As the group approached, the figure was illuminated, revealing none other than Cece, who had been persistently pursuing Louis for the past few days. Lewis remained silent, merely pausing in his steps, while the other elves behind him snickered and continued their patrol. Sensing Lewis's gaze, Cece blushed, lowering her head shyly. The air was thick with an ambiguous atmosphere, until Cece finally mustered the courage to raise the food container she had been holding. Her voice as faint as a whisper. "This is a midnight snack I prepared for you, Lord Lewis. Please eat it quickly before it gets cold and loses its flavor." Lewis accepted the food container, offering a subdued thanks. Upon opening it, a delightful aroma wafted forth. Although the elven race was omnivorous, they favored a vegetarian diet, so the dishes were predominantly plant-based. Clearly skilled in the culinary arts, Cece had prepared a variety of vividly colored dishes that were particularly appetizing. Lewis finished the food in just a few bites. "Was it to your liking, Lord Lewis?" Cece inquired, her voice now crisp and somewhat haughty, in stark contrast to her usual gentle demeanor. Unable to resist, Lewis glanced at her, only to find a faint, innocent smile creeping onto her face, laced with undisguised malice. Her tone turned sinister. "Since I have treated you to a midnight snack, Lord Lewis, it is only fair that you reciprocate." Lewis's expression changed abruptly, his gaze turning icy, as he contemplated subduing Cece. However, he realized, to his dismay, that his body had become utterly weak, and he could no longer summon the energy within him. He helplessly watched as Cece reached out toward him, her crimson tongue licking her lips as if anticipating a tantalizing delicacy. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him, and he plunged into an abyss of unconsciousness. Cece's slender arms adeptly supported Lewis's body as she calmly retrieved the fallen food container from the ground, guiding him toward a nearby room. The patrol had just passed, ensuring that they would not be disturbed for some time. Thus, their silhouettes merged closely as they disappeared into the dimly lit end of the corridor. Meanwhile, on the other side, the already slumbering Shiver was awakened by strange noises outside her door. "Who is out there?" she called, stepping closer to the entrance. Although a small transparent crystal was embedded in her door, she could see no one outside. In the heightened state of alert among the elves, Shiver wisely refrained from opening the door. Instead, she drew her sword, resting it across her knees as she remained motionless in the pitch-black room, her eyes fixed on the door. A faint glow from outside flickered through the crystal hole, only to vanish moments later, as if something had obscured it. Alarmed, Shiver leaped to her feet and approached the door, peering through the crystal, yet all she could see was impenetrable darkness. Suddenly, a chilling realization washed over her, prompting her to take a cautious step back. With a clang, a sharp blade pierced through the alloy door, and Shiver's pupils dilated. Had she not instinctively recoiled? That blade would have surely pierced her heart. The alloy of the elven fortress was a masterpiece crafted by an alchemy master, and to achieve such a feat, one would need to be at least a 7th-tier powerhouse. Although Shiver was exceptionally gifted, she was still only a 4th-tier elf, and now she found herself cornered by a 7th-tier adversary, leaving her in a state of sheer terror. Shiver struggled to calm her racing heart, her hand gripping the sword, slick with cold sweat. The only 7th-tier blood elf was the now formidable Lemos, who had ascended to the 8th tier. The alloy barriers of the elven fortress would be as fragile as paper before an 8th-tier warrior. Indeed, the next moment, the alloy door was violently shattered by a devastating force, and Shiver gritted her teeth as a tall and robust male blood elf appeared in her line of sight, his hair a pure crimson, and his abyss-like black eyes fixed intently upon her. "Lemos." Shiver's voice emerged almost as a strangled whisper, overwhelmed by the oppressive aura of the 8th-tier powerhouse, causing her to tremble slightly, barely managing to remain upright, let alone raise her sword in defense. Lemos regarded Shiver, who was visibly quaking yet still defiantly glaring at him. With a swift motion, he seized her, lifting her effortlessly. Shiver attempted to struggle, but it was a futile endeavor. Just as Lemos stepped out of the doorway, a cold female voice echoed from behind him, "Release Shiver." Lemos, with his back to the speaker, smirked with a chilling contempt. As he turned to face her, his deep and resonant voice carried a tinge of complex emotion. "Long time no see, Curry." Even with her only daughter in the hands of the enemy, the elder Curry maintained her icy demeanor, her silver eyes devoid of warmth. As she spoke, "Your opponent is me, Lemos." With a dismissive shake of his head, Lemos replied while shaking Shiver slightly, "My adversary is the elven race, not my dear wife." "What?" Shiver gasped, disbelief etched across her face as she looked at Lemos. It's impossible. My father has long been dead." "Is that how you told her?" Lemos scoffed, his eyes swirling with hatred, glaring at the elder. "Of course, you would want me dead sooner rather than later, as I am merely a nominal husband to you, someone to be used and discarded, perfectly fitting your character. Facing Lamos's piercing gaze and Shiver's incredulous expression, the elder's countenance remained unyielding. It was as if she had not heard their exchange, as she continued, "Lamos, you know well that the outcome of this battle is already determined. Why continue to deceive yourself?" Her words seemed to strike a nerve within Lamos, and his expression twisted into one of fury. Suddenly, Shiver felt a powerful hand tighten around her throat, eliciting a short scream. Yet, silence followed as that hand continued to constrict, the sensation of suffocation overtaking her. "The fate of the elven race rests in my hands. If Shiver dies, your so-called destiny will cease to exist. Curry, shall we witness this monumental moment together?" Lamos's voice emerged through clenched teeth, his once resolute visage now consumed by madness. His eyes tinged with a crimson hue. "You've lost your mind. Stop this." To her astonishment, Lamos's decisive aggression caused the elder's long-standing composure to crack. A flicker of rage crossing her otherwise stoic features. A deep green light flickered from her hand, accompanied by a razor-sharp sword aura aimed at Lamos. Despite being a tier higher than the elder, Lamos could not afford to underestimate her full-force strike. After all, she had been trapped at the 7th tier for centuries. Having reached the pinnacle, while he had only just broken through to the 8th tier, his foundation still unstable. The black sword that had previously penetrated the alloy door now materialized in his grasp. The elder's strike was a concentrated effort, while Lamos was forced to respond in haste, resulting in a clash that was evenly matched. In a fierce confrontation, a powerful surge of energy erupted around the two central figures, causing Zivil to be unexpectedly hurled away, rolling several times before coming to a halt. "Hurry to the council hall," the Grand Elder urged, struggling to fend off the tempestuous sword strikes of Lamos. Gritting her teeth, Zivil, ignoring her wounds, swiftly scrambled to her feet and dashed towards the council hall. "Do you think she will be safe there? My people are already waiting," Lamos remarked nonchalantly. The Grand Elder remained silent, wholly focused on countering Limos's relentless assault. Observing her cold demeanor, Limos's ire flared. The dark sword in his hand surged with a rich, deep green hue, overpowering the Grand Elder's blade. Realizing the dire situation, the Grand Elder quickly sidestepped. But as she prepared to strike, Lamos abruptly pivoted, unleashing a sweeping arc of sword energy toward her. The Grand Elder felt a jolt as her sword was knocked from her grasp. In a critical moment, a blinding light erupted before Lamos, followed by a thunderous crash as he was sent flying by a massive fireball that seemingly appeared from nowhere. Lord Zhao Yuan. Though she was aware reinforcements were on the way, the Grand Elder couldn't help but feel a wave of anxiety. Though Lamos had been successfully ambushed by Zhao Yuan, he managed to react just in time, enveloping himself in protective wood energy. Though he looked disheveled, he was unharmed. Rising from the chaos, he fixed a piercing gaze upon the figure that had appeared. This human seemed even less robust than him, clad in a drab robe, pale and gaunt. Yet his eyes held an undeniable intensity. "You are the human mage, Zhao Yuan?" Lamos inquired, his tone unmistakably certain. "Indeed, I am Zhao Yuan. I've long heard of your reputation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," Zhao Yuan replied in a calm manner. Heaven knows that upon learning through his precognitive vision that Lamos was the Grand Elder's husband and Zivil's father, his hair stood on end. Fortunately, it appeared their relationship was filled with animosity rather than affection. Otherwise, the conflict would have been even more complicated. Both he and Lamos were of the 8th tier, making it challenging to capture one another alive. "This place is too cramped. Let us step outside for our duel," Lamos suggested. Zhao Yuan was taken aback, surprised that Lamos displayed such courtesy in the absence of the Grand Elder. "I concur," Zhao Yuan nodded, and together they emerged from the elven fortress. Although the elves were skilled in swordsmanship, their true expertise lay in archery, akin to Zhao Yuan's proficiency in ranged combat, making it difficult to unleash their full potential within the confines of the fortress. Zhao Yuan hoped to minimize the elves' casualties, while Lamos sought to demonstrate his full capabilities. Having just broken through to the 8th tier, and feeling somewhat inferior in the presence of Zhao Yuan, who had reached the same level at an unknown time, the two moved in tacit agreement to the outskirts of the elven forest, neither intending to utilize the power of the elder tree. An uneasy wind swept between them, and the cool night air carried an ominous scent. In a flash of crimson light, Lamos struck first, retrieving his legendary bow, Storm's Fury, from his storage space. Though Zhao Yuan had already cast night vision upon himself, his vision could not rival the innate sharpness of an elf. He barely discerned 3 dark arrows slicing through the air, and as the gem atop his wise angel's staff glimmered, a formidable barrier of light materialized before him. The 3 arrows reached him in an instant, their potent wood energy piercing the luminous barrier. The barrier flickered momentarily before successfully absorbing the arrow's force. From a distance, Lemos observed the scene with keen clarity, narrowing his eyes as he lifted his bow once more. This time he released 3 arrows, all striking the barrier at the same point, causing the pale light to dim significantly, yet with Zhao Yuan's continuous influx of magical energy, it quickly restored itself. Zhao Yuan stood still, allowing Lemos to test him with a few shots, calculating his response. Suddenly, the wise angel staff radiated with brilliance, enveloping Zhao Yuan in 3 protective shields, 1 barrier facing Lemos and 2 spherical shields completely encasing him. Having established these defenses, Zhao Yuan began to softly chant a lengthy incantation, for only spells of the forbidden tier required such an invocation at his level. Lemos, though not well versed in the ways of mages, sensed the surging energy in the air, recognizing the imminent danger. Seizing the opportunity while Zhao Yuan was unable to move, he unhesitatingly produced a beautifully crafted golden arrow engraved with runes. A fleeting look of anguish crossed his face, but he knew this was not the time for hesitation. Without a second thought, he knocked the golden arrow onto his bowstring, his muscular arms straining as he pulled the bow taut, blood welling in the grooves of his fingers until he finally drew it back fully. The moment the golden arrow was released, the heavens shifted, a distant dragon's roar echoing from above, as thick clouds reflected brilliant golden light. Yet, nothing compared to the brilliance of the arrow shot by Lemos, which streaked across the sky like a radiant comet, its tail trailing behind as it hurtled towards Zhao Yuan. In that instant, Zhao Yuan's hairs stood on end. He realized he had no time to evade. As the golden comet bore down upon him, he closed his eyes, focusing intently on hastening his incantation. Lemos, witnessing Zhao Yuan's refusal to dodge, couldn't suppress a smile. This arrow, he knew, held power comparable to any forbidden spell. Its only drawback was the exorbitant cost of the dragon bone arrow, of which he possessed only 3, having expended a significant portion of the Blood Elf clan's wealth to acquire them. The arrow, infused with destructive energy, shattered Zhao Yuan's 3 layers of defense in an instant, scorching his skin and leaving it cracked. Nevertheless, he remained undaunted, opening his eyes to utter the final syllable of his chant. A thunderous roar erupted from the rift before Zhao Yuan, shaking the clouds as surrounding trees bent under the force of the wind. Lemos, caught off guard, felt his knees weaken, barely holding himself upright with his bow planted into the ground. Suddenly, a fearsome beast emerged from the rift before Zhao Yuan, crashing headlong into the golden comet. Upon collision, the beast let out a pained howl, the arrow striking its horn and extinguishing its golden light. The beast's horn shattered, blue blood oozing from the wound, and with a drip onto the ground, the soil began to smoke, corroded by the potent substance. The infernal unicorn! Lemos' sharp gaze caught sight of the blue blood, and his pupils constricted in disbelief. How can a mere 8th tier mage summon a 9th tier beast? He exclaimed incredulously. Zhao Yuan's face was pale, yet his expression remained relaxed. This spell had nearly depleted his entire mental energy, but the outcome was undeniably gratifying. Indeed, his magical power still rested at the 8th tier, yet his mental strength had reached the 9th tier. However, he now felt exceptionally weak. As mental energy was not the same as magical power, he could not replenish it swiftly through crystal cores, but could only recover slowly through meditation. If the infernal unicorn could not vanquish Lemos, he would be left vulnerable. Yet, the chasm between the 8th and 9th tiers was vast, even with Lemos' remarkable talent. This freshly minted 8th tier elf stood no chance against the infernal unicorn. A colossal lion, enveloped in black flames, relentlessly pursued a red-haired elf, who, relying on his agility, darted through the woods in a desperate dance. However, the surrounding trees, tainted by the infernal flames of the magical beast, crumbled to ash in an instant, leaving the once dense forest barren. The area in which the elf, Lemos, could maneuver became increasingly confined. Several times, Zhao Yuan observed Lemos narrowly escaping the lion's lethal swipes, as if dancing upon a razor's edge. Yet, such perilous evasion could not be sustained indefinitely. Eventually, Lemos was struck hard by the lion's formidable tail, crashing into the ground and creating a crater of approximately 2 meters in diameter. The dark green wood on him proved futile against the black flames, and in less than a breath, his abdomen was corroded, revealing glimpses of his innards. as the magical lion lunged at Limos to deliver the final blow. An unexpected surge of blood-red energy erupted from Limos, forcefully repelling the ninth-tier beast. However, this came at a grave cost. Zhao Yuan could see from a distance that Limos' vibrant red hair had turned a pallid white, stark against the night. Seizing the fleeting moment, Limos sprang to his feet, clutching his wounded abdomen, and fled towards the elf forest. Alarmed, Zhao Yuan's expression shifted. Limos had lost his sanity, attempting to lure the magical beast into the elf forest, seemingly intent on dragging the elders and the elven race to their doom. This was utterly unacceptable to Zhao Yuan. In a frantic attempt, he reached out with his nearly depleted mental energy to communicate with the magical lion, a sharp pain piercing through his head, but there was no room for hesitation. If he did not act now, the lion's frenzy would become uncontrollable. Responding to Zhao Yuan's command, the lion opened its massive jaws, unleashing a surge of ominous blue-black flames from the heavens, which fell directly in Limos' path. This fire differed from that of the lion, as it did not consume and extinguish upon contact. Rather, it seemed to draw power from the air, burning ceaselessly and forming an insurmountable wall of flames before Limos. Just in time, Limos halted his charge, narrowly avoiding the blue-black inferno. Despair etched across his face. He hardened his resolve and, instead of fleeing, drew forth two exquisitely crafted golden arrows, the same arrows that had severed the lion's horn moments before. Sensing a familiar aura from Limos, the lion hesitated briefly. Limos seized this opportunity and released both arrows, aiming directly at the lion's wounded horn. The terrifying energy erupted from the arrows, and though the lion attempted to evade, the precision and speed of an 8th-tier elven archer's shot were unparalleled. The lion's large frame, while capable of swift linear movement, struggled to dodge effectively. From a distance, Zhao Yuan witnessed the brilliant golden light, even more radiant than before, unerringly strike the lion's head. The beast let out a mournful howl, causing a tumultuous shockwave to reverberate through Zhao Yuan's mind. Unable to contain himself, he cried out in pain, collapsing to the ground, clutching his head. In the act of summoning, a summoner inevitably forms a mental link with the summoned beast. Now, as the lion suffered a fatal blow, Zhao Yuan felt the repercussions acutely. If only he had retained some mental energy, but at this moment, his mind was barren, unable to withstand the backlash of pain, leaving him to endure the searing agony. As the pain gradually subsided, Zhao Yuan emerged from near unconsciousness, still shaken by the previous torment, lying helplessly in the dirt. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him, and he rolled to the side just in time to hear a sound behind him, akin to a blade plunging into the earth. Scrambling to his feet, he discovered a black longsword embedded in the ground where he had just lain, Limos' weapon. "Fortune favors you," Limos' deep voice resonated from behind Zhao Yuan, causing alarm bells to ring in his mind. However, with his mental energy depleted, he found himself utterly powerless, his body brimming with magic yet unable to cast a single spell, as Limos seized him by the throat as one would a fledgling chick. In this moment, Zhao Yuan finally grasped the agony that Sivir had once endured. The demands on an archer's arm strength are formidable, and Limos, with his rare and robust elven physique, rendered Zhao Yuan's struggle futile as he felt his breath constrict. Soon, Zhao Yuan's face turned a deep shade of crimson, suspended in the air, his legs flailing weakly, hands futilely attempting to pry Limos' grip from his throat. The sensation of sticky warmth from his own neck, coupled with the metallic scent of blood, suggested that Limos had paid a heavy price for his previous shots. Witnessing Zhao Yuan's desperate struggle, Limos' wariness diminished significantly. He sensed that Zhao Yuan's aura merely belonged to an 8th-tier mage, and summoning a 9th-tier beast was clearly an overextension of his abilities. It was only natural that he would now be on the brink of collapse. Yet, just as Limos intended to finish Zhao Yuan, a brilliant azure energy erupted from him, catching Limos off guard. In an instant, Zhao Yuan nimbly slipped from Limos' grasp and bolted towards the elf forest. "Damn it, this guy is also a martial artist," Limos cursed, realizing his oversight, and sprinted after Zhao Yuan. It was not entirely Limos' fault. Zhao Yuan's martial prowess was insignificant in comparison to Limos, and had they not been in such dire circumstances, Zhao Yuan's skills would have been of little use. After releasing those 3 golden arrows, Limos' magical energy had also been depleted. Fortunately, his robust physique and years of rigorous training allowed him to endure the pain, unlike Zhao Yuan, who succumbed to weakness. Though Zhao Yuan retained some martial energy, he was still no match for Limos, whose body had been honed to withstand attacks. Though Limos' abdomen was grievously injured, he was still far swifter than the less athletic Zhao Yuan. Before long, Zhao Yuan could hear the footsteps behind him drawing closer. With no time to look back, he pressed on with sheer determination. The sharp pain from his exhausted mental energy tormented him, but he fought against the urge to collapse. Yet, his unfamiliarity with the forest terrain proved fatal. Despite the ashes strewn about from the magical lion's devastation, he stumbled over a hidden shard of stone, falling face first into the debris. Without hesitation, he channeled the last remnants of his martial energy, propelling himself upward with a forceful rebound just in time to evade Limos' attack. Aware that Limos was grievously injured, he understood that such exertion would only exacerbate the elf's wounds. Indeed, as Zhao Yuan relentlessly utilized his martial energy to flee, Limos' pursuit began to slow, his own energy finally waning. Just as Zhao Yuan thought victory was within reach, he sensed the footsteps behind him cease. Zhao Yuan felt an unsettling premonition and quickly turned to glance back, only to find that Limos had, unbeknownst to him, drawn his longbow, the Storm Fury. With his bloodied hand once again taut against the string, aimed directly at him. This was dire, even if Limos were to exhaust his wooden arrows. As long as he remained agile, he was still a formidable archer. At this moment, Zhao Yuan found himself utterly helpless. Despite his abundant magical power, he lacked the mental fortitude to guide and release any spells. Without time to contemplate, Limos released an arrow, and though Zhao Yuan had heightened his vigilance to the utmost, he was unable to evade it completely. Fortunately, at the last moment, he managed to shift his body slightly, and the arrow, meant for his heart, struck his right chest instead. The tremendous force of the arrow pierced through his entire body, leaving his mind a blank slate, as if he had lost his capacity for thought. Without a moment's hesitation, he yanked the arrow from his chest, tearing away a significant portion of flesh and blood with it. Zhao Yuan was at a loss for what he felt. He wanted to cry, yet no tears came forth. The agony coursing through his body and spirit drove him to madness, but it was as though he had been sealed away, acting solely on instinct. His face a mask of horrifying grimace and numbness. Soon, a familiar sensation returned. His magical power was continuously depleting, yet the ghastly wound on his body was healing at an astonishing rate. The pain of the injury and the itch of healing became a new torment. Yet he dared not linger. After pulling out the arrow, he continued to flee with fervor. Unbeknownst to him, behind him, Limos wore an expression of disbelief. But that was the least of his concerns. At this moment, all he could think of was escape, his mind devoid of any other thoughts. Limos struggled to articulate the shock in his heart. Was this truly a human? He questioned himself. Yet there was no answer. Throughout his 7 centuries of life, he had never heard of a human capable of such feats. It was not merely the terrifying healing ability that unnerved him. Zhao Yuan's emotionless act of withdrawing the arrow stirred an unsettling feeling within him. But there was no retreat now. It was a matter of life and death. Limos hesitated for just an instant before raising his longbow once more, this time loosing 3 arrows in rapid succession, the scars on his fingers deep enough to see bone. Zhao Yuan realized he could not evade Limos's arrows any longer. He ran forward with single-minded determination, only to be pierced again by an arrow. Before he could reach for it, another arrow struck the same spot, causing him to spew a large mouthful of blood. And he was then pinned to the ground by the 3rd arrow. Zhao Yuan strained to lift his body, but the force of Limos's arrows was too great, anchoring them firmly into the soil. He exerted all his strength in vain. The dizziness from massive blood loss began to envelop his consciousness, and he saw dark spots clouding his vision, feeling his body grow increasingly cold. Is this really the end? Zhao Yuan thought hazily, as images of his parents flashed before his eyes, silent tears staining his face buried in the dirt. Time stretched interminably. He felt he was revisiting many familiar scenes, forgotten moments resurfacing in his mind, while the pain in his body gradually faded away, an overwhelming drowsiness washing over him, beckoning him into eternal slumber. Young man, why are you being chased again? A venerable voice suddenly erupted in Zhao Yuan's mind, pulling his scattered awareness back to the present. Elder, I'm sorry, but I think I'm dying, Zhao Yuan bitterly replied, guilt flooding his heart for his family, his friends, his promises dying. Nonsense, run, the ancient Xuanwu urged, his words coming forth with an urgency that was beyond his usual pace. Zhao Yuan was momentarily stunned, feeling a surge of strength, the familiar agony rushing through his senses, threatening to make him cry out. Yet, the arrow that had pinned him down vanished, and a significant portion of his magical power was drained. Zhao Yuan realized that it was the elder Xuanwu who had used his teleportation technique. Of course, although he could not use his magical power, the elder could. "Elder, can you teleport me away?" Zhao Yuan cried out internally. "Your magical power is insufficient. Otherwise, I would have teleported you just now," the elder Xuanwu retorted, clearly wanting to berate Zhao Yuan further, but the urgency of the situation left no room for such discourse. Zhao Yuan sprang to his feet and began to flee once more. Behind him, Limos wore a look of astonishment, questioning whether he was hallucinating. "Magical power. I have plenty," Zhao Yuan thought, stuffing crystal cores into his mouth, relieved that they transformed into a warm flow upon entering his body. Otherwise, with his method of consumption, he would surely choke to death before Limos could shoot him down. However, even as his magical power filled him completely, the elder Xuanwu still insisted it was insufficient. "At least double that amount," were the elder's exact words. Zhao Yuan inwardly cursed. With so much magical power, were it not for his mental exhaustion, he could have executed 17 or 18 teleportations with ease. Why was it so taxing for the elder? Suddenly, he felt a substantial portion of his magical power siphoned away again, followed by a sharp sound slicing through the air behind him. Zhao Yuan did not need to turn around to know that the elder Xuanwu had deployed a silver shield to block an arrow for him. Finally, he was no longer pinned down. Without comparison, there was no happiness. Although Zhao Yuan's body ached and itched all over, he found himself inexplicably elated. Limos regarded the silver, turtle shell-like magical shield that had suddenly appeared behind Zhao Yuan, his brows knitting tightly. As a being of the cold beast continent, he quickly deduced that this shield originated from Zhao Yuan's contracted magical beast. However, it seemed that this magical beast could only provide defense and escape, typical of turtle-like abilities. Otherwise, Zhao Yuan could have countered effectively. Limos quickly pieced together the situation. His hands were now heavily injured, and if he continued to shoot arrows, their potency would only diminish. It was better to engage in close combat. After all, he was an 8th-tier powerhouse. Though his abdominal injury was serious, it had stabilized significantly, allowing him to run without fearing his organs might spill out. Seeing Zhao Yuan's figure gradually shrink in the distance, Limos hesitated no longer and swiftly darted toward him. What the hell? How is he running even faster than before? Zhao Yuan glanced back and was instantly filled with dread. The elven race was known for its vitality, especially in forest environments. Limos's earlier sluggishness had been due to his abdominal injury, but after that brief moment of shooting arrows, his injury had healed considerably, enabling him to unleash his full speed. In that moment, Zhao Yuan cursed his parents for not giving him extra legs, as he desperately sprinted forward. However, Limos quickly closed the gap. The tall, silver-haired elf swung a fist, and a silver turtle shell phantom appeared behind Zhao Yuan. Although it shattered upon impact, it prevented him from being directly struck. The colossal force of the blow sent a jolt through Zhao Yuan's body, leaving his scalp tingling. He had once thought himself strong, having defeated a 4th-tier orc back in Qishi town, but at this moment, he acutely realized that his innate strength paled in comparison to an 8th-tier warrior. The shield conjured by the elder Xuanwu drained a significant amount of Zhao Yuan's magical power once more, and now, Limos relentlessly pursued him, striking him every 2 seconds, causing the silver light on Zhao Yuan's body to flare up and then be shattered in an instant. Thus, they continued their cat-and-mouse chase, covering considerable distance. However, just as Zhao Yuan reached for a crystal core to replenish his magical power, he despairingly discovered that the cores in his 7-star ring had been consumed completely without him realizing it. Recalling that he had intended to go hunting with half a supply of cores, he realized that the elder had confined him to the elven fortress after encountering the rampaging magical beast. Although the elves had repeatedly told him to voice any needs he might have, Zhao Yuan felt a mix of embarrassment and self-reliance, believing his core was sufficient. At this critical moment for his life, he could not help but berate himself for his pride. What use was it? As he faced the daunting distance to the elven forest, tears welled up in his heart. Could he possibly hunt while on the run? Moreover, the area had long been scorched barren by the magic domain's unicorn lion, leaving no game to pursue. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in Zhao Yuan's mind. He hastily glanced around and, indeed, spotted the fallen unicorn lion not far away. That once mighty beast now lay defeated, its head a gruesome sight, brain matter strewn about, emitting an indescribable, eerie odor. Zhao Yuan could no longer afford to hesitate. He cast aside his bourgeois sensibilities that had been discarded in the face of danger. Without a moment's thought, he propelled himself forward and plunged into the warm carcass of the unicorn lion. Louis Lemos followed closely behind, diving into the creature's body as well. Zhao Yuan, wielding his soul-slaying weapon, desperately carved a narrow opening, forcing his way into the stinking mass of flesh. Lemos followed closely in the path Zhao Yuan had created. Had it not been for the old tortoise continually casting a small shield to protect Zhao Yuan, he would have likely been seized by Lemos. Finally, after squeezing through the narrow neck, Zhao Yuan reached the chest cavity of the unicorn lion, and he felt a momentary sense of relief. The unicorn lion was a formidable ninth-tier beast, its skin nearly impenetrable, and though its internal muscles were softer, they were still too resilient for Zhao Yuan, a mere fifth-tier martial artist, to inflict any significant harm. Fortunately, without his martial energy, his natural strength remained considerable. To his surprise, Zhao Yuan noticed that Lemos had ceased his pursuit. If Lemos had been determined to chase him, the old tortoise's shield would likely not have held for long. Hurry up. That elf must be waiting outside. The blood of this beast is corrosive. If your magic power runs out, you will be reduced to nothing but bone fragments. The old tortoise urged in Zhao Yuan's ear. Prompted by this reminder, Zhao Yuan became acutely aware of the strange pain coursing through him, as his body was continuously corroded yet stubbornly healed. Perhaps the previous pain had rendered him numb, for in the dark confines, he had failed to notice. No wonder Lemos had halted his chase. He lacked Zhao Yuan's remarkable healing ability. Yet, time was not on his side. With Lemos lurking outside and the unicorn lion's blood steadily eroding him from within, Zhao Yuan could only muster a bitter smile, resigned to continue his arduous movement through the fetid beast's interior. Meanwhile, Seville, obeying her mother's orders, arrived at the door of the council hall. However, Zhao Yuan had already rushed to support the elder and Lemos, leaving Seville to face the cunning Cici. Cloaked in her mysterious black cape, Cici lurked in the shadows. Observing Seville's hurried approach, a cruel smile gracing her delicate features. Just as Seville prepared to open the door, Cici lunged from the darkness, a silver dagger glinting with an eerie green light aimed at the unsuspecting Seville. In the blink of an eye, Cici's seemingly certain strike was repelled by a sudden flash of silver that emanated from Seville, revealing Cici's presence. Seville whirled around to find Cici sprawled on the ground. Her hood fallen back to reveal her hair mixed with blood-red strands. "Blood elf!" Seville exclaimed with fury, drawing her longsword and charging at Cici, who showed no intention of switching weapons, still wielding the silver dagger as she clumsily defended against Seville's onslaught. Although Seville was considerably younger than Cici, both were fourth-tier elves. Leveraging her weapon's advantage, Seville quickly inflicted several wounds on Cici, yet due to Cici's unpredictable evasive maneuvers, those injuries were mere superficial cuts, not hindering her combat effectiveness. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a weapon's advantage is paramount, and being pressed by Seville was not a sustainable position for Cici. "Seville, do you know whom I just dined upon?" Cici said darkly, her bloodied face and arms betraying her injuries, yet she fixed her gaze on Seville with a malicious grin. Seville's heart quivered, but she maintained a frosty demeanor, her pale face set in determination as she bit her lip and continued her assault. In the flurry of blades, only her increasingly frantic strikes revealed her inner turmoil. Cici, struggling to withstand Seville's relentless barrage, taunted, "It was Louis. Don't let his appearance fool you. He tastes quite delightful." For a fleeting moment, Seville's silver eyes froze, yet she resolutely pressed on, denying Cici any chance to counterattack. "If what you say is true, I shall avenge him by killing you," she retorted with a steely tone. Realizing Cici was attempting to provoke her, she steeled herself not to falter. After all, with Lord Zhao Yuan and her mother in the fray, Seville reassured herself. This thought brought her a measure of peace, and her movements became more composed and precise. Cici, internally cursing, had indeed intended to feast upon Louis, for he was a prize she had worked hard to secure, offering a thrill of conquest unlike the foolish and overly eager male elves. However, just as she prepared to indulge, orders came in, commanding her to intercept Zhao Yuan at the council hall. Although she knew she was outmatched against Zhao Yuan, Cici, a woman skilled in leveraging her beauty, had never believed that mere strength could dictate outcomes. Yet fate played its hand. Zhao Yuan, possessing a keen awareness, detected Lemos's movements and hurried past, narrowly missing Cici. Nevertheless, her efforts were not in vain. Seville stood before her, a perfect target. Cici's eyes gleamed with determination, though she could not fathom why. Lemos had shown a keen interest in Seville, a concern that transcended mere animosity towards an enemy. Cici, a perceptive blood elf, understood this well. Having thrived within the elven community for so long, not only maintaining a low profile, but also basking in admiration. She understood that eliminating Seville would undoubtedly earn her great acclaim. The night deepened, yet the battle in the corridor outside the council hall intensified. The magical lamps Seville had brought were toppled, their wicks still emitting a faint, cold glow, casting slender silhouettes against the hall's metallic doors. Despite Seville maintaining the upper hand, she felt an unsettling intuition creeping in as the battle wore on. This nagging feeling intensified, yet she could not identify the source of her unease. Gradually, her palm gripping the sword's hilt became slick with cold sweat. Her instincts urged her to conclude the fight, to concede or flee. Yet Cece's malicious words echoed in her ears. Anger ignited within Seville. As her mother's successor, how could she be so cowardly as to fail in avenging her comrade? Finally, steeling her resolve, Seville leapt back to create distance, casting her long sword with a whistling sound towards Cece. Cece, caught off guard, bent her agile body backward, narrowly evading the strike. However, in that fleeting moment, Sivir had already retrieved her beloved longbow from the storage space. Gifted with keen insight and a diligent spirit since childhood, she had honed her archery skills to perfection despite her youth. The arrows she released seemed to possess a will of their own as they pursued Chi-Chi relentlessly. Chi-Chi gritted her teeth in frustration. Sivir was indeed cunning, having discerned her intentions. The dagger she wielded was coated with a particularly lethal potion, and a mere touch would spell certain death for Sivir, allowing Chi-Chi to escape unscathed. Yet today, no matter the cost, she was determined to eliminate Sivir, even at the expense of her own life. A fierce determination flashed across her face. But where were those 5 useless companions of Novan? With a glint of ferocity in her eyes, Chi-Chi nimbly darted through the corridor, evading a barrage of deadly arrows, all the while inching closer to Sivir. Sivir, aware of Chi-Chi's relentless advance, adjusted her position, striving to maintain a safe distance for her attacks. However, Chi-Chi's approach grew increasingly reckless, fueled by a wild intensity. Clearly intent on trading life for life, the narrow corridor offered no room for maneuvering, leaving Sivir no choice but to retreat continuously. At that moment, both women perked up at the sound of a third presence approaching. From the shadows, a tall figure emerged into their line of sight, exuding a cold and ominous aura, his skin marred by a multitude of crimson scars. "Lewis!" Sivir exclaimed in surprise. In stark contrast, Chi-Chi's expression darkened. The positioning of the three was decidedly unfavorable for her, with Sivir in front and Lewis behind, effectively cornering her in that confined space. Lewis casually picked up the longsword that Sivir had previously discarded, regarding Chi-Chi with the detached gaze of one observing a lifeless body, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. A wave of dread washed over Chi-Chi as she realized that Lewis's previous displays of affection had likely been nothing but deception. He had known all along that she was a blood elf. Shame, anger. Her blood surged in a torrent, and in an instant, Chi-Chi's mind was ablaze with indignation. Reflecting on how her previous actions in front of Lewis must have appeared as a mere joke to him, unable to bear it, she resolved that if she were to die today, they would accompany her to the grave. A tempest of wood energy surged within Chi-Chi, rapidly converging and collapsing into a core pulsating with terrifying power. No, Sivir gasped, recognizing the impending self-detonation. The horrific aura emanating from Chi-Chi instantly reminded her of David. Yet this time, there was no Zhao Yuan to rescue them. Perhaps driven by sheer rage, Chi-Chi's self-detonation was exponentially faster than David's, leaving Sivir and Lewis with no time to escape in the narrow corridor. In an instant, the intensity of Chi-Chi's energy reached its zenith. "Run, Lewis!" Sivir shouted, already retreating at the first sign of danger, fully aware that there was little time to flee. But when she saw Lewis standing still, expressionless, her heart sank, and her blood turned cold. "No!" she cried in despair, helplessly witnessing Lewis maintain that icy demeanor as he lunged toward the imminent explosion that was Chi-Chi. Time seemed to freeze as Sivir observed the red fissures mirroring Lewis's scars erupt across Chi-Chi's body. Blood gushed forth from the cracks, and then Lewis tackled Chi-Chi to the ground. With his back turned to Sivir, Lewis glowed with a brilliant blue light. Yet in the next moment, Sivir only saw a massive shockwave erupting, scattering blood and dismembered flesh across the corridor, while she herself was hurled away by Lewis's battered form, her head colliding violently with a hard relief on the wall, rendering her unconscious. The corridor lay in ruins, littered with debris and mangled bodies, the air thick with the nauseating scent of blood. In the oppressive silence, distant cries and sounds of battle could be faintly heard. Yet this death-shrouded corridor seemed forgotten by all. Nevertheless, the overpowering stench of blood attracted an unwelcome visitor. The sound of measured footsteps echoed, calm and assured. A male elf approached, his strikingly handsome face framed by flowing green hair cascading to his waist. His serene blue eyes radiated a sense of tranquility while simultaneously exuding an invisible pressure that commanded respect. Clad in a simple white robe, adorned only by a single ring on his hand, his understated appearance belied the potent aura he emanated. He walked deliberately over the scattered remains, coming to stand before Sivir. Unbeknownst to him, a pool of blood had begun to seep from beneath her head. "So, you're not dead after all," the blue-eyed elf mused softly. His voice so gentle it felt almost illusory. "In that case, allow me to assist you." A tender smile graced the blue-eyed elf's lips. His elongated eyes still warm and affectionate, leading one to believe he was whispering sweet nothings to a beloved. Without drawing any weapon, he extended a finger, and a swirl of deep green light enveloped it, casually directing it toward the unconscious Sivir. To his surprise, the verdant energy was repelled by an unseen force the moment it approached Sivir. "Who goes there?" the blue-eyed elf demanded, his expression shifting abruptly. The dim corridor felt deep and silent, like a gaping abyss swallowing the courage and curiosity of those who dared to look. The blue-eyed elf narrowed his eyes, his previously tranquil gaze sharpening into something predatory. He scanned the area but found no trace of disturbance. The chilling silence hung heavily in the blood-scented air. And after a brief pause, the blue-eyed elf finally spoke again. "Stop your tricks, Lord Zhao Yuan." As his words hung in the air, a light laugh echoed through the previously empty corridor. "A pleasure to meet you, Fourth Elder." From the void of the corridor, a figure materialized. Zhao Yuan. The moment he appeared, the Fourth Elder detected a surge of overwhelming bloodlust, causing his finely attuned senses to bristle. The young man before him, clad in a robe stained beyond recognition with blood, stood in stark contrast to his impeccably pale skin and shaven head. The Fourth Elder blinked in surprise. Zhao Yuan was bald. Was he perhaps a monk from the eastern Huan continent? Zhao Yuan caught the Fourth Elder's gaze lingering on his head and felt a twinge of exasperation within. Having been thoroughly corroded by the body of the demonic domain's unicorn lion, his hair had naturally succumbed to the same fate, and it seemed that his regenerative abilities did little to restore it. Fortunately, his flesh and vital organs remained intact, leaving little room for complaint. Observe. My innate skill is not to be underestimated. Not only does it allow for great distance, but it also provides a brief period of concealment post-teleportation. That 7th-tier elf didn't even notice your presence, the old tortoise mused proudly in Zhao Yuan's mind. Of course, the immense magical energy contained within the 9th-tier crystal core of the demonic domain's unicorn lion was siphoned largely by your teleportation. How could the results be anything less than remarkable? Zhao Yuan silently retorted, though he felt compelled to shower praise upon the old tortoise. Regardless, he was aware that the old tortoise had saved his life once again, and he kept that knowledge close to his heart. While Zhao Yuan engaged in this internal dialogue, the Fourth Elder perceived him as stoic and inscrutable, his penetrating gaze revealing nothing. Upon his emergence from seclusion, he had not only broken through to the 7th tier, but also sought to resolve certain matters concerning the elven race. Yet, when confronted by the 8th-tier archmage Zhao Yuan, a sense of trepidation stirred within him, and he began to question whether his defiance against the so-called destiny was indeed misguided. Noticing Zhao Yuan's silence, he took the initiative to speak. "Your Excellency Zhao Yuan, are you aware of the reasons behind both Lamos and my desire to eliminate Ziviel?" Zhao Yuan's gaze narrowed, and he coldly retorted, "I have no interest in your motives for wanting to kill Ziviel. My sole concern is to see you perish." As the final word escaped his lips, a barrage of swift, icy projectiles surged towards the Fourth Elder. Caught off guard by Zhao Yuan's immediate strike and unwilling to heed his explanation, the Fourth Elder found himself struck by the first wave of the icy wind, which was renowned as the foremost control spell of the demon and goddess love. Though he merely grazed its edge, a profound chill seeped into his bones, rendering his movements sluggish. Seizing this opportune moment, Zhao Yuan noticed a flash of silver light in his eyes, and the Fourth Elder, sensing impending doom, attempted to avert his gaze, but it was too late. The spell, Gaze of the Grim Reaper, was a 5th-tier incantation known for its efficacy, directly assaulting the opponent's mental fortitude, making it one of the most cost-effective skills for mages against warriors. Its only drawback lay in the difficulty of timing. Against a quick-reacting or experienced adversary, it often missed its mark. Fortunately for Zhao Yuan, The fourth elder's slowed movements allowed him to land the spell with ease. As the fourth elder collapsed, succumbing to slumber, Zhao Yuan frowned. His curiosity regarding the secrets of the elven race and Ziviel was piqued. Yet the presence of the Eye of Foreknowledge meant that any inappropriate dialogue between the fourth elder and him would undoubtedly be reported to the Grand Elder. Having swiftly incapacitated the fourth elder, Zhao Yuan rushed to Ziviel's side, casting a healing spell to stabilize her injuries. Given the severity of her head trauma, it was likely that upon awakening, she would endure a period of profound weakness. Just as Zhao Yuan prepared to carry Ziviel away, cradling the unconscious fourth elder with a spell, an accidental glance caused his pupils to contract in horror, nearly causing him to stumble. In the dim light, he beheld a mutilated corpse marred by crimson scars, its head severed and bloodied, rendering any identification impossible. Yet, the familiar red markings sent a jolt of recognition through him, and he realized that two individuals had once occupied this space, now reduced to mere gore. His gaze stiffened as it traversed the ground, finally landing upon a tattered black cloak and strands of green hair interwoven with red. The darkness, bloodshed, and filth transformed the narrow corridor into a veritable hellscape, instilling within Zhao Yuan an inexplicable chill and pain that surged from his feet to his heart. His ill-fated scheme had inadvertently led to Louis's demise, and Ziviel had nearly met the same fate. From the moment Zhao Yuan laid eyes on the boy, he sensed the shadows of a tragic and dark future looming over him, simultaneously admiring and sympathizing with him. Yet, he had never anticipated Louis's life would conclude so abruptly and brutally, akin to a melancholic melody abruptly silenced, leaving an abyss of confusion and emptiness in its wake. Staring blankly in the corridor for several minutes, Zhao Yuan eventually regained his senses, and the initially nauseating scent of blood now bore a salty tang that threatened to bring him to tears. One by one, the vibrant souls around him were extinguished. When the Grand Elder next encountered Zhao Yuan, she immediately noted the inexplicable change in his gaze. The once clear depths of his eyes now resembled a shroud of murk. "You have borne much, Lord Zhao Yuan," she remarked, and behind her, countless elves fought valiantly, their numbers dwindling, yet wielding a strange puppet-like power that rendered their blades ineffective and their strikes formidable. However, with the Grand Elder participating in the fray while Lamos remained absent, the elves maintained the upper hand. Zhao Yuan cast a solemn glance at the Grand Elder, remaining silent yet nodding slightly. He raised the staff of the wise seraph, and a radiant beam of white light cascaded down, invigorating the spirits of all elves on the battlefield, erasing fatigue and pain as if by miracle. "It is Lord Zhao Yuan," they cheered, their morale surging as they fought with renewed vigor, driving the blood elves into retreat. "I hope to receive an explanation following the conclusion of this war," Zhao Yuan stated, prompting a momentary look of surprise from the Grand Elder, who observed his impassive demeanor as he remained fixated on the battlefield, as if the words had not come from him. The Grand Elder lowered her gaze, then slowly lifted her silver eyes, ultimately conceding, "As long as you wish to know, Lord Zhao Yuan, I shall divulge all." The first light of dawn began to break on the horizon, signaling the end of a long night. Though the Blood Elves had suffered considerable losses, they retreated in an orderly fashion. "There is no need to pursue," the Grand Elder commanded, her voice soft yet authoritative, compelling the other elves to halt and withdraw in complete obedience. This was the fruit of the Grand Elder's millennia of leadership over the elven race. After the battlefield was cleared, Zhao Yuan accompanied the Grand Elder back to the council hall. Upon seeing the unconscious fourth elder sprawled on the floor, the Grand Elder's silver eyes widened in surprise. "Ziviel has sustained grave injuries and rests in the prayer chamber," Zhao Yuan informed her. The Grand Elder raised an eyebrow but revealed little astonishment. Zhao Yuan couldn't help but snicker inwardly, dismissing the thought of informing her about Louis's death, knowing she would hardly care for the lives of mere pawns. "What has happened to the fourth elder?" the Grand Elder inquired softly, gazing at the handsome man lying on the ground. Zhao Yuan let out an involuntary scoff. Why not consult the Eye of Foreknowledge directly? Upon entering the hall, he had already connected with it, witnessing the gruesome sacrifice of Louis, causing a slight pang in his heart. After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder approached the altar at the center of the hall, her gaze momentarily unfocused as she began her examination. After a considerable time, she sighed softly. Zhao Yuan, arms crossed, observed the fleeting complexity of her expression, which quickly reverted to a cold and indifferent mask, akin to a barren snowfield. "The fourth elder, Ian, is, in fact, my younger brother," she began slowly, nostalgia flickering in her eyes. As children of the Lambert family, we bore the responsibility of safeguarding the elven race. Ian was no exception. Though younger and of a slightly lower tier, his talent was equal to mine. We were both rightful heirs to the position of Grand Elder. Yet, upon his birth, the Elder awakened once, summoning my father, the previous Grand Elder. The Elder demanded that my father disown Ian from the Lambert family, severing his chance to compete for the position of Grand Elder and extinguishing any possibility of his ascension after my demise. Why? Zhao Yuan inquired, perplexed. If the Elder foresaw that Ian would pose a threat to the elven race, why allow him to grow and even ascend to the fourth Elder's position? The Grand Elder let out a self-deprecating laugh, her gaze laden with sorrow. Because only I could bear the Elven King. Zhao Yuanru, struck by a sudden revelation, gazed silently at the frostbitten silver-eyed elf before him. In that instant, a whirlwind of confusion enveloped him as the myriad of thoughts that had previously eluded him began to coalesce. The words of Ramos echoed in his mind. The Elder would use and then discard. The Blood Elves, driven by desperation, sought to eliminate Ziviel at all costs. The unexpected intervention of the fourth Elder, coupled with the Elder's perpetual indifference towards Ziviel's safety, all found clarity in one profound statement from the Elder. As long as Ziviel remained within the realm of the Elders, she was impervious to harm. She, the Elven Queen, was surely a matter of delight. Zhao Yuan murmured. He had heard tales of the Elven Queen, a leader chosen by destiny, endowed with formidable power capable of communing with divine forces. Each awakening of the Elven Queen's bloodline birthed at least a 9th-tier powerhouse, with a select few ascending to the fabled 10th tier. Yet, in ancient times, the bloodline of the Elven Queen vanished alongside the Elven race's chief deity, plunging the elves into an endless cycle of flight. Indeed, the emergence of the Elven Queen heralded fortune for the Elven kin, but should she be slain prior to her awakening, a new queen would inevitably rise. A sardonic smile crept across the Elder's face. Zhao Yuan was left aghast. Are you not afraid of the Elven Queen vanishing once more? Such an opportunity arises only once in millennia. Is it not the absence of a supreme being that has rendered our race so vulnerable? The Elder shook his head, continuing, My Lord Zhao Yuan, do you not yet comprehend? In the past, such a concern weighed heavily upon us, but now Ramos has also transcended to the 8th tier. These phenomena suggest that perhaps our chief deity has awakened, and his protection shall descend upon us once more. Thus, even in the absence of the Elven Queen, our race is no longer the feeble entity it once was. Even I, within 2 years, shall ascend to the 8th tier. Hence, the paramount task now is to earn the Elder's endorsement. Only through this recognition may one garner the favor of the chief deity and rightfully ascend as the ruler of the elven race. A gleam ignited in the Elder's eyes, causing a tremor of fear to ripple through Zhao Yuan. In his recollection, the Elder had always been nonchalant, seemingly indifferent to all, save for her unwavering faith in the Elders. He tentatively ventured, surely, Ziviel will be acknowledged by the Elders. Yet, before he could finish, the Elder's voice sliced through the air with steely resolve. The Elders are one, and the chief deity another. Ziviel may undoubtedly become the cherished of the chief deity, but the Elders shall continue to protect all elves, treating each with equality. Zhao Yuan was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that whenever the Elder exhibited anger, it was often linked to the Elders. Her possessive yearning for the Elders was palpably unsettling. Noticing Zhao Yuan's inquisitive gaze, the Elder realized her slip of tongue. Her expression flickered, and the fury receded as she resumed her former icy demeanor, exuding an air of reluctance to elaborate further. Yet, Zhao Yuan pursued relentlessly, his gaze fixed on the Elder as he implored, Elder, you promised to provide me with clarity. The Elder, caught off guard by Zhao Yuan's penetrating stare, felt a flush of embarrassment. Aware that he had discerned something amiss, she attempted to withdraw, but the pressure of Zhao Yuan's 8th-tier mage aura rendered her immobile. The Elder understood that this time, Zhao Yuan was resolute, yet she merely pressed her lips together, determined not to speak. The two remained in a prolonged silence. The Elder's brow beaded with perspiration, her complexion pale, and her hands trembling subtly at her sides, clearly nearing her limit. Even so, she remained mute, her gaze vacant and indifferent. At long last, Zhao Yuan relinquished his pressure and exited the council hall, his heart a tempest of unassuaged sorrow. Not far from the hall, the corridor marked the site of Louis's demise, now meticulously cleared by the elves tasked with cleansing the battlefield, except for a conspicuous patch of destruction. No trace remained of the tragedy that had transpired. Zhao Yuan closed his eyes, lamenting his ignorance of Lewis's remains, where they had been sent, how they were treated. Likely cast into the return leaf pool, alongside his most detested foes, the Blood Elves, hoping his soul could find peace. "My lord Zhao, are you not resting?" a passing elf inquired, astonished to see him. Zhao Yuan forced a smile, shaking his head. "Thank you for your concern. I merely sought some fresh air before I retire." The elf offered a reassuring smile and a bow before departing. Ascending the high platform, Zhao Yuan surveyed the bustling elves in the central square. Though their faces bore traces of sorrow, they found solace in one another's company, invoking a twinge of envy within him. The only familiar faces he had were Ziviel, Lewis, and the Elder. Now, with Lewis gone and Ziviel gravely wounded and still unconscious, he found the prospect of remaining in the Elder's presence unbearable. In that moment, he felt a disorienting sense of aimlessness, uncertain of his next destination. The Elder's earlier actions had inadvertently provided Zhao Yuan with clarity. An elf enamored with the sacred tree of their faith would find their affections unreciprocated. Yet, as the Elder, Curry was the closest to the Elder, a distinction that bound her to an unyielding devotion, further deepening her obsession. This was why she staunchly defended the Elders, obeyed their every command, and even entered into a union with an emotionless elven warrior to ensure the birth of an elven queen. However, as the Elder's spouse, Ramos had evidently grown emotionally invested, perhaps only realizing he was merely a pawn once the Elder bore Ziviel and subsequently neglected him. Perhaps the Elder's intentions were too overt. Even the usually aloof fourth Elder perceived the anomaly, redirecting suspicion toward Ziviel. Nonetheless, the catalyst for this turmoil ultimately lay in Ramos' ascendance. It is known that the tears of any race are intricately linked to their chief deity, while the ordinary elves lived blissfully unaware of the underlying tensions. Those well-versed in elven history, however, quickly recognized that their chief deity was awakening anew, shattering the constraints of the seventh tier, and heralding the impending power struggle between the Blood Elves and the Elven kin. Yet, lurking behind this conflict were the shadows of foreign entities, be it self-destructing forbidden arts or metallic puppets. It was evident that they did not originate from the Blood Elves. Presently, while the Elven race appeared to hold the upper hand, numerous underlying threats persisted. Zhao Yuan remained oblivious to the Elder's hidden cards that allowed her to maintain such composure. Within the Blood Elf lair, Ramos feasted upon the flesh and blood of his kin, accompanied by strong spirits. His once crimson hair had transformed to a stark white, a harbinger of impending death, his lifespan dwindling to less than 6 months. Lord Ramos. Several figures cloaked in black emerged from the shadows, their faces obscured, their voices ethereal and sharp, clearly intent on remaining unrecognized. Ramos, well aware of their inquiry, spoke directly. "That Zhao Yuan is formidable. He is nearing the 9th tier. In our next encounter, I fear I may not prevail. The 3 destructive arrows have been expended, and I possess no means to contend with Zhao Yuan. Fear not, Lord Ramos, we shall support you to the end." The cloaked figures emitted sinister laughter. Ramos cast them a fleeting glance before lifting his goblet and drinking deeply, his dark eyes reflecting a contemplative glimmer. In the confines of the Elven fortress, Zhao Yuan, plagued by ennui, suddenly recalled having seen Chi-Chi seeking out the 5 Blood Elves through the Eye of Foreknowledge. Prompted by this memory, he swiftly altered his course toward the higher chambers. As he knocked on the door, it swung open immediately. The one who answered was Dylan. Appearing as though Norvin's condition had yet to improve, Zhao Yuan couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The war was far from over, and it was impossible for Novin's wounds to heal. In contrast to their treatment of Cece, the 5 Blood Elves exhibited a remarkably amicable disposition towards Zhao Yuan. They harbored little animosity towards the Elven race, and during their days of confinement, they felt an unexpected sense of kinship. Zhao Yuan had always treated them with kindness, which gradually dismantled their defenses. Meanwhile, Cece's actions appeared utterly detestable. Although she did not act on Lord Lamos's orders, her behavior only served to push the 5 Blood Elves further towards the Elven side. "I have come to inquire about the forbidden self-detonation technique and curses," Zhao Yuan stated directly. The power of Cece's final explosion had made him wary. Had David possessed her speed during their last encounter, he would have likely been unable to deploy the 5-color demon wood in time to intercept her. Devin, who was always the most knowledgeable among the 5, replied. "The self-detonation technique was imparted to us 2 years ago by a group of cloaked individuals. Their movements are shrouded in mystery, and their race is indiscernible. They have been in contact with Lord Lamos for some time." "How long is some time?" Zhao Yuan pressed. Approximately 100 years, if memory serves me right. I encountered them once when I had just reached the 5th tier at the age of 400, Devon pondered before responding. Of course, that is the minimum duration. Before reaching the 5th tier, I had no qualifications to engage with clan matters. Zhao Yuan fell silent for 2 seconds. The Blood Elves assumed he was contemplating. But in reality, he was once again troubled by the elven lifespan. 100 years was merely a fleeting moment. With less than a century remaining in his own life, Zhao Yuan felt a profound sense of inferiority. Do they possess any distinguishing characteristics? He continued to inquire. Devon shook his head and replied helplessly, they are exceedingly cautious, always cloaked tightly, and their voices are magically altered. We cannot ascertain if it is the same group that visits each time. Naturally, they must have changed personnel at some point, as no other race on the Frostbeast continent can boast such longevity. If I had to point out a characteristic, it would be the plethora of peculiar items they possess, self-detonation techniques, metallic puppets, and other oddities. As Devon rambled on, Zhao Yuan felt a troubling suspicion arise within him. This group hardly seemed like straightforward orcs. Moreover, the voice-altering magic, which the elves were unaware of, was quite elementary yet brief in duration, indicating that the cloaked individuals must include mages. Could it be that this group of cloaked individuals is part of the human race? It was no wonder Zhao Yuan instinctively projected blame onto his own race. The humans had a notorious reputation on the Frostbeast continent. They were synonymous with treachery, cunning, and dark conspiracies, which left Zhao Yuan feeling rather helpless. Of course, all of this remained speculative. Over the next few hours, Devon elaborated on many matters concerning the Blood Elves. Zhao Yuan was already aware that the blood curse afflicting the Blood Elves was not an inherent trait. However, Devon informed him that this curse originated from other continents, not from the Frostbeast continent itself. It must be the work of humans. They are the most skilled at studying such things. Of course, I am not implying this about you, Lord Zhao Yuan, Devon clarified. However, the transmission of the blood curse had a long history, and apart from the higher echelons of the Blood Elves, many were oblivious to its true effects. Nonetheless, I have heard that the blood curse is the principal culprit behind our shortened lifespans. One of my sister's grandmother's uncles escaped from the lair at the age of 20 and returned to the elven race. He lived to be over 1,500 years old, passing away peacefully. You must understand, we Blood Elves are bound to the blood curse by the age of 20. His escape occurred before he was bound, Devon recounted, clearly wary of discussing such matters among his kin, as it was strictly prohibited within the clan. The other 4 Blood Elves gazed at Devon with renewed respect. This young man possessed a wealth of knowledge. Typically unassuming, he had unexpectedly unearthed the secrets of the Blood Elves upon entering the elven realm. Zhao Yuan was equally astonished by Devon's familial gossip. While others might dismiss it as mere fabrication, Zhao Yuan had heard the elder mention the blood curse. And Devon's insights aligned closely with what the elder had conveyed, a remarkable synergy after all these years. Do you know of any ulterior motives regarding this recent assault? After all, it has only been 30 years since the last Blood Elf invasion, Zhao Yuan inquired. Devon did not disappoint. He began recounting the details enthusiastically. Following the previous attack, the Blood Elves had suffered significant losses and ideally should have taken at least 100 years to recuperate, allowing the elves to infiltrate and bolster their ranks. Yet, that mysterious group of cloaked individuals began to frequent Lord Lamos, even leading to disputes, though ultimately Lamos seemed to have acquiesced. Are you suggesting that the primary instigators of this war are those cloaked individuals? Zhao Yuan's brow furrowed tightly. While he had long suspected external involvement, he had not anticipated that these outsiders were the true architects of the conflict. He had assumed they were merely opportunists seeking a share of the spoils. Indeed, otherwise we Blood Elves would scarcely have had time to recuperate, let alone launch a war so hastily. Yet, coincidentally, Lord Lamos has broken through to the 8th tier, which signifies that a great battle looms between the two races. As Devon spoke, his voice gradually descended into a somber tone, clearly reflecting on the dire implications. Indeed, it is an uncanny coincidence, Zhao Yuan murmured. Had Lamos not achieved this breakthrough, the impending confrontation would have been inevitable, as both races sought the Elder's recognition. With Lamos's lifespan dwindling, he would undoubtedly strive to make the most of his final moments. Had it not been for the pressure from those cloaked individuals, the Blood Elves would not have been so thoroughly prepared for war, and Lamos would have been left unprepared to squander the last vestiges of time. As this realization dawned upon Zhao Yuan, a chilling thought struck him. Could there be a demigod of elder status lurking behind those cloaked individuals? If not for the prophecies, This would indeed be too fortuitous. In an instant, myriad thoughts raced through Zhao Yuan's mind, yet all remained mere conjecture. If another demigod were truly involved, his musings would be futile. Such matters were beyond his grasp. After leaving the Blood Elf's quarters, Zhao Yuan returned to the council hall, hoping to utilize the eye of precognition to glean further details from the previous battle. Upon pushing open the door, he was relieved to find the room quiet and empty, likely because the elder had once again retreated to the prayer room. Zhao Yuan exhaled deeply. He had little desire to encounter the elder, a woman marked by her coldness and ruthlessness. The thought that Ziver would have to endure her influence for some time filled him with sympathy. The elder likely harbored a duality of emotions, simultaneously repulsed by her daughter while feeling compelled to nurture her, watching her grow until she ultimately supplanted her. Shaking off these chaotic thoughts, Zhao Yuan focused intently on the eye of precognition. He meticulously reviewed the battle he had fought with Lamos the previous day, relishing the moment when Lamos had waited beside the magical unicorn until dawn broke before reluctantly departing. Zhao Yuan's heart swelled with joy. The old tortoise's teleportation was indeed remarkable. Devoid of any detectable magical fluctuations, truly, one gets what one pays for. Speaking of teleportation, Zhao Yuan suddenly remembered his empty crystal core pouch. His expression stiffened. Damn it. I must seek out the elder. The elder, seemingly reluctant to meet him, emerged from the prayer room, tossed him a storage ring, and promptly returned. Their interaction lasting no more than a minute. Zhao Yuan could not help but feel a twinge of melancholy. However, as soon as he swept his mental energy through his storage ring, all thoughts vanished, leaving only two words to fill his mind: sudden wealth. The wealth of the elven race was truly astonishing. This spatial ring was brimming with crystal cores, ranging from low tier to high tier, with an extraordinary 9th tier crystal core among them. Unable to resist, Zhao Yuan took the 9th tier crystal core into his hands for a closer examination. Although he had consumed one just the night before, he had not had the leisure to truly appreciate it at that time. He had merely hurriedly swallowed it. This 9th tier crystal core, belonging to the water element, was about the size of an infant's fist, smooth and round, radiating with a mesmerizing aquamarine glow. It seemed to have formed a small space of its own, as if it continued to breathe even after being removed from the beast's body, continuously exuding exquisite water elemental magic, which brought Zhao Yuan immense comfort. A sense of apprehension crept into Zhao Yuan's mind. Surely, this must be intended for me. Although he was not particularly greedy, the allure of this 9th tier crystal core was simply irresistible, much like a sumptuous feast laid out before him, even if he could not consume it. Merely savoring its aroma each day would suffice. After all, as long as the elder did not inquire, he would keep it for himself, he thought silently. It seemed that since arriving in this other world, his principles had gradually eroded away. The Blood Elves had suffered significant losses in their previous battle, with many mechanical puppets captured by the elven race for thorough study. The findings revealed that these mechanical puppets evidently belonged to the work of an alchemist, albeit crafted rather roughly, likely by a mid-tier alchemist. Nevertheless, even so, such a multitude of mechanical puppets would still require considerable manpower. Could they have been forged by the dwarves from the frigid northern lands? One elf speculated, only to be immediately countered by a companion. Impossible. The dwarves have always been a lazy lot, advocating peace like us, and although their number of craftsmen is vast, the number of alchemists is still quite limited. Then besides the dwarves, where else on this continent could we find so many alchemists? The questioning elf pondered. Zhao Yuan happened to be nearby, observing their disassembly of the mechanical puppets, and he could not help but silently interject. Naturally, the East Huan continent, where talents abound. However, it was unlikely that anyone would believe that the humans would traverse continents and risk being hunted by beast men to target a mere elven tribe. Initially, Zhao Yuan also thought that his idea was too absurd, but as more clues emerged, he grew increasingly convinced of his hypothesis. Yet, what could be the motive behind humans acting in such a manner? Zhao Yuan found himself utterly perplexed, thus far. No one had provided him with a hint of direction for speculation. The conflict between the Blood Elves and the elven race revolved around the elders. Once the war concluded, the victorious side would wield absolute authority, with the protection of a demigod-level elder and the continuous emergence of 8th-tier powerhouses. How could that group of cloaked individuals gain any benefit? While he contemplated this, the elves suddenly erupted in cheers. Zhao Yuan turned to see that they had finally discovered a formula for a plant-based liquid mixture, capable of effectively dissolving the primary materials of the mechanical puppets, those impenetrable alloys. Observing the radiant smiles on the faces of the green-haired elves, Zhao Yuan felt a warmth envelop his heart, and the shadows cast by Lewis's death dissipated significantly. Standing in the corner, watching the excited elves, a smile unconsciously crept onto his face. However, at that moment, a tremendous explosion erupted from outside. Zhao Yuan's expression shifted as he rushed outside to witness a gaping hole blasted into the side of the elven fortress. It was crucial to note that the elven fortress was built underground, nestled among the roots of the elders, and was constructed from a special alloy crafted by high-tier alchemists, adorned with countless inscribed magical formations. The fact that such an explosion could breach the elven fortress was indicative of its immense power. The elves appeared equally stunned when suddenly a cry of agony pierced the air from an elf standing near the breach. He collapsed, writhing in pain, before succumbing to convulsions and falling silent. Zhao Yuan's gaze sharpened. What was that? His mental energy instantly surged toward the breach, only to be thwarted by an inexplicable force that rendered his probing ineffective. Upon witnessing this, the other elves hastily retreated, though two of them, caught off guard, were struck down by the mysterious force and perished within moments. Zhao Yuan's heart raced. This entity was formless and utterly bizarre, capable of claiming lives in an instant, leaving no opportunity for rescue. Moreover, his mental energy was entirely unable to discern its presence. An unprecedented occurrence. He attempted to cast several spells of varying attributes in that area, but they all yielded no result, revealing not the slightest hint of reaction. It seemed apparent that this action was specifically aimed at him. If he wished to make an impact, he would need to seek an alternative approach. Resolving this in his mind, Zhao Yuan promptly turned and made his way to the assembly hall. The elder had long since departed, likely to command the battle. He swiftly directed his mental energy to the Eye of Foresight, and indeed, as he suspected, its probing method transcended the dimensions of time and space, allowing him to finally uncover the true nature of the entity. It was a substance resembling sludge, flowing silently into the elven fortress through the blasted opening, spreading like liquid. Zhao Yuan focused intently, magnifying the transparent liquid countless times, and finally discerned that this so-called sludge was actually composed of numerous crystalline, translucent spiders clustered together. Yet another insect. Zhao Yuan thought. Unfortunately, both Xiao Pai and the little insect queen were currently asleep, leaving him to devise another strategy. There was no use in panicking now. Zhao Yuan recited the Tranquil Heart Sutra, calming his thoughts as his mind began to race with potential countermeasures. Firstly, it was clear that these transparent spiders were an unfamiliar species to the elven race. Otherwise, the elder would not have been so helpless, merely ordering a retreat. Moreover, the fact that Lemos could deploy such creatures indicated an understanding that the elven race lacked effective countermeasures. Secondly, it was still daytime. Was there a reason for Lemos to choose this moment, or was it simply an opportunistic ambush while everyone was still weary? No. If he aimed to maximize the destructive potential of these transparent spiders, wouldn't it be more advantageous for them to gather during battle? Yet, they chose to disperse freely. Was there some restriction at play? Furthermore, the elven fortress had direct access to the outside through two immense sunlight refracting mirrors. Each day, they refracted sunlight into the fortress. Why then, did Lemos go to such lengths to blast a hole? These questions lingered in Zhao Yuan's mind unanswered, but that was of no consequence. He could unravel them one by one. However, time was of the essence. In just a few minutes, several elves had already fallen victim to the invisible spiders. Navigating through the panicking elves, Zhao Yuan proceeded directly toward the two sunlight-reflecting mirrors. Without hesitation, he cast his spell, and instantly, two massive mirror surfaces appeared beneath the passageway, sealing it off completely, allowing not a single ray of sunlight to penetrate. The interior of the elven fortress dimmed slightly, but thanks to the many luminescent plants and magical lights, it remained illuminated. Zhao Yuan's mental energy spread out once more, but he still could not detect the presence of those transparent spiders. Did sunlight have no effect on them? If so, why did they not traverse this passage? A flicker of doubt crossed Zhao Yuan's mind. He returned once more to the assembly hall, re-establishing his connection with the Eye of Foresight. To his surprise, he made a delightful discovery. Without sunlight, the movement speed of those spiders had noticeably decreased. However, since the elves were unaware of their precise location, and as time progressed, their dispersal range continued to widen, evasion became increasingly difficult. However, the Grand Elder implemented effective measures. She organized the elves to retreat into the depths of the fortress, sealing the indoor spaces, and utilized her innate skills to hasten the growth of plants, tightly blocking any gaps in the rooms. Nonetheless, some elves remained scattered outside, unaware of which chambers were safe, and could only flee helplessly. At that moment, Zhao Yuan suddenly noticed an elf frantically scrambling up a tree. While transparent little spiders quickly swarmed beneath him, yet he remained unscathed. It was rather amusing that spiders could not climb trees, Zhao Yuan thought in disbelief. But the reality was indeed so. He swiftly switched between various perspectives and discovered that, regardless of the angle, these tiny spiders could not ascend even slightly. Their stacked height was merely 2 or 3 centimeters. Thus their range of movement was limited to that height. The design of the elven fortress was simply too exquisite, with the majority of the area featuring an impeccably flat metallic floor, devoid of any incline. Wherever there were steps, those little spiders refrained from venturing. Furthermore, most elves wore breathable grass sandals, which were almost insubstantial, rendering them vulnerable to the spiders' attacks. Without hesitation, Zhao Yuan cast an amplification spell upon himself and declared, "Attention! All elves, ascend to higher ground." The elves recognized his voice, and upon hearing it, they felt as if they had grasped a lifeline and hurriedly scrambled upwards. Most of them climbed onto branches, yet the branches were limited in space and could not accommodate all the elves, forcing them to rely on their agile and nimble abilities to find refuge on various protrusions. Zhao Yuan, of course, would not remain idle. He first covered the floor of the conference hall with numerous stone ridges. After all, Ziviel was still in the prayer room, and he could not allow her to come to harm. He then swiftly moved to the central square. Before long, all the elves who were outside the rooms beheld a large, flourishing tree materializing abruptly in the central square, its resilient branches hanging down. Suddenly, a gust of wind arose, scattering these branches, and the elves in precarious positions immediately grasped onto a branch, swinging toward the tree. Zhao Yuan surveyed the area with his mental prowess and, upon ensuring that all the elves were safely settled, he finally sighed in relief. He glanced at the ominous opening, where Lamos seemed to have no further tricks up his sleeve. After unleashing these transparent little spiders, he retreated, seemingly fearful of being ensnared by them. During this time, Zhao Yuan remained suspended in the air, completely avoiding contact with the ground. Yet this was not a sustainable solution, as the elves still had much to accomplish. What should be done about these little spiders? Looking up, Zhao Yuan observed the elves gazing at him with eager eyes, akin to monkeys at a tourist site, as if he were holding a bag of snacks. He couldn't help but chuckle, his spirits lifting considerably. Indeed, as long as these little spiders remained, Lamos would hesitate to attack. Otherwise, a single spell could annihilate all the blood elves upon contact with the ground. Yet Lamos undoubtedly knew how to exterminate the little spiders. Otherwise, his release of them would essentially bar him from entering. Even if the elven race faced annihilation, he could not approach the elders. Zhao Yuan recalled the method by which the blood elves deployed the transparent little spiders. Since these spiders could not ascend slopes, could they not be dropped from a height? However, the peculiarities of this otherworldly realm defied Zhao Yuan's previous logical deductions. These spiders could not ascend trees, so their demise from a fall was plausible. Yet, it seemed that magic had no effect on these little spiders, implying that winds conjured by spells could not lift them. A glimmer of inspiration sparked in Zhao Yuan's eyes, and he devised a plan. Shortly thereafter, a blazing white fireball abruptly appeared in the skies above the elven fortress. Initially small, the fireball expanded as Zhao Yuan completed his incantation, transforming the atmosphere above the fortress. The previously crisp autumn air instantaneously morphed into a sweltering summer heat. Aside from the elders standing resolute, the surrounding trees could not help but curl their leaves, struggling against the unbearable heat. The fireball was situated near a sunlight refractor, and the sudden rise in external temperature inevitably affected the elven fortress. At that moment, the mirror previously set by Zhao Yuan was also removed, and the immense temperature differential triggered intense air convection. The elves within the fortress felt a scorching wind surge from the outside, stirring the air throughout the elven stronghold. Once the temperature inside the fortress stabilized, Zhao Yuan severed the fire magic, blocked the 2 sunlight refractor pathways, and then cast a field of extreme cold outside. When the external air became frigid, only then did he remove the obstructions on the pathways, once again instigating air movement. Upon returning to the elven fortress, Zhao Yuan found the elves perched on the trees, either standing or sitting, drenched in cold sweat and ashen-faced. This stark contrast of ice and fire was no pleasant experience. Simultaneously, due to the vigorous air convection, a significant wind swept through the elven fortress, compelling the elves atop the treetops to cling tightly to the trunks to avoid being toppled. Zhao Yuan proceeded to the conference hall once more, and with his keen perception, He indeed observed that many of the transparent little spiders had been blown away and perished by the gust created earlier. However, a few stragglers remained hidden in the corners. Zhao Yuan remained unperturbed, erecting half-height earthen walls around those areas with magic, and then directing the elves to pour water, ignite fires, and fan the flames within. As long as the damage was not caused by magical elements, it would deal lethal blows to those fragile little spiders. Having finally dealt with the peculiar spiders, Zhao Yuan faced the daunting problem of the large breach in the elven fortress. However, he entrusted that matter to the Grand Elder and the other elves. As he was utterly ignorant of alchemy, Zivio remained in a coma, while the fourth elder, Ian, was now imprisoned. He maintained a stoic demeanor, his silence only heightening Zhao Yuan's wariness. From the other elves, Zhao Yuan learned that the fourth elder Ian was, in fact, a remarkably composed and exceptional elf. He inherited the remarkable appearance of the Lambert family, standing out even among the many handsome elves, naturally garnering more admiration. Yet this information was too superficial. Zhao Yuan yearned to uncover more. Currently, the fourth elder was under the protection of the Grand Elder, and he could not rashly act against him, which was quite vexing. Although his keen perception allowed him to trace time and view past events, the longer the duration he sought to rewind, the greater the toll on his mental energy, which even Zhao Yuan found arduous to bear. Ian remained calm, diligently practicing during the past month, and had only recently emerged, further inciting Zhao Yuan's frustration at the thought of expending immense mental energy to investigate. Sighing like a weary father, Zhao Yuan resolved to prioritize the safety of the elven race, relegating the entanglements of love and hatred to the back of his mind, feeling powerless in the matter. When he exited the conference hall once more, he was astonished to discover that the previously blasted breach had entirely vanished. In disbelief, he approached and scrutinized the area, finding not a trace remaining. An elf nearby, noticing Zhao Yuan's astonished expression, smiled and explained, "Lord Zhao Yuan, our fortress is constructed from a special alloy derived from a unique plant, enhanced with inscriptions tailored to our elven innate skills. Those damaged areas merely require us to activate our skills, and they will automatically heal like a wound mending." Zhao Yuan widened his eyes in amazement. Was it truly possible to do such a thing? The elves' innate skills were indeed diverse. It was evident that the elven race had maximized their innate abilities, leaving their imprints in every aspect of their lives. At that moment, an elf hurriedly approached. "Lord Zhao Yuan, the Grand Elder requests your presence in the conference hall." Zhao Yuan nodded. The Grand Elder summoned him, undoubtedly having made some significant discovery. Upon Zhao Yuan's arrival, the Grand Elder wasted no time and directly stated, "Your Excellency, we have located the lair of the Blood Elves." Zhao Yuan's eyes brightened at this news. Previously, they had intended to uncover the Blood Elves' lair through David, but alas, David inadvertently struck at the Grand Elder's hidden concerns and was subsequently slain, which was indeed a considerable regret. Now that they had located the Blood Elves' lair, they could take the initiative and catch the Blood Elves off guard. However, Zhao Yuan inquired, "How did you manage to find the Blood Elves' lair this time?" The lair had always been beyond the surveillance of the Eye of Precognition, meaning it lay outside the Elven Forest, a place the Elven race seldom ventured, especially now in a state of war when they were generally retreating into their shells. "Do you recall the individual who transformed the Swift Potion into the Plague Potion?" "Named Matt?" the Grand Elder asked. Zhao Yuan had a vague recollection of Matt, who was a covert blood elf and previously served as an assistant to the apothecary, Javier. After his scheme was uncovered, he was captured and remained tight-lipped, revealing nothing. Why then, did this information surface now? "Might Your Excellency have heard of the source of the plague?" the Grand Elder continued. "The source of the plague?" Zhao Yuan shook his head, genuinely unfamiliar with the term, pondering its connection to the earlier plague potion incident. The source of the plague is, for us elves, a tale as old as time. It is well known that the elven race possesses an innate ability to foster plant growth, yet even among them, the emphasis of these abilities varies. This explains why some elves work primarily in gardens while others pursue different vocations. Elven talents broadly fall into three categories: growth, manipulation, and perception. Those whose talents lean towards growth typically labor in gardens, while those adept in manipulation utilize plants in battle, often taking on roles in patrols and excursions. Others, with a heightened sense of perception, are assigned to apothecaries, as crafting potions necessitates precise measurement and balance of herbs. Naturally, some elves exhibit a harmonious blend of these three abilities, allowing them to engage in diverse tasks. Yet beyond the realm of gifted skills lies the existence of mutated talents, of which the source of the plague is one. The last elf known to possess such a mutation appeared 5 millennia ago, Matt, too, bore a mutated talent. But due to his caution, he had remained undiscovered. This mutation enabled him to use his own blood as a catalyst, transforming any object nearby into a source of plague. Zhao Yuan listened, his expression one of confusion. But I recall that during the incident, Matt seemed intent on tossing a vial of frozen potion into the cauldron. What was that about? The Grand Elder nodded and elaborated. That was because he had a contingency plan. Generally, if we inadvertently create a failed and hazardous potion during the brewing process, we utilize a frozen potion to encase it. The frozen potion is potent and pure, rarely reacting with other potions. Had Javier tossed the swap vial of frozen potion into that cauldron of plague potion, the entire elven race would have suffered, and Javier would have faced dire consequences, even as my daughter and the sole heir of the Lambert family. Thus, the architect of this plan must be someone aware of Javier's true identity, Zhao Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. However, we have verified that Matt is not a blood elf. The Grand Elder stated bluntly. What? If he is not a blood elf, why would he wish to harm Javier? Zhao Yuan was genuinely perplexed. He recalled examining Matt S. pass through the eye of precognition and finding him consistently docile and compliant. Aside from the secretive act of adding his blood to the swift potion and concocting a subpar frozen potion with no other suspicious activities. This reminded Zhao Yuan of the fourth elder, Ian. Were it not for witnessing Ian's attempt on Javier's life, Zhao Yuan would never have discerned his true intentions. There exists a faction within our race that seeks to usurp Javier's position. Ian is merely a pawn in their game. Even if Ian were to perish, others would rise to vie for my place, the Grand Elder remarked coldly. Zhao Yuan narrowed his eyes, realizing the situation was growing increasingly intricate. He had previously wondered why Ian, despite his old grievances with the Grand Elder, would act against Javier, the hope of the elven race. Moreover, Matt, with his singular focus on potion research, seemed an unlikely candidate to uncover the location of the Blood Elf's lair. The Grand Elder continued. Though Matt has never betrayed his faith in the elders, he was one of Cece's suitors. Recognizing his steadfastness, Cece chose not to transform him into a blood elf. Nor did she reveal her own identity. Instead, she encouraged him to join another faction led by Ian, which seeks to seize power. They had long devised a plan for utilizing the source of the plague mutation, which is why we failed to perceive his movements. Matt's knowledge of the Blood Elf's lair stems from having followed Cece and witnessing her enter an underground cavern, which must be their lair. After listening to the Grand Elder's explanation, Zhao Yuan felt an instinctive sense of dissonance, but could not articulate it, so he remained silent. This rare opportunity to obtain the Blood Elf's lair information is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. I implore your excellency to strike directly at the Blood Elf's stronghold and deliver a decisive blow. The Grand Elder's eyes sparkled with fervor. Zhao Yuan raised an eyebrow, his expression non-committal, yet he remained silent. The atmosphere fell into a heavy silence. The Grand Elder, seeing Zhao Yuan's lack of response, furrowed her brow and gently said, Your Excellency, the current situation leaves no room for retreat. I ask you to assist us once more. Still, Zhao Yuan remained unresponsive. After a long pause, he finally spoke. Grand Elder, if memory serves, you were previously at odds with Lewis, and I sided with you due to your conservative approach. Why, then, have you changed your mind? Without waiting for the Grand Elder to respond, Zhao Yuan continued, I know you will not speak the truth to me, which matters little. For my only promise is to the elders, to safeguard the elven race. Beyond that, I have no obligation nor desire to intervene. The Grand Elder was taken aback by Zhao Yuan's response, momentarily rendered speechless by her anger. Very well, I shall not further disturb you, Your Excellency. With that, she turned and departed. Zhao Yuan remained impassive, aware that something must have transpired concerning the elders, prompting the Grand Elder's urgency. Yet the current circumstances were far from optimistic. He could not fathom what treachery awaited them from the Blood Elves, and under no circumstances would he leave the elven fortress. Whether the location of that lair was genuine or a ruse, he would not venture there. Thinking of the elders, Zhao Yuan felt compelled to enter the prayer chamber once more. Inside, the chamber retained its usual coldness, save for the presence of Javier, who lay on a jade slab. Everything else unchanged. Javier remained unconscious, her typically vibrant and determined silver eyes tightly shut, her once lustrous green hair now wilted beside her, and her formerly rosy complexion had turned pale. Zhao Yuan observed with a twinge of empathy in his heart, relieved that Xiweir's life was no longer in jeopardy. Once her injuries healed, she would bear no hidden ailments. In the prayer chamber, a rich aura of life enveloped Zhao Yuan, transmitting an exhilarating message to him. Yet, he keenly sensed that this vital essence had notably thinned since his last visit. During the previous battle, many elves and blood elves had perished, their bodies consigned to the return leaf pool. The life force surrounding the elders should have been more robust, so why had it diminished instead? This disparity was not trivial, and Zhao Yuan furrowed his brows in concern. Unfortunately, being an outsider, he was unaware of how to communicate with the elders. After standing in the prayer chamber for a while and trying various methods with no success, he reluctantly exited. Before leaving, he glanced back at Zyweir, the young girl blissfully unaware of the challenges that lay ahead, still peacefully ensconced in dark slumber. The Blood Elves, having failed in their initial attack, undoubtedly had a backup plan. He believed that holding the elven fortress would thwart them. With these thoughts, Zhao Yuan grew increasingly vigilant over the following days. Yet the Blood Elves remained eerily silent. In the interim, taking advantage of the Grand Elder's absence, Zhao Yuan ventured into the prayer chamber once more, troubled to find that the life force had waned yet again. Something must have transpired with the elders, but without the Grand Elder's words, he could glean no information. The silver lining was that Zyweir's condition improved day by day, her complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue. She would awaken soon. Once Zyweir opened her eyes, it would be easier for Zhao Yuan to learn about the elders, for she was the destined elven queen, and the elders would surely respond to her summons. At that moment, the Grand Elder, who had been absent for days, rushed into the council hall, bringing with him a gust of cold wind. Zhao Yuan. The Blood Elves have arrived in the elven forest, he announced, his expression grim, devoid of his usual composure and replaced by anxiety. We must quickly gather the elves and seize a strategic position. Zhao Yuan referred to the branches of the elder. The Grand Elder had previously informed him that standing upon the elder's branches would shield the elves and those under their protection from harm. It is no longer feasible, the Grand Elder stated, his countenance darkening. Zhao Yuan was taken aback. What calamity had befallen the elder that they had lost even their basic protective powers? The Grand Elder, abandoning pretense, swiftly explained, the elder is currently awakening Zyweir's elven royal bloodline and is no longer in his corporeal form. The Blood Elves had not only brought forth a myriad of more powerful puppets than before, but also eerie, undead-like beings, reeking of death, which posed a true threat to the elves. At this point, the Grand Elder rubbed his temples, clearly overwhelmed. In that case, I shall ascend to the treetops and do what I can, Zhao Yuan resolved, recognizing the necessity to intervene. However, without the elder's protection, his position as a mere cannon was precarious. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, he ascended the long staircase of the central hall to reach the elder's treetop, the highest point in the forest, from which everything below lay in full view. Zhao Yuan extended his mental energy, and to his astonishment, he realized that it had seemingly grown since his last exhausting experience. However, his mental energy was now so vast that it could not easily be depleted, making such a method of cultivation somewhat unrealistic. His mental prowess had become more refined and expansive, allowing him to effortlessly sense the approaching Blood Elf army. The Blood Elves had always been outnumbered by the elves, yet this time, bolstered by reinforcements, their forces surged forward with great momentum, rivaling even that of the elven army. Enhanced further by the presence of towering metallic puppets and ominous shadows that lent them an even greater air of intimidation. As Zhao Yuan focused his gaze, he spotted Limos standing atop a towering iron-silver puppet. With his white hair and imposing stature, Limos stood out conspicuously among the Blood Elves. It seemed he sensed Zhao Yuan's scrutiny as he tilted his head upward towards the treetop. Zhao Yuan felt a jolt. Limos, also an 8th-tier warrior, was a formidable adversary. And given that both were ranged combatants, this confrontation would be challenging. Indeed, the Blood Elf army continued to advance into the elven forest. But Limos's iron puppet abruptly halted. The silver-haired elf drew a longbow, aiming an arrow directly at Zhao Yuan. In that instant, Zhao Yuan felt a powerful intent lock onto him, momentarily paralyzing him. Fortunately, the distance was great. By the time Limos released his arrow, imbued with destructive force, Zhao Yuan had already conjured a barrier of light. The radiant barrier emanated a divine glow, forming a solid wall before him. Upon collision, a tremendous shockwave erupted, causing the surrounding trees to sway like waves, sending countless leaves spiraling into the air. Limos showed no sign of disappointment after his initial strike failed. He understood Zhao Yuan's formidable strength. Defeating him single-handedly was a daunting task. For days, he had awaited Zhao Yuan's approach. hoping to ensnare him in a deadly trap set by the shadowy figures. Yet, for reasons unknown, Zhao Yuan had remained silent, sequestered within the elven fortress, rendering their meticulous planning futile. Thus, they had no choice but to take the initiative and strike first. Unbeknownst to Zhao Yuan, his previous caution had once again spared him from peril, yet he remained wholly focused, using his mental energy to gauge the Blood Elf army in Limos, fearing he might miss a crucial moment. Following Limos' failed attack, he refrained from further engagement, remaining with his steel puppet just beyond the elven forest, coldly observing Zhao Yuan. Zhao Yuan found himself in a quandary. While he could strike at Limos from this distance, the spells capable of such long-range assaults were few and far between, mostly being siege spells, powerful yet slow. As an agile elf, hitting Limos from such a distance was nearly impossible. Conversely, Zhao Yuan found himself a sitting target atop the treetops. But it was a small consolation to hold back an 8th-tier blood elf. Meanwhile, the two armies clashed below. The elves, predominantly archers, unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows upon the blood elf ranks. However, after the initial onslaught, the elves achieved little. The blood elves sheltered beneath their towering metallic puppets, the arrows merely clanging against the metallic surface, barely scratching it. Yet the elves were prepared. Soon, another wave of arrows surged towards the blood elves. This time, the arrows were no ordinary projectiles. Each arrow was hollowed out, filled with a corrosive concoction designed to dissolve the alloy of the metallic puppets. The blood elves, caught off guard by the swiftness with which the elves developed a countermeasure for the iron puppets, failed to perceive the hidden threat until the arrows struck, shattering upon impact. The potent liquid swiftly corroded the robust exterior of the puppets, producing a faint sizzling sound as it dismantled the internal mechanisms. These alchemical concoctions were not particularly sophisticated, and most of the puppets quickly lost their mobility. The Blood Elf army, momentarily halted without their iron shields, found themselves vulnerable to the deluge of arrows raining down from the elves. Then, from within the ranks, emerged a figure cloaked in black, a shadowy figure among the mysterious dark-clad individuals. He drew forth a substantial scroll crafted from rich satin, murmuring incantations under his breath. Suddenly, a colossal, semi-spherical, transparent magical shield materialized above the head of the Blood Elf. Instantly, a multitude of arrows collided with the seemingly thin yet incredibly resilient magical barrier, failing to create even the slightest ripple as they slid helplessly along the edges. The army of Blood Elves pressed forward, while the figure in the black robe continued to chant, indicating that the shield required maintenance. The elves, observing this, could not help but furrow their brows, but soon found solace as Zhao Yuan, perched atop the treetops, sensed the commotion below. He did not require a lengthy incantation. With a mere lift of his staff, a wind dragon, as thick as two embraced figures, spiraled down from the sky, roaring with ferocity, its razor-sharp wind blades aimed directly at the Blood Elves. The wind dragon's strike inevitably shattered the magical shield conjured by the figure in black, yet Zhao Yuan soon found himself in a predicament, unable to divert his attention towards the unfolding battle below. In that brief moment of distraction, while he unleashed the wind dragon, Lamos fired another arrow. His shots were swift and precise. An 8th-tier archer was not to be underestimated, possessing formidable prowess that could rival Zhao Yuan. Moreover, all entrances to the elven fortress had been sealed to thwart any internal ambushes, leaving only the one access point at the forest summit where Zhao Yuan stood, allowing him to partake in the battle while remaining vigilant to any sudden developments within the fortress. Thus, Zhao Yuan found himself unable to leave this position easily, reluctantly becoming a living target for Lamos. Previously, Lamos had sustained severe injuries to his hand, and although he had healed well over the past few days, the pain persisted during archery, once again tearing open the wound. Zhao Yuan was blissfully unaware of this, only recognizing that Lamos's attacks grew increasingly fierce, leaving him struggling to defend himself. Fortunately, the Elder had previously gifted him a storage ring filled with crystal cores, providing him the resources to outlast Lamos. With this belief, Zhao Yuan confidently defended against the barrage of arrows, while the battle between the elves and Blood Elves intensified beneath him. To Zhao Yuan's astonishment, despite having destroyed the iron puppets summoned by the Blood Elves, the elven forces still struggled against them. Those entities, shrouded in ominous death energy, completely countered the elves. The ordinary arrows fired by the elves passed right through their semi-ethereal forms, inflicting no harm whatsoever. Some elves, unwilling to expend their wooden energy, attempted to imbue their arrows with it, only to slightly disperse a wisp of death energy, which seemed to possess a will of its own, quickly returning to the gray phantoms. The attacks unleashed by these phantoms, however, were not easily withstood by the elves. They emitted shallow gray streams of energy towards the elven ranks, blending seamlessly with the blood elves' arrows, going unnoticed. Should an elf inadvertently succumb to these strikes, their internal strength would swiftly drain away, akin to a ruptured water bag, forcing them to retreat in no time. Zhao Yuan observed all of this keenly, recognizing it as necromantic magic. How audacious to engage in such dark arts before him, the wielder of the bishop's staff. They must be eager for their demise. He scoffed, preparing to unleash a light spell to strike at the undead creatures, when suddenly he sensed a sharp and formidable force charging towards him. In a swift motion, he layered a magical shield atop his light barrier, barely managing to deflect the blow. Although he emerged unscathed, a cold sweat broke out upon him. Upon glancing down, he saw a particularly large puppet, adorned with bright blue runes, standing beneath Lemos, its left hand emitting hot steam. That terrifying blow had indeed been its doing. At that moment, its right hand was gathering a red light, evidently charging for another strike. Zhao Yuan felt his frustration mount. Lemos had clearly calculated that he could not easily shift his position, deliberately preparing 2 ranged attacks to ensnare him. While he had previously been able to spare a moment to interfere with the army below, he was now forced to focus entirely on defense, a situation he had not desired. Fortunately, an idea struck him, and he summoned Old Xuanwu. The silver shield of Old Xuanwu directly siphoned magic from his own reserves, requiring no effort on his part to control. Although it consumed slightly more mana, its defensive capabilities were formidable. From a distance, Lemos observed the silver light emanating from Zhao Yuan, the silver turtle shield that had once saved his life reappearing. He could not help but frown. Recalling the prowess of Zhao Yuan's contract beast skills, its defensive capabilities rivaled those of Zhao Yuan's light barriers and other defensive spells. As Zhao Yuan freed his hands, a gentle white light glimmered atop his staff. In an instant, a colossal beam of white light descended from the heavens, striking the gray phantoms below with tremendous force. The phantoms, caught in the white light, contorted violently, dissolving into thin air like salt and water. Following this, another beam of white light fell upon the elven forces, who immediately felt their weariness dissipate, their wounds healing, and their bodies rejuvenated with vigor, as if the surrounding air had become remarkably fresh. The elves, invigorated, raised their bows and unleashed another volley of arrows, propelled by an unstoppable momentum towards the blood elves. The air was torn apart, filled with the sounds of whistling arrows and the anguished cries of the wounded. Witnessing Zhao Yuan cast 2 spells in succession, Lemos's heart sank. The impact an 8th-tier archmage could have on a battle was indeed decisive and devastating. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately drew forth a blood-red arrow. This arrow bore a tip as sharp as a ferocious beast's fangs and featured a steel groove at its tail resembling small serrated teeth. Lemos, bleeding from his hand, knocked the arrow, deliberately pressing his index and middle fingers against the sharp steel groove, causing more blood to seep forth, which was absorbed entirely by the strange indentation. With a resounding hum, the peculiar arrow surged toward Zhao Yuan, trailing a streak of blood light, while Lemos's fingers were left in tatters. Zhao Yuan, focused on the battle below, was suddenly alerted by Old Xuanwu's exclamation, "Not good." Instantly, he felt a chill in his abdomen, a familiar tearing pain coursing through his body once more. Cursing inwardly, he clutched his stomach and slowly knelt to the ground, glancing down to discover a blood-red arrow embedded in his lower abdomen. Just as he intended to extract it, the arrow began to flow like liquid, violating Newtonian mechanics as it slithered into his body. Zhao Yuan was taken aback, acutely aware of a bizarre energy infiltrating him, while his internal mana and martial prowess remained oblivious to this new force, allowing it to roam freely. The energy ravaged his body with explosive force. It felt as if a wild beast had invaded, gnawing at his organs with relentless ferocity. Meanwhile, his extraordinary regenerative abilities were activated, causing the 2 forces to clash within him. Zhao Yuan, contorted in agony, bore the torment with a twisted expression and bloodshot eyes. After a while, blood trickled from the corner of Zhao Yuan's mouth. Gritting his teeth, he propped himself up with the staff of the wise angel, gradually standing upright. Perhaps due to growing accustomed to such pain, Zhao Yuan retained clarity of mind. His body trembled violently beneath his robe from the torment. Yet his eyes shone with a resolute and indifferent light. A cold expression settled on his face, betraying a hint of murderous intent that sent chills through those who beheld him. He gripped his staff tightly, almost grinding his teeth as he recited an incantation. With a pointed gesture of his staff, a torrent of magical energy surged forth from his emaciated body, coalescing in the air into a pitch-black magical formation. This formation appeared almost corporeal, its every edge and corner radiating a palpable glow. The sunlight filtering through this formation was tainted, turning into a murky, ash-gray hue, casting a blight upon the verdant forest that instantly withered and decayed the surrounding flora. The earlier scene of the gray wraith overpowering the elves inspired Zhao Yuan. He realized that the elves' innate energy was naturally subdued by the deathly aura of the undead, prompting him to unleash the 8th tier spell, the Filth Mirror of Death. Zhao Yuan adjusted the angle of the black runes suspended in the air. Before the distant Lamos could react, he was enveloped by a shroud of dark sunlight. Witnessing the immediate desolation of the forest, Lamos felt a surge of alarm. However, the speed of the light's movement was too swift. Zhao Yuan merely made a slight adjustment to the angle of the hovering runes, and the black deathly light swiftly traveled over 100 meters to engulf him. The ominous aura emanating from the dark light caused Lamos to feel a burning pain on his skin, while simultaneously an inexplicable chill rose within him. He hastily summoned his wood energy to shield himself, but as the light struck his dark green wood energy, it reacted like hot oil splashing into a heated pan, erupting in a cloud of smoke. Lamos' 8th tier wood energy could not withstand the onslaught of this dark light for even a moment, dissipating rapidly as if it had encountered its nemesis. Startled, Lamos immediately realized that this was indeed necromantic magic. An idea sparked in his mind. He swiftly propelled himself off the towering metal puppet, using the inanimate construct to shield himself from the direct glare of the dark light. Zhao Yuan, observing this, could not help but silently commend Lamos for his quick reflexes. However, the Filth Mirror of Death was not so easily thwarted. Zhao Yuan swiftly intoned an obscure spell, and the suspended Filth Mirror of Death momentarily flickered, transforming into 3 identical gigantic black runes. Each rune was angled differently, leaving Lamos feeling cornered as eerie dark light shot towards him from all directions, leaving even the imposing mechanical puppet unable to provide a semblance of safety. In a mere moment, Lamos had already expended nearly half of his pure wood energy. When he glanced towards Zhao Yuan, he noticed his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any sign of magical depletion. This infuriated Lamos. This human truly was a monster. He wondered where the elders had found such an individual. Unbeknownst to him, the Filth Mirror of Death was notorious among Zhao Yuan's arsenal of necromantic spells, typically used for besieging cities. In situations where 3 filth mirrors were simultaneously deployed, it usually required 5 or 6 8th tier archmages to maintain. Had it not been for Zhao Yuan's insatiable consumption of crystal cores, he would never have endured such a strain. Realizing that his wood energy was nearing its limit, Lamos understood he would soon become easy prey. He fixed his gaze on the 3 ominous black runes suspended in the air, and as he observed the blazing sun overhead, inspiration struck him. Noticing Lamos raising his longbow once more, Zhao Yuan felt a surge of alarm and immediately commanded the ancient tortoise to deploy a silver shield before him. However, Lamos did not aim at Zhao Yuan this time. Instead, he pointed skyward, unleashing a brilliant green light that culminated in an arrow imbued with the essence of icy blue. Soaring into the heavens, Zhao Yuan, momentarily uncertain of Lamos' intentions, soon grasped the situation. The arrow pierced the clouds, releasing an immense wave of frigid air that rapidly cooled the atmosphere, transforming it into dense clouds. The sky above the elven forest was instantly shrouded in ominous clouds, obscuring the radiant sunlight. Zhao Yuan's expression shifted as he turned to look at the Filth Mirror of Death. Indeed, without sunlight, the dark mirror could no longer project its ominous light. He inwardly marveled at Lamos' strategic acumen. Realizing why he had been able to lead the Blood Elves against the Elves for so long, his intellect was truly exceptional. With a resigned wave of his hand, the 3 massive black runes twisted and, in the blink of an eye, dissipated into tendrils of black mist, vanishing without a trace. With the 3 deadly black runes now gone, Lamos exhaled a sigh of relief, knowing he had made the right gamble. Had he not fought desperately, he would likely have been reduced to mere bones by now. Yet, even so, he found himself in dire straits. His hand, injured from drawing the bow, was now visibly damaged, and his wood energy had been nearly exhausted from that single shot, leaving him incapable of restraining Zhao Yuan any longer. What perplexed him was that, despite being of the same 8th tier and in a defensive position, Zhao Yuan appeared brimming with energy. his staff glowing with white light as he continued to cast healing spells for the elven warriors. Lamos had anticipated that he would not be Zhao Yuan's match. For him, surviving this encounter was already the best outcome, reflecting on Zhao Yuan's earlier lapse that had allowed the red arrow to strike. A cold smile flickered across Lamos's face. Ignoring the intact puppet, he nimbly slipped into the dense forest, disappearing from sight. At this moment, Zhao Yuan appeared outwardly composed. Yet internally, he was in turmoil. The unknown energy from the blood arrow surged within him, showing no signs of abating but rather intensifying. Despite his seemingly stable exterior, he was unable to utter a word as his throat was filled with the metallic taste of blood. The discomfort from his organs continuously repairing themselves tormented his nerves, as if his insides were being forcibly contorted and reshaped by an unseen hand. Controlling the filth mirror of death had already been a monumental effort. Now, with his concentration fractured, the pain surged exponentially, causing his head to throb. He had grown numb to the sensations of pain, experiencing a peculiar and helpless feeling as if his essence had been extracted from his body, leaving only a soul adrift. Aware of the lingering agony and the prickling numbness coursing through him. Fortunately, the battle between the elves and blood elves had reached a resolution with Zhao Yuan's intervention. In the forest, vibrant green leaves lazily hung from branches, swaying gently in the breeze. However, the sticky bloodstains marred this pristine scene, casting a brutal aura over the landscape. Where the once fragrant earth had absorbed the lifeblood of its inhabitants, resulting in a foul, muddy stench. The cacophony of battle had subsided, leaving behind a somber gathering of several dozen elves solemnly collecting the scattered limbs and bodies. Zhao Yuan, leaning on the handrail of a long ladder, descended from the treetop with a pale complexion. No one knew the relentless torment he endured, despite his colorless visage. He wore a blank expression that betrayed no hint of his internal struggle. Moments later, he appeared in the council hall, where the elder was engaged in conversation with an elf. Upon seeing Zhao Yuan, the elder merely smiled and nodded. Zhao Yuan did not approach to greet them, silently retreating into a small wooden room in the corner of the hall. Finally, in a secure and secluded environment, Zhao Yuan took a deep breath, a single bead of sweat trickling down his cheek. He settled into a cross-legged position, resting his hands on his knees, straightening his back, and slowly closing his eyes to earnestly assess his internal condition. In just a brief moment, that strange energy grew even stronger. Now, apart from a faint silver shield protecting Zhao Yuan's heart, the other vital organs had descended into chaos. Fortunately, the endless vitality within Zhao Yuan's body was not willing to yield. It strained with all its might to contend with the crimson energy. Although the magical and martial powers within him could not directly engage, they continued to provide an inexhaustible source of strength to his own vital energy. He knew that, for the time being, he would not perish, but the excruciating pain was ever present, tormenting him relentlessly. This could not continue indefinitely. At that moment, a voice from outside the wooden cabin, deliberately softened by the elder, broke through. "Your Excellency Zhao Yuan, are you experiencing any discomfort?" She had noticed his pale face, rigid as that of a corpse, and her heart had leapt with alarm, sensing that something was amiss, prompting her to hastily conclude her affairs to inquire. Zhao Yuan suddenly opened his eyes, bracing himself with one hand against the ground and forcing himself to stand. He stepped out of the wooden cabin. There, he found the elder's silver eyes widened in astonishment, her expression shifting dramatically as she gazed at him. "What is wrong with me?" Zhao Yuan rasped, a hint of confusion in his voice. Noticing her unwavering gaze upon his face, he instinctively wiped at it, only to find his hand coated in a sticky, damp substance. He held his palm before his eyes, revealing a vivid crimson that assaulted his vision. Blinking, a split appeared at the corner of his mouth, pulling into a bitter smile. "I was struck by a blood-red arrow. It has entirely penetrated my body and is wreaking havoc upon my internal organs," Zhao Yuan succinctly explained, exhaling a breath that carried the metallic scent of blood. The elder, upon hearing this, raised her elegant brow in disbelief as she stared at him. "If what you say is true, the only thing I can think of is the legendary Chilean arrow. However, if it were indeed a Chilean arrow, you would have perished long ago." As she spoke, uncertainty flickered across her face. Zhao Yuan opened his mouth, uncertain of how to articulate his thoughts, ultimately settling on, "Indeed, it is the Chilean arrow. I possess a unique method to preserve my life, but it will not last long." Furrowing her brow, the elder's expression grew grave. After a moment of contemplation, she spoke swiftly, "Follow me." In a daze, Zhao Yuan instinctively trailed after her, observing as she pressed against what appeared to be an ordinary metallic wall in the conference hall. With a faint whirring sound, a deep passage leading underground revealed itself. The two entered the passage, and as Zhao Yuan stepped inside, he heard the sound of the mechanism sealing behind him. In the darkness, only the warm orange glow of the elder's magical lamp illuminated their path. Time passed, and eventually, the ground before them became level, revealing another source of light. Before him lay a magical array formed by the roots of unknown plants. At that moment, Zhao Yuan, still in a daze, found it peculiar that a clan of warriors such as the elves would conceal a magical formation. However, the elves possessed many magical artifacts. From ubiquitous magical lamps to the magical altar under the eye of perception, and the entire elven fortress crafted by alchemists. One could only wonder who maintained it all. The elder gestured invitingly, and despite his complete lack of understanding of this peculiar magical array, Zhao Yuan numbly moved his legs to step onto the intricately intertwined roots that comprised the formation. After he settled cross-legged on a patch of mottled hexagonal stone at the center of the array, the elder approached him, arms outstretched and neck arched back, adopting a posture of sacrifice. As she uttered a few soft and melodious words in the elven tongue, akin to morning dew dripping from leaf tips. Each syllable resonated within Zhao Yuan's heart, creating ripples of emotion, though he did not comprehend the words. The lyrical quality imbued with an extraordinary power inexplicably soothed his previously chaotic feelings, as if a gentle hand were brushing away the dust and smoke of his turmoil, allowing him to attain a profound tranquility. Amidst this harmonious and serene rhythm, the withered roots, steeped in the weight of history, began to stir. Initially, Zhao Yuan thought it was merely a figment of his imagination, but as time passed, the roots moved with the grace of living limbs. Not only that, but new shoots began to sprout from their cracked and weathered bark. Zhao Yuan seemed to hear the faint sound of tender branches breaking through the bark, subtle yet distinct, a melody brimming with the vitality of life. After about half an hour, the 3-meter-wide magical array, composed of branches, blossomed with lush greenery. It dawned upon Zhao Yuan that this was not merely a root system, it was a complete tree. Whether this tree was artificially cultivated to resemble a magical array, or if it was naturally formed in such a manner was uncertain. Regardless, it was a sight to behold. As the elder's incantation continued, the tree slowly awakened, as if a slumbering elder were reversing time, regaining youthful beauty and transforming into a captivating maiden. Unable to resist, Zhao Yuan glanced at the elder, noticing her silver eyes seemed veiled by a layer of mist, exuding an air of inscrutable mystery. Although not of elven descent, he could sense a powerful connection between the elder and the magical array through an inexplicable intuition. An energy imperceptible to him rapidly flowed between the two. The branches of the magical array grew increasingly vibrant, displaying an upward growth trend. Zhao Yuan focused intently, his heart racing at the sight. Those ascending branches and leaves followed an intricate trajectory. Though he was no expert in magical arrays or inscriptions, he could discern their remarkable intricacy. This was not a mere planar formation, but a three-dimensional magical array, an unprecedented marvel. The elven lineage's profound heritage was indeed not to be underestimated. As the branches gradually arched over Zhao Yuan's head, enveloping him within a hemispherical canopy, the magical array finally activated, emanating a radiant green light. Each leaf shimmered with a delicate brilliance, exuding an extraordinary aura. This familiar scent caused Zhao Yuan's heart to skip a beat. These leaves resembled precisely those of the elder tree gifted to him by the Wolf King. This was the source of the elder leaves. At some point, the elder ceased her incantation, yet her voice remained clear. Infused with a hint of frailty, Your Excellency Zhao Yuan, you may experience some pain shortly. Please endure it as best as you can. Although Zhao Yuan did not fully grasp the purpose of this endeavor, he quickly acquiesced. He had endured pain of all kinds. And from the initial cries of anguish to his current composure, he had learned to withstand it. After roughly another hour, the entire magical array blazed with dazzling emerald light. And Zhao Yuan felt an overwhelming surge of life energy coursing through him. The vitality in the prayer chamber paled in comparison. Suddenly, he felt a gentle touch upon his cheek, startling him. Lowering his gaze, he discovered a small antenna, akin to a chopstick in thickness, composed of pure green light, poised to spring forth. Upon closer examination, he noticed that he was surrounded by these small antennae, which had blended seamlessly into the background of green light, rendering them nearly invisible until now. These delicate appendages seemed to possess a sentience of their own, tentatively reaching out to touch Zhao Yuan. Upon sensing no reaction from him, they cautiously nestled closer. Despite their peculiar appearance, a sense of fondness blossomed within Zhao Yuan. Perhaps it was their harmlessness and vitality, or perhaps their gentle demeanor that endeared them to him. Unable to see his own expression, Zhao Yuan lowered his gaze to his hand, where one of the small antennae had pressed against the back of his hand, as if treating his skin as non-existent, gradually melding into him. At this moment, Zhao Yuan's body was already in turmoil, his skin marred with blood-soaked wounds, reminiscent of the state of Lewis upon his return to the Elven clan. As these delicate tendrils penetrated him, a faint green glow emanated from the surface of his skin, enveloping him in a mysterious force that sealed him in. Just as Zhao Yuan was basking in the comforting aura of life, a sudden, unusual sharp pain jolted him awake. Despite the myriad of discomforts coursing through him, this new piercing sensation was alarmingly distinct. He focused inward, only to find that the tiny appendages had invaded his very being. What had once appeared charming and timid had morphed into something monstrous, each tendril sprouting spiral blades, mercilessly thrashing within him. Upon encountering soft organs, they acted like the most vicious of swords, shredding them to pieces. When they met with hardened bones, they tensed and struck brutally, reducing his bones to dust. In an instant, the vitality entangled with the blood-colored energy began to falter under the assault, desperately siphoning Zhao Yuan's mana to sustain itself. Soon, Zhao Yuan's mana was entirely drained, and as he attempted to consume a crystal core to replenish his energy, he discovered he was utterly immobilized, firmly rooted in place. Even his fingertips were unresponsive. Yet, rather than panic, a sense of calm enveloped Zhao Yuan. He understood that the Grand Elder would not wish him harm, for the fate of the Elven clan rested upon his shoulders. With the restraint of vitality lifted, the blood-colored energy and the green tendrils wreaked havoc within him, shattering even the silver shield that the ancient tortoise had placed to guard his heart. I must emerge. The voice of the ancient tortoise resonated in Zhao Yuan's mind. In the next moment, a petite and exquisite tortoise materialized within the magical array, comfortably fitting alongside Zhao Yuan. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan's lower body was a gruesome sight, a mass of flesh and blood. Had it not been for the thin layer of green membrane that held him in place, he would have likely turned into a puddle of gore. Nevertheless, he refrained from uttering a sound, his eyes tightly shut, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, only to be dissolved by the green energy. Outside the magical array, the Grand Elder, usually cold and distant, bore an uncharacteristic look of fatigue. She gently closed her eyes, her previously rigid posture relaxing. The true signs of aging do not merely stem from one's years, but rather from a depletion of spirit. Within the magical array, Zhao Yuan underwent a remarkable transformation. Once his flesh was torn apart, the blood-colored energy became disoriented, flailing aimlessly amidst the mingled blood and shattered bones. Logically, it should have dissipated upon the death of its host, yet this disfigured body still pulsated with life, causing the energy to lose its sense of direction momentarily. Gradually, it seemed to recognize the completion of its task, quieting down and coiling into a small ball in one corner of Zhao Yuan's being. However, the green tendrils were not inclined to let it be. Anything within Zhao Yuan's body became a target for transformation. The multitude of tendrils converged, forming a colossal appendage that surged through Zhao Yuan's torso, creating chaos within him once more. The small ball of blood-colored energy was swept up, obliterated into fine foam, and merged irretrievably with his bones and blood. Subsequently, the massive tendril reconfigured into numerous smaller ones, resembling those Zhao Yuan had first encountered, delicate and smooth, devoid of the previous spiral blades, now ending in 3 small finger-like extensions. These petite tendrils began reconstructing Zhao Yuan's body layer by layer: skin, fat, muscle, blood vessels, and organs. Under the deft manipulation of those agile green hands, they re-emerged, stronger and more resilient than before. Should a biologist witness Zhao Yuan's naked form at that moment, they would surely marvel at what appeared to be the most exquisite body crafted by a divine creator, every detail harmonizing with the principles of science and aesthetics, embodying the golden ratio of the human form. Time passed, though Zhao Yuan could not tell how long, until he finally opened his eyes again. Whether it was an illusion or not, the world appeared clearer and brighter. Even the dim basement revealed every detail to him. The magical array, once dreamlike, had reverted to its original state, resembling a tangle of roots upon the ground, with the recent greenery now a mere figment, leaving only the cracked, desiccated bark behind. The pain within him had vanished, replaced by a newfound vitality and energy. Zhao Yuan stood up, instinctively stretching, feeling invigorated as never before. The Grand Elder had long since departed, likely to attend to pressing matters, and he had no idea how long he had been sleeping in this darkened space. He glanced around. It was an ordinary room, with the only exit leading to the staircase towards the council hall. Without further delay, Zhao Yuan ascended the staircase, retracing his steps. As he emerged, he beheld a striking figure standing gracefully in the council hall, a beauty whose skin radiated like the finest white jade, exuding a lustrous sheen. Her unadorned visage glowed with natural rosy hues, her lips a soft pink reminiscent of cherry blossoms, enhancing her purity. Her profile was sculpted like a work of art, flawless in every aspect, with a slender form that possessed no trace of frailty. The subtle contours of her muscles were discernible beneath her soft, delicate skin. Her enchanting silver eyes sparkled with ethereal light as she stood by the altar, evidently inspecting the situation within the eye of foreknowledge. "Savel!" Zhao Yuan exclaimed, a note of surprise in his voice. The silver-eyed beauty immediately snapped back to attention, a fleeting blush of joy crossing her features. "Lord Zhao Yuan." As Savel turned her head, Zhao Yuan noticed a solitary golden strand of hair gleaming at her forehead, sparkling like fragments of light in the bright hall, resembling a noble crown. Zhao Yuan offered a sincere smile. "Congratulations, Savel, you have awakened the bloodline of the Elven King. Once the Elven King awakens, the blood elves will inevitably crumble from within. Their claim to legitimacy has been extinguished, heralding great tidings for the unity of the Elven clan." Yet, Savel's expression bore no trace of joy. She pursed her lips, her downturned lashes fluttering like butterfly wings as she sighed softly. "If only it had happened sooner. Then Louis would not have had to sacrifice himself to save me." Zhao Yuan paused, his smile fading. While he could express his sorrow and indignation in front of the Grand Elder, he could not do so before Savel. Instead, he gently reassured her. "This is not your fault, Savel." Louis understood his actions. His sole wish was to end the Blood Elves' tyranny, to spare the Elven people from fratricide, to ensure that children would not endure the pain of losing loved ones as he did. All of this rests upon your shoulders. Now that you have awakened the bloodline of the Elven King, his spirit can find peace." Upon hearing Zhao Yuan's words, Savel could no longer contain herself. Crystalline tears streamed down her face as she fell into his embrace, weeping openly. In the days since her awakening, Savel had been tormented by guilt and self-reproach. Yet during that time, Zhao Yuan was absent. As the new queen, she had become the emotional pillar of her clan, compelled to exhibit unwavering strength, leaving her burden unspoken. Each day, she had diligently attended to her duties, rising early and retiring late, while the Grand Elder inexplicably relegated all responsibilities to her, sequestering herself in the prayer chamber, unseen by anyone. Although Savel had been engaged in various roles within the Elven community over the past 4 centuries, understanding the intricacies from grassroots to high-level operations, the abrupt assumption of command during wartime left her perpetually overwhelmed. The contrast between her current state of constant busyness and the ease with which the Elder had previously managed affairs, often spending time in the prayer chamber, was stark. After enduring an arduous wait, the arrival of Zhao Yuan felt like a release from the noose tightening around her neck, granting her a moment to breathe. His understanding and comfort triggered a collapse of the dam holding back her pent-up emotions, and she could no longer contain her sorrow, guilt, self-reproach, pressure, and helplessness. Pouring herself into Zhao Yuan's embrace, Zhao Yuan, at a loss, held Savel as she cried, transforming from a regal figure to a distressed child. His mind momentarily blanked, unsure of what to say, and he could only silently empathize with her plight. Initially, her cries were loud and uncontrolled, but as fatigue set in, they softened into quiet sobs, each hitch causing Zhao Yuan's heart to ache in sympathy. Finally, once she had expended her emotions, she reluctantly pulled away from his embrace. Her eyes reddened and her nose tinged pink, exuding an endearing innocence. She looked at Zhao Yuan with the timid gaze of a remorseful child, unable to resist. Zhao Yuan affectionately ruffled her hair, chuckling softly, "Silly girl, how can you still be so naive after becoming the Elven Queen?" Savel, noticing his amused expression, felt a blush creep onto her cheeks, making her appear like a rosy apple. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Zhao Yuan's demeanor shifted to seriousness, and he asked, "How long have I been unconscious? Is the situation with the elves stable?" Savel, upon hearing the question, quickly composed herself and replied earnestly, "Lord Zhao Yuan, you have been asleep for 12 days. I awoke the day after your incident and declared my awakening of the Elven royal bloodline on the battlefield. Consequently, the Blood Elves' offensive has significantly weakened and is no longer a threat. However, they have not ceased their attacks entirely. Lemos has not appeared on the battlefield, and the primary leaders remain those mysterious figures in black, suggesting they may have further plans. Zhao Yuan nodded, recalling their last battle where he had suffered a grave injury. And Lamos must have also been severely affected. Their iron puppets and undead forces had sustained heavy losses, making any immediate actions unlikely. Nevertheless, the Blood Elves had external support, indicating they would not simply relent. What puzzled Zhao Yuan was that now Seville was the Elven Queen, her destiny sealed. And the Blood Elves were fated to return to the Elven fold. This outcome was immutable. Why, then, did these outsiders persist in waging a doomed war? Showing no signs of retreat? What were their true objectives? What trump cards did they hold? At that moment, a noise from the prayer chamber door drew their attention, and they turned to see the elder emerging. Her expression remained cold and indifferent, yet the once imposing glint in her silver eyes had softened to an almost imperceptible warmth. Clad in a flowing white robe that hung loosely, a glimpse of her collarbone revealed her frail form. What startled Zhao Yuan and Seville was the sight of her hair. Now completely snow-white, contrasting sharply with her pallid complexion and pale lips, rendering her almost ghostly. "Mother, what has happened to you?" Seville exclaimed in disbelief. The elder, barely over 1,000 years old and a 6th-tier powerhouse, should have had centuries left to live. How could she have aged so drastically? In Elven culture, only those nearing death would turn white-haired. Zhao Yuan, however, had a sense of the underlying cause. Such a powerful magic array, transitioning from desolation to vitality, surely demanded an enormous cost. With the elder's condition, the elven vitality was already strained, and her unwavering dedication to the elder would have prevented her from utilizing the elder's life force. Thus, she must have sacrificed herself, channeling her own vitality to activate the magic array. The elder cast a calm glance at the two, her eyes reflecting the tranquil depths of a serene lake. Without addressing Seville's question, she simply stated, "My wishes have been fulfilled. The Elven clan is now entrusted to Seville. I hope, Lord Zhao Yuan, that you will lend your full support." With that, she turned and re-entered the prayer chamber, as if her only purpose for emerging was to convey those words. Zhao Yuan's lips quivered, yet he found himself unable to utter a word. The elder's grace was a debt he could never repay, leaving him with the solemn promise to protect the Elven race at all costs. Standing aside, Seville's face turned pale. Throughout her not-so-brief 400 years, her mother had always been by her side, cold yet distant. Yet, her presence had always provided Seville with profound comfort. In her heart, her mother was a towering tree. Even if the sky fell, as long as her mother remained, nothing could harm her. Thus, despite growing up without a father, she had never been timid. For her mother was her role model and steadfast support. She had believed that even as she ascended to the role of Elven Queen, her mother would accompany her through the long years ahead. Who could have predicted her mother would suddenly turn white-haired, and in her busy duties, Seville had neglected to visit, unaware of her mother's plight. At that moment, urgent knocking echoed from the council hall door, startling both Zhao Yuan and Seville. Seville, quick to react, composed herself and opened the door, having navigated her emotions in this manner these past few days. A male elf stood outside, panic evident on his face. Since Seville had awakened her royal bloodline, she had not seen such fear among her kin for a long time. "Lady Seville, it's terrible. The Tiger tribe is attacking." "How could this be?" Zhao Yuan exclaimed in disbelief, while a flash of anxiety crossed Seville's features. She quickly steadied herself and instructed, "Do not panic. Lord Zhao Yuan and I will assess the situation immediately. You must order everyone to retreat to the Elven fortress." Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan was not idle. He immediately connected with his foresight ability, immersing himself in a vast and chaotic scene. Unfazed, he located the perspective of the Beastman army outside the Elven fortress. The Elven population was sparse, totaling just over 10,000, with many too young or weak to fight, so mustering a 5,000-strong army was already a feat, as they still needed personnel for logistics. In contrast, the Lion tribe was one of the largest beast clans, every member a natural warrior of immense strength. Zhao Yuan surveyed the scene, noting the throngs of soldiers, and estimated their numbers at an astounding 50,000. A towering figure from the Lion tribe, nearly 2 meters tall, bellowed a challenge, "Elven women, come out. If you surrender obediently and serve us well, I might spare your lives. But if you resist, today, we will annihilate your clan and sell the survivors into slavery." Even Zhao Yuan, an outsider, felt his blood boil at such words, let alone the elves stationed outside the fortress. One elf leaped from a tree and shouted, "You foolish lion, have you lost your mind? Our elven race has now welcomed a new elven king, along with the esteemed 8th-tier mage, Master Zhao Yuan. It is you who should consider surrendering." The naive elf could not articulate any truly vicious remarks, and despite his righteous indignation, he lacked the necessary gravitas. Unexpectedly, the face of the lion tribe member turned a shade reminiscent of liver, spewing forth a torrent of profanity, indicative of his utter frustration. Despite the lion tribe's formidable strength, they are not without their shortcomings. Their minds are often clouded by muscle, preferring to resort to brute force, and their temperaments are generally volatile and impulsive, bordering on foolishness. However, concurrently, the lion tribe is a proud race, boasting exceptional combat prowess, second only to the royal dragon valley and the mammoth tribe among the beast races. Thus most individuals dare not provoke them. Since you are so ungrateful, my army shall trample the elven forest today. We will capture all of you to serve as slaves," roared the lion tribe member. Beside him, a somewhat diminutive lion tribe member tugged at his arm and whispered urgently, "Your Highness, you must not act rashly. Did you not hear what he just said? The elven race has an 8th-tier mage." "8th-tier mage? Impossible," the lion scoffed, dismissing the notion with a wave of his hand. "There has never been an 8th-tier mage on the cold beast continent. That elf is merely trying to intimidate us." Yet the smaller lion member clearly disagreed, continuing to plead. "Your Highness, do you not recall that the wolf tribe previously announced they had a human 8th-tier mage named Zhao Yuan as their patron? The elf mentioning his name is no empty boast. If we underestimate this, it will be our soldiers who suffer." Upon hearing the mention of soldiers, the second prince's demeanor softened slightly. Though arrogant and self-important, he shared a brotherly bond with his soldiers and did not wish for their needless sacrifice. As for the elven king, the 2 lion tribe members overlooked him entirely, considering the elves to be a fragile and beautiful lot, easily susceptible to being divided and subdued were it not for their semi-divine guardians. Just as the smaller lion tribe member was about to strategize, a young voice imbued with a subtle authority echoed from above them, "Second prince of the lion tribe. May I inquire as to the purpose of your army's visit to the elven race?" The lion members were taken aback, glancing upward to find a youth clad in a gray robe hovering above them, arms crossed. His pallid skin suggested a life spent away from the sun, his gaunt cheeks contrasting with the robust physique subtly outlined beneath his robe. His countenance bore the refined elegance characteristic of humans, yet his cold, jet-black eyes exuded a chilling aura. The smaller lion tribe member merely glanced at him, feeling as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over him, the chills settling deep in his heart. This human radiated a sense of menace that far surpassed the average spellcasting mage who merely recited incantations from behind martial artists. Trouble was undoubtedly brewing. This was the immediate thought flashing through his mind. The diminutive lion member was no ordinary individual. He was Mason, born into the prestigious Alva family of the lion tribe. A rare strategist among the lions, he had not been forsaken by his enlightened parents despite his frail health. They had even hired a fox tribe tutor to instruct him in various stratagems and arrange for escorts to broaden his horizons through travel. Now in his early 30s, he had unexpectedly risen to prominence beside the second prince, transforming him into a formidable contender for the throne. It was precisely for this reason that the typically reckless and arrogant second prince held him in high regard. Mason was inherently perceptive, and the dangerous aura emanating from Zhao Yuan rendered him momentarily speechless. However, the second prince, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, boldly shouted, "Are you that human mage? What is the meaning of flying in the air? Come down and spar with me." Mason felt a headache coming on, realizing the second prince was recklessly fearless. Even if Zhao Yuan were merely an ordinary 8th-tier mage, he could easily defeat a 5th-tier warrior like the second prince standing on the ground unprotected, let alone someone as formidable as Zhao Yuan. Hastily, he sought to mend the situation, saying, "Your Excellency Zhao Yuan, our second prince is simply straightforward and means no offense. We have come today under the Lion King's command to seek justice from the elven tribe, and we kindly request that you refrain from intervening in our dispute." Mason's invocation of the Lion King was unmistakable. Zhao Yuan might very well contend with the Lion King himself, but he could not confront an entire tribe under the Lion King's command. Furthermore, as a foreigner in an unfamiliar land, with no divine entity to back him, he had no reason to risk his life for a race of delicate and fragile elves. Upon hearing Mason's subtly veiled words, Zhao Yuan's expression remained impassive as he replied, "Might I inquire what grievances exist between the lion tribe and the elven race? Perhaps there is a misunderstanding worth clarifying." The second prince, growing impatient with their overly formal exchange, interjected loudly, "What misunderstanding could there be? My third brother was killed while escorting a sacred artifact through the elven forest. And you also seized our tribe's sacred artifact. This feud has escalated significantly. Zhao Yuan frowned, realizing he had been in a state of unconsciousness for several days and had not been privy to the various happenings within the elven forest. The murder of a prince and the theft of a sacred artifact were actions that the elven race would not commit, especially since they had only been defending the borders of their stronghold during this time. The ones who killed my third brother were indeed the elves. There is no doubt about it. I still possess the arrowhead. The second prince continued to rant, his anger palpable. Zhao Yuan felt a stirring in his heart. Recalling what Zivil had informed him earlier, the Blood Elves had been significantly weakened in their recent offensives, and Limos had yet to make an appearance. Had they perhaps turned their attention elsewhere? The Blood Elves were reluctant to engage the elven race in battle, but they were more than willing to confront other beast tribes. Zhao Yuan's thoughts were not far from the truth, yet to the Orcish perspective, elves and Blood Elves were indistinguishable. All that mattered was the bloodshed. Furthermore, it would not be long before the elven race unified, and they would bear the brunt of the blame. Nonetheless, it was imperative to address the volatile little lion prince before anything else. The remaining matters could be discussed with Zivil later. Ideally, they could hand over the Blood Elves as a means of atonement. If that were not feasible, he would have to protect the elven tribe at all costs, even if it meant inciting a complete enmity with the lion tribe.